A cool breeze entered the room with a slam of the shutter, blowing the thin curtains as if to play with them. Along with the wind, the bright morning sun entered the room and woke the young man from a deep sleep. He barely lifted his head from the pillow and sat up on the bed. He opened his eyes, and his pupils immediately dilated. It turned out that he had woken up in a place other than his own, but the room reminded him of something. He quickly jumped out of bed and ran to the window. The view was also quite familiar to him. Looking at everything around him, it occurred to him that it was quite similar to a computer game he had recently played. Confused and frightened, he shouted out loud his guess. 3 years ago, he took possession of the body of a character from a game called Heroic Legends of Arkan. The plot of this game tells about various dangerous events and endless adventures in the academy that the characters have to go through. In one version of the game's plot, after the mission failed, the world even ended. It was an incredibly large-scale story. The young man smiled and reassured himself that everything would be fine. After all, in the game, the main character will solve all problems. And he woke up as a minor level 1 character named Corin Locke. He's just a regular NPC from a quest for newbies, in which the main character rescues a resident from a village. Everything seemed quite realistic on the streets he decided to walk. He thought that as long as the history of this world repeats the plots of the game, everything would be fine. He wanted to see the protagonist Park Si-hee, who is about to become rich and famous. When he got to the place where the story of the main character was supposed to begin, he heard him sitting and saying that he wanted sweet potatoes and a Sprite. Corin Locke was surprised to hear the name of a real-world drink brand and told the guy that such a drink does not exist here. The guy he addressed felt his face as if trying to understand who he was and said that he would live for himself. Seeing that he was panicking, Corin Locke grabbed the boy's arm to calm him down and attract his attention. He told the guy that he was most likely transported into the game like him, becoming one of its characters. So the main character Park Si-hee, whom Corin Locke was looking for, also turned out to be the one who ended up in the game by accident. If there was a difference between the two, it was that Park Si-hee had the privileges of a game character. One of them was the stat window. Park Si-hee said that he had no idea what he was supposed to do with it because he had never played the game. So Corin Locke said he would help him with this. He said that Park Si-hee wanted to become a magician, so he needed to improve his intelligence. And then there will be a skill book, which is a very important thing that should not be forgotten. Corin Locke boasted to his new friend that he had already played the game in all possible ways, and he considered himself a real pro at it, so he can rely on him and ask for advice if necessary. Park Si-hee smiled slyly at these words and thought that having such a player as his assistant was an incredible advantage. In order to advance in the game, you need to destroy all kinds of evil creatures and supernatural entities. And having already encountered them before, Corin Locke will be able to tell them their weaknesses and how to deal with them. Corin Locke, as a secondary character, coordinated Park Si-hee's actions and gave him hints about the forces he needed to use. In turn, Park Si-hee tried not to put his new friend in danger and protected him. They were both behind every battle with and victory over the entity. They seemed to be an invincible team. Having full information about the game, Corin Locke knew how to get ahead of the competition or use the situation to their best advantage. And Park Si-hee had to become the system that he constantly improved and raised his level and skills. According to Corin Locke, they make a great duo so they can save a huge number of lives and prevent the end of the world. And at the end of the game, they will return to the real world. On one of those heroic days, Park Si-hee handed Corin a bottle of magic elixir. He was surprised and asked his friend where he had gotten it. But Park Si-hee waved it off as a small surprise for a friend, and the rest was unimportant. So Corin Locke drank it. If there was one thing about this existence that disappointed Corin Locke, it was that he was surrounded by men. The whole charm of this game was in the fantasy action genre, as well as in the various heroines and the dating stimulator. However, Park Si-hee preferred not to get involved with girls, inviting them to the team only when absolutely necessary. So at some point, only men remained in their group. Corin Locke could not understand why their team should consist of only sweaty and disgusting men. But he should have realized this at the moment when the granddaughter of the Emperor of the Sword died on the way to the induction ceremony. Or Maria, the final boss of the first stage, disappeared without a trace. Even then, he didn't suspect anything. When the mysterious disappearances and destruction of characters began, the story deviated from the original plot of the game, and special attention should have been paid to Park Si-hee's reaction to all the events that took place around them. On his personality, his real personality from the real world they came from. He looked at him with naivety and saw him only as the protagonist of this game, fulfilling a mission and appreciating his friend's help. And he should have doubted him at least a little. One day, Corin Locke went down into the dungeon of a house where his friend lived. What he saw was simply shocking. In the glass box was one of the game's protagonists, Maria Dunnereff, whom they could not meet because she had disappeared. There was also her battle staff, Maria's baton, in the box. But where could they have come from? He expressed his opinion out loud that it was the bastard Park Si-hoo. He decided to follow him because he was always going out at night. But he could not imagine that there was such a place underground. It looked like a warehouse for his inventory. Corin turned around and saw Odati's sword in one of the boxes. He did not understand why the sword was there. The sword had disappeared along with another heroine, Arisha. But that was not all the strange things that were there. Next, he came across a rare object, a mace of Jaeger. Another rare item was Lark's spellbook. All these items belonged to heroes who disappeared as the game progressed. But the worst thing he saw was when he went a little further. Then, instead of surprise, a look of fear appeared on his face. He simply could not believe that he was seeing it with his own eyes. There was a girl in one of the flasks. He looked at her face and immediately recognized her. It was the heroine Maria Dunnereff. As he stood in front of the girl, he heard a familiar voice cursing obscenely. Just a few steps behind him stood Mr. Si-hoo. He asked Corin what the hell he was doing in this place. Unable to contain her emotions, Corinne screamed at him and demanded to know why he said that he had lost her when he went to get Maria. Park Si-hoo simply brushed her off and said that she was a demon anyway. Then he pointed to the device behind him and asked if Corin thought the blood of the ancient vampire was not worth it. And then he added that he had found an effective use for it. He also gave him a taste of it. Corin remembered with horror how he had recently drunk the elixir that Park Si-hoo had brought him. Different thoughts began to appear in Corin Locke's head. So he was drunk with vampire blood. But why? Why did he lie to him about not catching her? He went down and sat on the floor. Park Si-hoo asked him what was wrong with him, and Corin said that he had worked hard to catch her. He sat in the forest for a month in ambush waiting for her. Gritting his teeth, he continued to ask Park Si-hoo why and for what reason he had done this and done all this. He replied that his actions were logical. They are for the sake of effective progression through the game's plot. He noticed that Corin and his way of going through the game tired him out. He also told him that he only suffers losses from constantly saving people, and besides, Corin doesn't destroy freaks like Jaeger and Lark and continues to save those who can't even be manipulated without increasing the level of friendship. He also added that it was much more efficient to use them that way. He told Corin to listen carefully and emphasized that he would be better than him in this game. That's when Corin Locke realized he'd been lying to him from the start. This damn bastard was definitely not new to the game. He decided to ask him how many he had already used and disposed of here. He said he should think about it and do the math. A minute later, he said that if he killed 3 more, he would have 100,000. Corin Locke felt his anger rising. He could barely contain himself, but in a few seconds he snapped and attacked Park Si-hoo. He screamed that he was a stupid monster, but Park Si-hoo told him to come to his senses. It's just a normal NPC. And Corin used to destroy them in the same way. Continuing to shake the guy, he confirmed that he had also done it, but only when it was impossible to save them. He had to do it because they wanted to destroy the world. And if Park Si-hoo is obsessed with efficiency, why did he need to take Odati away? Why did the magician need a hidden item for the knights? And why couldn't he have just used an ordinary elixir? He could have made it through the system. Why suffer through an inefficient thing like creating this farm? At this, Park Si-hoo stepped up to him and grabbed Corin by the collar and hissed that he was a naive fool. He just decided to look for a punching bag to satisfy his sociopathy. Corin Locke was outraged and wanted to continue the quarrel, but he would not listen to anything and quickly twisted his arm and made a headlock. Then, with one punch, he knocked Corin off balance and he began to fall to the ground. At that moment, Park Si-hoo shouted at him that he was pissing him off. Park Si-hoo hovered over Corin and said that after all he had done for him, he had no right to talk to him like that. After all, he only thinks about him. Again, he grabbed Corin by the collar and shouted that it should be everything to him, his world. Not knowing his place, Corin meddles in other people's affairs and gets hurt, and all he does is look at girls. He let go of his collar and looked his wild gaze directly into Corin's eyes, and then he said that he was not going to hold back any longer. He looked at him and could not understand what kind of nonsense he had just heard. Different thoughts began to come into his head. In a panic, Corin Locke started to quickly crawl back away from him. He shouted that Park Si-hoo was not that kind of character. They had been together for 199 chapters, so why did he decide to change everything now? He stopped in front of him and said that he had gotten rid of everything that could be an obstacle on the way, for his own sake, for his sake, and for the sake of their future. Then it dawned on Corin why they were only with men on joint missions, and even during entertainment. He shouted his guess to the man's face. Park Si-hoo replied that he only needed all those guys to stare at them. He really loves only him. After hearing all that, Corin Locke stood up abruptly and slapped him in the face with all his might. Thinking that not only did Park Si-hoo's appearance terrify him now, but it also directly suggested a relationship, and he didn't even have a girlfriend yet, he started to run away. He tried to run as fast as he could toward the exit. He was filled with fear, and it was not a vain premonition. The magic ribbons were already catching up with him. They began to wrap around his legs and prevented him from moving forward. Then they began to wrap and restrain his body so that he could not move. They dragged him back to Park Si-hoo, even though he tried to resist. Trying to break the magical shackles, Corin screamed and begged for something else. But he could not free himself. The ribbons dragged him to Park Si-hoo's feet and made him kneel before him. Then he said he could not escape. He was going to lock him up forever. Looking at Corin's futile attempts to free himself and the fear in his eyes, Park Si-hoo smiled and said that he belonged to him alone now. Park Si-hoo added that in this fake fictional world, only Corin Locke is real. Corin's condition had already reached hysteria, and he screamed at him that he was a sick bastard and scared him to death. When he asked him, he replied with a calm smile that it would be over soon. There was only one fight left. Then he said with a sly smile and devilish sparks in his eyes that they would be together forever. The final stage of the game began to run. Corin Locke wondered if it was all as Park Si-hoo had planned. He had always killed everyone on his own, so he could defeat the boss. And immediately after the victory, what would happen to him? He was mentally cursing Aung San Suu Kyi in his mind. But soon enough, a notification appeared that the mission had failed, and the main character was gone. Corin Locke didn't understand why the bastard just lost the last battle. That morning began just as it had in the past, with the knock of a shutter opening and closing, the wind bringing the morning chill into the room. He woke up in the same bed and felt his body with his hands to see if it was real. Corin sat up and realized that he had not dreamed. He woke up again in the same place. Looking out the window, he saw a familiar city where all the previous events had taken place. So he went back 3 years to the day he became a character in this game. Corin Locke clenched his fists. He remembered everything that had happened to him over the previous years and what Park Si-hoo had done. Tears of disappointment and resentment flowed from his eyes. But he decided that he had to end Park Si-hoo, and that means he has to finish the player. Once in the game, there was an incident with the Roshan River. During the task of taming water monsters, a dam broke. The river dragged the whole settlement down with it. As a result, many thousands of people and monsters died. But Park Si-hoo looked at this horrific scene with a happy smile and said that it was just amazing. At the time, he could not understand why he was laughing so much and rejoicing at what had happened. But now that he thought about it, everything became clear. He perceived all the countless fatalities as an opportunity to monopolize experience. He remembered Park Si-hoo's words that if he killed 3 more, the total number would be 100,000. Now he seemed like a real devil. To stop him, you need to hurry up while Park Si-hoo is an ordinary 5th-ranked guy like himself. So you need to act immediately. All possible enhancements that players can receive are concentrated in the Merkaba Academy. This means that Park Si-hoo has become much stronger since joining the academy. He may not be a monster yet, but no one knows how fast his strength can grow. The induction ceremony will take place in 5 days, so he should speed up to get there in time. On the way, he saw some mushrooms that could be useful for making elixirs and picked them. He never stopped thinking that the only way to defeat Park Si-hoo was to act right now. Ahead of them was an educational quest. The essence of it was that the carriage on its way to the city broke down in the middle of a forest filled with monsters. The task was to protect the passengers and crew until the carriage was repaired. Having finished one of the monsters, the boy breathed a sigh of relief. The girl noticed that he was quite a skillful boy. After she said that, the boy shyly straightened his hair and thanked her for her praise with a smile. During that time, the carriage was repaired, and the man said that everything was done, and invited Miss Laura and Mr. Leon to take their seats. Everyone went to the carriage with joy. Stretching, Laura said that she was already dreaming of taking a quick nap. Suddenly, they heard a wild howl right behind them and turned to see what it was. A huge, shaggy monster jumped out of the bushes and was about to attack them. It tore out a tree trunk and threw it in their direction. Noticing that the monster was aiming at Laura, Leon quickly pushed her away and shouted for her to be careful. The log hit the spot where Laura had been standing a second before and entered the ground with great force. The young men drew their swords and prepared to defend themselves. The monster was approaching quickly and continued to roar. It was through a specific roar that they realized who was approaching them. A Beowulf stepped out of the forest. He was a second-ranked monster. Beowulf roared loudly to demonstrate his intentions to attack them. It was a hybrid with the horns and mouth of a wolf with long, sharp claws. Corin Locke also got to that place and began to observe the events from the bushes nearby. He realized that the mission was already in full swing and he could no longer save these people. In a moment, the monster reached Laura and wounded her. Leon saw her fall. He shouted to the guy behind them to quickly hide in the carriage, and he would try to detain Beowulf. But he did not listen to him and shouted to the crew to drive faster, and they would soon catch up. The girl looked out of the carriage and called out to him, but he said he couldn't leave Leon here and run away. At that time, the monster had already reached Leon and grabbed him by the neck with its huge paws and lifted him into the air. The boy drew his sword and stood right in front of the monster, preparing to defend himself. Corin Locke could not understand who the boy was who was now standing in front of Beowulf. Before acting, I had to figure out whether it was the hero of the game, Park Si-hee, who had to save the world, or a guy like him who accidentally got here. The boy's eyes were filled with excitement. He looked at the monster and marveled at its size. Suddenly he heard the girl order him to duck. She drew her sword and began to attack Beowulf. She jumped high to strike the monster's head in flight, but he quickly deflected her blow with his big paw. The girl was very surprised that Beowulf managed to block her blow. Dodging Beowulf's attacks, the girl ordered the boy to retreat. She said she could deal with him herself. Before him stood the second daughter of the Arden family, Odati, the owner of one of the 6 royal swords. Orisha Arden was the most important member of the squad and a famous hero. The guy in front of whom she stood to shield Beowulf from the attack began to pull an enchanted knife out of his jacket pocket. Saying that he was afraid to miss the moment of her death, he swung a knife at her, but she dodged it. When he saw what was happening, Corin Locke was convinced that it was indeed the Park Si-hee whom he was planning to destroy. Covering the scratch on her shoulder, she looked at the guy frightened and asked him why he attacked her. He said with his sly smile that he was sorry. He must have been nervous, and that's why his hand trembled. But Beowulf wasn't going to wait for them to sort things out, and he attacked them again with a terrible roar. Watching Orisha fight off the monster's attacks, Corin thought that if she died, this boy would receive the sword Odati and then be able to join the squad named after the great martyr Lunya Arden. Park Si-hee was thinking about something else at the time. He had wounded the girl with a poisoned knife, but for some reason it didn't work on her so quickly. Perhaps it's because Orisha is no ordinary NPC. Stepping back a little, she convinced herself that she was in control and should calm down. She began to order herself to concentrate out loud. For a second, she closed her eyes and exhaled to collect herself. She managed to regain control of herself, and this allowed her to use her impeccable maneuvering skills. After she gathered herself, she quickly and skillfully began to repel Beowulf's attacks. When Park Si-hee saw her progress, he realized that she could handle this werewolf alone. But he wasn't going to let that happen. So, without waiting for the fight to end, he again threw a poisoned knife in Orisha Arden's direction. But she managed to notice the knife on the way up and fought it off with her sword. Then she realized that the first time he had stabbed her, it was not by accident. Despite this attempted assassination, she still has to defeat Beowulf and then deal with this strange guy. She brought the sword over the monster's head and struck it. However, at the same moment, she felt a sharp pain pierce her body. Together with Beowulf, she fell to the ground, and he pinned her down with his giant, massive body. When the guy leaned over them and started pulling out her sword, she asked him why he did that. But Park Si-hee didn't care about the girl. He was only interested in the sword. Raising it above his head, he joyfully exclaimed that he had received the sword of Odati. Although he could only use this sword if he had a certain skill, he decided that he would think about using it later. Then he looked at the girl again and voiced out loud the idea that he should also get some experience for killing the NPC hero. The girl was still conscious and watched the guy's strange actions. He walked over and bent over her, sword in hand. She saw that he had already brought the sword over her head to finish his dirty work. Suddenly something hit him in the head and enveloped him in some strange dope. Park Si-hoo began to cough from a pungent aroma and dust that did not know where it came from. His face was covered with some kind of reddish substance. He began to wipe it off and looked at his hands to see what it was. When he realized that he was not alone, he immediately started shouting for him to show himself immediately. From all sides, monsters that lived in the forest began to run at him from the bushes. It was because they smelled the aroma of their favorite food, the topin mushrooms. The reddish pollen covers those mushrooms completely. So now, in the eyes of the forest dwellers, Park Si-hoo looked like fresh meat marinated in their favorite seasoning. Park Si-hoo began to fight off the monsters, but they were enough to distract him from what was happening nearby. Meanwhile, Korin Lok took the girl out from under the Beowulf's carcass and began to drag her away from the place. He thanked God that she was still alive. As he was dragging her away, he noticed the monster that Orisha Arden had defeated. He decided to take this opportunity to get the werewolf's fang. Carefully laying the girl down, he began to cut it out. During this process, Korin heard movement behind him and a familiar voice that he now hated. Park Si-hoo was already standing behind him, but he still did not see the face of the man leaning over Beowulf, so he asked who he was. Then Korin Lok said without turning around that he had killed 3 horned rats in a minute. And he remarked that it must be very wonderful to have a sword like Odati. Hearing and recognizing the boy's voice, Park Si-hoo said that this could not be true, because Korin Lok had left this world. But Korin Lok got up and turned to him. Then he realized that it was him. Still not understanding how it happened, Park Si-hoo asked the guy how he got here. It occurred to Korin that maybe this crazy man didn't remember anything. So this will play into his hands, and then he can cheat a little bit. He turned to Park Si-hoo and told him that if he kept holding the sword like that, he might lose his arm. And while he was wondering what was wrong with the way he was holding the sword, Korin Lok attacked him. He threw a handful of dirt that he had picked up in his fist when he got off his knees near Beowulf directly into his eyes. Park Si-hoo whimpered and started swearing. He began to threaten Korin that he would kill him on the spot. Unable to see anything in front of him, because of the sand in his eyes, he began to swing his sword at random. Korin Lok thought that although he was a useless swordsman, he moved quite nimbly. Knowing that Mr. Hu is physically stronger, he has no choice but to do his best. Without hesitation, he began to attack using his newly acquired Beowulf fang. Waving the fang in front of his nose and watching him dodge it, Korin thought he was right to smell death at the thought of that fang in his neck. He was waving it faster and faster and kept thinking that he had to be watching closely. And keep an eye on him until Park Si-hoo starts seeing nothing but that fang. Korin Lok has to wait until the fang takes all the attention to get a chance to defeat him. And then it would be time to use the other weapon he had been carefully hiding. And his plan worked. He was not expecting a knife attack, so he missed it. Then Korin knocked Park Si-hoo down and dealt him a decisive blow that put an end to their fight. In the last moments of Park Si-hoo's life, he leaned over to him and said that this was his gratitude for his previous life, and he recognized that he had become much stronger because of it. But even so, he has no regrets, because he has just managed to nip the monster in the bud. After Korin Lok destroyed Park Si-hoo, who was supposed to be the main character in the game crashed. Now the program began to look for a backup candidate for the new protagonist and began to consider Korin Lok as a candidate. After some miscalculations, all the stats and experience of the previous hero were transferred to Korin. From an ordinary character, Korin Lok turned into an additional player and became an A-class knight and a student of a martial arts master. Looking at the game update and reading that he became an additional player, he thought that now he would get a stat window. His thoughts were interrupted by the moan of a girl who was still desperately fighting for her life. He quickly ran to the girl and asked her if she was okay and began to lift her up a little. She replied that she was very sick and could hardly see. He reassured her, saying that at least she had the strength to talk. Supporting her, he asked her if she was dizzy and could not smell anything. It was also possible that she had ringing in her ears. The girl asked him how he knew about this. Judging by these symptoms, he concluded that it was the effect of peacock frog venom. This venom is difficult to create without a combination window, so they were lucky that Park Si-hoo did not have a high level of skill in mixing poison. The fang was still sticking out of Orisha's body, so she was in danger. He had to stop the bleeding quickly and give her the antidote. He started to take off his belt to use it. He tightened it around the girl's wounded shoulder. She moaned, but Corin continued to soothe her. He told her that it was very good at stopping bleeding and also at removing poison from the body. Corin thought that it would be bad if Arisha bit her tongue in pain, so he had to give her something to put in her teeth. Without hesitation, he pulled Park Si-hoo's body closer and gave her his hand and told her to bite it. It will be very painful for her, so she has to clench her teeth as hard as she can and endure. He began to take off his shirt to press the wound with a cloth. He could not understand why he had returned to the past again, and now the main player had died at his hands, and Arisha Arden was still alive. He was able to save her, and this is more than enough for him not to consider it a waste. Arisha did not stop moaning in pain. Corin gathered everything he needed for the antidote and started to prepare it. The guy kept comforting and reassuring the girl. He told her not to worry. People do not die for nothing. Being under the influence of poison and losing blood, she only called him a savior. She gathered her strength and said she wanted to know the name of her savior. But Corin didn't want to answer her questions and said she didn't need to know. He told her to stop thinking about it and to rest and sleep. He would wake her as soon as the antidote was ready. Corin thought that from this point on, as few people as possible should know what he was doing. And now it's time to clarify the situation. Judging by the title Heroic Legends of Arkan, this story is about a hero. The point is that while the player is dealing with all the incidents and accidents at the academy, he becomes a hero and savior of the world. The player has to deal with countless thieves and the final boss. So the only reason why Park Si-hoo followed the plot is because of the final boss, who must be defeated or this world will end. But now that the protagonist is dead, Corin Locke will take his place. But there was one thing in all this. He became an additional player but could not enjoy any player privileges. He was so inspired by the system, but nothing changed. It is difficult to become a worthy replacement for a player with knowledge of the future alone. So he needs to use something other than the system. For 3 years, he had been training by the sweat of his brow and was no longer an ordinary NPC. Corin Locke drew a magic sign on the ground and it began to radiate energy. In his past life, he desperately tried to survive without any stats or special skills. Since he had a penchant for magic, he began to study it, but he studied only one area of it, the runes, which are ancient symbols with magical powers. The duty of restraint and the oath, or the runes of the 3 commandments, are also known to everyone. These are some of the powerful laws of this world that are the source of superhuman power and the cause of destruction. He decided to put the runes of the 3 commandments on his body and thereby gain strength in exchange for fulfilling them. The first rune means debt. By voluntarily taking an oath, the caster gains additional power. You can promise not to eat chicken or something similar. But such a promise is quite easy to keep, so the addition in the articles is minimal. So he has to take a rather demanding oath. He will follow this oath to the very end. When he finished writing, he loudly said an oath that he would not ignore the misfortunes of good people. This was the first oath called duty. Now his stats will increase when he fulfills this mission. Otherwise, he will be fined 10 times the amount. Then he bit his finger again to write a second oath in blood on his body. The second vow he took is called restriction. He said that he would not accept spirits. In this world, everyone has spiritual perception. There are also intangible ghosts and entities here. These beings come into contact only through mutual perception, and therefore cannot harm those who are unconscious or have no spiritual perception. Now that his spiritual perception is at 0, he is completely protected from all such beings. But if he fails to keep his promise, he will suffer 600% damage from the enemy. And the last rune is the oath. This commandment is directly associated with great risk because it uses the weight of a promise as a source of power. That's why neither he nor Park Si-hoo used it in their past lives. But even Park Si-hoo, who used everything in the system, eventually lost. So there's no point in worrying again. After finishing the inscription, Corin Locke loudly uttered his last and most important oath. He promised that he would save the world. This is the oath of a warrior who aspires to truly great ambitions. So he finished with the 3 commandments. From this moment on, the system starts applying the commandments to the additional player. Failure to comply with the oaths will result in certain death. After everything that had happened to her, Arisha Arden finally regained consciousness and opened her eyes. She woke up in bed and thought that everything that had happened was some kind of a terrible dream. She sat up to look around and realize where she was, but the severe pain reminded her of her recent injuries. A nurse who came in at that moment saw that she was awake and asked Arisha how she felt. Arisha asked the nurse where she was, and she told her that she was in the emergency room of Merkaba. She then asked where the person who brought her here was. The nurse replied that he had just left. The girl turned her head to find her things and saw them on the chair. She said that she wanted to get dressed and catch up with him, but the nurse said that she was not allowed to get up yet. Looking at her belongings, she noticed a belt peeking out of the bag. She hesitantly asked if it belonged to her savior. Pulling the belt out of the bag, she began to examine it and noticed that it still had blood on it. Then Arisha began to call for the nurse in an almost hysterical voice, which surprised and even frightened her. Clenching her fists tightly, the hysterical girl asked if there were any candies with honey filling nearby, but the nurse replied that she could only have liquid rice porridge. 3 days after the educational quest, the day of the entrance ceremony to the Merkaba Academy came. To get into the academy, he needed a student card. He decided to look for it in his wallet and noticed that there was something in it. It was a letter, but he did not remember putting any letter in his wallet. He decided to read it. The letter was from his father. He wrote that he had no idea how proud he was of him. Like the great defenders, he will become a great person who will protect many other people. He was surprised by how and when this letter was planted on him. The boy sighed. Corin Locke was an ordinary child with no talent, but even he had a family. As soon as he received Corin Locke's body, he behaved awkwardly and unusually, but he was still treated as a member of the family. And that is why the boy began to love his family from this fictional world. It was in his attitude and love for others that the difference between him and Park Si-hoo was. On the day of admission to the Merkaba Academy, quite a few trains arrived from different parts of the country. He was surprised to see so many trains. He, like many other future students, looked at the platforms in front of the academy. The first-year students were greeted by a friendly girl with blue hair and directed to the place where they were to gather. When she met Corin, she asked if he was new as well, and noticed that he was quite tall and probably ate a lot. He replied that he was indeed new and told her his name. She winked at him and asked if he wanted some sweet potatoes and immediately handed them to him. All first-year students were put on a small train that ran through the academy. The girl told me about the academy's premises and what they teach. She pointed out the window and said that this place is called the Science Hall, and this is where the students of magic do their research. Maria Dunarev was a first-class magician and a sophomore at the academy. This is a girl who goes forward on a smooth and wide road, being blessed by everyone. But life goes on, and people in this world continue to face many misfortunes and tragedies. She will also experience the depths of despair in the future. After everything she has been through, Maria Dunarev will become the final boss of the first arch. When the train stopped, she asked everyone to take one ordinary sweet potato as they got off. Her mission was to deliver the freshmen to their place of study, and when she had delivered them, she returned to the train and said goodbye to the students. All the freshmen were gathered in the Hall of Freedom in one of the premises of the Merkaba Academy. Looking at the hall from the inside, Corin realized that the magic of space expansion had been applied to the room. But suddenly the hall became very dark, and students started to call out and ask if anyone could see anything. In this darkness, a voice came through, calling the students children and asking them not to panic. And then he added with a mockery that it was ridiculous to think that the cadets who entered the academy were confused by the lack of light. Corin Locke recognized the voice. It belonged to the old Harmon. The voice had not changed at all. It was as if he were back in training camp. The history of mankind in this world is a constant struggle with demons. And the most effective weapon against demons is people with superpowers who use aura and mana. It is at the academy that such people are trained. In the darkness, the silhouette of a man greeted everyone and introduced himself as Professor Permak Daman. A professor at the Knights faculty said that he was responsible for this year's freshman welcome ceremony. And he continued by saying that they are all here to become knights and magicians, and since they came here, they must have their licenses. Corin thought it had been a long time since he had seen the professor. The professor went on to say that he was not pleased to see some of the weaklings among them walking around with their heads held high. So he wants to see their abilities. A screen with their characteristics appeared in front of each student. It showed the level of the ability's mana aura and overall score. Corin Locke looked at her scores and was upset because they were terrible. They were all low or very low. Professor Permak Daman said that what they see in front of them is their overall assessment. Then numbers appeared in front of the pedestal. and the professor said they had to stand in front of the number that corresponded to their rank. Standing in front of number 6, Colin estimated that there were about 400 people here, so it turns out that he is in the bottom 1%. When everyone was divided into groups by number, the professor wished them good luck in the competition. Looking at the first and second-ranked students, the professor noticed that this year there are many talented freshmen. Adjusting her glasses, she added that there was no point in evaluating the first and second ranks. Let them wait for the other participants to finish their tests. There were several people standing under the number 2. Among them was the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, Arisha Arden. The druid Avalorna Yule also received a second-rate overall rating. Among them was a mercenary sword-wielding guy named Doron Varsky. And the last of these 4 was the golem-creating magician Cranel Luden. The only student to receive the first rank was the heavenly Yaksha Quaran. The professor sniffled and said that it was unthinkable to enroll such a freshman. Another professor questioned the point of checking the 6th rank if even the young people of the 5th rank do not seem particularly good, and he suggested simply weeding out the mediocrities of the 6th rank. But the professor angrily said that the head wanted all students to follow the path of study. She asked if there were any objections. He had nothing to say to that and said that it was time to start. Then, a large box with a picture of a weapon was dropped in front of each student. With their appearance, it was announced that monsters would appear in 30 seconds, and they had to do their best to deal with them. During this test, participants are sent into an empty space and forced to fight monsters. Corin thought it was as friendly as ever. The weapon box was divided into sections with different types of weapons. Corin Locke began to look through the contents. He was sure that most students with 5th and 6th ranks would choose the first weapon they came across. And most likely it will be a sword. He also chose it in his previous life. The countdown to the meeting with the monsters showed that there were 3 seconds left, and they had already begun to appear in space. He saw that he would have to fight a 5th-ranked monster, a short hound. The animals were growling. There was only 1 second left. When preparing for the attack, Corin thought that swords are certainly cool weapons, but they say that it takes 100 days to master a spear, 1,000 days to master a dagger, and 10,000 days to master a sword. That is why he chose the spear. When the countdown was over, he swung and threw the spear in the direction of the dogs. He hit the target and immediately finished off the monster, which hadn't even had time to move. Corin Locke raised his hand to the mountain to attract attention again, and told the monsters to forgive him. When the monsters began to run at him, he defeated them just as easily. Pleased with himself, Corin finished the sentence he had started to say to the monsters, saying that he was sorry for being so quick, but he had already been able to defeat them many times before. He calculated that it took him 12 seconds to finish them off. When he took this test in his previous life, he couldn't even beat the hounds and was eliminated. But now, everything is different. Now he was confident that he would defeat the monsters of the next rank. He smiled and said that he could release new ones. The guy stood in an empty space for more than 5 minutes, but nothing happened. Under the influence of disappointment, he thought that maybe the system had failed again, and that's why no one showed up. The professor, who was watching the task, asked them what they wanted to do next, if they couldn't even handle the dogs. And he noted that in his time, he had managed to deal with monsters of the 5th rank in 1 minute and 22 seconds. And since these guys are like that, there is no reason to even look at the 6th-ranked students. But suddenly he noticed something. A guy was sitting in the empty space and yawning. The professor read that his name was Corin Locke, and he was rank 6. Seeing him just sitting there, the professor thought that perhaps there was a glitch, and the monsters did not appear. He started the task again. Corin lazily dragged the same monsters through again and began to slowly rise. The professor thought he would hear frightened cries and whimpers for help again. But he saw a completely different picture. The guy got up and even got rid of the monsters pretty quickly. With joy, the professor exclaimed that the first participant who had passed the test had appeared, and he noticed that he had spent 7 minutes and 20 seconds on it. But in his opinion, the 3rd rank would need 2 or 3 minutes. He decided to see what his wards were doing there, but his attention was drawn to Corin again. The professor could not stand it and shouted that he did not understand what was wrong with this guy. Why is he sitting in that position again and yawning? Something must have broken down, and the monster summoning is working intermittently. Another of the professors said that it was impossible for anything to break. For 20 years, Madame Josephine's magic had never failed. But he pointed to Corin, who was just sitting there, and said that he had concluded that the monster summoning didn't work. The man then asked if the professor had seen with his own eyes that no one showed up. He replied that he had not, but that it did not matter. Then the man concluded that this meant that the professor had not seen it. Then the professor lost his nerve and shouted that it was some kind of malfunction and he would try to launch the monsters again. The dogs appeared in front of Corin again. When he saw them, he shouted, "Why do the same monsters keep appearing? They're not training a dog." Corin freaked out and threw 3 spears at the monsters with all his might. The scoreboard showed the professors that the boy had defeated 3 monsters in 7 3/10 seconds. They could not believe their eyes. Professor Permac responded to their gasps and asked what was wrong. They invited him to take a look at the boy. The professor asked Permac what was the shortest time his students had taken to pass the test. He replied that a guy named Yehor had passed it in 3 minutes and 30 seconds, and he asked what the question was about. But for some reason, he hesitated and looked at the boy and said that this question was useless. Then he made the assumption that this boy must be the son of a hunter, and that is why he was so skillful with a spear. Then he decided to release a 4th-ranked monster, a matted bear, at him. To the professor's great surprise, Corin Locke managed the bear in just 3 7/10 of a second. After that, it was decided to complicate the task and release a 3rd-ranked monster, an owl bear. Corin Locke fought the monster in a fight. He managed to block the attacks of the owl bear, but it was gigantic and it was difficult to get close to it to inflict severe damage. Realizing that he could not win with a single spear, the guy decided to use magic to win and drew the rune Kanaz. As a result, a curtain of fire formed in front of the monster and blocked the way to the young man. All the teachers did not hide their surprise at seeing the use of rune magic. Realizing that even the rune spell had no particular effect, Corin had an idea. He accelerated and pushed off the spear as if it were a pole and jumped high. The flames blocked the monster's view, so it did not have time to react to the attack, and Corin, being above it, struck a fatal blow from above. The professor said that this guy was quite unusual, and it was a pity that there were only 3 ranks of monsters in the test task. For the first time in a long time, an interesting student has appeared, and he is already looking forward to his battle with the demonic spirit. They decided to conduct another test with a 5th-ranked demonic spirit. Seeing that nothing was happening, Corin realized that they must have released something else, but he could not see or hear anything. This is probably due to his limitation of not perceiving spirits. It does not allow him to recognize any spirits, so they cannot communicate with him. He decided to see if everything is as it seems to him. The guy just stood there with his eyes closed and counted. He had already reached 60, but nothing happened. Corin was overjoyed. Everything was as he thought it would be. It all worked, and he checked everything he wanted to. He raised his spear to the mountain and said that he refused. So the 5th-ranked ghost has been refused by the witches, the 4th-ranked spirit is disqualified, and the 3rd-ranked banshee is also disqualified. After he laid down his weapon, Corin Locke thanked them and said they had done a good job. The professor became interested in the guy who broke all the records for defeating monsters. But for some reason, he refused to fight the spirits. At the end of the tests, all students returned to the hall of the Academy's Freedom Hall. There, the students lively discussed who received what rank based on the results of the test. Among them was Jaeger Hinspeter, who boasted that he had defeated an owlbear and a banshee and received the 3rd rank. This guy organized a fight with the main player at the very beginning of the story. In that life, Park Si-hoo killed him because he was irritated by his insolence. Although Jaeger is an arrogant bully, in Corin's opinion, this was normal at that age. But the psychopath Park Si-hoo didn't think so. Yehor was discussing those who received the 5th rank. He said that it must be hard to lose on purpose. So there are those who cannot defeat short hounds and ghosts. Lark was also standing there, because in Corin's past life, he couldn't cope with his inferiority complex. After he slandered him and Park Si-hoo, he suffered the same fate as Jaeger. While the lively discussions were going on under the rostrum, a man came up to her and wished everyone good morning. The man introduced himself as the head of the Merkaba Academy and said his name was Ariu Kassar. He gave a speech saying that they had joined the academy to become strong. The chairman noted that some of the students have already succeeded, while others still have a long way to go. He said that he could not guarantee that they would get what they wanted here, but he hoped that they would be able to find their way. The academy will help them take the first step, and the next one will be their responsibility. With that, he finished his speech and said goodbye. The students scattered around the academy's premises, getting to know each other and communicating with each other. Jaeger Hinspeter joyfully shouted that he was now a knight of the 3rd rank. Suddenly, he noticed a humble boy sitting away from everyone else reading a book. Approaching the boy, he hovered over him and then asked him what his rank was. Lark answered, frightened, that he was a 5th rank. Then Jaeger said that he was a pauper. He asked if he really could not defeat a ghost or a short hound. Corin noticed that Jaeger had chosen a new victim to mock. Corin Locke came up and greeted the boys in a very friendly manner. The ranger immediately asked him rudely who he was. But Corin quickly diverted his attention to the tattoo, saying that it was beautiful and probably made by a good artist. Then he asked if it showed his blood type, and then he suggested that it was useful in case of injury. Yahor liked Corin's compliment. He said that his mom made this tattoo. At first, she specialized in line work, but at his request, she made an old-school tattoo. Smiling, Corin continued to praise his tattoo and then asked if he had any others, but in fact, he already knew all about them. When Yahor disappeared in their past life, his mother came to the academy. She said that all the tattoos were not made for show. The mother was just worried about her son and showed images of other tattoos. Showing other tattoos, Yeher did not hide his pleasure at the attention. He pointed to another tattoo and said that this hovering chariot symbolized the Merkab Academy. Corin again expressed his delight at the tattoo. Then Corin introduced himself and asked him his name, and he answered that his name was Jaeger Hinzpeter. After that, Corin turned to the modest guy who was starting to get a rise out of Jaeger and asked him his name. He was very surprised to be noticed and hesitantly replied that his name was Lark. This situation and the conversation between the boys were quietly watched from a distance. Arisha Arden thought that this guy so naturally saved someone who was being bullied, and it's amazing. Watching Corin's actions, Arisha thought he seemed like a good person. Corin made a good first impression on Lark as well. He recalled that Lark's specialty was memorization. Corin hoped that this way he would find a free skill book. At Merkaba Academy, most of the facilities are free of charge. Food in the dining hall is cheaper than in other places, and there are no fees for living in the dormitory. But most of all, students are advised to visit the gym for training, and the reason for the fog is quite simple. The use of this gym has made impossible training possible. An example is his training battles with spirits he cannot see. The senior students began to observe the new freshman who was working on spiritual bodies. One of them said that usually such trainings are held in the 2nd semester, and he probably came here because of rumors. Another said that he had heard that many sophomores could not even capture a wind-type spiritual body. And when Corin arrived, someone said that this is what awaits all freshmen at such trainings. When he exhaustedly left the training room, he said with a sigh that it was still too much for him. One of the instructors saw him and said that he was a beginner. Hearing this, Corin turned and greeted him. The instructor asked him why he needed such training. He replied that he was training to improve his spear skills. Then the instructor asked if he was sure he could handle it. Throwing the spear over his shoulder, Corin replied that he could do it. Corin wondered why the old man had come up to him. He began to feel nervous. Could something have gone wrong during the entrance test? At the time, the instructor thought that this guy's behavior seemed rather strange, but he smiled broadly and said that the boy had a great attitude, and then he handed him a meal ticket. Then he turned and started walking away. As he was leaving, he told Corin to find him if he could do it. Then he would receive praise. The guy thought he was scared for nothing. This man uses food to show his affection, and that should be a good sign. So he decided to return to training again. Maria Dunarev continued to watch him. Corin Locke made attempt after attempt, but he was unable to prevent the attack and was hit hard every time. After one of these attacks, Corin couldn't even stay on his feet and hit the floor with a full swing. He didn't even try to get up. He no longer had the strength to do so. He just continued to lie there and breathe heavily. A handkerchief fell on his wet, sweaty face, but Corin took his time picking it up. Maria Dunarev leaned over him and called him the youngest and asked if he was having a hard time. Continuing to lie down and not even taking up the handkerchief, he replied with heaviness in his voice that the training was still a bit tiring. Then she magically started filling the glass with water and told him he could rest. He did a pretty good job. Handing him a glass of water, she continued that he just needed to get used to it, and one day it would work out. So he should try again next time. But Corin thought there was no next time. Maybe there was one 3 years ago. Together with Park Si-hoo, they owned the stat window of potions and skill books from the combination window. But Park Si-hoo was gone. He finished him off. Now he has to do everything himself. After drinking the water, he returned the glass to Maria and thanked her. And then he added that it was possible to give up at any time. Corin Locke had quite different plans. He had to become the strongest. And first of all, he needs to find out the limits of his capabilities. Maybe it was too much, but he needs to check which of his past abilities he can use. He tried to recall and learn how to use different types of strikes, such as the sinister snake kick, or such as the wind swing. The guy was constantly forcing himself to practice his attacks. He did not forget about the ability to block and repel enemy attacks. The blocking counterattack technique helped him with this. He tried to evade using a technique called the reverse rotation of the heavens. He tried to throw a javelin using a method called the mountain throw. While training, Korin thought about the fact that he had neither a strong body, nor a powerful magical power, nor an aura. And knowing the future would not help in a battle with monsters and geniuses. To stand up to them, he had to work harder than anyone else, and that was his only advantage. So he ignored the unbearable pain and continued to fight. Those 3 years of life would not let him down. He remembered another trick of the Serpents of Disaster and decided to try it. Having prepared himself, Korin Locke swung and threw the spear using this technique. Maria Dunarev continued to watch Korin. She thought that since he had just thrown the spear, he must have decided to surrender. But in a moment, she realized she had made a mistake. This maneuver worked and Korin almost caught the spirit. After that, the guy tried to use the techniques of the Serpent of Disaster and the Sliding Serpent together. He managed to hit the target, resulting in a light explosion. Maria thought that the banal words strong or outstanding were not suitable to describe this guy. But she did find the right word in her head. Looking at him, she simply said the word, wow. The girl did not take her eyes off the guy. She thought he was simply stunning. After a powerful light explosion, Korin also fell to the floor with a thud. Maria asked if he was okay. Lying on the floor, he saw that his spear was broken. He could hardly feel his body, so he decided that with his weak body, he had overdone it. The next morning, as always, the friendly Maria met the freshmen. She said that today she would introduce them to the academy's premises. Exhausted, Korin chewed on the new sweet potatoes Maria had brought and listened to her talk about the places they were proud of. But he thought that first of all, he needed to take care of his body to fight properly. And to be able to improve your physical abilities without using all kinds of elixirs. And only one thing can help with this, keeping the 3 commandments and the promises he made. He promised not to ignore other people's misfortunes. He had already helped Lark once and saved him from Jaeger's ridicule. Korin walked up to Lark and hugged him by the shoulder like an old friend and asked if he would like to have lunch with him. And then I whispered quietly in his ear that they could talk about grimoires for a while over lunch. Simply put, a grimoire is a book of skills. By reading the writing in this powerful artifact, you can gain skills or characteristics. The library of the Merkaba Academy is known for its impressive size and also serves as a place for storing and passing on knowledge from generation to generation. But Korin Locke knew it was all just a cover. The library was actually used to store grimoires. As they were looking at the books on the shelves of the library, Korin said that if you want to hide a tree, you should hide it in the forest. Then he asked Lark if he was right. He replied that he understood, but the main thing was that Korin kept his promise. He told him not to worry. If he fulfills the conditions, he will get a game moire with a characteristic. Lark is a real hard worker, an intellectual and an exemplary student. He memorizes the spells and keeps them in his book. Of course, the number doesn't matter because you can't use them all. A low-level mage with a small amount of mana will not show good results even with a great theoretical part. Lark watched as Korin threw the books off the shelves and they hit the floor loudly. But the grimoire is a completely different story. Looking through the books alphabetically, he looked for inconsistencies. Lark started to tell Korin that he was done messing around when another book fell to the floor. To Lark's great surprise, a hidden door opened in front of him. His mouth fell open in surprise. In the same breath, he asked Korin how he had found her. But the guy, without answering, simply said that he was going inside, and Lark asked him to wait for him. The door led to a narrow, dark tunnel, and Lark said it looked a little scary. Korin Locke waited for him, and when he came up, he said it was time to fulfill his promise. He told him to do his best. He said that was correct and shook Korin's hand. Then he asked him if he needed his help with the spirits. When Lark began to ask what he should do, he received a sudden hard blow to the jaw and began to lose his balance. Lark was physically weak, so he passed out from the first blow. He smiled and said that here they go. First of all, he came here to help Lark, but he also has a special quest to complete. If you manage to catch the spirit here, you can get the desired hidden fragment. However, there is one small problem. It is a special demonic spirit called Savancia Duke. This quest is actually impossible. Corin thought about how to catch a special spirit, not an ordinary one. And besides, the spirit was a military leader who ruled the South 800 years ago, and most players may be rejected by his first attack at the beginning of the quest. But the extremely good thing was that Corin was not one of them. Savancia Duke, though special, is still a spirit, and due to the restriction of the 3 commandments, he cannot perceive spirits. No matter how much he tried to attack the boy, his attacks did not work on him. But Corin Locke could not see him either. Corin had a plan. He apologized to the spirit and told it that he could not see it. And then he picked up Lark's body and offered to move into it. In this world, there are so-called factors that turn ordinary people into something like demons, vampires, or werewolves. One day, Savancia Duke woke up as a vampire and then killed his servant. His attempt to restrain his instincts failed miserably, and in the end, out of fear of harming his wife and daughter, he made what he thought was the right decision. He evacuated his family and all the servants from the castle and locked himself in. Wanting to avoid a bloodbath, the Duke used magic to seal himself inside the book, the same grimoire that is secretly kept in the library. The Duke's spirit accepted Corin Locke's offer and moved into Lark's body. Then he rushed towards the boy. Corin thought that he had attacked him because his vampire instincts had awakened. In fact, there was another reason why the guy brought Lark here. The fact is that a person who is inhabited by this spirit can unleash his or her physical potential. And the exemplary student Lark in the heroic legends of Archon has the lowest strength score. That's why Corin knocked down the possessed guy with one punch. Of course, I feel sorry for this guy, but Corin has no choice but to complete the quest with Duke. If he kills him now, it will be over, and he will be able to get high-ranked items such as Duke's cloak and vampire armor. They were also used by Park Si-hoo. These items played a major role in future events. But Corin Locke and Park Si-hoo were very different, and for his own benefit, he was not going to take the boy's life. He held the boy so that he could not move, and asked the spirit in his body if he was curious about what happened to his wife, Luina Duke, and daughter Cicely. When he heard this, he stopped resisting, and Corin let him go and sat down opposite him, showing that he had no bad intentions. He asked if the Duke wanted to know what kind of life they had lived after he had sealed himself. Corin told him a few stories about how Luina died after leaving the castle and what a great adventurer Cicely had become. Then he asked if his story satisfied his curiosity. There's a reason why he hates Park Si-hoo's method in this world. Here, he's Corin, who has a family. He wanted to end the life and suffering of this unfortunate soul with dignity. The spirit apologized for attacking the boy and thanked him for the stories. Corin replied that everything was fine and that the spirit hadn't hit him. The Duke was still interested in many other issues, so they talked for a long time before he left. As a result of completing the quest, Corin received the epic ashes of the soul of a special demonic spirit, Savancia Duke, and also the grimoire in which the Duke's soul was imprisoned. It contains the abilities and spells that he can receive after reading the book. He also gained a new ability to regenerate a resilient warrior. As long as he doesn't lose his fighting spirit like a warrior and keeps his incredible will, his body will regenerate. Park Si-hoo also had this ability. Though he did not know how strong this ability was, he did not get crippled. While Corin was counting his achievements, Lark began to regain consciousness. Corin warned him not to strain himself too much, because all this time, his body had been controlled by his spirit. Lark asked him if this could be the reason for his jaw pain. Corin was a little embarrassed and said that he didn't know for sure, but anything was possible. Then, to change the subject, he quickly added that it would be better if he didn't ask, but took this book and handed Lark the grimoire. He could not believe that he was being given a grimoire voluntarily and asked Corin if he could really take it. The last reason he chose Lark was that he wanted to see a hard-working person get a well-deserved reward. Having fulfilled his promise not to ignore the misfortunes of others for Savancia Duke, he received 80 points to his stats. He was surprised because Odes usually get 5 points for fighting, so he would have to fight 16 times. He was not notified of the promotion, so this is a reward for one quest. Does the fact that you can't divide the points yourself compensate for this amount? Still, it seemed strange to him that he received so many points at once. In fact, there was no mistake. The system rewarded him for his performance of duty for 2 tasks at once, calming the spirits of Savancia Duke and Lark Bergman. He received 40 points for each of them. In the training room, Maria Dunarev was handing out sweet potatoes as usual. And after training, there were quite a few people who wanted to eat, but she was actually waiting for someone else. When she saw Corin, she approached him and asked if he would also be working with spiritual bodies today. While warming up, he answered that he would. Maria broke into a smile and, calling him little man again, said that she believed in him and would encourage him. The upperclassmen who were eating potatoes interrupted the conversation, asking how this low-ranking freshman could manage the spirit. He's not good at it, so he shouldn't be encouraged. Someone else said he was a snotty newcomer who was trying to get Maria's attention. She just smiled and said, "That's how it is." Then she said that she was betting 2 gold pieces that the younger one would succeed. The crowd immediately became animated, but everyone started betting on Corin's loss. This situation did not please the guy at all. He walked away a few steps and asked why they were betting when he had just come to practice. But when he picked up the spear, he thought it didn't matter and just needed to concentrate. He thought he could do it because he got extra points for the quest, but he was interested in how much stronger he had become. To begin with, he decided to start with the simplest one and use the ominous snake kick. Last time, he won with the slithering serpent technique and the most difficult technique, the calamity serpent. So this time, he will use the weakest one. He knew that it would not be easy for him. Nevertheless, he immediately got right into the spirit and defeated it. The crowd went wild. The freshman won on the first punch, and with such a weak technique. No one expected such a turnaround. But they weren't the only ones who were extremely surprised. Corin himself could not believe what had happened. He even wondered if it was too much. Corin Locke heard a familiar voice say that yesterday he had to use 3 techniques and today only 1. Behind him stood Maria Dunarev. The boy guessed that she must have been watching him yesterday. But more important was the question of whether a mage could track the attacks of the disaster serpent's equipment. Or did she have some kind of extraordinary vision? She handed him a bag of money and told him it was his share. Thanks to him, she earned a lot of money, so she had to share. He repeated himself hesitantly, and she asked him what he didn't like. Then he said that of course he likes it. Is there a person who hates money? And then he praised her, saying that she was a smart girl and let her stay that way. As he mashed potatoes, Corin thought that in his past life, he had been desperately honing his skills. But even so, he could barely take the 5th of the 6 steps to enlightenment. After taking another bite, he decided that maybe he shouldn't worry, even though he still had a long way to go. But he made progress with the spear much faster than he expected. But there were still problems with rune magic. He didn't have enough mana to use more complex runes. In his past life, he never managed to figure it out, because rune magic requires an incredible amount of mana. In his opinion, once he solves this problem, he will surely become stronger than before. And this is something worth thinking about. Immersed in all these thoughts, he was walking toward the building when he suddenly heard a very familiar voice. He knew exactly who it belonged to. No matter how hard he tries to hone his spear skills and master rune magic. After all, there is already someone in this academy whom he cannot defeat. The only heroine that even Park Si-hoo couldn't handle is one of the strongest in the heroic legends of Archon. It was the well-known disturber of the heavenly balance, Yaksha Kwaran. He was surprised to see her sitting under a tree reading a book. She said hello to him, which seemed even stranger to him, so Corin decided to pretend he didn't hear her and leave. But Kwaran looked up from the book and told him anyway that they were united. And then she slowly added that in her opinion, Corinne was not the owner of this body. Corinne Locke was puzzled. Did she know he had taken possession of him? The Hwaran is a rather controversial creature. It is a jiangshi, which means a corpse that has both a human and a demon soul in its body. It is said that the eyes of those stuck between life and death can see the color of someone else's soul, and it would be quite strange if she didn't notice anything. She asked him how he felt when he destroyed and absorbed the original soul. Colin replied with a shrug that he had no idea, and this answer surprised her. In his past life, he thought a lot about the fact that Corinne and he were completely different people. Were the memories of him his own? And if so, then who was he who graduated from school and studied at the Faculty of Kinesiology and served in the army on the ground? It all made no sense. Varan is different from him because her original soul is still in her body. She went on to say that he was not the true owner of the body. She called him a thief and said that Corinne had no right to this body. Corin said that in the neighborhood of his hometown, there is a guy who turns into a green giant when he gets angry. His name is Bruce, and then he asked if she knew him. And the interesting thing is that his personalities, which do not like each other, are good at completely different things. Havaran did not understand what he was talking about. He explained that he was trying to say that it doesn't matter whether you are an original soul or a newly created one, because they both live and coexist together. Korin continued that whether they wanted to or not, they were born in the same body, and birth is not a sin. After these words, Hwaran became so angry that she even raised the wind. She told Korin that there are those in this world whose birth is also a sin. But he himself knew how this 3-year-old child, who was himself, was suffering right now. To avoid conflict, the guy said goodbye and quickly walked away from the girl. The next day, early in the morning, Korin Locke searched the southern part of the academy. There was a reason why he left the dormitory before the birds had even started singing to mark the beginning of the weekend. It's a blackboard. Here you can find large and small orders that can help you level up before starting the next main quest. This means that it is a necessary item for the player. However, his goal was not to level up, so there is no need to dwell on these missions. Korin just wanted to check something out. His thoughts were interrupted. He noticed that a girl had come up to the board with the assignments and began to look at the board for a long time. Looking at her, he realized that he didn't know much about Arisha Arden. After all, in his past life, the bastard Park Si-hoo had killed her. He was surprised to call her by name, and she bowed her head and said hello. Then Korin asked if she wanted to take the assignment right away on the first weekend. In his opinion, she was a second-rate student who was unlikely to be eager for results. With a heavy sigh, she said that she needed money. He was surprised and asked if the academy didn't provide her with significant funds. She replied with regret that she received nothing because her parents had high incomes. He sighed in sympathy. It reminded him of the scholarship system in Korea. There, children from rich families do not receive financial aid. Arisha said that her family believes that children should earn their own living. So, no matter how much money you ask for, it will be useless. Korin thought that her situation was really difficult. Korin quickly found the right job and showed it to Arisha. He told her that if she needed money urgently, she could consider a patrol assignment. This is a very effective option. She happily invited Korin to go with her, as the task was for up to 3 people. But he refused and explained that he had something else to do. He chose the task of finding a cat named Butterfly. He would get little experience for it and no points, but his main goal was to keep the commandments. If he rescues and returns a kitten that almost dies from the paws of water monsters, he can save its owner from losing his pet and depression. And as a result of keeping his promise not to ignore Anna Macmillan's misfortune, he will receive another 5 points to his stats. His guess was confirmed, and he was overjoyed. This means he will be able to benefit from even the simplest tasks. Korin began to use his promise and never missed an opportunity to help others. He stood up for a freshman student who was being bullied by his seniors and got his grades back. Then he found a ring that a woman had lost and was very upset about it. He was happy to get the points back so easily. While doing small tasks, Korin almost forgot about the main thing he wanted to do. He even made reminders to himself, but kept forgetting. A man was sitting at a table in a small restaurant, complaining that it was all wrong. The man was so angry that he slammed on the table and broke it. He shouted that he had used more than 10 ingredients, including carrots, garlic, and pepper. But the sauce that would have made the chicken tasty after it cooled down never came out. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him saying that he should add corn syrup. Korin smiled and added that this would solve his problem. Although the man didn't believe it and said that no one would do such a thing, he decided to take a chance and try it anyway. But to his great surprise, it worked. Korin was pleased. He felt he had to do it because it was hard for the local Koreans without sweet and spicy chicken. He suggested a recipe for a delicious meal and got 5 points again. His surprise knew no bounds. Even for such an act, the commandment is activated. His surprise turned to frantic joy. He exclaimed that it probably couldn't get any better. The celestial Yaksha Kwaran was standing on the roof watching his unrestrained emotions. She said that this guy was strange. A professor came to Varan and told her that she left her alone because she was not going to leave the city. But Varan had to ask permission if she wanted to leave the academy. But she said nothing and turned her head back to watch Korin Locke's unbridled joy. The professor was interested in what Kwaran was looking at so closely and came closer to take a look. Looking at Korin, Kwaran recalled his words that birth is not a sin. But she remembered something else from her past. One day, she heard that she was not supposed to be born. So standing on the roof and immersed in her memories, she met the sunset. The next day, the training was to be held in the hunting grounds. The professor told the students that they had to demonstrate their survival skills. If they reach the house in the northern part of the forest, they will pass the test for now. She ordered everyone to put on a bandage corresponding to their rank. At the lodge, they would be able to return them. Arisha was a little surprised by this. The professor continued that the time spent would affect the number of points awarded for which a prize could be won. Lark was excited to try out the new abilities he had learned from the grimoire. Corinne looked for Varan, but she was nowhere to be seen. He figured she didn't usually participate in the practicals anyway. Arisha was on her way to him. He greeted her and asked if she had done well on her assignment. She thanked him and told him that she had made good money. He handed her a candy saying that he was buying these honey bombs for his sister, but could not eat them himself. They were her favorite candy, so she was happy to eat them right away. To attract the students' attention, the professor waved her whip and told everyone that the test was about to begin. Then she struck the whip again, and a magical sign appeared above them, the effect of which spread to each student. The boy thought that he had seen many magicians before, but the only person who had mastered the magic of space at that level was Madame Josephine. She remained the same great witch. Her magic transported him to the place where his test started in the hunting grounds. Hearing the sounds of a struggle, Corin was surprised and thought that it was only the beginning of the task and someone had already started fighting. Hunting grounds are a very important location where even professionals have a hard time. This is a battle royale system where you start in a random place and get points by taking other people's headbands. Corin decided to walk around the two and not join the fight because he didn't need them, so he quickly ran past them while they were engaged in a fight. He knew that the most dangerous person here now was Arisha, with her second rank and blue bandage. Since there was no Huaran here now, if he defeated Arisha, he would not need the others. He followed the magic trail that showed him the direction. Of course, Arisha didn't know it, but on the candy he had given her recently, Corin had drawn a rune that helps him track her, and this rune would help them meet again. He ran to meet her with fervor. Thinking about it, Corin even laughed hysterically. Madame Josephine informed the head of the academy that she was also going to the forest. She said that although she had sent professors all over the world, it was better to be on guard. Suddenly, she remembered something and asked the head where the other student was, and anticipating her next question, he replied that he hadn't sent her anywhere. And then he said that she had come to him herself. Madame Josephine was very surprised by this. Without even looking back and regardless of all the events around him, Corin was heading toward his goal. Focusing on Arisha, he didn't even notice that he was being followed. Huaran was already behind him. Even Madame Josephine, when talking to the head of the academy, remarked that it seemed to her that Huaran had changed her mind somewhat. In the distance, I heard voices telling me to catch her, and then I heard the sounds of a struggle. Did Arisha Arden scream, or do they think it's not fair play that they all attacked her at once? She was told that everything was fair given her abilities, and the girl really quickly dealt with several attackers. But another one was flying at her from the other side, screaming. He was about to strike her, saying she was a monster. But he did not have time to do so. The attacker just screamed and started falling right in front of her. Someone hit him from behind. It turned out that the attacker was knocked down by Corinne Locke. He found her just in time. She was surprised to see him and said that he had just saved her. But to her surprise, Corin did not stop, but continued to walk right at her, saying, "Sweet Arisha," and she interrupted him. She found his behavior strange and asked him what he was saying. Corin repeated, no less strangely, that he was talking about a cute blue bandage. After these words, he attacked her. Arisha barely managed to dodge the spear that was flying at her. Arisha shouted in anger that she believed him and thought he was a good man who had given him the candy. The girl was of the second rank, but she did not yet fully possess the ability of keen gaze. But when it comes to combat strength, her second level is rather mediocre. So Corin told her that she would be a good girl if she gave up her armband. Arisha could not be compared to her brilliant sister, but she was in the top of the best. That's why she easily defeated an alliance of 7th, 3rd, and 4th ranked students. And she didn't even consider him and his 5th ranked student to be a rival. That was before they met in battle. Barely deflecting his attacks, she mentally asked herself what could have happened to this guy. It turned out that he was quite strong, and he behaved quite strangely in the fight with her. His sword was for close combat, and the strategy of penetration into the outer range. He was just playing with it, counterattacking and pressing. But there are gaps in his tactics, and she needs to catch the moment between his attacks and moves. When she did catch the moment, she immediately tried to attack him. The attempt was unsuccessful. Corinne Locke repelled her attack with a spear and also said that she did not have enough practice and relied too much on talent. He began to show her techniques and called them out loud. The first was Lan's deflection of a melee attack. The next technique was Na. It can be used to throw away enemy weapons. And the last was the Hao technique. Its essence was to strike in a straight line. The combination of these techniques creates a simple and win-win combination. And in the end, he did strike Arisha. While she was falling, he continued to say that he only needed to take 6 steps to execute the grab and throw block. When Arisha landed, she thought that if she hadn't blocked the blow with her aura, it would have been dangerous. He is not that strong and fast, but he has reached a high level of mastery of his skills. But who is this guy? She also heard that he was a 5th-ranked player, but she was completely defeated. Without even hiding his joy at being pleased with himself, Corin tore off the bandage and said he would borrow it. At the same moment, they heard a loud crash. Something had fallen nearby and kicked up smoke. And the next second, Corin was already repelling the attack. He barely had time to grab the spear to protect himself from the sword. It was quite difficult to hold the blow. This is a magic sword made of iron stone, which is 4 times stronger than steel. This sword will even be effective in a boss fight. But he succeeded and threw the sword away. The person who attacked him was surprised and said that he was good. The guy caught his sword and called Corin the 5th rank and told him to leave the bandage and get out of here. Corin mentally cursed. It was Doran Varsky, and he was really hoping he wouldn't run into him. Having defeated a large number of students, he didn't even have a scratch on him. He was clearly different from Arisha. Since it had already happened and they met, Corinne, still holding the handkerchief in his teeth, sighed and asked why he had to give it back. Immediately after this phrase, he ran away. He knew that a fight with this guy would not end well. Doran Varsky clearly did not expect this and was surprised by this behavior of Corin Locke. Since he needed the bandage that was still in Corin's teeth, Doran Varsky had no choice but to run after him. While running away, Corin thought that he would not get involved in anything that could bring money, but the guy kept up and tried to stop him. Looking back, Corin Locke noticed that Arisha was running after him. He asked her why she was running after him, and she replied that she didn't want to die. In Corin's opinion, there is no point in fighting. All he needs to do is take the bandage to the house. But as he approached, he realized that it would be difficult. At the entrance stood Carnell Luden, who could cast golems. He said with a smile that he was sorry, but if he wanted to enter, he had to give him the bandage. Arisha was outraged and told the redhead that he was not being fair by blocking the entrance. Corin just huffed. Now Carnell stood in front of him with a golem and Doran Varsky with an enchanted stone sword. Trying to avoid a fight with one, I ended up having to fight with 2. This time you shouldn't wait for help. When Arisha saw Corin standing up, she was surprised. She thought he would just give up, but he was going to fight them both. She asked him about it, and he said he had no choice. Carnell Luden was the first to attack him with his controlled golem. A moment later, Doran Varsky and his enchanted swords launched an attack. When the sounds of the battle subsided, the winner knocked on the door. A voice came through and said that it must be the winner, and they would find out who it was. Corin Locke stood in front of the door with 3 blue bandages in his mouth for some reason. Without even taking them out of his mouth, he asked if he could get a reward. The teacher was surprised and emphasized that he had brought 3 blue bandages and praised him. Corin replied that he was just lucky. Arisha Arden was very impressed with the way Corin Locke dealt with his attackers. He managed to hit the enchanted part of the sword before it could reach its maximum power and used telekinesis to burrow into the ground and not be thrown off. He skillfully dodged the swords that he could not deflect and turned them on the golem. Corin Locke went around Doran Varsky from behind and used him as a shield against the golem. So while Doran was defending himself, he broke the golem's crystals and defeated it. And then he defeated Carnell. His reaction, speed of judgment and train of thought. It seemed that he had participated in such battles many times. He got his bearings in a second. She noted his basic spear skills and techniques that compensated for his weakness. She had the impression that she was watching her own sister. Recalling how he had said today that she didn't have enough practice and was relying on talent, she snorted. Then she decided that she had to practice harder. Doran was also thinking about the results of the fight. He had been attacked with lightning speed, not giving him a chance to show his skills. Once again, he wondered who this guy was. It seemed to him that he knew about his abilities beforehand. Rubbing his wounded shoulder, Carnell remembered the words that Corin had said to him when he won. He had said that golems were big targets for small and strong opponents. He would take a friend with him to cover him. When he said this, Carnell Luden groaned that he had no friends. Corin wished him luck in finding them. That day, 3 famous freshmen remembered Corin Locke in different ways. From now on, only the druid Avalorna Ewell remained the strongest in the hunting grounds, using the protection of the forest. But there were not only participants of the competition in the forest. There were also other magicians and magical creatures. One of the attendees was Maria Dunaref, one of the strongest and most powerful mages of the Merkab Academy. Since the older students took on the role of monsters and helped with training, Avalorna's partner was dishonest. Maria found the druid Avalorna Ewell and met her. That's how the trials in the hunting grounds ended. That's what everyone thought at the time, until the celestial Yaksha Quarren appeared behind Maria. Maria asked her name, but she remained silent. Seeing how many bodies Quarren had brought, Maria speculated that she must be looking for someone since she was clearly selecting opponents by type. Quarren decided not to respond to Maria Dunaref's remarks and simply ignored her and ran past her. At this, Maria huffed and magically blocked Quarren's path. A rock appeared in front of the girl out of nowhere. Then Maria said that she could ignore her presence, but according to the rules, she was now playing the role of a monster and could not allow it. The girl turned around and looked at Maria with resentment, and then she said that she was very annoyed. Meanwhile, the results were already being counted in the house. In total, Corin got 117 points. The instructor said he hadn't seen such results for a long time. Corin had to choose his reward from the presented artifacts. There was a boar's dagger, a toothpick, a protective leather cloak, and the bile of a shark bear. The bile was valuable, but Corin had a slightly different plan. He chose a mandrake seed that was hidden a little further away from the other artifacts. The instructor noticed that he was a good student since he made this choice. He told him that he had 17 points left, and with the rest of the money he chose headphones and food supplements and was happy that everything worked out so well. He thought about how, even though he had tried to play the game many times before, it never went his way. Even these two did well. Jaeger took second place and 19 points, while Lark earned 15 points. When they met, Corin said that the guys worked well together. Jaeger brushed it off as nothing and suggested that they go to the endurance training room at night to pump up. Corin replied that if he had the strength to train, he could help him find the golem cores. This statement came as a surprise to Carnell. Then Corin turned to him and noticed that the cores were probably expensive. He offered to help, but Carnell replied that he was doing fine. Corin told him that at times like this, you just have to say thank you. In his past life, he worked a lot with Carnell. There are not many aggro tankers that can fight small monsters like golems. The competition slowly came to an end. Second-ranked mage Carnell Luden recovered the core. Knight of the second rank Arisha Arden lost to him in battle and was wounded, and Doran Varsky, also being a knight of the second rank, was left without his fighting force. The second-ranked Avalorna druid mage Ewell was exhausted and frightened when Corin found her. She mumbled the name of Maria Dunaref. Something strange began to happen in the forest. A strong wind rose, and it seemed that the ground was even humming. All the animals began to run away from there, without exception. Corin asked the druid Ewell what was happening. She replied that they had to run away and said Maria's name again. Then he asked what happened to Maria. Maria had a natural ability to analyze magic with a blessed amount of mana. She is a magician who has never felt the emotion of despair or failure. She is the one who will continue the work of Professor Josephine and a true genius. For her, these hunting grounds are like a sandbox for a child. All she has to do is cope with the difficulties, and as an elder, she has to help the younger ones. Quarren didn't like Maria's blocking her way and decided to compete with her. At her intention, Maria said that she should first analyze whether she had enough strength and laughed. But the girl seemed determined, so Maria began to create spells to fight. Chunks of ice rock flew toward Quarren, and she broke through their curtain and turned the debris toward Mary. She huffed and thought that elemental magic could not block it, and began to think about what would be better to use. The fact is that Maria made a promise to the senior professor not to use attack magic at the intermediate level. But to be honest, she has already started using advanced level. In other words, no matter how much she didn't want to admit it, she was already doing her best. Unable to withstand Quarren's attack, Maria fell with incredible force, making not only a lot of noise, but also a lot of smoke. The blow was so powerful that the old tree left a mark on the ground from the collision with Maria. She groaned in pain. Holding on with the last of her strength, She told Varan in a trembling voice not to come any closer. The person standing in front of Mary was neither a knight nor a magician, and it was no longer a game. It was a natural disaster in human form, and she was heading towards it. Maria shouted at her not to approach her and to stand still. She was on the verge of creating a magic ball of crystals and was about to throw it. Luckily, at that moment, Madame Josephine appeared and stood between them and ordered Quarren to stop. The professor asked Maria if she was okay, and she could barely say that she was fine. Unable to withstand the stress and exhaustion, the exhausted girl fell unconscious to the ground. When she heard something fall behind her, Professor Josephine turned and saw Maria on the ground. This training in the hunting grounds brought several unexpected results. The 5th-ranked student, Corinne Locke, was in first place with the most points. A first-level specialist, Quarren, and a second-level specialist, Maria, got into a fight. The fact that Varan defeated Maria confused Corin. He thought that Maria had already awakened as a boss. He hoped that if she seemed to be okay now, then the original scenario shouldn't have gone wrong. Leaving Maria's room, Corin decided that he would think about it later, as she would regain consciousness in 3 weeks. And now, there are other things to prepare. Corin went back to the hunting grounds to meet the creature that lived on the edge of the forest. On his way, he looked around to see if anyone was following him. After checking that no one was around, Corin started by putting drops in his eyes. Then he said that he slipped and fell to the ground. As he fell, a mandrake seed fell out of his hands. When the seed fell into the water, Corin screamed that it was not. This precious seed was a gift from his mother and began to sob. And here came the man Corin had been waiting for. He asked the boy why he was shedding tears. The heroic legend of Archon tells of an Easter egg that could be found only once. It was the golden axe of a Taoist hermit. Once a woodcutter accidentally dropped his iron axe into a river. Then a Taoist hermit appeared and asked him whether his axe was made of silver or gold. The same Taoist hermit stood before Corin. As in the original, the choice was divided into gold or silver. But there is a limitation of weapons to a unique class and below, and it doesn't make a difference even if you drop some other item. Corin thought that no crazy person would put a mandrake seed on the line to get 100 points on an assignment. But he did. The hermit asked the boy if it was his golden or silver seed. The boy replied that it was not. Then the hermit smilingly held out his hand with a seed and said that it must be his seed. In tears, the boy replied that it was his precious seed. It was Corin who was the madman who risked what he had for the ghostly possibility of getting more. Then the hermit said that even when he saw the silver and golden seeds, the boy did not covet them but remained honest, and for this he would reward him and give him all 3 seeds. After giving them to Corin, the hermit disappeared into the water again. The guy was overjoyed. His little scam was a success, and he was able to multiply the seeds. These seeds have the effect of increasing the amount of mana. But the effects of silver and gold seeds are different. When you plant a golden seed, it will grow into a mandrake that will radiate a golden glow. And when planting seeds made of white silver, the future mandrake will shine with silver light. These fragments can only be obtained with the help of the heroic legend of Arcana. In his previous life, when he received them, Park Si-Hu ate the golden mandrake seeds, and he ate the silver ones. But now Corin Locke has received all 3 seeds, and they belong to him alone. If we talk about the reason for Maria's awakening as a vampire of a unique rank and the boss of the first arch, it was all about the mission related to John Doe from the Misty City. He didn't know why the demon's minion had awakened in Mary's body and how the molecules of the demon's kind worked in her body, but there was still time. And the reason he showed off in front of eminent 2nd-ranked students is that no one would fight side by side with a 5th-ranked weakling knight. And innate talent is the first thing they'll notice. In a week, they will have regained their strength, and then he will offer them to unite. There are about 3 weeks left before the boss of the first arch of heroic legends, the vampire of unique rank Maria Dunareff, awakens. When Maria came to, she sat up on the bed. Madame Isabella was sitting next to her, waiting for her to wake up. When she saw that Maria was awake, she breathed a sigh of relief. She immediately started asking the girl how she was feeling. And then she said that this freshman had to restrain herself because Maria was limited by low-level magic. Corin believed that if he could prepare well and gain the trust and a sufficient number of participants, he could easily save the girl from her unfortunate fate. Until then, he will be helping Arisha Arden with training sessions to work on her technique and reaction. Next, he planned to hire Doran Worski, who manages the swords, to join the team. You also need to convince and win over the druid Avalorn Yule. He also planned to get closer to Carnell Luden, who controls the golems. According to Corinne Locke, he has thought of everything perfectly, and if he has time to prepare everything, the case is in his pocket. But you need to do everything before something unexpected happens, until Maria Dunaref wakes up and feels a terrible thirst for blood. Saying that it was very boring, she abruptly closed the book and threw it on the table. Madame Isabella said that she should not have sent her. She added that if she wanted to learn something, she could organize individual tasks for her. In the meantime, she had to think about her behavior and what she had done. Huaran thought about whether she should have jumped over that wall and sighed. Suddenly, Corinne Locke appeared in the window where Huaran was looking out, saying that he knew he would find her here. He introduced himself and said that he thought they had met before. He was hanging upside down from a tree branch, and showing that he was uncomfortable, asked if she could open the window. Corinne said he knew his visit was unexpected, but he had brought her some sweets. He didn't want to come empty-handed, so he decided to treat her to a cake. Farin opened the window and told him that it was against the rules to come here. Corinne replied that he hadn't come at all. He is now hanging from a tree, and Madame Josephine is not here. He came to visit her and saw that there was not a single scratch on her. She is not allowed to go out because of what happened. She has been locked up for more than 4 days. She is special, so he understood Josephine's caution. She corrected Corinne, saying that Madame Josephine had not just left, but had not come for 4 days. At that moment, the branch on which he was hanging broke. As he began to fall, he asked in surprise if she hadn't come to see him at all these days, and Varin confirmed it. In a moment, he was lying on the ground under a tree, crying out in pain, but his warrior's ability to sustainably regenerate was activated. Quarren looked out of the window to see if he was okay, but the boy got up and waved to her and said that he would visit her again soon and bring her something tasty. As Corin walked away, he went over the facts in his mind. Madame Josephine had left and left the most dangerous person behind. Something strange was happening at the academy. Professor Permac asked his colleague if they had found her. She replied that they hadn't, and that she would walk around the neighborhood looking for her. The 2 former guards, a representative of the martial arts magic faculty, Professor Dinah and Professor Permac Damon of the night faculty, were in a great hurry. Security Officer Crone was standing in front of the door. When he saw Corin, he asked if something was wrong. His request for a visit was denied. But Corin broke into a smile and said it wasn't that. He was just sent by Madame Josephine to bring him a snack. Officer Crone immediately softened and smiled. Then he said that Madame Josephine really takes good care of her wards. Corin was not allowed to see Maria, and Isabella, who was with her, disappeared. And it was strange that they put a guard at the entrance to the infirmary. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that his suspicions were not in vain. After taking a few bites of the sandwich, the officer felt a cramp in his stomach. Corin asked him what was wrong and then added that he saw a door to the restroom down the hall. Crone, barely holding back, asked the boy to stand by the door while he ran to the toilet and strictly ordered him not to go inside. He assured him that he would do it. When he ran away, Corin sighed. He thought it couldn't be, and he still had a whole month to go. He began to open the curtain with the thought that he would only have his suspicions confirmed. The suspicions were not confirmed in only one respect. In the bed where Maria was supposed to be lying, there was a completely different woman. In Maria's place was Isabella, whom everyone thought was missing. There was no doubt about it. This is what the professors want to hide. Maria Dunaref became a vampire and the first final boss. His fears came true. And on top of that, everything happened 3 weeks earlier than he thought. All his plans went down the drain. There are 4 other phases of attack to defeat Mary. The first phase is to try to defeat her with monsters. The second phase is the ability to restrain it with the help of magic circles. The third stage is to engage in the fight against the powerful enemy that rages in the realm of blood. After defeating a strong enemy, the last one will be the key one. Even if there is no main player, it will not be difficult for eminent freshmen to reach the third phase. But there were a few buts. He wounded Arisha Arden. Doran Varsky's weapon was destroyed because of his fault. He also destroyed Carnell Luden's golem with his joint. All the big-name freshmen can't fight because of him. Corin was desperate. He thought they were finished. In the game, after meeting a fatal vampire from a foggy city, Maria attacks her neighbor and goes into a frenzy. In their past life, when this happened, they were waiting for them outside the dormitory, so they quickly dealt with them. even though Park Si-hoo deliberately let Maria go. But thanks to him, it's now a complete mess. Orisha Arden has broken bones in 8 places. Since he smashed Carnell's golem, this guy will be useless now. Korin even considered joining forces with Varun, but he didn't know how the situation would change if she joined them. So he decided to look for support at an endurance training gym. He offered the mercenary a fee for the job and explained that the point was to catch the target without finishing him off. The task is quite difficult. Doran said that Korin must have lost his mind. They have a rule about not fighting a battle you can't win. And besides, he had broken his sword, and he had only 2 left. With that, he interrupted him by offering 20 gold pieces. And then he added that he could take a 100% clean dust shower as collateral. After dusting him off, Doran Varsky said that he was a good customer. Korin nodded and thought he already had one on his team. Now he needed to add another player to the team, and Korin found her in the Academy's library. Yulia asked him how he knew this. She thought all the records had disappeared after the forest fire. He replied that he had read a book about it. He asked her if their national alphabet was Ognam and if she had come here to find it. The boy promised her that he would teach her to read her language if Yule helped him. The druid Avalorna Yuel asked what would be required of her and agreed to help Korin. Thus, she became a member of his team. In the cafeteria, he found more of his friends. He told them that he was looking for a team. The task is difficult and poorly paid, very dangerous, and they may die because they will have to fight strong demons. But if they succeed, they will receive honor and glory. From the reaction of these two, it was clear that this was too much for them. But in a moment, their confused faces changed, and they answered with excitement that they agreed. As a result, he recruited enough people to survive the first phase. They fulfilled the necessary conditions, and for now, that's all they can do. Then Park Si-hoo said that after what he had done, Maria cried and hid in the forest. It was quite difficult to find her. Who would have thought that such a strong person would dig a tunnel in the forest and hide there for a month? In her past life, she hid in the forest, and there was only one forest in the Merkaba Academy. It was a hunting ground. Doran said that he understood their task, but how could they find her? Korin said that they could look for her for years, but they just need to ask, so Doran shouldn't worry. Then the druid Avalorna Yuel asked him how he knew so much about all this. She stopped and said a spell and hit the ground with her staff. A green glow began to rise from the ground and surrounded her. Yule began to ask the spirits to lead them to Mary Dunaref. Watching the actions, Yuel Jaeger shouted with delight that a whole bunch of spirits had gathered here. Lark was frightened. Judging by the reactions of these two, Korin realized that many spirits had answered her. He could not see them because of this restriction, so he asked if they had found her. Yule said they had found her, but there was no joy on their faces. Looking at their confused faces, he asked where Mary was. Then, in response, he heard it right behind him. The monster immediately attacked Korin, but he had time to react. The guy cursed and asked why it was so unexpected and defeated the monster that rushed at him. But this monster was not the only one. Doran noticed that several other monsters were approaching them. Lark quickly found a spell to fight and prepared to use it. Jaeger even seemed happy to see them. He cheerfully said that they would be great for warming up. Asking how they dared to attack him, Yehor rushed at the monsters with his fists. Korin shouted after him not to run after them, because then they would take him into the ring. Korin began to direct his actions and told him to take 3 steps back and not to rush. He should gradually destroy them. Then he told Lark to cover them from the rear. Lark should be joined by Yule, and Doran already understands everything, so he shouldn't go too far ahead. After giving out the commands, Korin went on the attack himself. While fighting, Doran thought that the sudden attack did not take him by surprise, and he gave clear orders. Korin is not only strong, but also an experienced leader and strategist. The guy behaved like a real commander. And he is a knight of the 5th rank? There was no doubt about it. The grading system at the academy is not good for anything. Jaeger kept fighting and shouted that he thought Maria would be here. Instead, there is no end to these monsters. Yuel told him that this is what the spirits told her. Lark interrupted the conversation and suggested that perhaps Maria was leading them, because it's impossible for monsters to move in such a large herd, and they are much angrier than usual. Korin replied that he was wrong. Maria is not a puppeteer. She would not be able to control these monsters so easily. Even if it were possible, she would not dispose of them so thoughtlessly. Doran then asked why the monsters attacked them. Korin surprised his team by saying that it was not an attack. He explained that monsters follow their instincts, but sometimes situations arise that make you forget about your usual behavior. An example of this would be if they cannot cope with something. His words made quite an impression on the audience, but not like the next words about being forced to flee from a more terrible monster. Mary began to approach them. Korin ordered us to prepare for battle. He sent Lark and Yule back to the rear. The druid snorted that she didn't even get a chance to catch her breath. Jaeger and Doran were ordered to stay one step behind him and cover him. Jaeger, who did not impress with his intelligence, asked whether he should move to his step or Korin's. Doran, on the contrary, said that it looked like Korin had a plan and he trusted him. With the words that he would get ahead, Korin took a few steps forward. And with the fulfillment of the commandment to save the world, he immediately gained 50% in status, and all his stats increased significantly. The fate of Mary and the impact she will have on the world is probably the reason for this increase. These are probably reserve figures that take into account not the incident itself, but its future impact on the world. So Korin Locke's first step to save the world will be to stop Maria Dunnereff. When everyone took their positions, Korin encouraged everyone and told them that they would make it. And everything would have been fine if not for one dilemma. On the one hand, in order to fulfill the promise to save the world, it was necessary to kill Mary. But this contradicted another promise not to ignore the misfortunes of others. Here, it was necessary to save her. When Maria got a little closer, she could hear the sounds of sobbing and crying. Tears flowed from her eyes like a river. Yulia, unable to believe what she was seeing, asked if she was crying, but Doran replied that it didn't matter and didn't change anything. Doran used his ability to control swords and ordered them to subdue the demon tribe. But something happened that he did not expect. She created a sphere and managed to block the heavy iron sword. Lark said that this sphere is a familiar born from the blood of a vampire. He said that it was incredible that a vampire who had recently awakened could already create a sphere. Korin said they shouldn't be afraid. The vampire has just been born and will not be able to receive her blood and mana normally. His mother can't give him blood, so he will only block it. But Doran said that it covered the mage's biggest weakness, defense. Now it was serious. Korin sighed heavily and said that everything was fine. Maria roared and ordered them to get out of here in a heavy, hoarse voice. Seeing that she was going to attack, and that it was probably going to be a long-range attack, Korin turned to Yuel, and she said she knew what to do. Touching the ground with her hands to create contact, Yuel said that she had never known anything but the forest, and fortunately, she was in it, and it was her territory. She summoned forest spirits and created an energy wall in front of the team. It was quite difficult for her to restrain Maria's attacks, so she sighed from time to time. Jaeger looked at the energy shield with suspicion and asked what would happen if it broke. Lark immediately scolded him for even saying that. And Yuel herself was thinking about the fact that she had spent half her mana in one go. And because of what happened in the hunting grounds, her heart is pounding. But she has to keep going and keep going, all because this guy made her an absurd promise. Korin asked her to hold on a little longer and he would turn the tables on them in 5 steps. Yulia was almost on the verge of tears. She barely managed to get out the words to ask him if he would succeed. And he said it was possible. Equally frightened by what was happening, Maria continued to sob in her magic sphere. As mentioned earlier, the battle with Maria is divided into 4 phases. In the first phase, monsters attack the player's squad. In the second phase, Maria herself comes out, and you need to reach the 4th phase to get to the last part of the boss fight. In other words, he will not use all his power until the very end. This is how it was in the game in my past life. Korin ordered Lark to leave before Yuel. He reminded him that he could use his initial magic twice more. Lark was surprised to learn how he had calculated that. But he called Lark's work good, and he said that as soon as Yuel joined him, they should run away as far as possible. He said he understood and started to back away. So far, the number and strength of the enemy has been great, but the real danger is the magic of alchemy that will begin later. The guy knew she was coming, and he would definitely use the alchemical magic of freezing. This magic soon began to crack the wall that Yuel was holding. Jaeger shouted in panic that everything was falling apart. Yuel began the incantation by invoking the earth that feeds the trees and barley of the gods and insects and the ashes that fill the world. Then she began to read the signs in the druidic language of Sail, Ifin Yer Yuaf strife. The spirits of the forest began to respond. Korin noticed this and thought he had succeeded. Although he had sealed the text, only a pure-blood druid could activate it. The spell is similar to the text of a rune, but it is an ancient writing with its own system and methodology that belonged to another era, a secret text that can be obtained after completing the storyline of Yule. The wise men of the forest, the defenders of nature, came to the rescue after reading a 1,000-year-old secret text that belonged to a family that loved spirits. The one whom Yule called for protection scared even her own. It was a wicker man, a giant wicker doll made of willow. He was so gigantic that they could all fit in the palm of his hand. Unable to believe what had happened, Yule shouted out that she had actually summoned him. Corin thought that helping her summon him was certainly a fraud, but there was no other choice. Corin gave out commands again and started with Yeher, saying that the monster bear owl was still alive, so he had to throw it to the wicker man. He was surprised because he thought he had defeated him. After checking, Yeher said that he was right. The monster was indeed breathing. Corin had already prepared everything, although none of them noticed it because they were all busy fighting. He ordered Yeher to hurry up and throw the monster as quickly as possible. He immediately obeyed his order. The monster hit something that looked like a built-in drum in the wicker man's chest with a crash. After it hit him in the same city, a fire immediately broke out and engulfed the entire monster. This spell is the same type as summoning a golem. The creature will move until the victim in the middle of its wooden prison is completely burned. So, when the fire was lit, the wicker man was commanded to go forward. He was immediately attacked by alchemical freezing magic. But he simply waved away all the magic thorns with his hand and they just exploded on the ground. Yule screamed, unable to contain the magic. Corin could see that it was too much for her. It would be hard for her to hold on for even a minute longer. Corin yelled at her to keep going. If she stopped controlling him, they would all be finished. She could barely say she knew it. The wicker man had already approached Mary and stopped right in front of her. Maria hissed and attacked him with a large number of alchemical ice spears. Seeing such a quantitative attack, Doron asked Corin if everything was fine, and he told him not to worry. A wicker man is not a living being, but a construction. He will not break because of holes in his body, and it is logical that in the battle between ice and fire, the latter will not lose. But Mary combined small spears into one giant spear and attacked the wicker man and pierced his chest along with the firebox that allowed him to move. Corin did not expect this and was surprised to see the fire inside him go out, and the wicker man began to fall. They barely managed to jump a few steps before he hit the ground with great force. They could barely stand on their feet from the shockwave. Corin gritted his teeth. His common-sense plan was falling apart before his eyes. It seems they faced Maria Dunaref with an increased level of difficulty. Exhausted, Yule fell to her knees and sighed heavily. Corin ordered her to run away. She wanted to object, but he insisted, saying that even if she stayed, nothing would change. When she agreed and started to run away, Yeher asked Corin if they could handle the three of them. Spinning his spear in his hands, Corin said that Maria had used up all her ranged attacks and asked the boys if they knew what that meant. And having answered on his own that this meant it was time to get down to business, Corin rushed to attack her. Then Yeher shouted that he had to wait for them, and the guys ran after him. Breaking through and maneuvering through the alchemical ice spears, Corin approached her. Doran gave commands to his swords for direct communication and direct acceleration. The sword flew toward the sphere that created a protective energy field around Mary, but the stone sword could not nail it. Doran cursed and said that this strength was already annoying him. Doran was quite pleasantly surprised by Jaeger's idea to descend on her from above. With the help of magic, he soared above her. And then, with incredible force, he hit the spot of the sphere, shouting that it should try to eat it. It was a special attack of the Jaeger called the cumulative attack. It's an attack with accumulated power. Corin thought it was quite useful. Laughing, Jaeger said that he had broken through it. Then Corin said that he should not let his guard down and should be very careful. Thus, with the help of Jaeger, they activated the blood sphere by the third phase. After it penetrated the protective shell, a powerful explosion occurred. Yeher's mace was cracked and lying on the ground. Nearby, Doran's damaged sword was sticking out of the ground. And the guys themselves, unable to withstand the strong explosion, fell to the ground and lay unconscious. Only Corin, who had stuck his spear in the ground, was able to hold on to it and not fall. He gritted his teeth, saying that now they were stuck in it. When the sphere breaks into pieces, the trap they are currently trapped in is activated. The pressure was insane. Unlike Mary, who made as little effort as possible, The sphere deliberately took her mana and blood to create it. With a heavy sigh, he said that he never thought he would be the last and only one. At least 3 people are needed to get through the 3rd stage, but now it was no longer important. The result would be the same. That night, a red full moon rose in the sky. She thought that if you were born human, you could tell the difference between animals and humans. It's natural for you to shudder and close your eyes as you watch the desperate struggle of an animal that doesn't want to leave this world. She felt a strange rush of air. Coldness permeated her body from the tips of her feet to her spine, despite the sensation of a burning throat. Opening her eyes, she found the neck of someone whose name she did not know through the fog in front of them with a thirsty throat. This fierce feeling of thirst made it pounce on the woman and bite into her neck. Its fangs, which were naturally always there, broke through the skin and reached its veins. The animal trembled inexplicably. Maria didn't know whether it was fear or fierce resistance that mattered anymore. She didn't even need to shrink back and close her eyes. The sound of the moans of pain seemed to her as beautiful as a piano melody. The warm blood rushing to her lips moistened her throat. Now it flows throughout her body and warms her cold skin. When her blood vessels seemed to have dried up, now they seemed to have expanded again. Isabella's moans and the sounds of the bed creaking stopped. Only the pounding of her heart, which seemed to be about to burst, echoed throughout her body. The delicious smell of blood was suffocating and disgusting. Her body, once filled with vitality, seemed to be falling apart. Only then did she realize that she was not an animal. She had committed a crime. She almost finished off her friend as if she were an ordinary animal for slaughter, or even more ruthlessly than that. As soon as she realized her mistake, she grabbed her hungry stomach and ran away. Until a boy came after her. It was Corin Locke, and now he was standing right in front of her. A giant monster in the form of a dog roared with a terrifying roar, showing its intention to fight. Then he closed his mouth and his cheeks began to swell as if there was something inside. When it opened its mouth again, spiked bullets flew out of it and headed in the boy's direction. Corin called the monster a devil dog and began to use techniques to get to it. With the words, "How dare he try to bite a human," Corinne performed a spin and returned to heaven and attacked the monster. The monster grabbed his chest with both hands and in one motion tore off parts of himself and threw them at his feet. From those parts, 2 smaller dog monsters formed on the fly and began to attack Corin. Then Corin said with a smile that he was really a stupid dog and rushed to meet them. But when they wanted to attack him in a jump, he quickly ducked under them and got behind them. He gripped the spear tightly and prepared to throw. Corin commented aloud on the technique he was about to use. Corin sang it like a song, the kick of 6 steps, a 5th step, then a throw of the pagoda forest. The spear pierced the dogs and returned to Corin. When he caught the spear, he asked the monster if that was all or if he had anything else. It was quite simple compared to his screams. At this blatant provocation, the monster growled menacingly. Sparks of fury flashed in his eyes. With his spear on his shoulder, the boy stood before the monster with a smile, demonstrating his confidence in victory. But the monster began to turn into a red haze. But Corin knew for sure that he hadn't disappeared. He was just moving so fast that he couldn't see him. Then he started to listen and asked the dog if he could teach him something. He continued that the number of steps was not important for victory. The most important thing is to look for weaknesses with a single step. And with these words, he instantly struck with his spear and hit the monster that was swinging at him at that moment. Having repelled the attack, Corin smiled and said that such a trick would not work. He had shown him this trick before. After that, he began to talk through the techniques he had used again. He began with the trouble of the serpent instinct, followed by the serpent ascending to heaven, and finally the appearance of the poisonous dragon. He reached the very sphere that was feeding the monster and pierced it with one strong blow. It began to crack. The sphere shattered into pieces and they rained down to the ground. Corin landed with them. On the ground was a monster that had fallen when the sphere shattered. Now, it did not support his magical power. The monster continued to growl and even tried to reach the boy. Then Corin asked if he was going to defend his creator to the end. Throwing the spear over his shoulder, he added that it was worth waiting. He would definitely save his mom. The final phase is now upon us. As soon as the final phase begins, Maria Dunarev puts one of the group members in critical condition, and so he is unable to go through the final phase alone. Usually, to save a group member who has become the target of a bloodsucker, the whole team sticks together and confronts Maria. But at the moment, no one can help him. He is left alone to confront her. Maria threw herself at him and bit into his neck. When she is saturated with blood, her strength and mana will be restored. Corin did not resist and thought that this is how life is taken away, but it was normal. He can endure it. He has the skill sustained warrior regeneration for this, in which, if the warrior never loses his fighting spirit and retains his will, his body will continue to recover. So he was confident that he would be able to bear it. His return to life was not for nothing. It must have been for a purpose. It is worth remembering what the kind girl who divided the sweet potatoes with her little hand said to everyone. As she grew older, she could not leave the child to suffer. He hugged her and jokingly told her to take her time because she might choke to death. Hearing his words, she stopped and looked at her victim. She was very surprised that he did not fight back, but was quite calm. Duke Sebastian sucked the blood and killed his servant as soon as he woke up as a vampire. Even the great commander who left his name in history could not control his bloodlust. A month passed before Park Si-hoo captured Maria alive, and by gargling the monster's blood down her throat like seawater, he increased her thirst. But even after that, Mary did not destroy a single person. She restrained her desires and thirst with superhuman willpower. Such an ending would have to wait for the final bosses, who only have a bad side. That is why he wanted to believe that there must be another ending for her. Maria recognized him and, as always, called him Junior and began to apologize and sob. It doesn't matter if she is a first-ranked magician or not. It didn't matter. And the fact that she was now a vampire was also a trifle. Perhaps he also looked at her as a character, just like Park Si-hoo, but the teachings of his master whom he met in this world made him a different person. The master said she was an adult and called him a child. The person he looked down on because she was not a game character defended him. As her successor, who saw her last moments, and as a student who studied her teachings, he should show her that he is an adult. He mentally turned to Park Si-hoo and told him to take a look. He would take a different path than the one he had chosen. At the same time, Corin received 100 points for this task. This spatial prison was created by Madame Josephine, a master of spatial magic. Maria said it looked delicious and she missed the taste of potatoes. She took a bite and gasped. Corinne Locke wished her good morning, and she laughed at his sudden appearance. Looking at Madame Josephine standing behind him, he asked permission to enter. She adjusted his glasses and asked if he would be okay, and he replied that he trusted Maria. When he came in, she had just choked on a potato and started pounding on her chest to cough it up. He again jokingly told her to take her time or she would choke. Then he noticed that who gives potatoes without a glass of water? He looked at her carefully to see if she was okay. When he was convinced that this was the case, he said that he thought her taste buds had changed, but surprisingly, they had not. And then he asked her if she liked it. She replied that potatoes always tasted good and brought her joy. It doesn't matter how you cook it. He came close enough and said with a humorous huff, "That's how." His proximity and gaze made her blush. She suddenly exploded and attacked him with her fists and shouted that he should move away because she smelled bad now. He reminded her that when she bit his neck, he hadn't bathed either. With the words that it was enough to remind him of this, the offended Maria sat down at the other end of the cell and turned away from him. Corin sighed and said that she didn't have to worry because she didn't have any odor. Maria seemed so defenseless sitting there. She said quietly that she was scared. Then he asked what she was talking about. Without raising her head, Maria said that that girl Quarren was very scary and she thought she would die then. But she couldn't do what he did. Apparently after their meeting, something awakened in Quarren. She changed her mind and decided to take part in the internship on the hunting grounds. By coincidence, she met Maria there and used her true power against her, and this incident provoked the awakening of the vampire inside Maria. The girl asked him how he got up and how he did not give up. It was just like with the spirits. Everyone laughed at him and said he would not succeed, but he did. She said that he looked cool then. Corin replied that he hadn't done anything special. He just likes happy endings. And he explained that it's the kind of thing where good guys are rewarded and bad guys are punished. Something like that. A simple but quite touching story. He looked at her and said that she was a good person and also sweet and very pretty. And he always tries to come to a good ending. And in the end, he said that he just wanted her to be happy. His words really impressed the girl. Unsure of what to say, the bewildered Maria simply mumbled that she needed to wash and finish her potatoes, so he had to leave. Corin was surprised by this request because he had just arrived, but he did not argue. On the way out, he smiled at her and said that they would meet soon. Maria also smiled and said goodbye. In her mind, she thanked him for comforting her. But she thought she didn't know if she had the right to be happy after everything that had happened. Maria will be temporarily isolated. After what happened, it will be difficult to return to normal life. But he is sure she will be released soon. After all, Quarren, a half-human and vampire, attends the academy without any problems. The guy went thinking that even if Maria woke up, the others would not feel threatened by her. His thoughts were interrupted by a voice that was already familiar to Quarren. He heard his name and turned around. The head of the academy asked Quarren if he could spare a few minutes. He was surprised to see him. Ariu Kassar noticed that this was the first time they had seen each other in person and then asked how Corinne was feeling. He replied that he was fine and asked if that was all. But the chairman said that he wanted to talk about the punishment of Maria Dunarev. Confused, Corin asked what he meant. It never occurred to him that she might be harmed, so it would not end well. Corin began to panic. He began to ask the head of the academy to listen to him. He could explain everything to him, but he said that everything was fine and that the punishment had already been fulfilled. But he did not stop and ask to be heard as a man who had fought with her. He asked why they decided to punish her so quickly. The chairman laughed and said that he thought so. After that, he told him that Corinne should not worry and that Maria was not going to be punished. He was even more surprised and did not understand what was happening. Then the head of the academy explained that he did not consider Maria to be dangerous, and that is why he wanted to know Corinne's opinion about her. And now he has no doubts about his decision. Then Ariu Kassar said that Maria's isolation would soon be over. But first they need to make sure that her condition is stable. He had heard the students' stories, but he was interested in the details, so he asked them to tell him what happened. Corin told him only what was acceptable, that Maria was not a monster and was not dangerous. He wasn't sure how much he believed him, but his message was clear. The chairman said he understood everything and thanked him for the explanation. He also said that they would need to make an official statement on the matter. Of course, they would not be able to say everything directly. After that, he said he had other things to do. The head of the academy, Ariu Kassar, bowed to the boy and thanked him for helping them cope with the threat that arose due to the inexperience and overconfidence of adults. He added that he was sincerely grateful and that if he needed anything, he would do his best to repay him. Madame Josephine silently and guiltily adjusted her glasses. In Corinne's opinion, Ariu Kassar is a very exemplary head of the academy. He always recognizes his weaknesses and tries to take on more responsibilities. His mentor said that she had faced many failures, but he was not one of them. After the words he said to him in his past life, he trusts him. Corin turned to the head of the academy and asked him to raise his head. He added that this was his request. Sitting in bed, Maria thought about what had happened to her. But what worried her most was what had happened between them. When he hugged her and told her to take her time, Maria felt something. The hand on her back was soft, and the skin it touched was warm. Corin's words that everything would be fine, and the way he soothed her, awakened something in her. Her mind was carried away by the current, but the waves of feelings brought her back to land. After the cold beast came out of Mary and she regained her humanity, she could only apologize and cry. And now she was tormented by remorse. She wondered if she had the right to apologize and if Madame Isabella was still alive. Maria loved people more than anything else, so her guilt consumed her from the inside out. Therefore, she did not resist the magic of Madame Josephine who imprisoned her. She simply accepted it and locked herself behind the iron bars. But when a boyfriend came to her, she pretended that it was not so, but she had no strength anymore. She was a beast and a monster and a demon, an enemy of people who could feel thirsty for human blood at any moment. But after he said that he wanted her to be happy, her anxiety disappeared. These were the most sincere words she had ever heard. She remembered how the boy had thrown his body to the wolves to save her, even though she was dressed as a monster. In this strong and passionate moment, Maria realized that the devotion and kindness of this guy would always remain in her memory. A week has passed since the incident, but rumors about what happened have not yet subsided. The students asked each other if they had heard of Maria, a second-year student at the Faculty of Arts. She was remembered as a girl who treated everyone to potatoes. There was a little chaos because there were some who were against Maria staying at the academy. But since the obedient Quarren was studying here, their opinion was quickly put aside. At one of the classes in the kitchen hall, Corinne overheard two people discussing it again. One asked if she was still isolated and not attending classes. He suggested that she was probably dangerous. Officially, her time of isolation was over, but the girl did not appear anywhere. But there were other reasons for that. When she came out, everyone immediately started asking her if she was okay and congratulating her on becoming special. After a whole week, no one had seen her among the students, and Isabella was nowhere to be found either. This did not mean that she was ready to free herself. In Maria's mind, Isabella hates and fears her. She herself would not want to be a friend to someone who would bite off a part of her. She did not want to be an obstacle in the way of Isabella and the others. After coming to these conclusions, Maria decided that it was probably better for her to disappear from the Merkaba Academy. A soft knock on the door interrupted her heavy thoughts, and she asked who was there, but there was no answer. She went to the door to open it, but it was quite late and she had no idea who it could be. When she opened the door, the same Isabella she had recently wounded immediately rushed into her arms. Isabella was crying and worriedly asking Maria how she was feeling and if she was okay. Maria pulled away from her and asked why she had come. Isabella asked why she shouldn't have come, and if it meant that Maria didn't want to see her. The girl replied that she did not mean it that way, and asked Isabella directly if she was not afraid of her. She was surprised by this question. But then she smiled and apologized, and began to tell me that before she lost consciousness, she saw her expression. It was immediately obvious from her face that she did not know what to do, and was very sorry. After these words, Isabella touched her face and told her that Maria would always be her friend, no matter what happened. And so, no matter what happens next, she wants Maria to consider her a friend as well. And then she asked if Maria understood her. The girl began to cry with relief and thanked Isabella for forgiving her. She told her that she thought she hated her. Isabella then asked her excitedly if she had been working herself up all this time alone here. She started to assure Maria that she was feeling better, but she was ordered not to leave the hospital. So she couldn't come even when Maria's isolation was over. And she pointed to the door behind her, saying that if that guy hadn't helped her escape. But there was no one there, and she confusedly said that a tall student had just stood behind her. Stunned, Maria quietly asked if it was a student. Walking down the corridor, Corin thought that his trust in a girl like Maria Dunarev would not be destroyed after such an incident. Maria covered her face with her hands and sighed heavily. She guessed who the student was. Corinne Locke had helped her again. That's how the first part of the story ended, and it had a good ending. This did not happen in my previous life. Although an unforeseen event occurred, and everything went completely wrong. Corin liked this task even more. This world continued to live its life even without the player. Even if you don't follow the plan, you can find better endings. This unexpected incident made Corin Locke realize that a new world had begun. His days at the academy were quite boring. A couple of meals, a couple of training sessions, and then another couple of training sessions. But he needs to become stronger. Given the upcoming storyline with that girl, he needs to grow even faster. He practiced the techniques of the ultimatum essence of the sinister serpent rising into the sky and the exit of the poisonous dragon to automaticity. Corin's training was interrupted by words of delight. He heard a familiar voice and turned around. Maria clapped her hands and said with a smile that it was amazing. Today he is studying so hard again and acting as if nothing had happened. She also said that since he worked so hard, he needed to eat well. And saying that she hadn't cooked much but wanted to treat him, she began to set out the dishes. There was a lot of stuff, but it was all made of potatoes. Corin said that he was hungry and would like to eat something. The girl wished him a good meal and suddenly noticed blood on his wrist. She bit her lip at the thought of blood. Seeing that Maria turned away, Corin asked what was wrong. Did he have something on his face? She waved her hands and said it was not that. She just saw him bleeding. Then Corin asked her if she was drinking blood now. Maria pulled out a bag of blood and put it next to her and said yes. The guy asked if the fresh blood was different from the blood in the bag. Maria replied that they differed in freshness and flavor, and his was especially delicious. She stumbled over her words and then added that she looked strange now. Corin continued that it's probably like comparing organic products to those treated with pesticides. She replied that it was indeed similar. It's like the difference between frozen and freshly cut meat. With a huff, he said that she would have to eat cold meat for the rest of her life. But if she wanted, she could drink his blood sometimes. She looked at him with big, surprised eyes. But the next second, her surprise turned to anger, and she shouted what he was saying. But he didn't care and showed her his neck and said that it was regenerating. So when she got tired of the blood from the pack, she could come to him, and then he offered her a drink now. Maria turned away and yelled at him not to say such things. She refuses and does not want to bother him. And then she handed him a small bottle of elixirs and blurted out that he should take it. It may make you feel nauseous, but it's good for your body. Vampire blood is one of the best magical ingredients. She had just finished speaking, and Corin had already opened the bottle and started drinking. Maria muttered awkwardly that she was embarrassed that he was drinking blood in front of her. It became a second-ranked life elixir for him. His aura rank increased by 1. The maximum amount of aura increased by 500. He also gained 10 points. When she asked him if it was good, he said it was great. In fact, it wasn't good, but he felt stronger than in his previous life. With this elixir, he could start that event right now. The girl was taking a leisurely stroll around the campus of the Merkaba Academy. Orisha Arden is a second-ranked knight and a descendant of a family known for its fencing. Her life has changed dramatically. After she felt the unknown wall between herself and the 5th-ranked knight she met in practice in the hunting grounds. She realized that she needed to work on herself more, and so she did. But that was until recently, when she relaxed and got hooked on her favorite honey candy. She became lazy and did not strive for anything. Her heart was not in fencing. She was almost a genius at fencing, but because of her terrible attitude to her studies, she often received failing grades. Here, she didn't have to make 10,000 swings of her sword every day while her technique was being closely watched. And she didn't have to fight duels with cruel brothers and sisters. Here, she enjoyed her life. Happy Orisha danced with the newly bought dresses. She joyfully exclaimed that she was going to enjoy it. A familiar voice asked her what she should enjoy. When she returned, she saw Corin. He told her that he hadn't seen her in the gym for a long time. She said she had a lot of homework and other things to do. She also had missions to complete. Then Corin told her that he knew where she could get a lot of money, and then he offered her to join his squad. At some point, Corin became very annoyed with Orisha and found it difficult to talk to him. She wondered why he was always looking for her. When she was around him, she felt that others could see her laziness. The real face of the brilliant fencer who received the certificate of Knight Defender of the 2nd rank at a young age and the granddaughter of a sword genius was exposed. In addition, she thought his methods were quite rigid. He kept talking about the basics and how important they were. Is it strange at her age to try to show a cool, powerful move? But when Corinne said he was paying 2 gold coins for the 2nd-ranked task, her eyes immediately lit up with curiosity. She immediately thought about how many clothes and sweets she could buy with that money. So she agreed. Corinne was happy and said that she should pack her bags. They would be leaving for the mission in the middle of next week. Then he added that he had to complete a task for 20 silver coins today, and if she wanted to go with him, she could, and she agreed again. Corin realized that Orisha needed money, so it would be easy to influence her in this way. But it would be enough for the event. He wasn't sure, but if he was right, it should happen today. Orisha liked doing the missions on the task board. She just wanted to walk around the city center to see if everything was okay. The monsters that were near the city were at most of the 4th or 5th rank. Occasionally, mid-level monsters would appear among them, but the chances of this happening were minimal. When she was done with the monsters, she turned to the captain and said that he should sell the skins and claws of the monsters. It was not a difficult job, but it paid well, and she liked that the mission did not burden her. Moreover, she enjoyed the compliments she received. She was called a beautiful knight who could easily defeat so many monsters alone, and she was happy to say that it was nothing. Then they began to praise her even more and said that one should not expect anything else from a fine swordsman from a famous family of fencers. These compliments were honey to her ears. Not that she had heard from her relatives that at her age, her sister had reached a higher stage, and they would finally have an heir to the Arden family's sword genius. Lunya Arden is the best genius of this generation. And they even said that she was a child born out of wedlock and therefore her blood was already lower. She thought her family did not like her, but she did not think she was that bad. After finishing off one of the monsters, Corin warned Orisha that there was an owlbear somewhere else. She said that she had easily dealt with it. Then he announced that the patrol was over. It went well, and everyone was happy. He thought that, if nothing had changed, it should be enough. But one of the patrolmen reported that he saw a signal from the previous team. There's a nest of monsters there, and it's at least of the 2nd rank. Arisha said that she could not see anything. Then he explained that it was a magic signal and could only be seen with special glasses. The guards have such secret methods. Then he gave the command to move. If nothing happens on such a mission, you can't take out a single monster during the entire shift. But when such cases occur, they are forced to take part in the raid. The guards from the squad said that they were ready to go and would definitely do a good job because they had the granddaughter of a genius with them. Looking at her happy acceptance of the compliments, Corin thought that he was right. The monster's nest that was discovered earlier was occupied by wolves led by a werewolf leader, Beowulf. Arisha defeated him even under the influence of poison, and this time it was not difficult to finish him off. However, there was still a problem with one monster. A terrifying rider on the same horse appeared in front of her. It was a fairly strong monster of the first rank called Dullahan. Mentally, Arisha cursed and asked where he came from. She had to finish him off. She pulled out her sword and began to recite the techniques she used. But he dodged her every blow. She thought he was as flexible as a real clam. The girl did not even realize how she was held captive by this monster without being able to move. She thought that he was very fast and experienced. The monster must be at least of the first rank. In that case, she had only one thing to do. Arisha began to call for Corin's help with all her might. She did not have the pride of a warrior. One of the guards shouted that Knight Corin was fighting another monster. Then she sobbed and asked why he was always gone when she needed him. Gritting her teeth, she watched the fiery maw of the monster approach her. Thinking that she was going to die, she squeezed her eyes shut. But at the same moment, she felt the monster's grip loosen, and she began to fall to the ground with him. In a moment, the monster and his horse were lying decapitated. She tried to get up and began to thank them for saving her, until she saw the familiar sword and heard the words that she was still weak, lazy, and arrogant. She was rescued by the eldest daughter of the Arden family, who will most likely become the heir, the greatest swordsman of their generation who will continue to follow the path of genius. In front of her stood Lunya Arden, Arisha's older sister, who had always been held up as an example to her. She immediately started scolding Arisha and asked what was wrong with her. The girl listened to her with her head down. Lunya asked her sister why she did not retreat when she saw Dullahan. Why didn't she analyze her opponent? And an even more important question was why she drew her sword in such a stupid way. Who was she parodying so ineptly? Without raising her head, Arisha asked her sister to forgive her, but she told her to stop making excuses. The responsibility for her actions lies with her, and it cannot be avoided with a few words. She must realize that her carelessness has endangered the guards who trusted her and followed her. Saying that she had forgotten about her shoulders, she hit Arisha on the shoulder and she gritted her teeth and endured the pain. Her older sister reminded her that Arden swordsmen must always be confident. Arisha answered her like a soldier with the words, "Yes, ma'am." Lunya noticed that Corin was watching Arisha while he pretended to be busy with other monsters. When she called him, she introduced herself as a divine sword, a great student, and the first pavilion swordmaster Lunya Arden. Bowing his head to her, Corin introduced himself as the 8th student of the spear and Arisha's friend, Corin Locke. He added that he was pleased to meet her. She looked at Corin carefully and said that he was her friend. But Corin knew what she really meant, but he couldn't show off his spear style. Apart from himself, there are only 2 people who have this style. But there was one more thing. The girl turned around and said that if he didn't want to talk about it, he didn't have to. At that time, the guards approached her and told her that they had dealt with all the monsters in the area. Arden's elite unit consists of knights of the 2nd rank and is called the 5 Swords. They were the same rank as Arisha. The guards asked if they should go in pursuit of the escaping monsters. Lunya replied that this was not necessary and that they could return. Then she emphasized that this also applied to Arisha Arden. She turned pale at her sister's unexpected order. Usually swordsmen like to travel in groups. There are also sword factions. They are similar to criminal organizations. They follow their leaders, unite with each other, and consider themselves a sect. 6 years ago, the sword genius Garand founded a new generation of fencing. And while his family was making martial arts schools famous, the Ardens became a famous family of fencers and representatives of the continent. At the Arden Martial Arts Studio in Merkaba, the pavilion master ordered the fire to be fired. Their long-standing unique command discipline and gangster tendencies are still present in them to this day. Kneeling and bowing her head, she said that she was a student of the main family, and a 2nd-ranked swordswoman, Arisha Arden, welcomed the first master of the pavilion. Those present were surprised and did not understand what was happening. The girl was a student of the main family. But why did the master make the family's direct student also kneel down? Luna began to read out the missions that had been recently completed, patrolling and ensuring the safety of traders, raiding monsters of the 4th rank. She called it all absurd and asked what kind of mission was in the cafe. Arisha replied that they had to wear a uniform and hand out leaflets. She then asked if her friend had done this. Blushing, the girl replied that she had done it. She just thought that they had cute uniforms and she was so beautiful, but looking at her sister's reaction, she fell silent. She took another drag on the pipe and exhaled, calling Arisha Arden pathetic. To think that she used the Certificate of Defense Council received from the family for such assignments. And then she asked if she was trying to defame the Arden name. In those tasks, she only had to fight low-level monsters. She asked again if she wanted to act like a hero while raiding monsters. At that moment, Arisha remembered her father's words, who said that she could not run away from herself. It was already quite late. Under the cover of the night, they watched the departing carriage. The Knights of the 5 Swords who were also present discussed what had happened that evening. One of them noticed that Lunya's sister looked healthy, and another added that she seemed to have gained weight. Despite their conversation, Lunya had other things on her mind. She snorted and asked if anyone knew anything about the guy who claimed to be Arisha's friend. The girls asked if she meant Korin, and then they said that he was the only knight of the 5th rank. This surprised Lunya. She said that he could not have only the 5th rank. And then she added that the first test of the Merkaba Academy was so unreliable. Lunya thought about it. She noticed that Korin was looking at Arisha from the beginning to the very end, and he spent no more than 20% of the time on the monsters. It's not just experience and practice. Lunya saw a sensitivity and obsession that can only be achieved by seriously improving his skills, and his mastery of the spear seems simple at first glance. But when you reach the heights of Arden's style, you can realize that you are at the final stage of spear mastery. Their meeting was short, but she is happy with this friend of hers. If this guy stays close to her sister, then everything will be fine. A sly smile appeared on her face. The girl said that the academy asked her to help, so this time she would be able to see him. Every time Maria visits him, she brings a lot of things. She said she had baked a potato pie and added chopped lamb to it, and she advised him to eat it whenever he was hungry. When Corinne asked about the lamb, Maria said that it was fresh and had been delivered today. Madame Josephine asked her to help her slaughter the animals, and so she practiced a little. While enjoying the delicious meal, he thought that the poor girl was living a sad life as a vampire, eating ice-cold meat, but she cooked him this anyway. Maria impressed him to the core. Maria said that if he liked it, she would bring beef next time. Then she asked if he liked oxtail. Corin took her hand, and looking her straight in the eye, he said that he adored it. The girl immediately asked if he was talking about an oxtail. If so, she would definitely bring it. Maria blushed at his touch. She noticed that Corin had large hands. They are hard and scarred from working hard. It was so cool and grown up. Their conversation was interrupted. Someone called out to Maria, and she was frightened that they were caught at such a moment. She saw that it was Isabella and immediately rushed to her to distract her, asking if she was hungry. She asked her what she had just done, but Maria waved her hands and said she hadn't done anything. Then Maria quickly said goodbye and left. As Corin continued to eat the pie, he thought about how little he knew about girls her age. In his past life, he never met anyone because of Park Si-hoo's interference. He had a chance, but that asshole ruined it. Looking at the amount of food, he wondered if he could eat it all. His current platonic relationship is quite different from his past life. Sometimes Yuel brings rare and valuable mushrooms from the forest, and then they go to the library and learn the Agam alphabet. Doran also often came to fetch him. He considered Corin a very useful colleague. When there were difficult missions where he could earn extra money, he asked him to join. He also spends a lot of time with these guys. They have many lectures and classes together. Once they were very scared, and Corin came back to see what monster had appeared and scared them so much. It turned out that Quarren was standing behind Corin. She reminded him of his promise to buy food. The boy was surprised because there was no monster there that the boys were so afraid of. Although Varen was not entirely human, he hummed as he remembered the promise. A month has passed since he visited her and promised to come back and bring her something tasty. Her memory is amazing. As soon as Corin told the boys that they would not be able to talk to her today, they quickly turned away, saying that everything was fine. After what had happened in the hunting grounds, everyone was terrified of Hwarin and avoided meeting her. To make amends for his broken promise, Korin invited her to a small fish restaurant. He said she looked like a cat, so he brought her here. The boy asked her if she liked fish. Hwarin grabbed the fish and swallowed it whole. Shocked, Korin asked if she was crazy or if her throat was that stiff. He stopped her and told her to treat food with more respect. She replied that she only needed to chew and swallow. He smiled and began to disassemble the fish with chopsticks and said that she would not be able to talk like that anymore. Then he put the fish fillet on the rice and handed her a plate. Then he asked if it didn't look more appetizing now. Instead of just eating your portion, you need to look at it and smell the flavor. And then I added that this is how you should treat food. She nodded and said she understood about respect. Korin sat watching Varan learn to eat as if mesmerized. He kept reminding her to take her time. But in his mind, he was thinking that the production of the weapon was almost complete. It's still a little early, but the second part will start soon. One seemingly ordinary day, the introduction to the beginning of the second part of the story began. Jaeger was disappointed with the result of his attempt to complete the task. He wondered what else he had done wrong and wished he hadn't studied at all. Lark said that he saw no point in regretting it 10 minutes before the exam started. He reminded him that he had told Jaeger that he needed to study and that he should have listened to him. He immediately whined that he should have scolded him more. Then Jaeger asked Korin if he was preparing. He replied with a sly smile that he didn't need to. One of the guys snorted and asked what he would do then. Mentally, Korin said that they should forgive him, but they are different. This is not the first time he will take this exam, so the first rank should be waiting for him. They announced the start of the test and told the audience that they could turn the page. With a good mood and confidence in his abilities, Korin began to read the exam questions. The first task was to solve the problem. If the inertia of motion x is denoted as u, what values of u0 should be applied to k85z? He quickly skimmed through the rest of the similar tasks and realized that he knew nothing at all. At the end, Lark remarked that he had guessed Jaeger's results in this exam, and he asked how Korin was doing. With his head down, Korin sighed. Then he said that knights need to be able to write their names. Lark noticed that he hadn't written the answer at all, and Jaeger added that even he had done a few tasks before falling asleep. Korin had forgotten that he had not studied in his past life. He only continued to learn expert skills, but he has no knowledge of this world. In anger, the boy crumpled up the test sheet. He thought it was just a written exam, and he could still fix it. The festival discussion room was quite crowded. Everywhere you could hear someone complaining that they had run out of money, or that it was only the first year and they needed to gain strength. The top of the intermediate is one of the easiest events in the game. The faculty exam is a great opportunity to improve your grades that have dropped during the test. They are conducted by a professor of the swordsmanship faculty or one of the temporary guest instructors. 15 students on the team have to show them what they can do and get a grade. And since he was officially a knight of the 5th rank, he would not be assigned a strong instructor, so he hoped that he would get extra points if he defeated the instructor. He didn't know who it would be, but he already felt sorry for him. Whoever it was would win and make up for the failure in the written exam. The students began to gasp in surprise when the instructor appeared. Looking at their reaction, Korin wondered who they had been assigned to. From the doorway, the instructor turned to Korin and asked him how he was doing. The joy on his face disappeared. The famous fencer Lunya Arden came into the hall saying that they had met again. Mentally, Korin cursed. He wondered why she was here and what she wanted from him. Was she going to be a guest instructor? All the first-year students gathered to take the practical assignment of Group A. It was announced that special guests were invited to take the exam. The elite of the famous Arden Five Swords family of fencers of the first pavilion. The fencers discussed the fact that they were still students and should probably be gentle with them. One of them warned them to be careful with the magician who controls the swords because he is really strong. Watching the first 5 students attack, Duran analyzed his opponent. He thought that they were just like him and Arisha, second-ranked. That is, they had a chance to win. The 5 swords of the first pavilion used the Arden style of set swords and the 5-sword technique. They even prevented the first group of students from approaching by creating a fog curtain. They shouted that they could not see anything and were disoriented. Doran thought that the chances of victory were not high. Against a large number of opponents, they first of all disrupted their visibility. They have experience in such things, and this is more important than ranks. Then his first step would be to make the enemy visible. He spun his swords like a fan, and the fog began to dissipate. From behind Doran, Melia's phantom sword attacked. She was going to strike while flying above him. But Doran noticed her in time and repelled her attack with his massive iron sword. He drew another conclusion, that the Arden Knights wanted to take them by surprise. When Orisha saw that he was being attacked, she shouted his name. The fencer who had already approached her ordered her to stay focused. Orisha's rival was Jenny Swiftsword. She called the girl a young lady and said that she was now her opponent. Orisha huffed and asked if she had decided to take on her. She replied that there were about 15 students here, and at the same time she hooked Orisha's leg, and she immediately lost her balance and started to fall. When the girl was dropping the sword, Jenny noticed that she had a weak posture. Jenny swung and tried to strike with her sword, but Orisha managed to quickly roll away, and the sword hit the floor. The senior students watched the newcomer's practical task from the stands. They commented on the events and said that such a development was to be expected from the 5 swords of Arden. But everything was happening too fast. Students were falling one by one without even being able to throw a punch. We had already dealt with all but 2 of them, or so it seemed. But in reality, it was different. Doran began to cast sword spells and sent the Fire Spirit Sword and the Iron Heavy Sword to attack. His experience allowed him to give a worthy rebuff to the 5 swords of Arden. The fog cleared and Melia could no longer handle 5 magic swords. She said that 2 against 5 was too much. Therefore, Doran might soon emerge victorious. Jenny continued to make comments to Orisha. She said she lacked practice. She asked if she wanted to become the heir to a sword genius with such skills. And on top of that, she said that at this rate, she doesn't even have to worry about graduating. She would rather drop out of the academy and finish her studies at home. Orisha's anger reached a boiling point, and she began to attack Jenny more actively, shouting that she would not allow this to happen. Orisha wanted to use her keen eye skill. She opened her eyes to look around, but it didn't work. But she could still look straight ahead. Jenny reiterated that she needed to stay focused until the very end. With a huff, Jenny said she still had a lot to learn. According to the story, Lunya was supposed to be the examiner for Group A and take on this role. But somehow it turned out that Lunya Arden became an examiner of freshmen in Group B. She raised her sword above her head and said they could begin, and then she added that they should treat it as a practice with a great warrior with a special rank. The crowd of students in Group B became noisy. They repeated her words as if they didn't understand what kind of a warrior she was talking about. A great high-ranked warrior is a monster that can destroy even an entire army. It is also a catastrophe that even dozens of guards may not be able to handle. Most guards may never meet such a monster in their entire lives, and even if someone told such a story, they would not be believed. But when they talk about Lunya Arden, it's a completely different matter. Because Lunya Arden can compete with such a strong warrior, she is a monster among monsters. In a moment, it blew everything around to smithereens. There was a veil of dust around, and only cries for help could be heard. Corin hid from the shockwave behind a column and watched, thinking that chaos was happening here. Not far from him, Yahair was on the floor, saying in a frightened voice that he had almost died. He asked Corin if she hadn't overreacted. Why is Lunya really fighting with the students? He replied that he was sure Lunya was holding back. If she wanted to, it would be over in a few seconds. Then he asked what Yahair had in his hand. He picked up Lark and said that he thought that if he left him there, he would be finished. Jaeger began to ask Corin not to lose consciousness because he would not be able to reach him, and then they were hit, and he fell down near Lark. Then the boy heard that she said he was too weak to receive her care. Lunya stopped in front of the column behind which Corin was sitting and told him to get out. It was just the 2 of them. As if to joke, Corinne came out with her hands up in the air and asked if she could give up. She replied that only if he wanted to get the lowest score, and then she added that he would not be satisfied with that, because he would not have missed such a rare opportunity to fight an outstanding soldier. A slight smile appeared on the guy's face. He thought that he could tell she was Lunya Arden from a mile away. In his past life, he and Lunya were friends who fought back-to-back many times. He wouldn't be embellishing if he said that it was she who taught him real fighting skills. That's why, at the end of the last round, he was not her opponent. She is a wall that he had to break through sooner or later, and if he wants to take the place of a player, he must eventually surpass her. When Lunya saw that Corin was ready to fight and took a stance, she shouted that it was great and went on the attack. Corin tried his best to keep Luna's blows at bay. He blocked them with his spear. Lunya used trick after trick, but he did not lag behind and continued to hold on steady. Then she decided to increase her speed, but Corin still managed to deflect the blows. Attacking from different angles and using different techniques, she tried to find Corin's weakness. But he gritted his teeth and showed his endurance, although with each attack it became harder. Just like in the hall where Group A took the exam, there were spectators here too. They were amazed at how a guy with the 5th rank could stand up to the first pavilion master. From the way Corin looked, it was clear that he was almost at the limit of his capabilities. When she stepped back, the boy exhaled heavily several times. Lunya mockingly asked him if he was tired, and then added that she was sorry. Then she hummed and slowly began to hide her sword. Corin was surprised. He wondered if this might mean that she thought he had done a good job. He watched her movements carefully, and he realized that this was not the case. She was going to use the territory cut technique. This is the strongest technique of the mighty sword emperor Gerand. Before the attack, she said that she would see how he would handle it and asked him to give a worthy fight back. Lunya's territory cut move was a direct intention to finish off her opponent. There was a commotion among the spectators, and they asked each other if it was too dangerous. The professors and instructors watching the exam also began to worry. One of them asked her, frightened, if she wanted to kill the student, and asked her to stop the exam. When the instructor saw that she was not responding, he stood up and shouted at her to stop immediately. But it was too late. Lunya had already started. Arden's style one cut is an imaginary cut of territory. The whole world seemed to hold its breath. But Luna Arden's translucent reflection moves through the static world. It seems that her sword is moving in slow motion. He was running at full speed with his spear toward Luna's sword, and he could see it perfectly. Corin mentally cursed. His spear was not moving at all, and he could not move in this world that had stopped. The guy could only watch how much everything slowed down around him. Recalling the battle with Mary's monster, he asked himself if it could have been just singing with the fall. So he is still not able to control the territory. He only had to take one step. It doesn't have to be perfect, but that one step can be crucial. But in that world, Luna was moving, and Corin saw her sword already touch his spear. An incredible shockwave went through the hall as the sword collided with the spear. Unable to believe his eyes, the instructor asked if it was instinct, but the other said it was understanding, and an awareness of power, as if he were the center of the universe. Luna looked at Corin closely and noticed that he had managed to react to the territory in the end. But Corin kept his eyes on his spear and her sword. Then Luna said that they were done. Hiding her sword, she added that she advised him to find a better spear. His weapon was not suited to his strength. When Luna finished with Corin, she looked at the crowd of students who were watching their battle. Arisha Arden was sitting among them. The girl was looking directly at them and trembling. The guy also noticed this and said that the test was not that important. She accepted the challenge to show the territory. And then he added that she probably also knew about Arisha's talent. Corin smiled and thought that although he had lost the fight, he had achieved his goal. She replied that she would stay in the city because she had other things to do. Then she added that Corin shouldn't get involved and interfere. No matter how hard he tried, nothing would change. Luna muttered to herself that she would break Arisha Arden with her own hands. Mentally, Corin said that now that he had shown her the territory, he was sure that things would not go the way Luna Arden wanted. It was announced that, according to the anonymous decision of the instructors, Corinne Locke received the highest score and the maximum number of extra points for the practical assignment. The students lively discussed Corin's assessment and the fact that he fought alone against the first sword of the pavilion. Corin's confrontation raised a lot of questions among professors and instructors. One of them expressed the opinion that it was some kind of nonsense. How could this guy stand up to Luna Arden? Someone asked if the boy really had the 5th rank. The instructor recalled that it was this student who had tried to capture the bodies of spirits. Permac Daman, a professor at the Knight's faculty, took off his glasses and thought. Permac, like everyone else present, was stunned by the fight and its results. He thought about how Corin Locke had used his technique. Permac squeezed his glasses and the glass cracked. A few days after the test, Corin went to a custom-made forge. He felt the need to change the weapon even before Luna's words. Kaval asked Corin who he was and whether the Academy was not ashamed to publish such precious and rare materials. He also asked how the guy knew his family's secret methods. Corin told the blacksmith not to worry about him. He thought that he had a lot of experience in his past life. Such an ingredient would cost at least several hundred gold pieces. No player wanted to spend that much money. Usually, such items are created with the help of things collected during the storyline. But he has the special soul dust rune stone of the second rank, the silver stone of the second rank, and the sincere support of the head of the academy. And what he was looking at now was one of the best weapons for the territory to use. The legendary spear of the Silver Knight from the Kingdom of Shadows is also known as the Silver Spear. Arisha remembered the first time she was in a real battle. She saw that the blood was not stopping, even though the wound was not fatal. She thought she would never forget piercing a fifth-ranked monster and watching the blood and entrails come out of its body. But the smell of human blood is different. It was her first time, but she understood everything right away. A piercing odor accompanied the agony of a fading life. She felt a chill at the thought that she was the cause of it. The girl pushed away her sad thoughts and reminded herself that she was working again today. She chose a mission to catch the Beowulfs and would receive 70 silver coins for completing it. There was another urgent task to find a vampire from a foggy city. The mission required the permission of a knight or consultation with an advisor. The first mission was not so dangerous, so Arisha chose it. She does not like dangers and chooses to avoid them. But there was another reason why she chose the task related to Beowulfs. She twirled the belt that had been used to clamp her wound to stop the blood. This belt belonged to her savior, and she wanted to know where he was now. Arisha overheard someone ask if he was a fifth-ranked knight and said that he must be good at his job as a baggage handler. The guy said he couldn't believe he had to lift the bags of these idiots at his age. When he saw Arisha, Corin greeted her and said that it was a wonderful coincidence. He noticed that the other guards looked at them sideways. Because of the quota system, the Guard Association has to put up with students on assignment, but they definitely did not expect a fifth rank like him to come. Corin told her with a smile that he was very happy that she would be on the mission with him. The guards can't tell him anything directly in front of the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, but he could feel their eyes drilling into him. They walked a little further, and Corin asked Arisha how her eyes were. She did not understand what he meant, but said that her eyes were fine. Then Corin said that she should understand that he was asking about something else. After his remark, Arisha asked if her sister had said anything to him. He replied that she had, but she hadn't actually said anything to him. The guy warned Arisha that she should hurry up because her sister is serious. She plans to break her so that she cannot hold the sword. To these words, the girl replied that she would simply stop using weapons. Arisha sighed heavily and thought that who knows, maybe even this would not work. It was known that there should be 2 Beowulfs and 20 hounds in the lair. The team easily dealt with the dogs and even caught the main target. But suddenly, the course of events changed dramatically. In an instant, the area was covered with fog, and more Beowulfs began to emerge from it. The guards shouted, trying to understand what was happening and coordinate their actions. One of them asked where the guy with the 5th rank was. He was told that they did not know and that there was no time to think about him now. The Guardian remarked that it was a relief that the student Lady Arden was able to handle the monsters. No one could understand where they came from. They were already surrounded by a crowd of monsters and ghosts. But there shouldn't have been any monsters or spirits there. Arisha knew that deserted places do not attract evil spirits. She had a feeling that this situation was the work of human hands. The girl heard footsteps behind her and turned around to see someone coming towards her. With the words, "Save me," he attacked her, which surprised her even more. She felt a powerful force, and she realized that it was not a ghost but a knight. She fought back and asked why they were attacking them. Then she threatened him to move away, or she would cut him down. At the same time, another one started walking toward her from behind. He stabbed her in the back, and she began to lose her balance due to severe pain. When the girl fell to her knees, the mysterious knight swung to strike. For a split second, Arisha froze, staring at her attacker. The very next moment, on an instinctive level, she swung her sword, which easily took off the knight's head. Wet splashes of blood covered Arisha's face. She remembered the smell of blood she had smelled before. It was the smell of human blood, and it was different. She remembered this piercing smell of the agony of a dying life. Her body was pierced with sharp needles of fear when she realized that she had just killed a man. Another knight was already hovering over Arisha, swinging his mace again. But he didn't have time. A spear went through his head. Corin asked why she was frozen and explained that they were not human. She was surprised at his timely appearance as usual. Arisha asked him why he thought they were not human. Corin took off the helmet from the knight's head and explained that they were corpses that had been resurrected by dark magic. The main event of the beginning of the second part is the conquest of the vampire from the foggy city. As usual, the maniac, who was not caught by Maria, begins to chase the player's group. But if you go on a mission to catch the Beowulfs, you will meet the fatal John Doe during its passage, and after the battle, you will have the opportunity to fight him off. And so it happened. The monster appeared right after the zombie nights. Arisha screamed in surprise and asked what it was. She was about to attack the monster, but Corin stopped her and told her that everything was fine, and they should get ready to run away. Corin immediately began by applying the 6-step technique and launched his new silver spear at the vampire. The spear pierced the monster and nailed it to a tree. Arisha told Corin that it was incredible. The guard asked if the monster had really died from a single blow, so the monster was weak. But Corin knew that wasn't true. If he died now, he wouldn't be the boss of the opening arch. Judging by Corin's characteristics, he wouldn't be able to catch him alone. The vampire thought it was amazing. They were able to destroy his doll. Then that would be enough for today. He would look forward to their next meeting. The problem was not in the vampire's strength, but in its secrecy. A red fog began to spread from the trunk on which the monster was pinned. Corin knew that when the undead mage's health reaches 0, a red fog automatically appears. And now he has destroyed the device that created the smoke. The undead are simply using the mage's body. That's why it's so hard to find and why it's hard to catch. It is completely merged with the fog, so it is impossible to spot it. Since the fog was fraught with danger, Corin ordered everyone to flee. Arisha called out to Corin and asked him if he was sure it was okay to leave his spear here. After all, his spear was very expensive. But he said not to worry. The guy foresaw a lot of things, and so in order not to lose his valuable spear, he drew a return rune on it. As soon as he answered, the spear was in his hand. Then Corin said that he could call him back. Arisha noticed that this was a very cool trick. When they heard a sound like something fell, they turned back and saw that it was one of the guards. He groaned and said he didn't think he would trip over the root. The red fog was already behind him. The young man immediately rushed to the guard named Charlie to help him. She got to him faster and held out her hand for him to grab. He thanked her and immediately yelled at her to watch out. The girl did not understand why he screamed like that. She did not see that a huge red hand appeared above her. A hand gripped it tightly and lifted it off the ground. Looking at this, Corin felt that it was already pissing him off. He told the frightened Charlie to get up and leave the forest as quickly as possible. He also asked him to give him his cloak. Corin grabbed his cloak and quickly rushed to Arisha's aid. He tried to attract the monster's attention by calling out to it. The guy didn't think he would succeed twice. In his past life, he had already been trapped in the fog. Then he was in critical condition for only 1 minute. But now he has the ability to recover, so he will be able to hold out longer. At the moment, only Arisha Arden was important. She desperately fought off the red magic hands that tried to grab her again. Now they are using magic to suck the blood out of her body, so it won't last long. In Arisha's mind, she just needs to chop those red tentacles that were grabbing her more and more, but no matter how many times she cut them with her sword, nothing happened. She asked herself why they were not cutting down. Maybe she didn't have enough strength, or her posture wasn't strong enough. Her hand began to weaken, and she was unable to hold her sword, and it began to slip out of her hands. Arisha remembered how her sister had saved her last time. Then she asked her why she was in such a state. The sword hit the ground with a clang. She thought that maybe she was not worth holding it. The girl thought that maybe her sister was right, and she was just a weak girl. She mentally apologized and said that she also wanted to be cool and save someone, and then to get his respect because he saved her life. She thought about the guy who had saved her life the last time she was in the woods. Through the fog that began to envelop her consciousness, she heard someone call her name. Opening her eyes through the red fog, she saw someone's silhouette approaching her. Her name was called again. She had heard that voice many times before, but it was so similar to the one she vaguely remembered from that night. A light memory flashed before my eyes, the silhouette of her savior. She began to remember. Corin was breaking through the red fog to her. He was shouting her name to keep her from fainting. Hearing his voice, she wondered if it was the voice of her savior. When Corin finally reached her, he asked if she was okay. She barely mumbled the question if it was Corin. She said she could not move. She thought she was going to die at this rate. Then she barely heard me ask to save her. Corin put a cloak over her and called her name and asked her to calm down. Then he put a sword in her hands and told her that it would not work if she struck blindly. She needs to concentrate and make a deep cut. To do this, She just needs to calm down. He told her he would protect her from the sniffles, and then he asked her if she knew what she had to do next. Arisha began to say that she would not be able to make it. She has little strength and is dizzy. She was also in a lot of pain because of the fog. Then Corin grabbed her shoulders and told her she could do it. Compared to the fencers he knows, she has an outstanding talent, and she will do well if she decides to. The guy looked her in the eye and told her that she just needed to take one step. One step will be enough. Tears appeared in her eyes. This guy believed in her like no one else had ever done before. Even she didn't believe in herself. Thanking her in advance, he rushed to the undead that had already come too close to them. She thought that even she could not stay here for long, and Corin's aura rank is lower than hers. How is he going to survive? Arisha gritted her teeth tightly. This guy didn't leave her here and came after her, risking his life. Then if he says so, she has no choice but to fight and not give up until the end. She concentrated and grabbed her sword. Grandpa's secret technique that can cut through anything, but in order to use it, Arisha needs to awaken. The keen eye is a cursed ability that allows you to see other territories with the help of power. Closing her eyes, she took in a full lungful of air and then exhaled slowly. She needed to feel inner peace to gain strength. She mentally repeated his words that one step would be enough, Arisha Arden. Then she trusted her feelings and slowly took this important step. And she succeeded in realizing her plan. Arisha awakened this ability of the keen gaze in herself. Arisha used the first technique of the Arden sword and divided the monsters into pieces in one motion. Having made a section of the territory, Arisha divided it into two halves horizontally. The powerful vampire screamed as far as she could see. He was also divided into two parts. It turned out that with a single swing of her sword, Arisha Arden was able to cut down almost half of the forest with the monsters. The fog cleared and the guards could see them. They ran up and asked the students what had happened, and if they were okay. Some of them recognized the fatal John Doe, the vampire from the Fog City, who was lying under their feet. One of the guards said it was amazing. The forest was cut in half. How is that possible? The other said he was talking about this technique. It is the legendary Emperor Sword Area Breaker. Corin thought she was going to show the third form, or Iron Wave. He was just shocked that she could already use this technique now. Clapping happily, she ran up to Corin and told him that she had succeeded, just like he said she would, but he mentally said that it shouldn't have happened. Again, one of the guards present said that it appears that Arisha will be the next head of the Arden family. Another agreed, and said that no one else could use this technique except the Emperor himself. When everyone praised Arisha and said that she was the future of the Arden family and the future Sword Emperor, Corin wondered why everything always went wrong. The news of the destruction of the monstrous vampire John Doe by Arisha Arden immediately appeared in all local newspapers. She was immediately named as the next contender for the post of head of the House of Arden. After reading the headlines about Arisha in the newspaper, May tore it up. She said it was a lot of nerve to write such a thing. She handed the torn newspaper to the girls and told them to get rid of it. Listening to the news of her sister's success, Lunia was thinking over a cup of tea. What had happened was not part of her plans, let alone ruined them. The famed Arden family of swordsmen operates within the sword faction and makes decisions based on the pecking order. But despite Garand Arden's overwhelming charisma, many were wondering who would take his place. The torn territory is at the stage of the path of the heart, and most warriors do not know this realm. Garand Arden has long waited for the man who can continue his work. Lunia practiced by shedding blood and sweat. The calluses on her hands are proof of the path she followed. But even Lunia, who was called the genius of her generation, could not please the Emperor of the Sword. However, Lunia did not think that her younger sister, the illegitimate child of the head of the family, who had just taken up a sword and fought with her in a friendly battle, could become her rival. The girl thought she would show her sister her place right away and went on the offensive without sparing her. When the frightened Arisha tried to fight off her sister's attacks, she unwittingly summoned the ability of the Watchful Eye. It was then that Lunia noticed what Arisha could do. Without realizing it, she made a cut in the territory. It was the very moment Arisha often recalled. It was the first time she smelled human blood. Lunia's wound was not fatal, but it was quite difficult to stop the bleeding. Lying on the floor, Lunia thought she hadn't seen anything. By the time she got up, she was already wounded. And it was not about speed, it was the territories. Arisha took a step on this higher path of martial arts. Then she felt angry. How was this possible? Her sister was small and lazy. Orisha's expression was shocked, but Lunya now realized what title her grandfather was talking about. Its intricate nature is not understood by ordinary people. This is the talent of a sword demon. Garand Arden said that he also appointed Orisha as the main candidate for his successor. So Orisha overcame the objections of the others and became the main candidate. Lunya remembered well the day Orisha told her that she was picking up a sword for the first time. The memories of her stroking the head of her sister, who was being shamed by her father's family, are only here somewhere. Her memories were interrupted by a quiet appeal. Luna turned her gaze to her five-sword squad. The fencers of her elite squad were asking if she was okay. She wondered if they were worried about her. Rising from her chair, Lunya told them not to worry. Everything is fine. After all, Luna also wanted Orisha to enter the territory, because if she sees that sword again, she will also be able to reach her. Luna ordered all the girls in the squad to prepare for a sword fight. The day after the incident, Korin came to the hospital to visit Orisha. He asked when she would be able to recover. With a huff, she replied that she had been told that with the help of a potion, she would recover in a day or two. And then she offered him a honey candy. Corinne replied that she was quite carefree. And then I asked her how she managed to apply the territory gap. After all, even if you can see the territory, it doesn't mean you can use it. Orisha replied that he believed in her. Ashamed, she looked away and blushed. After a few seconds, she cheerfully said that it turned out that she really could. Corin said that she was a genius who didn't need to make any effort. Someone began to knock desperately on the door. A woman's voice was heard behind them. The door opened and Maria burst into the room, saying that she had come to check on Orisha and find out if she was okay. As she came closer, she greeted me and introduced herself as a second-year student of the Faculty of Magic, Maria Dunaref. Orisha then introduced herself in return as Orisha Arden, a first-year student at the Knight's faculty. Corin asked Maria in surprise if she had come to see her. She shook her head, blushing, and said that she was worried about her. Maria looked at Corin with a sideways glance and asked if they were close. He asked her nonchalantly why, but thought she had a terrified expression on her face. At the same moment, I heard a knock on the window, which was quite strange because they were on the top floor. Varen was hanging outside the window, pointing at Corin and saying that she wanted raw fish like last time. But it's not just Corinne who turns pale because of Varen's appearance. Maria is not comfortable around Huaren. Although, according to Corin, such an appearance can scare anyone. Clenching her fists tightly, Maria asked Corin if he had had lunch with Quarren. Corin thought maybe she was tense about it. He nodded and told her not to worry. He would make a wonderful meal with her. Maria repeated his words in amazement. The thought flashed through Corin's mind that all the stars of the academy had gathered in this place. Turning back to Orisha, Corin said that rumors that she had succeeded in breaking up the territory and that Luna would soon come here and challenge her to a duel. He asked if she was confident in her abilities. A sword fight was a tradition kept by 5 master fencers. It was used to test the pavilion master who would become the head of the family's faction. And this was only the entrance part. They also used this fight as an opportunity to get rid of their rival. Orisha sobbed and said that she was sure that if she fought her, she would definitely die. After all, she can't even beat the 5 swords. Corin rubbed his beard and said he had a good idea. He can tell you about it, but he has one condition. Orisha quickly replied that she agreed and would do whatever it took. Then he told her that from now on, whenever he asked her to fight monsters or train, she would have to do it without complaining. In fact, she would become a permanent member of his squad. The girls looked on in amazement as Orisha shed tears and said that she would swear allegiance to him if he would help her. When she persuaded him, he said that he would assume she had sworn it. He began to say with a smile that he was Corinne Locke, who had gone through the long difficulties of our time with the help of the truth he had recognized in the middle of his body, had a plan. A swordswoman from the 5 Swords Squad was walking down a quiet street in a city that was welcoming the end of the day. A knife flew past her face and stuck in the wall. This situation surprised her. She looked around and saw someone approaching her. The fencer asked who she was. The girl said she was challenging her. As May grabbed her sword, she looked closely and recognized her. It was the student Huaren. Varen held knives in both hands and was ready to throw them. She introduced herself as a knife stylist from Orisha's studio. Immediately afterward, Huaren rushed to attack the fencer. May asked why she was doing this so suddenly. The answer to this question simply stunned her. Huaren said he promised to buy her sushi if she caught it. At the same time, in another corner of the city, Corin met and attacked Lena, another swordswoman from the Five Swords. Defending herself, she squeaked out questions about what it all meant and what he was doing. He replied that it was the Guangdong style of Master Corin Locke from Arisha Arden's studio. And then he added that he asked to learn from the excellent wave sword master Lena. So Arisha Arden's studio is represented by Corin Locke, with the style of a Guangdong master. Another member of Arisha's studio is the first-ranked warrior Hwaran, with the style of a knife master. Another member of Arisha's studio, Doran Worski, is a second-ranked knight with the style of a flying sword master. With the style of Master Gandalf, Arisha's studio is represented by Maria Dunaref, and Arisha Arden herself is a knight of the second rank as the head of the masters of Arisha's studio. Thus, the first Arden Five Swords Pavilion was defeated. During the fight, Wave Sword Master Lena asked Corin why they were doing this. He replied that the point was to start a new studio, and then he asked if they thought they shouldn't work on the fame of the new studio, and they planned to expand their sphere of influence quite aggressively. All the newspapers in Merkaba reported that the new Arden studio had defeated the Five Swords. The Arden family rules include a sword fight. This is a test to choose a pavilion master to manage the family's important affairs. But even Arisha knows that this is a way to destroy her rivals, and so Corin said he would change these outdated laws. Instead, he will make a studio duel, where you will need to defeat the Five Swords one-on-one in a new duel format. As a result, they want to achieve a one-on-one confrontation against Arisha's sister. If Arisha wins one-on-one and tells about it, her army will never be able to touch her again. That's why she started all this. Maria took care of the taxes for registering the martial arts studio, the fee for buying an abandoned building for the studio, the fee for hiring the mercenary Doran, and other such matters. And as soon as Arisha receives the reward for neutralizing the vampire John Doe, she will immediately pay off the debt to Maria. Lunya approached Arisha and said that all this was quite interesting. She called Arisha stupid, and if she was going to run away, she should have run away as soon as she saw her. Lunya said that it was clear to her that the studio match was not her idea anyway. Arisha's current reaction is proof of that. She added that in her opinion, Corin Locke was definitely behind it. Arisha was afraid that she would not be able to defeat her, but she clenched her fists and addressed her sister as the first master of the Lunya Arden Sword Pavilion. And then she, as the new master of the Arden studio, offered her a friendly duel. Lunya snorted and said that was fine, but she wanted to warn her right away about the weapon she would use. It will not be a training weapon or a lethal weapon. Arisha replied that she was ready for it. So Arden First Sword Style Great Student Lunya Arden and Arden First Sword Style Second Rank Fencer Arisha Arden faced off in a duel between sisters. Maria thought that even if she gained her full strength after her transformation into a vampire, she still might not be able to defeat Luna. The girl asked Corin if Arisha was ready for this, and he answered without hesitation that he believed in her. Maria's trust in Corin was at its highest, so she said that if he said so, she believed him. Suddenly, Lunya turned toward Corin Locke and waved her hand in his direction. He quickly caught the object she threw, and it turned out to be a bag of money. Corin said it would be too much to repair the studio. Lunya replied that he was mistaken. This is not a payment for repairs, but for the reconstruction of the premises, and immediately after that, she went on the attack. Immediately after that, a sword attack followed. Arisha somehow managed to block the attack. They were both surprised and afraid at what they saw. There was a carved sword mark on the wall of the studio, but Lunya didn't stop there. Another swing of the sword and the studio was cut to pieces. The battle continued. It was a terrible battle between two swords, where one mistake could result in a cut on the face or shoulder. The sisters looked into each other's eyes. In fact, Arisha admired Luna. She was her idol when she was still passionate about swords. Lunya was like the characters from the fairy tales her grandfather used to tell her. Arisha was the daughter of a concubine. Her father looked at her only as a shameful reminder of the mistake he had made. All that mattered to him was the blood of the Sword Emperor, Gerard Arden. But Arisha felt differently about her sister. Her sister, who was 9 years older, patted her on the head more often than her biological father. It made her very happy. But on the day she cut the man, everything changed, and their friendship collapsed. Since then, her older sister began to see her as a rival and an obstacle to her goal. She remembered the instruction to take a step back and deflect the first blow. Luna's sword was thrown back. She was a little puzzled that her attack was casually cancelled as if it had been predicted. Arisha knew that Lunya was following the instructions in the textbooks, and although she was good at what she had been formally taught, She did not expect a non-standard defense. There was a silver flash. Orisha attacked for the first time since the beginning of their fight. This was the beginning of an even fiercer battle between them. Lunya was a master at parrying a sword attack and immediately striking back. Orisha leaned back too far and ducked to avoid the attack. Lunya told her sister that her footwork was still clumsy. Then Orisha decided to use her speed, impair visibility, and strike at extremely close range. To do this, she used the advanced attack technique of the third form lightning. But Lunya noticed her attempt and not only deflected the attack, but was the first to strike. It was a vertical cut of the territory, but Orisha managed to dodge it even here. She rushed at her sister. She was surprised that the girl attacked her with her body and not with a sword. With all her strength, Orisha pushed her body against Lunya. The two girls fell and rolled on the studio floor. Lunya was the first to get up, and while her younger sister was lying on the floor, she quickly approached her. Calling Orisha stupid again, she kicked her in the head. Because she was weaker and slower, she was thrown back from the blow. Raising her sword above her head and preparing to strike, Lunya asked if she thought she could defeat her with these tricks. Lunya, furious, threw a swinging punch. Orisha was able to withstand it again. Orisha was angry because her sister had kicked her. She used the makiwaza technique against her sister. Everything was going as Corny had predicted, so she decided to use a combination attack. But Lunya also managed to dodge. She told Orisha that she countered well, even against a move that was supposed to bring her to her knees, so it wasn't going to be that easy. And striking a new insidious blow, she added that Orisha still lacks experience. The blow sent Orisha rolling on the floor, and when the distance between them increased, she sat up. She moaned, not hiding the pain of the strong blow. Without giving her sister time to recover, Lunya accelerated and was already hovering over the girl with her sword. But again, it failed. The swords met again. Gritting her teeth, she held off her sister's onslaught. Moreover, she was able to get up and strike back at Luna again. She dodged and also struck. A punch, a block, and another block. Lunya thought that her sister was starting to keep up with her. She also noticed that Orisha was already seeing the territory at that moment. That's how she wanted to see her. The real one, the one she hid despite her talent. Orisha stopped for just a second and closed her eyes to concentrate. After that, she looked resolutely at her older sister and gripped the sword hilt tightly. Lunya thought it looked like it and realized that victory was not 10 steps away. She was only 1 step away from victory. Then, she had to give the right answer. She took a defensive stance and showed with her whole body that she was waiting for Orisha's attack. Having taken the step her sister expected her to take, Orisha looked at her sister to show that she had accepted her challenge. As they took steps toward the meeting, each thought about her own things. Lunya thought that her younger sister was running after her. When she was a little girl, she told Lunya that she wanted to become a fencer like her. But now, Orisha had been getting advice from the guy constantly over the past few days. It was as if he had already fought her dozens of times and told Orisha about all her fighting skills. The forbidden level of concentration allows knights to enter the domain in an emergency. This was another advantage of Orisha. So this was the only way to resolve the issue of the championship. Lunya didn't even hesitate. They both moved to the territory. There their swords met again. Lunya was just a split second ahead of Orisha and was the first to cut through the territory. Against an opponent who was half a step and half a second faster than her, she took a full step forward and came to a level, and then their two swords clashed in the domain. Corinne and Maria could only watch as their studio was being destroyed in the battle. After a powerful explosion and then the roar of the battle subsided, Maria asked if it was over. When the fog began to clear, it became obvious that the winner had already been determined. Lunya leaned over her broken sword, which was cut like paper by Orisha, who now stood proudly behind her sister. Maria happily announced that Orisha was the winner, but Corin didn't seem surprised. From the look on his face, it was clear that he had not expected any other result. Compared to the swordmaster Lunya Arden, Orisha's only strength is in cutting through the territory, which means she could only win in the middle of the territory, so he told her to dodge to buy time. Taking advantage of Luna's habits and peculiarities from her past life, they clung to their only chance for victory. As expected, after they clashed in the territory, Luna's sword broke. Orisha could not believe what had happened. She said in an uncertain voice that she had defeated her. Lunya got up, but continued to stand with her back to Orisha. She asked if she had performed badly. And then she said that from now on, neither she nor her subordinates would interfere with her work. After these words, she moved to leave. Catching up with her and grabbing her hand, Arisha asked her sister to wait. She could not find the words to say what she wanted to say. She thought she must be scared. Arisha was weaker, but she was able to defeat the pavilion master. For obvious reasons, she is afraid of the looks Lunya will give her, and also Lunya's attitude after she turned her back on her. But she did something Arisha did not expect. She touched her hair and stroked her head, just like in childhood. So there was nothing to fear about her sister's bad attitude toward her after that. In his past life, Corin met Lunya before the incident with Maria. It was quite unexpected because they met earlier than it was written in the story. Lunya devoted all her time to finding the person who took her sister's life, and in the end, she didn't find it because the culprit was Park Si-hoo. And even on the 3rd anniversary of the loss of her sister, she still continued to look for the perpetrator. Corin told her then that she comes and prays every year, and then he added that he thought she hated her sister. She replied that she did. Then she told him that she knew her as lazy, frivolous, annoying, and always bothering her. But no one but her could relieve her of her hurt. Corin felt then that there was a lot of love in her voice, not anger. Lunya did not turn away from Arisha. If Arisha had come out on top, Lunya would have just supported her and smiled. And so it was. Patting her little sister on the head, she said that she had grown a lot. The Lunya Arden that Corinne Locke remembered from her past life was just such a person. Tears rolled down from Arisha's eyes with relief because she really loved her sister very much. The next day, they met again in the hospital. She said she was afraid to fight, but part of her did it with a smile. That's why she often avoided battles. He replied that he knew that and had noticed her smiles as well. She continued that she did not feel like herself. She was also afraid of a duel with Luna, so she pretended not to be so serious and only took on simple tasks. He continued peeling the apple and said that others did the same. Then she said that since she had defeated Lunya, she was now officially Arden's successor, and Lunya and her people would be wary of her. Lowering her head, she added that if she escaped, she felt that her connection with her sister would be completely severed. But Corin cut her off and objected. Pulling the apple out in front of him to examine it, he told her that this would not happen. He continued that there may be distance or inconvenience in a relationship, but it cannot be ended immediately. He kept his eyes on the apple and continued to cut it. He argued that they were sisters and that she had done a good job. Arisha kept her eyes on Corin. He began to tell me that when he was younger, he was constantly beaten by hooligans. But it was hard for him not because of physical pain, but because of anger at himself for never trying to stand up for himself. And she is much stronger than he was then, so he hopes that she will always be proud of herself. Arisha called him strange and said they were the same age, and he acts like he's an adult. Corin asked her if he seemed older to her. She replied that she had the impression that he had overcome many difficulties. The boy thought it was because he had lived 14 years longer than her, and if we take into account the memories of 13-year-old Corin, he would be 50 years old. His thought was interrupted by her shy thank you. He asked what she was thankful for, and the girl, stretching, replied that it was for today, and, after a short pause, added that it was also for the incident in the forest. After all, it was he who saved her in the forest when she was attacked. Surprised by this statement, Corin asked her how she knew. She said that it was the belt that gave him away, and she just guessed. At that moment, she winked at him. The guy said that it was impossible that she could be that smart. Now he won't be able to turn a blind eye. Arisha told him that she now owed him a favor, and if he needs anything, he just needs to say so. Corin hummed. Then he asked Arisha to become friends and held out his hand to shake. She was surprised. Judging by her reaction, he asked if she was against it, but she laughed and said no. She said she agreed to be his friend. It's just that she hasn't had a boyfriend before, so a guy friend would be great. With a sincere, joyful smile, Corin said they were friends from now on, and Arisha replied that she was happy to have such a reliable friend as Corinne Locke. Corinne Locke's belief that evil will get what it deserves was unshakable. The inspiration to fight came from the fact that good people should have a bright future, and the children will have a better choice. Thinking about this, Corin finished slicing the apple. For the first-year students, the usual academic routine has begun again, but they did not seem ordinary to Isabella Charmin. She was already worried about something. These experiences were related to her friend Maria Dunareff and what was happening around her. When he met Maria in the corridor, the student handed her a bag of blood and said that it was his feelings. Then he quickly corrected himself and said it was his blood. He held up the package as if it were something familiar, and then added that if she wanted, he could offer her his neck. Isabella heard that Maria refused and said that she was receiving blood bags from Madame Josephine. Isabella thought the boy was an idiot because Maria was uncomfortable with what he said. But this happens every day, and she is really worried about it all. When she heard Corin's voice behind her asking if she had already quit, Maria blushed. Corny Locke was another reason Isabella was worried. This first year had been very close to Maria lately. He's an inept 5th-ranked knight, but that's not the point. If he was able to stand up to Luna Arden, he must be pretty talented. Still, she was uneasy, so she decided to keep an eye on them for a while. She heard that Corinne asked Maria if she wanted some blood, and she answered whether it was worth it. Then they went inside and closed the door behind them to be alone. Isabella's mind was filled with different pictures of the reasons why they had locked the door. She wanted to know what they were up to. Her concern for her friend and curiosity got the better of her, and Isabella put her ear to the door to hear what was going on behind it. She heard the boy talking about a proposal. Corin said he wanted to talk about the land they bought when they registered the studio. And since they are rebuilding it now, why don't they build a hotel there? It would be a good investment. And he can guarantee her that triple profit. Hearing this, Isabella bit her lip. She thought he was trying to make money off of Maria. Who the hell is this Corin Locke? Corin met Arisha at the gym. She asked him if he was training again today. He replied that he was just training his endurance with basic exercises. Arisha noticed that he was very dedicated to his work. As he warmed up, he said that the basics are important in everything. Isabella continued to watch Corin. As Arisha began to warm up with Corin, she said she wanted to join him. Isabella looked closely to see who the girl was. She recognized her as the second daughter of the Arden family. The guy handed Arisha a card and said that he always dines there and that the food is delicious. She was very happy and said that the Holy Panda was a very nice restaurant. When Isabella heard the name of the restaurant, she immediately started to boil. That restaurant was the best place to meet people. He had just seduced Maria and now he was asking her out. Isabella's hand slipped on the edge of the fence she was leaning on, and she was unable to hold on. She went flying down. When Arisha heard a noise, she looked around, but saw no one. She asked Corin if he had heard it, but he said he wasn't sure. And then he asked her how much she had already earned. Isabella was overcome with rage. She thought that the guy was not only hitting on 2 girls, but was also talking about money again. The next day at the restaurant, Corin asked Warren what she thought of the meat. Did she like it as much as the fish? She replied that it was delicious. At lunch, Corin also asked her about the money. He told her that he had made a good investment. Isabella was impressed that he had even caught Huaran in his net. She concluded that Corin Locke is a scoundrel and a swindler who deceives girls and steals their money. The cost of registering a corporation, reconstructing the studio, paying for the services of an instructor, taxes, and much more. Arisha's fight with Luna cost 97 gold pieces. That's about 100 million won. They received all this money from Maria. For this, they were very grateful to her. To think that she had just borrowed 100 million. Can magicians really earn so much money? Luna offered 50 gold for the reconstruction. Arisha received 110 gold coins as a reward for raids. Quarren also had a tidy sum from the Protestants. In addition, Ewell Lark and Jaeger had also saved money. And Doron, who was obsessed with money, had accumulated an incredible amount. As a result, he collected 550 gold pieces and made a large purchase with this money. Corin bought a large plot of land on the edge of the city. Although it was empty now, he was looking to the future. In the second semester, they will have a friendly festival with exchange students. Borome Academy students from the Eastern continent will be there. This will be the best season for the rental housing industry because there will be tourists from all over the continent. Then they will be able to earn 200 gold coins in a few weeks of the festival. Corin said he was a professor and a regressor, and since he knows the future, he has access to useful information. Just wait and he will collect all the money in the world. The Merkaba Academy was going about its daily life and dealing with its day-to-day issues. Madame Clara came to the head of the academy with news. She said that the Catholic Church of the Royal Family of the Tower of Magi and the association do not have a very good attitude towards their academy. The chairman said that this could be fixed. Clara said that their order would support his decision. She believes that everyone should have equal opportunities. Eriu Kassar said that he would be away from the academy for a while. Clara suggested that if he wanted to, she could go instead. but he said that she should not attend the Catholic Church. He asked her to look after the academy while he was away, and if something happened, she could use the emergency communication network. When the chairman gave all the orders, he left. After the door closed behind her, she adjusted her glasses and said out loud to herself that she would see how things were going. Clara began to read the to-do list and saw that the vampire regeneration experiment had been rejected. The permit to build the third dormitory had also been postponed. Looking through the other papers on the table, she noticed an application from Corinne Locke. She quickly skimmed the text. The request was for a mandrake harvest. Clara wondered what he was up to this time. In the western part of the academy, in the testing room, Arisha asked him if they would be harvesting here. Corinne asked her what she knew about mandrakes. She sighed and said that she only knew that they scream when they get hurt. He replied that she was right. That's why you have to be careful. The main thing is to protect your eardrums and have good earplugs. They also need a spacious place. After that, Corinne asked her if she was ready, and she called him captain and said she was. It is not possible to collect mandrake roots alone. You need someone to hold the roots while the other cuts off their leaves. Until you separate the root from the cap, the mandrake stops screaming. This was the 4th time Corin had done this. In his past life, Park Si-ha and he had worked together, but now he was a little nervous. At the command, Corin pulled the mandrake out of the ground with a sharp movement. When she woke up, she immediately started screaming with a terrible scream and pulling away from the hands that held her. Trying to hold the plant, Corin shouted to Arisha that it was time to show his fencing skills. When he looked at Arisha, he saw that she was not in her right mind. It turned out that she had not put on her earplugs correctly. Corin cursed and said that now he would have to do everything himself. The mandrake wriggled and screamed in his hand. The nervous guy told the mandrake that she was not the only one who could scream and screamed back. After that, he threw her to the mountain and she flew up the mountain still screaming. In a moment, with a single stroke of the knife, Corin cut the leaves from the roots while the plant was still in the air. The mandrake gave one last piercing squeal and fell to the ground, finally falling silent. Under the influence of the mandrake's magic, Arisha passed out. Corin shouted that she was useless and that she might die, and then he began to wake her up. The boy looked at the planted mandrakes with sadness. He wanted to pick a lot of them, but he felt that he would just fall if he did it again. Suddenly he was called. Corin thought he had put up a sign saying, "Do not enter. I'll look around to see who it is." Behind him stood the ever-smiling Maria Dunarev. He asked her in surprise if she didn't have tests for today. Maria confirmed, but it was too loud in the classroom, so she just jumped out. Corin shouted that the audience was on the 12th floor, but she smiled and said it was true. She jumped out of the window. After that, she asked what they were doing here. Corin told her that he had already told her that they were harvesting mandrakes here. Maria asked if they wanted to pick them all. He said yes, but they were a little tired today. Saying that she would finish everything for them, Maria headed towards the plantations. Corin tried to stop her and said that she was not a knight and it would be difficult for her. She did not listen and went over and pulled it out of the ground. Maria said the plant was a beautiful silver color. He was in a panic. It was too late. If he heard the piercing cry of the silver and white mandrake, it could be the end of him. But she smiled and said that she had a whole farm of mandrakes at home. This year alone, she has collected 30 of them. Very quickly and in one motion, she tore off the leaves so that the mandrake did not even have time to squeak. And then she exclaimed that it was easy. Corin thought it was incredible. Maria asked her if she was going to make a herbal broth, and added that while she was doing that, she would make a stew. She then asked Arisha to bring rabbit meat and potatoes. Corin asked what he should do then. Maria said that there was nothing left for him to do. Looking at him with loving eyes, she chirped that she would do anything for him. He happily replied that he would be very grateful to her. I thought it was wonderful. There are 2 ways to eat mandrake. The first traditional way is when you eat the root itself, but the most effective way is to make a herbal decoction from it. You need to take silver canes, silver vines, Chinese grape roots, deer antler, and you can throw in some more until you have 28 ingredients, and then you need to cook for more than 10 hours. And if you do this, you will get a herbal decoction. Perhaps someone might think that this is strange, but it was the case here. Stirring the dish in the cauldron, Maria noted that everything was perfect and that all that was left was to bring it to a boil. She looked at Corin and asked him what he was doing. He continued to draw in the sand and told her that it was nothing special, he was just bored. Maria came over to take a look and asked him with a huff if they were runes. He confirmed and asked if she could read them. The girl replied that she did not know what they meant, but had seen them in humanities classes. She asked where Korin had learned them, because they are essentially a forgotten language. The boy replied that he had learned them from his teacher. Until recently, he had been learning runes and spear skills from her. This is what she left behind. He learned the method of teaching the martial art, but in the beginning the runes were different. Just because you know how to write runes doesn't mean you can use them. The very first runes were applied to the body and could be used by only one person. The goal of one final boss was to get the initial rune. The mentor tried to leave the rune for him, but she died before she could do so. And it was all because of him. The final boss dealt with her and got there first. The girl asked who his teacher was. If she could read runes, she must be a mage from the tower. The man huffed and replied that she was an ordinary person, like many others everywhere. And in a sad voice, he repeated that she was an ordinary person who was doing her best. Fixing her hair, Maria said that she thought Korin was a very loving student. And then I abruptly changed the subject and asked if he would have potatoes. He huffed and said he hadn't eaten any yet. Maria clapped her hands and said that she had brought some and then called out to Deok. Korin was surprised to hear about Deoka. It turned out that it was the name of the former sphere of an upper-class vampire named Familiars. The guy guessed that she had completely bound the sphere to herself. Maria chirped that it was all thanks to him because he shared his blood with her. That's why she was able to get a familiar. The girl said he seemed quite nice and asked Korin what he thought about it. He just nodded and added that the more she looked at him, the nicer he became. And since he was created from blood, half of the dog must be his. So it turns out that he is his father. After these words, Maria grabbed her face in a panic and blurted out that she hadn't even thought about it. When Corinne petted the dog, she called him Deoku's daddy and offered to play with him. He was surprised by the offer and said that the dog was not real, but Deoku immediately licked him. The vampire dog was only 1 year old and very active, and Korin had to give it his all when playing with him. Time passed quickly, and the herbal broth was ready. The guy looked at it and said that the broth looked good. Looking at the way Korin looked, Arisha asked Maria what had happened to him. She said that he had just played with Deoku. After he drank the mandrake herbal decoction, his magical abilities increased dramatically. His maximum mana increased by 1,300. In his opinion, he should definitely be able to level up now. Korin said that girls should try it too. If you drink more than one azu, nothing will happen. They asked if they could have it, but no matter how strong the decoction is, it works only once. They will need to be shared with Yule and Lark. They will be happy. They still have 1 silver and white mandrake left. And he needed to eat it like this. Korin shoved it into his mouth, barely able to control himself. After he swallowed it, the core aura would be created. The core aura is a strong vessel for the knight's aura. It takes incredibly hard training to create it, but now he has it. And once he gets it to a high rank, he can get more cores. It will turn out to be just magical. He'll get 2 whole cores. He said that he now had the aura core. They asked if he was serious about telling them this. Arisha happily exclaimed that this was an incredible effect of the silver mandrake. She advised Korin to try the golden one as soon as possible. Then the effect should be even better. But he said it was too early, and he would eat it later. She said he was probably right. Maybe there were too many herbs for one time and it wouldn't do any good. But Korin had his own reasons for saving the golden mandrake for later. At the meeting of the College of Teachers, the issue of the 5th-ranked student Corny Locke was considered. The instructor questioned the rank previously assigned to the student and suggested that he be measured again. One of the participants asked if he was not a beginner, and another participant supported him by asking why it was necessary to reassess such a student. Another participant gasped and suggested that perhaps the senior teachers had not seen the intermediate first-year students. Professor of the Department of Chivalry Permac said that Corny Locke fought with Swordmaster Lunya Arden. The fight lasted about 3 minutes. Some of those present expressed the opinion that this could not be possible and that she was most likely being subjected to it. Why would a swordmaster demonstrate his full power at a children's test? After this question, the instructor asked if any of the other professors believed that Lunya Arden had held back in the fight against Corin Locke. No one in the room raised their hand. Then the instructor announced that this meant there were none. But they still can't raise his rank after the intermediate ones, even if they have all the evidence to doubt his true capabilities. The student must show results that correspond to the promotion. These are the rules. He replied that they would then provide this decision to the association. In his opinion, the presented certificate will be enough to conduct a second test. Someone said they would have to check the students' schedules, and one professor would have to be absent from class. This idea was suggested by instructor Haman, so why not take care of it? She asked him what he would say about it. He hummed. In fact, that was what he wanted. Then it was decided to do the same to Corny Locke. Professor Permack thought about the boy. In his opinion, even the 5th rank is generous for his characteristics, but it cannot be denied that his duel with Luna Arden was unsurpassed. He was also concerned about the spear technique demonstrated by Corin Locke. Whichever way you look at it, this technique was his technique. It made me think even more. Permack hid his worried look behind his glasses and thought he would have to check again. Arisha approached Corin in the classroom and said hello. He said hello back. She said that today she was in the same class. She asked if she could sit next to him. He replied why she was asking if she had already sat down. And for that matter, this is Jaeger's place. He came over at that moment and looked at Arisha. She quickly apologized. The girl got up and said she was going to move, but Yehor stopped her and said she could sit. He quickly jumped to the next row. Afterwards, she complimented him on how thoughtful he was. But from the look of Yeher, Corin would not have said so. He gave him a look full of anger. Corin whispered a question about why he was looking at him like that. Jaeger didn't say anything out loud, but he thought about what he wanted. At first, the most popular girl, Miss Sweet Potato, was hanging around him. Later, a very cute girl from the demon tribe often had lunch with him. And now the granddaughter of the Emperor of the Sword is also chasing Corin. He's getting a lot of jealousy for that. Why is Corin the only one playing the dating game here? Why is the place next to him empty and cold? Asking himself all these questions, Yehor burst into tears. Arisha suggested that maybe Jaeger was going through some difficulties, and that's why he was like this. Corin shrugged his shoulders. Upon entering the classroom, Professor Permack greeted the freshmen and asked if they were all there. If so, he would start the class. He asked them to take their seats and reminded them that, as he had said in the previous lesson, today they would have a group project. The classroom became noisy. Some students didn't like this assignment. When they grumbled, Permack told them to hide their sad faces. This project would be good for them. And now, he will explain to them what they will need. Since they are at the Faculty of Fencing, he will not ask them complex math, nor will he ask them to grow magic plants. The professor snapped his fingers, and a puzzle of pieces of paper with a picture appeared in the air. He told the students to look at the papers. Corin found it suspicious that the professor had chosen such a topic when he saw what was depicted on the puzzle. Permack announced that today the topic of their project will be spear skills. Arisha happily remarked that it would be easy for Corin, but he looked confused. He thought something was wrong. Last time they were given a box. Professor Permack is a boxer who keeps a good distance and runs fast. He also specializes in shadow. He is also a knight of the 1st rank of the Northern Verkut Academy, which is famous for its magical runes on its gauntlets. And out of the blue, he decided to teach them how to use a spear? Corin smiled slyly and thought that he was smart after all. The boy guessed that the professor was going to test him in this way. He began to announce the task. They have to choose a type of spear and research it with their group. They will also take time to demonstrate different techniques. Someone remarked that then the students who chose the spear would have an advantage. He replied that he would take this into account during the evaluation. This will affect the criteria and bonus points. Then he said that the group would consist of 4 people, and they would be divided at random. They say that a group project is needed to improve students' teamwork and to evaluate it. But in reality, the hardest worker loses. It's a helpless game of chicken. In the group sessions, there were those who did not know what they were doing, those who wanted to slack off, or those whose family members had died. He had this when he was studying at the university for 4 years, and while he was studying at the academy for 3 years. But not this time. Now he has a great team consisting of his friends. Jaeger Hintzpeter is a 3rd-ranked knight with excellent physical abilities. He is not stupid and does what he is told well. I don't even need to say anything about Arisha. She is a talented and incredibly strong fencer. She will quickly learn where to use her body. And the last one was Varan. She's a little bit tough, but she tries very hard. He likes to see how hard she works in class. Since his entire team is strong and hard-working, his past will be left behind. He has already reserved a gym for training. Their time will start in 3 hours, so he will teach them the theory and basic attributes for now. But these were just Corin's plans. In the training room, Jaeger said they have been using this training room for 2 months. Its walls and floor are made of durable materials that absorb shock damage. Corin confirmed and added that the materials were expensive. Jaeger said with anxiety in his voice that it meant they could break them. And with one punch, Jaeger was impressed by the fight between Orisha and Hwaran. Corin said that Hwaran must be crazy. He asked her to spar with Orisha for a little while so that they could work on their tit control. But why is Hwaran destroying everything? In fact, if you look at her face, it looks like she doesn't realize what she's doing. So for obvious reasons, they were kicked out of the training room. And they were supposed to be training now. They met on a Sunday morning in the church building. Corin said it was the first time they decided to think about the current project. He asked the squad members to share their thoughts openly. Orisha started by apologizing for not controlling her power well. Corin said that she was wrong and that she had done a great job. Corin was very happy to help them practice. Then she said that his spear skills were perfect, and when she repeats after him, she feels like a real master. He said it was because she was paying attention. Then he asked Yeher's opinion. He said he was not sure about using long weapons. He reminded him that Corin had said something about a reverse celestial technique, but he doesn't understand how to make the turn and find the right approach. But Corin said that he was doing well, and that if he learned the 8 basic movements, his mace skills would improve. After that, he asked Hwaran the same question. Perhaps it was because he decided to place several different religions next to each other, although they had similar customs. Hwaran brought everything for communion and told them to eat. She told them that it was the flesh and blood of the saints. The guy asked her if it was a voluntary job. She replied that weekend service was mandatory, so Hwaran was obliged to come. Corin asked her if she was studying to be a Protestant nun. She replied that it was not because she wanted to. He said that she should read the scriptures anyway. You can learn a lot from the stories of the saints. Maybe the church has outdated views, but Protestant teachings mostly say the same things. Love yourself, love the people around you, and love your neighbor. Love and be loved. Orisha immediately chirped that it was a wonderful teaching. Love is important, but Hwaran just snorted. Then he called her Sister Hwaran and asked if she understood why they had failed yesterday. She gave them a cold look and said that it was because they were all too weak. With a sigh, she continued that even if she exerted only a tiny part of her strength, they would still break. And if they practice, the weak will still be weak and the strong will still be strong. To this statement, Corin said that she was not mistaken. Orisha was surprised by his answer, but he quickly added that only those who are really strong can say that. If she wants, they can make a bet. He will make her bend the knee in 1 minute. If he wins, she pays for dinner. She agreed. And then she said that if she won, she wouldn't need an award because something would break. Then he stood up and said that they could have a duel here and now. They can start at Jaeger's signal. The two were stunned by the development. Yehor asked how it had come to this, and Orisha said she was speechless. Since they had decided so, Jaeger told them to prepare for a duel. Hwaran stood in front of Corin. Corin looked the boy straight in the eye. Her gaze was filled with determination. Corin Locke met her gaze with no less determination. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Yehor gave the command to start, and Corin quickly took off in the direction of Hwaran. He decided that from the very beginning he would use his secret techniques of the highest class. He used the strong fighting techniques of the crawling snake and the villainous intent of the snake. But she fought them off like it was nothing. Hwaran was really as tough as they say. In this case, he will try to use the Swift Wind Tiger's second move. Imagine his surprise when only part of his spear remained in his hands and the other part was already falling to the floor. She broke it with her bare hands. In response, he said that she was really good at breaking things. After that, they engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Corin used the techniques of the playing body and the 8 steps. The guy openly teased her and asked her what was wrong because she couldn't hit at all. Corin threw him an angry look and said that he had started to annoy her. And then she added that he should try to dodge it as if he didn't want to die. She was about to strike with her right hand. Corin thought that if she hit him now, he would be hospitalized for at least a month, and he should take her advice and dodge it. But he decided to try to block her with the spell of the 8 trigrams connected chains. He thought that even though he had blocked it perfectly, he still felt like his muscles were going to tear. The fact that Corin did not dodge the blow even though she had warned him surprised her. At one point, the world before her eyes seemed to blur and shake. Somehow, Corin got around her and struck her in the knee. She immediately fell on top of him. Orisha shouted out in surprise how he ended up on her ass, and Jaeger shouted that he was crazy, and it was amazing. With a pleased smile, Corin said that she had bent the knee to him. She gave him an angry look and said they should do it again. He rejected her offer and said that he had already won, so why should he compete again? But Varan, who did not know how to lose, began to get even angrier and demanded a repeat. Corin continued to refuse and said that he could feel her shaking because she was angry. It didn't take him long to quell the rebellion within his group, so he decided that he could start teaching them spear skills and preparing them for a demonstration. But a few days later, he received a note from Quarren. It said that she was sick and they had to hold classes without her. Corin decided it was a lie. Why would she be sick? So she didn't mean well. So he would have to use a secret weapon. It was a fish restaurant. Just looking at the dishes with her favorite fish on the table made Varan salivate. But Corin said that if she ate everything, it meant she would not be sick anymore. He pointed to the deliciously flavored fish on the table and asked if she could refuse. Corinne's secret weapon worked. She couldn't resist saying that she was already healthy and began to eat the fish. While she was eating, Corin asked her how long she thought it took a cook to prepare one dish. She said about 30 minutes, but he said it was actually 10 years. Corin explained that you need to find good ingredients, process them, and cook everything. Usually it takes a chef 10 years to show his skills to visitors. Varan asked what he was trying to say. He replied that it had taken him 3 years to get her to bend the knee to him. Both her favorite fish and martial arts are somewhat similar. From choosing the right ingredients to the right posture when striking, both start with small details. He also once started small. When Corin finished speaking, he leaned over to Varan and asked her with a smile if they could be considered reconciled. With a snort, she pulled out a notebook and shoved it in Corin's face. Listening to Corin's mumbling as he looked over what she had written in her notebook, she calmly continued to eat the fish. He asked if it was the research he had assigned her. When he realized that it was, he told her that she did a good job and patted her on the head, but she snapped at him and told him to leave her alone. Arisha and Yeher are also practicing properly, and thanks to Havaran, they don't have to worry about research anymore. Now they have everything they need to prepare for the presentation. Somehow the time to prepare for the presentations passed very quickly, and the first week of group project presentations began. The order of the presentations was based on the group number, so the people in front of them started their demonstrations. Corinne Locke's group closely watched the first group to attend the presentation. A student came out and introduced himself as the head of the first Palais group. He said that their topic for the day was 5-star spear skills. Professor Permack said that the topic was great and it was time to show what they had learned. Watching the presentation of the research material, Yeager noted that the first group was well prepared. When they finished, Professor Permack told Palais that it was not bad. He also thanked him. But then Permack said that now he would try to break through their line. This really scared the guy. After all, Professor Permack was a distinguished graduate of the Northern Vircutus Academy and a former knight of the first rank of the Kingdom of Ellis. Putting on his fighting gloves, he said that if they could hold out for 10 seconds, he would give them the highest score. And then he gave them the command to defend themselves. The students were very scared and confused. He threw up his tablet with the notes and used the Permack dive-down technique to attack the first group of students. Then a left-hand combination and he went through them without feeling any resistance. Yeager did not hold back his emotions when commenting on the professor's techniques. He also noted that he was very fast. Corin kept quiet, but he noticed that Permack did not hold back much. Permack returned to his seat before the tablet with the papers had even gotten halfway there, and caught it. He said it was good that they had chosen the group spear technique. But they lack practice. But their presentation was not terrible either, so they will get a B. Then he asked if they had any objections. Lying on the floor, one of them answered that he had no objections. Then he called the second group. They were already worried about how they would fight against Professor Permack. Maybe they should just give up. The leader of the group said that they chose the fatal spear technique of the North, called the 9 Fatal Dragons. He didn't even have time to finish his sentence before Permack went on a rampage, saying that their technique was not only too complicated, but they hadn't even really mastered it. And he gave them a C. Then he called up group number 3, led by Corin Locke. The guy thought they were well prepared and had nothing to worry about. Corin introduced himself and said that they would be presenting the 8 trigrams of the Lan Na Ja technique. He hummed and said to begin. Yeager demonstrated Lan's technique well, which was a reflection of the incoming blow. Arisha Arden demonstrated the Na technique. This technique is used to push the enemy's weapon down. And finally, the Za hold by Huaren. This is a move to pierce an unprotected opponent. Everyone showed good preparation, so Corin thought they did well. Warren had worked harder than he had expected, and they would surely get a good score. The professor said it was incredible. They took away everything superfluous. Their principles were simple but perfect. Corin said he would tell the group to get ready, but Permac said that was not necessary, and he only wanted Corin. The professor added that only the two of them would engage in a real battle. Then he asked if he had any objections. The guy realized that he had planned it all along. He told the professor that he had no objections. Then Permac said he was starting and immediately went on the attack using the Righto move. And then I was going to add an explosive acceleration of my left hand. This is a hook that comes out of a special boxing stance that is ready to strike. Usually in this case you need to block. But Corin noticed that Permac's body was moving along the axis of his left leg, not his right. And he knew that the professor was left-handed. 6 steps later, Lan Naja's second step, and he blocked his punch. The way the guy oriented himself and managed to block the blow surprised the professor. The students of the previous groups noted that the professor's movements were very different from those he used on them. Just look at his speed. Everyone wondered how a 5th-ranked student could keep up with Professor Permac. Permac wondered if this meant that the boy had already surpassed the level of a student. Then he decided to provoke Corin to use non-basic techniques. He wanted Corin Locke to show him the same spear technique for which he had started the whole thing. The professor decided to deliver a super heavy blow to provoke Corin's response. Corin's friends were holding their breath, worried about their partner, because the professor's attacks were not for freshmen. The professor's fist stopped a few centimeters from the boy's face, who was standing still. The professor asked him why he stopped, and he replied that 10 seconds had passed. Then Permac wanted an explanation about the course of the battle. Corin said that he must have suspected something. Before that, he had only used his right hand and showed that he was right-handed, but he answered based on the fact that he was left-handed. Permac Daman turned and walked to the podium. He mentally asked himself what his fighting nephew really thought. He invited all the participants of the 3rd group. When everyone stood up, the professor said that when it comes to the secret arts, most people blindly choose complex techniques. But honestly speaking, the real secret arts are the basics. After these words, the professor turned to the students standing behind him and said that Corin Locke and the 3rd group would receive an A grade. Everyone jumped for joy. Corin proudly said that their friend Corin Locke was an excellent student after all. But Permac called out to him and asked if they could talk for a few minutes. Noticing Corin's agitation, he told him to relax. It was just a one-on-one meeting. They left, and the professor asked if he was really a knight of the 5th rank. Corin hesitantly replied that he was. Permac continued that he must know that his abilities are not equal to the 5th rank. The boy replied that he was still quite good, but he can only catch evil spirits under certain circumstances. Therefore, he cannot catch evil spirits of the 5th rank. Permac thought for a moment. He said that recently the professors of the Knight's faculty had a meeting where they talked about him, and they decided to re-evaluate him. Corin will be presented with several missions during which his rank will be revised. The most advanced rank will be semi-first rank. He has shown good results, so the conditions are quite unusual. The guy thought he could use a raise. It would increase both his pay and his choice of missions. He will even be able to choose difficult missions if he wants. If he had been a player, he would have received this right only in his 2nd year of study. After some thought, Corin answered Permac that he agreed and asked what would be required of him. He said that he would have to complete 2 missions with a monster and an evil spirit of semi-first rank. And of course, he had to do it alone. Now, the Guardians Association has 4 missions with the rank they need, and fortunately, there are 2 missions with monsters and 2 with evil spirits. So in the end, he needs to catch one of them each, and he needs to do it right now. The professor handed him the task cards and told him he had to choose. At that moment, Corin felt nervous. The first task was to be completed in the forest at dawn. When he arrived, the instructor said that he was on time. Corin wished Instructor Haman a good morning and noticed that it was a bit gloomy, but he said it was not so bad. When he was younger, he used to go into the fog and look for monster nests. The guy said that the instructor would tell heroic stories on the way and that they would not be sad. Then he said he could tell what happened to him at the event. Corin knew he could please Haman if he listened to his stories. The instructor said that the hunt would be for a semi-first rank monster. It is located in the mountains to the west of the city. Its target will be a 2-headed ogre. It is slow but dangerous. Corin asked with surprise if he wasn't a 1st rank. Why was he only given a semi-first rank? He answered that it was because he was not a mature individual. and from what he had heard, the monster was raising several hounds and hunting dogs. Then he warned Korin not to even think about going at them head-on and asked if he understood. The boy nodded. Haman said that a guardian needs more than just strength, and he will evaluate everything. They reached the western mountains of the city. There was a cave where a two-headed ogre lived. Neither old Haman nor the people from the association will help Korin, although in case of danger he will intervene, and then his evaluation will go down the drain. Instructor Haman asked what Korin understood about the area. The boy looked around. He began to tell me that, judging by the tracks, there were tracks of an ogre and long hounds. They moved together, and they definitely live in the same place. Then he asked how many hounds there were. Korin said 3. Then Haman said that it was like this, but there were only 2 small animal tracks following the giant, and apparently one of them was a pregnant female. He added that he knew the answer but still had to tell them. Pointing to the long trail, Korin said that there were also tracks of an animal being dragged. This means that the prey was not eaten on the spot, but neither ogres nor hounds have a habit of leaving food for later. So they were carrying food for an individual who could not move. The instructor said his response was amazing. After that, he asked Korin how he planned to hunt the two-headed monster of semi-first rank and the hounds of third rank. He replied that he would first separate the ogre and the hounds. Hounds are animals that know what danger is, so he will use the powerful weapons that humans have been given. Haman asked what kind of weapon it was. Korin smiled slyly and said it was intelligence. And unfortunately for them, he is a master at it. Despite the fact that people are expanding their sphere of influence and ruling the world, there will always be dangers in it. Demonic beings who try to impose their place in the world pose such dangers. The monster ruler of this forest, the two-headed ogre, also posed a danger to people. The ogre rules the world as a tyrant and almost no one dares to enter his domain. For the ogre, this forest is his kingdom. His long hounds noticed that something was wrong. They began to growl and bark. A female who recently gave birth and still cannot move freely disappeared from the nest. The hounds began to bark and call their master to notice the loss. They took the trail and pointed to the drag marks left on the soil. After examining the place, the ogre realized that an intruder had been here and dragged away the female. After the ogre realized that the female and her cub had been kidnapped, he was beside himself with rage. Because of the anger of the forest ruler and his subjects, the forest began to shake. The 2 males, who were twisted with rage, made incomprehensible sounds. They were howling and barking. They had to chase. They had to save the female. Long hounds raced after the female, and the ogre followed them. Gradually, the smell of the female became stronger. They even smelled the scent of the enemy who had kidnapped the female. As always, nothing could stop the hounds in the forest. So it was time for the villain to pay the price for crossing the king of the forest. They found a weakened female tied up and making sad whimpers. The male rubbed his nose against it to make sure that his female was alive. But when they started helping the female to leave and started chewing on the rope, a trap was waiting for them. A large log that had been fixed with a rope and was being chewed by dogs fell on their heads. The log became loose and bounced off the trunk and flew back toward the hounds. Under its heavy weight, and because of the rolling, the ropes began to crack and tear. Now there was not just one log flying at the dog, but several from all sides. The hound was terrified. The hound was no longer pursuing its goal, but was trying to escape the danger itself. Ahead was a clearing with no trees, and it seemed safe to the hound, so she headed there. When he got there, the male tried to steady his breathing and calm down. But he didn't know how cunning people could be. Korin used the Kinaz spell on him. Immediately fire broke out in the place where the male was standing and engulfed him. He did not even have time to realize what had happened. The flames grew so large that an ogre noticed them and went in that direction. There he saw that his long hound had left only a charred trail on the ground. The two-headed ogre gritted his teeth in anger. He had lost his loyal subjects. The tyrant's mad scream echoed throughout the forest. The rage in him was burning, and he wanted revenge. At this time, the ropes broke, and logs like those of his hounds flew at him from all sides. Such an ordinary trap would never have worked on him. He was, in fact, the king of the forest. But the two-headed ogre did not know that the hunt for him had just begun. Korin appeared like a shadow among the trees. The ruler of this forest, a two-headed ogre, was also a good and skillful hunter. The first head had excellent eyesight, and the second head had a great sense of smell. They teamed up to take revenge for the hounds, so it wasn't hard to find the tracks. But there were absurdly many traces. In the ogre's opinion, the freak didn't even try to hide. How could the hounds lose to such a man? But to his surprise, the two-headed ogre could not find his prey on the first day. Despite the fact that the traces were very clear, he felt that he was close, but it was unsuccessful. And when he made a halt, putting aside his feelings, he was ambushed. The Rune of Hagalars. But the attack would have taken the ogre by surprise if his one head hadn't always been on the alert. The other head woke up to sounds from the sky. In an instant, a giant hailstorm fell from the sky like rain. The orc began to run away from the threatening rain. Only a few pieces of hail hit the ogre, but this attack had a different target. After this incident, the two-headed ogre continued to get into trouble. The hail started falling every time the ogre started to fall asleep. After several such attacks, the ogre wanted to start ignoring them because he was already on the verge, and then some burning stones fell next to him. But despite the chase, the chaos stopped at dawn. The ogre's target continued to leave only vague traces that led nowhere. 3 days passed in this way. Then the ogre realized that he was actually being hunted. When he realized that the roles of hunter and hunted were reversed, he felt only anger and grief. And then the source of his anger appeared. Corin greeted him and said that he had worked so hard to catch him, and then he offered to end it. The two-headed ogre roared menacingly and immediately ran to the boy. Corin did not wait and also headed for the two-headed monster. He wanted to gain speed. Then he pushed off the ground and soared above the huge man, twirling his spear over his head. The ogre thought that when he landed, he would wave his 2-meter-long stick and throw this little enemy away. With a swing of his spear, Corin spoke the words of the spell to intend the mountain tree pagoda. There was no need for 2 strikes, so he used a macro strike against him. The blow hurt him, but it failed to knock the two-headed ogre off his feet. The monster howled in pain. After that, Corin Locke began to apply the method of the 8th trigram. In this method, he used the technique of the primordial palm of chaos. It was also a very powerful punch. The two-headed giant monster began to fall from so many powerful and accurate blows. At that moment, Corin struck him the last fatal blow, and he roared for the last time. So the tyrant who ruled this forest was defeated by a man, and he met his end as a prey to man. After Corin filled the core of the aura, he couldn't get used to it. He yawned tiredly. So the giant was finished. Looking up at the beautiful blue sky with soft-looking clouds, Corin thought he wondered how Maria was doing. 3 days before, they had a private conversation. Corin asked her how much she trusted him. She told him that she would even believe him if he said that he would make kimchi out of potatoes. He said that it could be done. Then he asked if she trusted him so much, how far she could go with him. Not expecting such a question, Maria unconsciously squeezed the bag of blood and it splashed in all directions. Maria said she was ready to go all the way. Corin handed her a napkin, but she jumped up and waved her hands, saying that she was overdoing it. He told her that he had a plan for which he needed her. The girl began to wipe herself and said that she realized she was needed for his plan. Corin began to explain that starting tomorrow, she and Arisha would be together. She abruptly stopped him and said that this was their plan. Why should there be another girl in it? He did not understand why she was so angry. She took off her blood-stained clothes and threw them into the laundry basket. Though she is a veteran guardian and a special vampire who will forever be young, she is still a very young girl. Corin's choice of words that could cause misunderstanding made her heart flutter. Standing in the shower, she thought that she had not expected such a big problem. However, the girl was not stupid. It seemed that the guy was always one step ahead. He had a plan and reacted before anything happened. When he saved her or saved Arisha Arden, and she was grateful to him. But what did this boy know, and how far had he thought it through? And the girl had a few questions that haunted her. But she was blind because she was in love. And so she listened to her lover's request again. The reason why magicians want to become professors at the academy is not only because Merkabah has a great library with a huge selection of books. It was also influenced by the gigantic research facility in the West Wing. It had the best ingredients that magicians could only dream of. He was surprised to note that it was a very good wild boar. Among them were special monsters that could not be killed and could only be sealed. She asked Permac if he had seen it before in the textbook. It was a wild boar that ate the entire iron mine to the very depths. He asked Professor Dana if this research focused on the special alpha traits of this creature. She replied that she would like to write a thesis on the influence of a special demonic tribe on low-ranking entities. and also about the unique alpha energy. Then Permac asked if this meant that he just needed to engrave a rune on this creature. She confirmed and said it was good that they had it. She continued that nowadays, there are rarely rune specialists among mages. He replied that this is the fate of forgotten languages, and noted that they are also difficult to use in real combat. Then Permac added that this is normal if it is not a knight with a lot of mana like him. With that, he began to draw a rune in the air. Dana heard someone come in and asked who it was. When she saw her, she said that there are special monsters at the academy. She didn't even expect that a special vampire would volunteer to help their experiment. She then apologized and asked the girl if it was rude to call her that. She replied that it was fine. Dana was not mistaken, so she is not offended. Then there was a meeting between two special entities of Maria Dunaref, the boss of the first act and the boss of the second act, the king of the Iron House. It was a mission called the Haunted House, a simple task that can be selected in the second semester in the game. But to defeat the first-ranked evil spirit that lives in the haunted house, you need to be careful of attacks with various objects and furniture. You also need to find the magic circles in the basement and destroy them. The difficulty level of this task is much higher than it seems. You need this exam to prove that you are an expert player. Usually he cannot see spirits due to his limitation, but this time will be an exception. He can't see the Duke that possessed Lark or the spirit body that inhabited the magical objects in the training room. But if the spirit possesses the premises of a residential building, it is called the Gesta phenomenon. This means that they can use force and cannot be ignored by relying on religious precepts. Corin thought he should jump and hit it, then get his spear and cut through the pole and the top to separate it from the roof. He decided he could do it in one go. Now, using the spear, you need to break the windows that overlook the terrace to make the glass fly in his direction. Then dodge them with a roll and then head for the door. When you enter, cut off the clock on the top right and chop it 3 times in a jump. Destroy the nails sticking out of the steps. And you don't have to look at the top, you can go down, and then stand on the central carpet once. There is a table in the basement next to the magic circle. When it flies away, you need to cut it into 4 pieces. Then damage the circle to reduce the power of telekinesis. There will be a candlestick on top that you need to push and use the spear. Then climb the stairs and break the door. A painting will fly towards you, but you need to run up. And as soon as you get up, the furniture will fly and you will have to dodge. When you open your eyes, you need to ask, what the hell is that? Then you will take him by surprise and all the runes you have drawn will be activated. The runes activate the fire, and then the house will catch fire by itself, so you need to leave quickly. Corin thought that real men don't return to the stage with fire. Everything seemed simple. He did it in 30 seconds. It was a snap. Haman asked how he managed to do it, since even 2 second-ranked magicians could not cope with this magical cave. Corin knew everything in advance. This strategy was left by a streamer who shocked the whole of Korea. Impressed by Corin Locke's skills, Haman congratulated him on his successful completion of the second task. And he said that he had definitely proved that he was a semi-first rank. And then he said that not far from here there is a port city called Sar. There is a restaurant there that serves delicious food, and he invites him to have dinner with him. The guy asked if they served fish in Sar. He thought that was the place where it was, and the reason why he chose to raid the evil spirits in that region. The instructor replied that Corin probably knew about him then. Then he asked him how he felt about raw fish, and when he answered that he loved it, Haman said he would show him a great place where they served it. As he walked, Corin looked around the area unnoticed. He was looking for someone with his eyes, and he did notice the man he was looking for. The guy thought it was great that he was following him. These cold lands are full of natural resources under the icy expanse, and among these snowy mountains lies a large mine. It is so rich in minerals that it is nicknamed the Iron Mountain. 88 years ago, in the popular region of the northern continent on the Dingle Peninsula, miners who were making their way to the northern regions in search of iron and gold witnessed an impressive sight. A giant boar that eats iron. He ate everything there was. It is the demon pig of the Dingle Peninsula. That boar was the king of the Iron Mountain, and that was the first time people saw him. She walked quickly and chided herself for oversleeping on such a day. I think she was told that it was on the 4th floor of the testing department. Arisha was in a great hurry. She could not be late. After all, Corin had asked her to take on this case. A few days ago, Arisha found Maria on the 1st floor of the testing department. She caught her by surprise at work, and Maria said that she scared her. Then Arisha apologized and noticed that it was similar, and dove into her experiment. She asked if it was something important. She replied that it was nothing, she was just doing it while she had a break. Pointing at the dog next to her, Arisha asked why she had called her here and said that Dioku had told her to come. Maria replied that Korin had asked her to explain everything for him. The girl asked in surprise if Korin had asked for this. When she heard his name, a noticeable blush appeared on her cheeks. Maria handed Arisha a bottle and asked if she wanted to try it before they started. She asked if it was an elixir, and Maria said it was something like that. She said that if the elixir was good for her body, she would gladly drink it, and immediately started to do so. Maria warned her that it was hot and that she should take her time. Then she added that she needed to check if it was safe. She stopped abruptly and asked what she meant. Immediately afterwards, she sighed heavily, and Maria asked what was wrong. Arisha looked up at her with her wiggling eyes and said that the elixir was delicious. It also reminded her of home. She breathed a sigh of relief. Quickly grabbing a notebook, Maria began to write down that the elixir tasted good and safe. Its toxicity is normal. When she finished, Arisha asked what Corinne wanted to tell her, and the girl replied that she would tell her everything in a moment. She began to tell her that Corinne had asked her to explain what was about to happen. She impatiently hurried Maria along. And today she overslept and is very late. Then they discussed the King of the Iron Mountain. Demon Pig is locked in the research department of the King of Iron Mountain, and she doesn't know why he's called her here, but she has to hurry. Meanwhile, in the research department on the 4th floor, a conversation continued between them. Professor Dana asked Maria what she thought separated special demons from monsters. Maria replied that it was probably because they were strong. Dana said that among special beings, strength is a given. One of the strongest abilities is dominance. While they were talking, Professor Permac wondered why she had invited Maria here. Dana told me that some demons emit a different type of energy than normal demons, and they call them alpha beings. She noted that unlike their normal counterparts, they are stronger and give orders. Alphas easily command other members of their species, but the dominance skill does not work on demons that are very different from them. The professor began to say that there were special demons, and Maria continued the phrase that they could do such things. And then she blurted out that special demons can control other demons who are weaker than them. Dana confirmed and asked if she had any experience with this. Maria remembered how she had escaped from the hunting grounds. Mad with bloodlust, she controlled monsters and forced them to give their blood to her. With a huff, she told the professor that if she thought about it, she thought it was different from domination. Then she used fear on them. To this, Dana replied that she just had a theme. There are 3 types of demons: monsters, evil spirits, and half-men, but the influence of alpha traits is different from them. Maria huffed. So it turns out she can command other half-humans. Dana said they don't have much data on this yet, but in general it's possible. Their intelligence is higher, so such control is unlikely to work with them. Clapping her hands, Dana said it was time to move from theory to practice and ordered the boars with tusks to be brought in. At her command, several cages with demonic boars were brought into the hall and placed in 2 rows. Dinah said that the goal of this experiment will be to see how far the influence of alpha traits can go. If she is able to use them freely, then in theory, people can control most monsters and evil spirits. Everyone expected different things from the experiment. Maria thought that if she succeeded, humanity would be able to solve the problem of demons. Permac thought that the experiment was very interesting for him as a magician. Almost in a whisper, Dana asked if Maria had succeeded in making the delicious elixir she had asked her about. She replied that yes, and thanks to her, it was excellent. She was excited and told her to try to take control of the boars. Maria walked over to the cages and took a breath and tried to concentrate. She adjusted herself and looked into the eyes of one of them. The growling stopped. Maria ordered them to leave in an even voice. The boar met her eyes and went silent, and after the command, it stamped its feet. The helpers opened the cages on command, and the pig started to come out of the cages, and all went to Maria. When they got a little closer, she ordered them to stop, and they froze in place like trained dogs. Maria was radiating the energy flow that Dana had described. She raised her hand and gave the order to lie down. They immediately hit the floor. Some of them started rolling on it. Maria indignantly asked what they were doing. She told them to lie down. The girl turned her head to the professor and said that they were not listening to her. Dana explained that this was probably the boundary between communication between half-humans and monsters. Monsters of lower ranks are not smart enough to understand its commands, so you can check how it will be different from the same beasts. Then she told Permac to remove the seal from the king. He nodded. He went up to the boar and said that he would first put a rune of exile on it, and he drew it on it. Professor Permac warned that he would only remove the first layer of shackles. The giant boar immediately roared. It was obviously a team of others because they immediately surrounded Maria. Dana announced that the first, third, and seventh circle were activated, and then she ordered the chains of the fourth and sixth seals to be reinforced. The king of the Iron Mountain roared again. His growl was quite convincing. The smaller boars listened to him and immediately prepared to attack the audience. Maria shouted the command to stop to no avail. Not responding to her orders, they attacked. But Mary, with her great strength, threw them away. Professor Dana noted that because they are wild boars, it is easy to lose control over them. Maria replied that fortunately they are not difficult to drive away. Suddenly the alarm went off. It was announced that a monster had escaped from cage A107. Dana screamed that it was not. A very dangerous monster was locked in that cage, and now we should not expect anything good. And that monster was already approaching them and stretched out its long paws toward Mary. She saw that it was a manticore, but the girl was not at a loss, and immediately threw spears of blood at him to stop him. But he had a flexible snake body and evaded them by wriggling. Mary exclaimed that he was very fast. Thinking she couldn't keep up with him, she wanted to call Dioka, but Permac told her not to waste much energy. He quickly rushed at the manticore. The left-handed boxer hit him with a full swing with a spinning backhand. He immediately followed it up with a powerful, direct, left-handed punch. At the same moment, there was an explosion. Black ash fell on him. He turned to Professor Dana and told him that something strange was happening. Screams and growls began to come from all sides. One of the workers said that the monsters were escaping from the cages and throwing themselves at the grate, so she had to run away. She shouted that she had to execute Protocol Z-17. Activate large-scale monster resistance circles and seal magic. She will now impose resistance on the king of the Iron Mountain. The seal ceremony must begin. Dana squeaked out that it wouldn't matter if they cut their budget. The main thing was to keep everything under control. She could do it. She was contacted by Group 2. They reported that the magic circles were not activated. Immediately after them, another group reported that the circles with seals also did not work. And to top it all off, someone had destroyed the seal circles. This news not only surprised her, but also scared her. I heard a crack. It was the chains that bound the monsters. The magic that held them back no longer worked. Professor Dana looked frightened in the direction where the king of the Iron Mountain was chained. And for good reason. The chains on him cracked and fell to the ground. In a moment, nothing would hold him back. Corinne Locke and Instructor Heyman reached the picturesque port town of Sar. Old Heyman took him to a famous fish restaurant to celebrate his promotion to semi-first rank. Corinne said it was refreshing. If they had had a drink earlier, it would have been perfect. The instructor noticed that Corin was a big eater, and indeed he enjoyed such a feast in the middle of the day. The boy asked if he could order them a bottle of soda. He smiled and said that he was a teacher and that he was a student. By law, Corin is not yet an adult, so he rarely has the opportunity to drink. He didn't understand why pubs were so careful about checking age. A strange mixture of the Middle Ages and the present era does not allow anyone to drink alcohol. He feels sad that he can't eat chicken with beer at Chef Yoon's restaurant. He was the one who invented the seasoned chicken. He comes from a country that is a leader in alcohol consumption, but here he could not drink it. Corin turned to the instructor and said that there is a proverb in the East, that you need to learn how to drink alcohol properly from adults. And he would like him to become a teacher who would teach him about life and how to drink properly. He watched Haman's reaction. He looked at him with kind eyes filled with admiration. These were definitely not the eyes of someone who wanted to drink alcohol. He really wanted to talk to him. The instructor agreed and placed the order. Corin was glad that he had fallen for it and was looking forward to the drink. As soon as he was about to put the glass to his mouth, he heard a dog barking. Old Heyman asked what it was. Did someone come to the restaurant with a dog? And Corin wondered why now. The guy thought in despair that it was not going to happen. For the first time in several years, he had the opportunity to drink. Meanwhile, in the research department, Permac turned to Maria and said that they needed to block the king of the Iron Mountain. Mary called for a crystal spear and used a spell to direct the sharp crystals toward the boar. The crystals gathered into one big spear and hit the giant boar right in the head, but she did not get the result she expected. She was very surprised to see that the crystal spear had broken. She wondered why it had done so little damage. Professor Permac, who was already rushing to the boar, shouted to Maria that it was a good job and now he would finish it off. He struck the monster with his signature hook with great force so that there was a small explosion. But Permac Daman pulled down his glasses and said that he felt nothing. When the smoke from the blast cleared a little, they saw an unharmed boar standing in front of them. Permac was stunned that the monster didn't care. Then he looked closely at the boar and noticed that there was a rune on its tusk. The rune was called Turisaz Fehu. He was interested in how and where it could have come from. While the professor was distracted by reading the rune, the so-called King of the Iron Mountain struck him. The force of the blow was powerful. The professor flew to the wall and hit it so hard that he broke through the wall. Dana screamed. It was bad. The wall was damaged, so the barrier system would fail. The alarm sounded again. Since the system was damaged, all the cages opened. This means that all the monsters who were gathered and kept here for years have now been released. A notification has been received that the Veronica Code has been activated. All employees evacuate immediately. Security to use all available magic circles. Then another announcement was made that the system had begun activating golems for defense. A few seconds later, it was announced that the golem squad was on the move. The interception system is activated. The monsters must not escape from the research department. Among the monsters that tried to escape was the poison dragon, a monster of the first rank, as well as an equally dangerous demonic beast of the first rank, King Hyrant. A request for support was announced. They can't block high-ranked monsters without magic circles. Dana couldn't let the monsters leave the academy. She decided to release a sequential electrical discharge across the sector. The professor heard a growl very close to her and turned her head to see a monster appear next to her. She screamed, and in a moment the monster was pierced by several swords and destroyed. Behind her, a voice said that his employer's predictions were getting worse. She looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. Doran Varsky saved her from the monster's attack. Dana did not expect him to show up and asked him what he was doing here. He calmly replied that he was on a field trip. After that, he went in the direction of the monster's cluster and gave the command to his swords to attack. Swords could easily deal with small monsters of lower ranks, but not this monster. When Doran had dealt with the smaller ones, he drew his swords and stopped short of the giant monster. Right in front of him, pieces of the destroyed walls began to rise up. They were affected by the spell of uniting the fragments. Then the words for creating a golem were spoken, and the fragments began to join together to form body parts. This is how the Surf Golem was created. This is a golem made of garbage. He will confront the first-ranked demonic beast, King Hyrant. Carnell Luden jumped up and down with joy and said that he was managing them perfectly. His technique worked. A few days ago, Corin told him that endurance training was very important and made him practice. Then he told him about golem techniques. He found this book in the library and gave it to him. And in return, he told him to attend this tour. The fight between the golem and Kairantu was difficult. Carnell said they were pushing them out. It's probably because they're monsters of the first rank. The strong blows caused cracks to appear all over the golem's body. But the spell of strengthening with roots and parts of trees helped with this. Together with the spell of the wooden golem made of garbage, they strengthened its body. Druid Yule said that he knew in advance that this would happen and therefore taught her this technique and spells. Dana said that Yule appeared just in time and screamed again that the poisonous dragon wanted to go up to the 3rd floor. But Arisha Arden was already hurrying to the poisonous dragon with her sword Odati. She reached his head very quickly and skillfully and stabbed it with her sword. Then she exhaled and asked if she had defeated him. The professor was happy to see Arisha. Each of these students was a second-ranked mage. She had never been so grateful for her students. Suddenly, it dawned on Dana, and she wondered why they were all here now. They replied that they had come here on a tour. The professor was even more surprised because there was no excursion, and she did not know about it. Although Corinne Locke was outside the academy at the time, his plan was going like clockwork. Mary also had a rather important role in all of this. She used her vampiric ability and blood realm spells. This made it possible to restrain the king of the Iron Mountain, a giant boar that devoured iron. After doing so, Maria thought it was good that Corin had told them to prepare the barrier in advance. Now he wouldn't get up. But he didn't want to give up and resisted, trying to get out and breaking the barrier attempt after attempt. Maria increased the height of the sharp pins on which the monster was stuck. The employees were frightened by everything that was happening in the research department. Trying to hold on to the spell, Maria shouted at them to stay alert. She is a special type, just like them. King Hyrant is not a demonic beast. He is more like a monster of the first rank from the movies. As Doron retreated, he swore and shouted that everything was falling apart because the monster was moving. So something had to be done. Carnell turned to Yule and asked her for more support. She asked if he really wanted her to move this forward. He needs to reassemble the joints from bombs and the bodies of previously broken spiritual golems using the magic taught by Corin Locke and Yuel's mana. Fortified as much as possible by the goal, he struck a powerful blow to King Hyrant. But the monster survived. To defeat it, the druid Avalorna Yuel and the golem spellcaster Carnell Luden had to team up. The boy asked her to reinforce the skin on the golem's fists. She asked what he was planning. He replied that they would detonate all 5 bombs from the absorbed golems and spray a large amount of mana. The heroic legends of Archon tell of a duo in charge of a large number of monsters. Carnell and Yule created a weapon of nature called the Wooden Fist. After the upgrade, the entire system was green, which meant that the golem was at their disposal. The task will be to disrupt 5 spiritual bombs. After making sure everything was ready, Carnell shouted the command to go ahead and hit the activation button with all his might. They created a perfect form of a wooden golem out of garbage. The golem, following the commands of its creator, fired a missile from its elbow. The missile hit the target, and Carnell joyfully exclaimed that he was a good boy and called the golem the warrior Luden. The port city of Sar, where Corin was now located, was far from the Academy's research department. Corin had chosen a haunted house on purpose to come here. Behind him, he heard a whimper, and the boy ordered him to stop. Dioku followed him and asked to play with him, but Corin scolded him and said he had important things to do. He knocked on the door. When the door was opened, he said that he was a student from the Academy who had come from abroad on an assignment. He could not come to the church service because of his mission, so he asked to use the prayer room. The nun said it was okay and led him to room number 3. After she left Corin alone, he sat down at the table and said that if his memory was correct, the mark should be here. Things are not going well now, so he is committed to making sure they come as soon as possible. As soon as the guy pressed the button, a silhouette appeared behind him. He looked back and said they responded pretty quickly. The silhouette put the energy sword on Corin's shoulder and asked him how he knew about the mark, and he had better give a good answer. Corin thought she must have a lot of questions, but now was not the time to ask. The guy replied that first, they had to take care of one very urgent matter. The battle continued in the research department. When Carnell was giving commands to name the golem the warrior Luden, Yuel asked him when he had time to name their creation. Arisha Arden, looking at the approaching monster, asked what it was and added that she had never seen anything like it before. A giant-sized snake was approaching her and hissing. Arisha said out loud that now was not the time to look around. The poison dragon, a first-ranked demonic beast, was targeting her. She thought she would have to fight it alone. And she also recalled that Maria told her that Corin had warned her that she was not allowed to use the cut of the territory. It was her trick, but she knew she couldn't use it. Therefore, she would have to make a lot of effort to somehow defeat the dragon without his help. In her opinion, Corin said yes because he saw her potential, but she doubted that she could do it. Suddenly, she heard a strange sound that attracted the attention of everyone present, including the monsters. It was the sound of a growing bloody sphere cracking and preparing to explode. In a few seconds, it exploded with such force that if the room hadn't been subjected to so many protective spells, nothing would have remained of it. The kingdom of Mary's blood that held the iron boar back could not stand it and broke, throwing Mary away, and she fell to the floor, exhausted. The girl moaned from the pain that pierced her body. She thought it was just as Corin had told her. The guy told her that she would most likely not be able to defeat the demonic iron boar. He turned into a demonic pig when he ate the oldest steel with the initial rune 0 on it. This rune gave the iron boar 100% resistance to physical and magical attacks. For the same reason, many heroes died before they could defeat the king of the Iron Mountain, and so he was sealed. Maria clutched the spear tightly in her hands despite the pain and exhaustion. She said that she would try anyway, because Corin had asked her to. With the thought that this is why she cannot give up, Maria Dunaref threw herself into the fight against the monster. When Arisha saw how Maria stood up and fought desperately against the insurmountable boar, she thought she had no other choice. Just like her friend, she also has to cope. Arisha grabbed her sword and rushed to attack the dragon. Professor Dana, a professor at the Faculty of Magic, could only watch her students fight the monsters with bated breath. The great legendary demon king of the Iron Mountain, whom no one could defeat, was now fighting a seemingly fragile girl. But Maria Dunareff was a vampire of an ancient rank. It was hard for her, but she managed to fight back against the demon pig. She could do it only because she was special. Dana realized that she was witnessing events that would go down in history books. She was simultaneously filled with fear and excitement. The iron boar again aimed to attack Maria, who stood in front of him, ready to fight back. Maria shot blade-sharp ice stars in his direction, but they simply smashed into it without causing the iron boar any harm. He continued to walk toward Mary, so she pulled herself together and created a multi-layered shield in front of her, a wall of blood and snow. But the boar, which could eat iron, pierced the shield she had created with a few kicks. The students fought hard to prevent the monsters from leaving the Academy's research facility. But everyone realized that their defeat was coming. The iron boar was no longer restrained by the wall and accelerated to hit the spot where Maria was standing. When he realized that he had hit the wall with his fangs, he realized that the girl was no longer there. Right in front of the boar's nose, Maria was snatched up by Dayoku and carried away by her creation. Maria asked how he got here, and then she suggested that he must have already been here. Arisha also fought a monster that had a higher rank than her. The girl struck out after striking out and also diligently repelled attacks in return. Feeling that she did not have enough strength, she thought that if she could not use the territory cut, how could she defeat the monster? She asked herself what Korin would do in her place. The dragon was fast and flexible, so in a moment, its terrible mouth was back on Arisha. As she continued to fight back, she thought that if Korin were here, he would stick to the basics. First base dodge, second strike, and third stay safe. The girl felt confident and a new burst of strength and continued to fight the dragon. Arisha began to strike along the dragon's long body until she reached the head. She used the first style of Arden Sword, the Ascend to the Heavens technique. The poisonous dragon snarled for the last time, and immediately afterwards there was an explosion. Arisha managed to dodge the blast wave. Coughing up smoke from the explosion, Arisha asked what it was, and then she said that it didn't matter about the rest. She had done it. She did it without her best equipment. She heard a reply that she had done a good job. The girl recognized the voice and came back. Behind her stood Corinne Locke, who said they were all doing well. Arisha was both surprised and pleased to see him. Nearby, a serpent of the first rank also fell to the ground, and the wooden golem fought with it. Carnell shouted that he had won. Filled with pride, he shouted that he did not need Karin and his friends. He only needed the warrior, Luden. Yule was offended that he had appeared because of Karin and his friends. Corin summarized that King Hyrant was dealt with. The poisonous dragon had disappeared, leaving behind only some strange liquid. Arisha interrupted him by saying that she thought he wouldn't be able to come. He didn't answer, but told me to report on the situation first. He asked where the demon boar was. She replied that Maria was still holding it back and needed help. He hummed. Madame Josephine asked him if he had a plan. He said that of course he did. He said they had to help him catch the king of the Iron Mountain. She was surprised and said that there were many more monsters around. Corin told her not to worry and banged his spear on the floor. Corin told Maria to do one thing, namely, to feed the stones with runes to the monsters in the research department. And after they ate the stones of the runes, they waited until their power was activated. When Corin hit the floor with his spear, the monsters that ate the runes caught fire from the runes' resonance and were destroyed. The resonance was activated by a silver spear made of stones with runes. This was made possible by dedication and the right amount of time. Immediately afterward, Corin rushed to Maria's aid and told Arisha to follow him. In total, there were about 30 monsters with high ranks who could withstand the resonance. Among them was the king of the Iron Mountain. On the way, Corin met Doron Varsky and told him to join them. He replied that he was glad that he had finally shown up. After that, Corin called out to Carnell and Yuel. He called them a dream team and said that they should stop acting like drunks and join them. Then Carnell shouted that he didn't need him. All the heroes with names from the heroic legends of the Archon have been collected. These young people will save the world in the future. When they got to Maria, Corin asked if she was okay. When she saw him, she smiled and gave a sweet little hoot. Then he said it was time to start over. The enemy faced a whole team and the counterattack is just beginning. His squad was not only luxurious but also well coordinated, but they were not very confident in themselves. And all because their opponent is a great demonic beast, the king of the Iron Mountain. He was defeated, but not taken under control. He was weakened, but not conquered. And now he was furious, and he was definitely not in the mood to pardon anyone. Maria could no longer hold back the boar and shouted a command to everyone to run away. Carnell quickly ordered his golem warrior, Luden, to go only forward. But Corin tried to stop him. He shouted at him that they could not go into a frontal attack and asked him what was wrong with him. But the guy ignored his warning and brought the golem right in front of the angry boar that was already rushing at him. He shouted to his golem that he was a strong, armored warrior who had defeated King Hyrant. He gave commands for the X7 spiritual bomb, followed by a power blast and finally a knee strike in flight. In an instant, the king of the Iron Mountain rammed the golem, and it began to crumble into small pieces in front of him. Seeing only pieces of garbage flying from his golem, Carnell began to scream in panic. Corin shouted that he was an idiot. Since things have turned out this way, continue your attack at all costs, and the rest of you, disperse. Then he told Yule to sprout plants and delay him somehow. The girl began to read the spell. The spirits of nature responded to her request, and strong stems of plants sprouted from the ground. The shoots grew rapidly and began to wrap around the boar and restrain its movements. Yule was surprised to hear that it worked. But then, the original rune that the iron boar had once swallowed worked. He became agitated, and all the shoots broke off. The so-called Dream Team watched as their attempts to stop the monster failed. Yule asked why he was so strong. Corin directed Doron to flank him and use both magic swords. The latter replied that he knew. He thought that, as expected, his employer was a strategist who wanted to achieve perfect timing and better security for the squad. Under such conditions, he, as a mercenary, has no reason not to listen to him. One of the swords wielded by Doron Varsky was called the Sword of Fire. The other was called the Sword of Lightning. His swords were reinforced with the best magic stones he had received for his help in solving the incident with Maria Dunarev. But looking at the boar, the guy realized that it would still be difficult to deal with such a monster. The king of the Iron Mountain activated his original Zero rune again for protection. Both swords struck him and bounced off his body like armor. Doron gritted his teeth as he noticed that his attack did not cause even a small amount of damage to the boar. Maria called out to Corin in a surprised voice, but the boy replied that he knew what she was talking about. It's about Diok. Maria's creation Deoku has already fought the king of the Iron Mountain. He threw the dog up with his strong fangs, but the boar didn't back down and attacked again. He managed to strike under the boar's lower jaw. Corin said that to deal damage to a boar, they need to divide their magic and physical attacks in half. This is a fairly common practice. The initial runes are 8 texts that are needed to get to paradise. Once upon a time, paradise existed but then disappeared. These initial runes can give the demonic boar the power of a vicious idea. It has red fur to repel physical attacks and blue fur for magical ones. It is absolute equanimity. And his secret weapon is golden fur. Throwing the spear over his shoulder, Corin told Yule and Carnell to find a way to catch him, and if he breaks free, they must hold him tight. And Doron ordered to fight at a medium distance. When Corin said that he and Arisha would wait for the boar in the rear, Maria asked what she should do. He replied that she should give all the attacks to Diok and do what he says. He added that they should not think about the consequences because this battle will not be long. If they give it their all, they will win. From the expression on his face, it was clear that this guy was confident in his victory over the legendary opponent. Looking at the team that rebelled against him, the king of the Iron Mountain growled menacingly and began to move in their direction. Yule again called upon the forces of nature, and the strong shoots began to catch the boar. The beaten golem was still on its feet, and Carnell pointed it at the beast. They tried to restrain him with all their might, but he was very strong and escaped from the trap again. Then Corin gave a signal to Doron, and he let his swords follow the iron boar. The sword struck the boar's body and bounced off it again. The boar activated the power of defense against magic. At that very moment, Deoku was already on his way to the boar. Corin said they would use the method he had mentioned earlier. Corin gave the command again, and they all moved to attack at the same time, each with his own strength. Carnell joyfully exclaimed that it had worked, and this blow was even more direct than before. And then he added that even if it was Deoku who delivered it, it was still a good blow. The color of the fur did not change, so the skin change had stopped, and it was still red. The boar pretended to change to a magic defense to attract the attention of Deoku, who is the most dangerous to him. When the boar approached, he activated the Horizon Fehu rune. This is the rune of the Titans that destroys everything in its vicinity. This destructive light threw Dayoka far away. When Maria saw this, she cried out in excitement. But Korin told her to stay focused, to get the sphere and use the blood spears. She nodded. Maria gathered herself and immediately followed Korin's order. The bloody spears flew toward the target. One by one, they hit his giant body, and it seemed that he could barely hold them back. Observing his reaction, Korin suggested that it was probably time for him to enter the game. Without saying a word to anyone, he abruptly rushed in the direction of the King of the Iron Mountain. When he got close enough to the boar to make an attack, Korin called out to it, calling it a smurf. Korin was already hovering over him in a leap, and provocatively asked him how he would be able to repel this attack. Next, he began his Tree Pagoda Intent Mountain spell to complement the power of the blow. He delivered a powerful macro strike, and thought that after that he wouldn't need 2 strikes. But the boar remained unharmed. It managed to bounce away from the spot where Korin had hit it. His team was amazed. Yuel exclaimed that one spear throw had done so much damage to what was around. The guy landed and gave a disappointed snort. He said that he almost missed and noticed that the monster had good reflexes. When his spear came back to him, he shouted for Mary to attack the boar again with the Spear of Blood. If he blocks magic with blue wool, he will not be able to block a spear attack. On the other hand, if he uses red wool, he will have to skip the Spears of Blood. So how can he defend against everything at once? What if they launch a combined attack at the same time? The King of the Iron Mountain noticed Korin's attempted attack and managed to switch his defense and rejected it. At the same moment, the Spears of Blood with which Maria had attacked him bounced off him and flew in her direction. When Carnell saw what was happening, he even opened his mouth in surprise. He could barely ask what it was. Recovering from his fall, Korin squeaked out that he had pulled out his trump card to stay safe. Complete rejection of both types of attacks, also known as indestructible gold. It was obvious that the king was pleased and laughing. He lifted his lips. In the end, everything will end as usual. He has a secret card that gives him invulnerability for 5 minutes. No one can resist the king when he is in this state, and he goes on the attack again. Korin shouted for everyone to run away. For the next 5 minutes, they would not be able to penetrate his defense with anything. Doran turned to Korin and told him it was impossible. They had nowhere to go. Indeed, they were standing among the ruins. They had nowhere to hide or retreat. The guy threw an angry look at the monster and said through his teeth that it was his doing. He was openly mocking them. To corner the people, the iron boar repeatedly hit this wall until it destroyed it. Carnell gave the command forward to the warrior Luden and said that now was their way out. It was the only way to buy some time. It was clear that the wooden golem could not compete with it and would definitely not stand. Maria used the magic of alchemy and created a wall of blood ice to create a wall of protection. But the magic of the fragile half-human girl was powerless now. He easily pierced her. Now the time has come for the King of the Iron Mountain to escape from his place of enslavement. Golden Hair, the final phase of the King of the Mountain of the Demon Boar of the Dingle Peninsula. 5-minute invulnerability of the final boss in the second part. A lot of players got discouraged by this stage. Korin sighed and said that there was nothing left. But suddenly a sly smile appeared on his face, but he knew there was a loophole. This loophole is the removal of the seal, and for this, you need a special sword called Odati. And Arisha Arden, who wields this very sword, will be able to use this loophole. This sword has 100% physical and magical penetration. So she started with the first style of the Arden sword and soared over her opponent's head. The King of the Mountain watched the little man hover above him and waited to throw him away. The harsh demon's sword and territory clearing work best against legendary enemies. After making a few cuts, Arisha jumped to the side. When she returned to reality, she realized that she had succeeded in stopping him. Korin exclaimed that if Arisha was trained, she would be better than 10 warriors. She asked him what he was talking about, and what if the boar started moving again. Korin replied that he would not start again, and said that now it was time for Madame Josephine to work. Magic chains began to firmly bind the King of the Mountain, who did not have time to realize what had happened. She restored the giant magic circle very quickly, which was to be expected from Professor Josephine. Golden wool is a powerful skill, but after it falls, the monster cannot use the original runes for some time. Calling out to Maria Dunaref, Korin gave her a signal, and she replied that she was ready. In a moment, Mary used her magic and the vampiric power of blood. Telling his team to flee quickly, Korin exclaimed to Madame Josephine that she would have to block it herself. Maria was determined and said not to interfere. she would finish him off. And after reading the spell of the Great Blood technique, she threw red spears that flew at the monster. This is how the nightmare that killed many heroes 80 years ago disappeared. The demonic boar of the Dingle Peninsula met its end. And the original light that came from his body could not pass by the one who wielded the spear, the first source. These 8 texts, which are necessary to get to heaven, are left over from the divine generation. They cannot be destroyed. But the rune stone that was in the middle sometimes breaks. 88 years ago, a wild boar on the Dingle Peninsula swallowed a rune stone. No one even thought about getting it because it practically gave eternal life to its bearer. But today the demonic boar was defeated and the rune stone inside it was broken. But where did the very first rune go after it lost its carrier? The answer is simple. It hits the nearest rune stone or will wander until it finds a home. And this rune found its target. 10 years ago, he came to the academy and started pretending to be a professor. The king of the mountain was defeated by the students of the academy. And even though the outcome was sad compared to his notoriety, it was weaker because he spent 80 years in prison. Now all he had to do was leave the academy and the city through a secret tunnel. But on the way out, a big surprise awaited him and ruined his plans. The sun's rays were reflected by a spear that was quite familiar to him. The boy called him his war nephew Permak and asked him how his war brother Valtazar was doing. The knight of the 5th rank, Korin Locke, who defeated the special vampire Maria Dunarev and the great king of the Iron Mountain, stood in his way of retreat. Permak asked why he called him nephew. Korin explained that he was a student of a student whose teacher had abandoned him. So he is his fighting uncle, and that is why he asks to show respect. The man huffed. He thought that the boy must have realized who he really was. He could only come to one conclusion after seeing that Korin used the same style of spear as his mentor. The only one who used the 6 steps for the spear that were required to reach the rank of martial artist was his teacher. He saw him using the same techniques and decided that he was his student. But Korin was not supposed to know that he had infiltrated the academy to fulfill his duty. The guy must have been really confusing him. And the safest decision for him was to ignore Korin. Corinus performed well in the battle against Lunia Arden in the interim, and was sent out of town under the pretext of reassessing his rank so that he could not interfere with his plan. After that, he would have completed his mission and left the city because he could have learned about Korin from his master, the king. But he did not expect that he would use Madame Josephine to teleport a long distance and then return. The guy said that perhaps Professor Dana's experiment and the incident with Maria were to his advantage, as he was waiting for the perfect moment, and then he added that he could not leave with the source. Permak said that an ordinary student could not know about it. He was going to say that it might be Josephine, but then he said it couldn't be. He began to activate the runes on his gauntlets and said that Korin was an unknown warrior with 6 steps. He interfered with his plans and blocked his path. And then he added that he realized he was his enemy, and no longer hiding his identity, Permak prepared for battle. Korin gave him a determined look. He thought that the whole world knew Permak Daman as a knight of the 1st rank. But in reality, everything is different. He is the one behind the removal of the seal from the king of the Iron Mountain. He is the final boss of the 2nd part, and the one who will later appear with the king of Paradise. Permak is one of the performers. His power is equal to that of Luna Arden, and under good conditions he can reach a special rank. Something started to happen behind his back. Permak said that the guy showed a good result, and immediately got confused. Then he asked if he thought he could handle him. After these words, he ordered his shadow servants to rise up. Behind him, another of his silhouettes appeared, and he said that he would quickly end it. Permak's ability to attack with shadows. But Korin chose this place for a reason. The guy prepared himself and drew the Sovilo sun rune, which he was going to activate. When he did, light shone from all sides, preventing him from casting a shadow. Permak gritted his teeth as he said the name of the rune. Korin asked if he knew about his weakness. Shadows need shade, just as water needs moisture and fire needs air. Then Permak decided to simply jump from the place where the boy had drawn the rune. But he failed to do so because the boy drew runes all over the yard. Korin said he had to sweat it out. He spent 20 days laying these runes here, but now he has a lot of mana for such a large-scale work. This remote location has limited access, and this is due to the secret passage to the research department. He had prepared for this outcome before anyone else. Permak gritted his teeth. He's a coward. A persistent and vicious counterattack specifically for Permak Daman. Korin corrected him and said he should have said he was well prepared. Servants of the shadow need a lot of mana. Korin thought he was angry because he had subdued them so easily, but Permak said he appreciated his determination and took off in his direction. But Rido's rune hits the blind spot. Permak covered the distance of 10 meters in an instant and appeared near Korin. So they managed to summon one shadow, and they started fighting against the guy. Permak decided to use his trademark left-handed boxer's super acceleration technique. But Korin used the 8-trigram technique of the playing body against this and evaded the attack. Korin made the 4th step of a special technique called the Returning Heavens and then the Defender. He managed to strike. He said it was incredible. He has a balanced technique gained from training and experience in combat. After saying that, Korin asked if he was pretending to be a professor. He added that he should stop talking nonsense and let him speak as usual. In response, Permak called Korin an insolent kid. Repelling the attack, Korin said that no matter what he did, he would not leave here alive. But Permak replied that unfortunately, he would not finish the fight now, but he would definitely finish him next time. The guy threw a punch and it bounced off. Permak needed to leave the city as soon as possible. He couldn't afford to attract the attention of those who thought he was dead. If he really decided to escape, he would use spatial magic to throw even Madame Josephine off the scent. He started to draw the rune and heard a voice right behind him. Korin called out to him and told him that it was a duel and asked if he thought he would allow him to leave. But Permak replied that he had not agreed to a duel. The boy's eyes sparkled with sly sparks. He smiled and said that Permak had to agree because it was his commandment. The commandment is a great risk that can bring great power. This is the method of the great warrior of the Shadow Paradise. And Permak made a precept that he would never refuse to duel with his limitation. So he would have to accept the challenge. In response to Korin's challenge, Permak squeaked that he was a scumbag, and now it's clear why he came here alone. Korin said that the duel was fair and private. This is a serious fight and it needs to be done one-on-one. And that's why while Korin is fighting him, Permak can't give up. As expected, the duel began with introductions. Permak was the first to introduce himself. He introduced himself as the warrior of Tatez Belshazzar, the king of paradise, Permak Daman. Then the guy introduced himself as the first spear of Erin Danyuya, the queen of heaven, Korin Lok. According to the sacred rules, whether they win or lose the duel, there is only one outcome. After he challenged Permak to a duel, the game system revised his characteristics, and they were added in all areas. This was done because he took the first step towards saving the world. A boxer and a spearman are facing off in a duel. This is a fight in which everything depends on the distance. Boxers use the Rido runes to shorten the distance. But Korin Lok also used sophisticated techniques such as Calamity and Snake Intent. In this situation, it was also good to use the crawling snake technique, which he did. But the one who wields the spear will not allow you to get too close to him. The boxer will not miss the moment when the one who owns the spear returns his spear to its original position. He will definitely try to get closer before the spear returns to its original position. But the enemy also knows this, and is ready for such an attempt. Korin quickly turned his spear and appeared above Permak. Jumping in close combat will only make you more vulnerable. The boxer will wait for you to land. But if you try to strike the blows of the eternal return of heaven and the spear of chaos, you will have a chance. He noted that he was very fast. He managed to strike 7 times before he landed. Then Permak used the Rido rune again and approached the boy. Now he had the opportunity to attack. Despite Korin's attempts to deflect the blow, his fist still hit its target. The blow was very powerful, so the guy lost his balance and started to fall. Permak thought he couldn't help but take advantage of a good moment, even though his arm was bleeding. He had to get closer to him. Korin saw that he was going to hit him at the moment of recoil. The guy tried to block all his attempts to strike with a spear and not let him get close. When Permakus failed, he got angry and prepared to strike a meteorite with a super powerful blow. He noticed again that he was planning to throw a final punch, in which he would put all his strength. If he blocked it, he would be able to attack again. But in a split second, a small movement on the enemy's arm caught Korin's eye. Permak's fist began to open. This came as a surprise to the boy. His opponent grabbed for the spear to disarm him. Korin realized that this stroke was a trick. While the boy was clinging to the spear to prevent it from being taken away, Permak drew a rune on it. It was Rido's rune again. The spear flew out of its owner's hands at breakneck speed. Permak asked him what he would do now that he was without a spear and immediately began to strike. One of the blows of the angry Permak was so strong that the guy flew away. Despite the pain, Korin quickly rolled over and began to rise. Gritting his teeth, he stood up and held his hand out to the side and commanded the spear to come to him. Korin thought that everything would be fine if he could summon the spear. But the spear did not return, and Korin looked around to see where it was. It turned out that the spear was stuck in a tree. Permac wanted to use this moment to strike again, but he noticed it and was able to dodge it. Korin said that whether he has a weapon or not, he is still a martial arts follower. Even someone who fights with a spear has to follow the basics. Saying that he should know this, he struck the technique of 8 trigrams of raising the palm of his hand. After that, he added that the basis of the martial art is hand-to-hand combat, and again struck 8 trinramas with 3 piercing palms. Permac replied that the boy almost surprised him, but without his spear, he fights much worse. The guy was surprised. He did not harm it at all, despite his best efforts. The left-handed boxer did not wait for an answer and struck Korin a heavy blow to the liver. In fact, Perek thought that Korinth's 8 trigrams were incredible, but he missed one detail. For Korin, hand-to-hand combat was an additional training, while Permac trained only him. Punch after punch, the left-handed boxer with the flickering punch and direct jab techniques was delivering punches to Korin. He said that Korin must have lost the will to fight because he was only getting punched. But he shouldn't worry, because he's going to finish now. Permac was about to deliver a fatal blow, but the boy blocked it with a spear. When he saw the spear in his hands, he was very surprised because he had thrown it away. Korin's eyes sparkled. Holding the punch, he said that he recognized that Permac was clearly no ordinary opponent. Then Permac realized that when he was struck and retreated, he was leading him to his spear. And now that he had reached him and the spear was in his hands, he immediately began to attack Permac. Without stopping, he struck the evil intent of the snake and the crawling snake. These strikes reached the target, and Permac flew away. But with enough strength and experience, he managed to stay on his feet, although it was obvious that these attacks had hurt him. Taking off his shirt, he said that he was surprised by the way he behaved without the spear and what he did after he saw that his hand strikes did not work. Permac said that he had made the right decisions, and now he had the advantage again. But Korin said that he was still playing the professor even after being beaten. Then he asked if he could stop behaving like that. Permac huffed as he took off his glasses. He adjusted his combat gauntlets and said that it was really time for him to end it. Bare-armed, Permac began to write the runes Taivaz Otala Ingvaz on them, repeating the incantation. The runes that Korin had drawn began to dissolve, and new ones appeared in their place. They began to be transported to a world where there is no sun, to a part of paradise that everyone had forgotten about. The citadel of the shadows whose servant Permac Dammon was. Serving the shadows was his 3rd commandment. Now the battle will continue on his territory. Permac said that Korin surprised him when he got rid of the shadows with the help of the sun runes. But now he won't be able to get rid of the shadows with this trick. In this place there are only great warriors of the shadow paradise, and now he is losing. He angrily screamed at Korin that he would either be torn apart by the demonic beasts of paradise or beat him with his fists. Then Korin asked him with a sly smile if their duel hadn't been a one-on-one fight. He huffed and gave him an evil look, but the guy said that it was so petty. Korin said he knew he would use this card if he was cornered, but he also had a trump card. The guy pulled a golden mandrake out of his backpack. The mandrake had been sleeping in the boy's backpack since he put it there with the ground, but when he pulled it out, the mandrake woke up and started screaming. The golden mandrake is 7 times louder than a normal one. Its scream cannot be blocked by magic. Even the shadows cannot withstand the piercing cry of a one-of-a-kind mandrake of epic proportions. Blood spurted from Permac's ears like a fountain. He grunted angrily, or did he think that such a pathetic trick would save him? But the guy told him not to make him laugh. As he had said before, he would definitely die here. Then he asked him what he was going to do now that the demonic beast was gone and the mandrake was still screaming. And then he added that it would be appropriate to say that he has regeneration and pain tolerance, and the longer the fight lasts, the more he gets used to it. Korin provocatively asked how long he could hold out. The furious Permac said through his teeth that he was a coward. Permac summoned 12 of his shadows and said that when he got into the shadow castle, his chances of winning dropped to 0. All the shadows followed their owner's command and went to the boy to defeat him. The shadows surrounded him and began to attack, but Korin skillfully fought them off. But in the end, one of them managed to get him in a backlock, so it was hard for the guy to escape. Calling upon his spear, he used the technique of the rotating demonic spear and broke free from it. Seeing how the boy handled the shadows, Permac decided to join in and used Rido's rune acceleration. Korin noticed him too late. He used a combination of jet-side kick techniques and hit Korin. A powerful blow from Permac threw Korin into the wall on the other side of the hall. Without waiting to see if the boy would recover, Permac used the Rido rune again and rushed to Korin along with the shadows. Korin started to unbutton his shirt collar and said he couldn't do it anymore. Then he asked if he was even listening. When he tore off his shirt, a bright light illuminated everything around him and blinded Permac. His shadows began to dissolve again because they could not stand the sunlight. Korin was already flying to Permac and shouted that he had already said that they would fight one-on-one. Permac saw that the boy's entire body was covered with sun runes. Now the shadows could not do anything to him. He thought that putting sun runes on his body was like self-destruction. Or is the guy so stupid that he is ready for his whole body to burn? With already practiced precise movements, the crawling snake performed a combination of techniques to evil intent. Stopping in front of Permac, he said that it was time to stop resorting to small, dirty tricks. They have to end this fight with a fair fight. And looking the enemy straight in the eye, he told him to stop holding back and fight with all his might. He instinctively felt that the warrior before him was an arch-nemesis. Then Permac thought that he would put his life on the line. He would put everything on the line. He began his attack with the 6th step of Sura, the most destructive skill that burns the core of the aura and gives strength and speed. The skill of a great warrior from paradise. Seeing what he had done, Korin shouted out to the starters and added that he should have done it from the very beginning. Korin repeated the combination of Sura's 6th step and also activated his aura core in the same way as Permac. Two fighters who put all their strength into the last moment faced off in a fight for their lives. They took turns delivering powerful blows to each other without yielding in strength. The battle was fierce. Blood splashes flew everywhere. Punch, defense, and punch again. Blood flowed from the tip of the spear. Korin's next attack had done its job. He managed to seriously wound Permac. He fell loudly to both knees. Drops of sweat and blood ran down his body. The guy stood before him like a mountain holding a spear. His body was equally beaten and sweaty. Permac looked at his opponent and said that this fight was amazing. After these words, Korin Locke fulfilled his promise. Permac Daman ended his existence in this place. Korin exhaled and said he had won, but when he closes his eyes, he hears the screams from that day. When he and Permac fought again and lost to him in the second part, they found themselves in the realm of nightmares. A hell that is called heaven. Many people died then, and he lost many friends. One of the 4 kings of heaven, Permac Daman, was an evil king who tried to bring hell to this world. He was a confidant of Tatez Belshazzar, but this time it turned out differently. He checked, but just as he thought, it was not on him. One of the 4 secret treasures guarded by the Druids, the Stone of Fate of Philias Leia Phile. If he possessed it, he would have much less chance of winning. But he found something else. Luckily, he at least got back the original rune that Permac had taken after defeating the Iron Boar. Tatez Valtazar collects the 8 primordial runes to bring the Paradise of Shadows to this world, but he can't let him do it. Korin did not understand what was so important about him. Why had he killed so many people? He understood that they were angry and resentful of the whole world, but they were not expressing their anger correctly. The boy lay down on the ground. With a sigh of relief, he thought he had pulled off a crazy stunt. His eardrums were bursting from the mandrake's scream. Korin relied on regeneration, but the sun runes burned his torso. He can deal with the pain, but the problem is the wounds Permac inflicted on him. Permac pierced his liver and broke his right rib. When he hit the chest, he broke ribs and twisted organs. He could barely move his left arm and leg, but even they were affected by the 6th step of Sura. Every breath was painful. He thought he was used to the pain, but he felt like he was losing consciousness. But none of this mattered. He had fulfilled the 1st commandment not to turn a blind eye to the troubles of others and would be rewarded for it. He defeated the great evil, and for this he will receive an additional reward, a card of the 4 secret treasures of the son of Findius. Through the veil of fog that enveloped his eyes and mind, Korin noticed a very familiar hair. Arisha threw him on top of her and carried him quickly. He was strong enough to say her name. She asked if he was conscious, but he asked how about a cleanup. She said that Professor Dana was busy with it. She was sad, and Doran left. Yule and the others found him. Korin said that Doran didn't know what loyalty was, and Arisha said that he told him to pay him by the end of the week. He started to ask her, but she beat him to it and said that they had figured out the rune and the golden mandrake. He said that it was strange that she had guessed what he was going to ask, because she was not very smart. She was outraged, and reminded him that she was still carrying him and could just leave him here. He replied in a pitiful voice that she shouldn't say that, because he could die. When they stopped in the garden to rest, Corinne thanked him and said that she had saved him. And then he spoke about the division of the territory. If not for her, he would not have defeated the king of the Iron Mountain. She replied that she had done almost nothing, but he said that the results were very important. Arisha said that if you recall their group lessons on making potions from mandrake and the fact that he drew runes here, you would think that he was preparing for this battle in advance. He exhaled and said she was right. He had really been preparing for this fight for a long time. The girl asked him how he was feeling and why he was fighting alone. After all, there is nothing wrong with fighting together. Corin opened his eyes. He thought it would be better if fewer people died. Why is everyone so indifferent? Surely everything was fine. But he didn't say anything to Arisha. Then she said he did a great job, and they watched in silence as the evening sun hid behind the academy buildings. The friends met near the infirmary. Yahor asked if Corin was badly injured. He had been admitted to the hospital. He answered that he was. His ribs were broken. It was dangerous, and he should have asked them for help. Jaeger sympathetically called Corin a poor man and offered to visit him. Lark shouted and added who else would visit if not them. The guys found the room where Corin was lying and threw open the door with a bang. Right from the door, Jaeger asked Corin if he was okay. Lark said that they brought him food because they thought he was lonely. But he was clearly not lonely. Quarren brought him a giant fish and Maria carefully peeled peaches. Arisha offered him dessert as well. Corin was happy to see his friends, but said that they had brought food in vain because he had already eaten enough. But the joy on their faces faded. The guys envied Corin that all the most famous girls at the university were hanging around him. There was so much food in front of Corin that it was overwhelming. The girls offered to try another apple and a sweet candy. Maria asked him if he could feel the vitamins passing through his body. Arisha added that they say that sweets also help to recover, and Hvaran said that the flounder was delicious. Jaeger mumbled to Lark that he was jealous of Corin and called him a freak. Lark replied that he shouldn't have come in the first place. Arisha said that they rarely get together, so maybe they should play a game. Maria supported the suggestion and said it would be fun, and they could invite Corin's friends. They were surprised by the invitation. Jaeger started muttering again and called Corin a blessing from heaven and simply the best. And Lark said he was glad to be here. There was another knock at the door. One of those present asked if anyone else was supposed to visit him. Jaeger quickly got up and went to open the door. Imagine his surprise when he saw Madame Josephine. Just as Corin thought, they came, but he was going to meet them anyway. Madame Josephine came with the head of the academy, Eriu Kassar. He asked how their student Corinne was feeling. Corin greeted him and bowed respectfully. In fact, for Corin Locke, he was not only the head of the academy but his teacher. Eriu Kassar apologized for having to ask his friends to leave, but the case was very secret. The guy said he understood that. He continued that they have a lot of questions for him to begin with, and they cannot turn a blind eye to the case of Maria. Listening to him, Corin thought that they were still trying to test the waters. It looks like I'll have to push their dialogue. So Corin told him directly that Professor Permac Daman was a spy. He huffed and said that was what he wanted to talk about. They were not surprised. They understood when they saw the commandments on his body. But there was one more truth they did not know. The guy voiced it. He said that Tatez Valtazar was Permac Daman's teacher. Madame Josephine exclaimed that this was impossible. Corin interrupted her by talking about the 6 steps of the spear and the commandments. She herself should know about them, because she taught him them, and he is exactly the same. When she heard that Corin was the same, she angrily grabbed her whip and asked if he was also a disciple of Belshazzar. Corinne replied that she should not be nervous. She would not harm him without proof. He told her so that she could properly dispose of this information, especially since her spare body is here. And then he asked her if he was right. And he answered that her main body was now in the main castle and it was in no condition to go out. The head of the academy asked how he knew all this. Corin continued to tell us that her student Valtazar was still alive, and he has become very strong. He is much stronger than he used to be, and he is not alone anymore. The guy said that it was all because of a decision that Eriu Kassar made 80 years ago. The original runes were scattered all over the world because of the betrayal of a disciple he trusted, and he was able to return only 2. And if he had not been here, even these would have been taken away. Together with the Leah Filestone of Destiny, the 4 treasures of Danube are now in his hands, and if the coronation takes place, no one will call Belshazzar a usurper. Corin handed the stone to the teacher. And he should understand what will happen if this happens. And then he called him Aaron Danua and asked if it was true. Now it is clear why Madame Josephine, with her 80 years of experience, never became the head of the academy, and why the rising star Eriu Kassar became one. The reason is simple. 80 years ago, Viren was the head of the Merkaba Academy. 50 years ago, there was Vig, and now there is Eriu Kassar. They are all bodies that are made of a runestone through which one man, Aaron Danua, watches over the world. He asked Corin what he was going to do. He replied that they had the same goal. After these words, he took off his shirt to show the runes on his body. The chairman was surprised and asked if they were commandments. Corin bent his knee before the chairman and said that he would gladly be his first spear to protect the world, and he added to Yu that he would be his slave. He remembered her words that she was an adult and had to protect children like him. Aaron Danua sacrificed herself for him that day, and he will never forget it, and now it was his turn to protect her to repay his debt. The chairman nodded in approval. She returned to the main castle in the evening, her shoes clattering down the long corridors lit by dim light. Josephine only had time to speak before Aaron interrupted her and said she was against it. Aaron said that meant Tatez was alive after all. Then she asked if they could trust Corin. She wanted to say something again, but Aaron beat her to it again and said she knew she shouldn't trust others so easily. And then she suggested that they just keep an eye on him for now, because they weren't sure about him yet. She could not take such a risk because she had a great responsibility, and everything he said could be a lie. But she still couldn't understand why he was looking at her with sadness in his eyes. Aaron wondered what kind of child Corinne Locke was. During the summer vacation ceremony, the ranks were reassessed. This ceremony also had a special meaning. Their first rank was temporary, but the rank issued by the Sentinel Association was official. This means that, depending on your rank, even while you are still a student, you can still have the rights of a full-fledged guard. Everyone in the room was munching on potatoes, so Corinne asked her why she had brought so many. She replied that she had used up some from the warehouse so that it would not go to waste during the vacation. They heard that the names of the students whose ranks would be changed were about to be announced. It was announced that Maria Dunareff, a second-year student at the valedictorian faculty of magic, was invited. The girl swallowed the lump that came up her throat and walked out. The chairman continued that despite the challenges Maria faced, she showed a strong will and proved herself by preventing a terrible incident in the research department. To be honest, she hasn't made any progress this semester because she wasn't allowed to leave the city after becoming a vampire. But she did help Dinah with her experiment, and her mana has increased a lot, which is also a good indicator. And as her strength increased, it was impossible not to raise her rank. And the way she confronted the King of the Iron Mountain significantly reduced the number of casualties. Eriu Kassar announced that on the recommendation of the head of the Merkaba Academy and the Southern Association of Sentinels, Dina Grandaya, she was promoted to semi-special rank. The room immediately became noisy. Someone enthusiastically said that she had become the youngest semi-personal rank in history. Someone else said that he could not believe that he had witnessed such a legendary moment. The head of the academy said that the students he would name also contributed to the prevention of the incident in the research department. The room was again noisy because no one had heard of the other students. Everyone knew about the incident itself, but most of the details remained behind closed doors because it happened within the research department. What happened there was kept secret. He started with the magical faculty and mentioned the names of Carnell Luden and the druid Yule. The next students to speak were Arisha Arden and Doron Varsky, students of the nightly faculty. After a short pause, he added the name of Corin Locke, who stood smiling next to his friends. Eriu Kassar addressed Carnell, Yuel, Arisha, and Doron, and said that due to their achievements during the incident in the research department, they would be promoted to semi-first rank. After that, he turned to student Corin Locke and reminded him that he was a 5th-ranked student. With the help of his outstanding achievements, both inside and outside the academy, and with the recommendation from the president of the academy, Eriu Kassar, senior professor Josephine Clara, and Professor Heyman Welsh. He called him by his new name and announced that he would be promoted to a first-rate guard. The students in the room were amazed. They were discussing how the guy came here with the 5th rank and got the first one in a year. Many wondered how this was possible. So Corin Locke, a 5th-ranked guard, was promoted to 1st-ranked guard. He received the unofficial rank after negotiations with the Guard Association. Corin knew that no one doubted his skills, but he had been given 1st rank as a guarantee that he would keep quiet about Permac Damon's betrayal. What is important here is that he will have special rights as a knight of the 1st rank, the ability to directly take on guards. He thought that he would not reach this level of play until his 3rd year, and even in his previous life he barely reached it after his 2nd year. Now, he will be able to change the course of events dramatically. He will take on all the specialists who are lower in rank than him. Such power and authority gives him the power to achieve more. Corin asked his friends what they were planning to do during the holidays. Doron is going to earn money, Jaeger is going home, and Lark is going to practice in the magic tower. Yule goes to visit the other druids, and Carnell goes in search of a golem core. Arisha said in tears that she had to return to her family. Her grandfather asked her to visit him, so Corin wished her a safe journey. Then she asked him what he was going to do. Would he go home? He told her that he would not, because there was no one at home. They decided to go on vacation without him. He had tried to return home at about the same time before, but the place from Corin Locke's memories was empty. He went there in vain because the letter was 3 days late due to a postal error. She said that she understood, and then asked Corin if he wanted to go with her. He asked if she had invited him to her house. Arisha said she was scared to go alone. Corinne was surprised, but it wasn't surprising given her personality. But he apologized and said he would join her next time. He wanted to see the South. Arisha said that next time they would definitely go together. In fact, he needed to be somewhere else. He heard his name being called and turned to see that they were waving at him. Maria hurried to them, waving her arms. She was worried that she was late and did not have time to say goodbye to everyone. He needs to leave the academy immediately, and he still has a lot of time before the next story. If he doesn't go there now, he won't get a second chance. A train has arrived at the platform to take him to his destination. There were quite a few passengers in the carriage. The journey was not a long one, so some of them were already dozing off, while others were reading their favorite book. He opened the box and looked at the weapon. He had to travel 9 hours across this endless field to reach the southern continent. Their training was perfect. He surreptitiously passed the weapons to his partners. They suddenly jumped up and pointed their weapons. One of them ordered everyone to raise their hands in the air. Then he shouted that they should give them everything they had. He shouted to the frightened passengers that they should not resist but meet them halfway. If they do not, they will have to meet with him as a semi-first rank. When they got into the car, she asked if they were in the wrong car. He replied that it seemed they had been in the wrong place all along. He quickly got up and shouted who they were and whether they did not realize what was happening here. Pulling out his sword, he ordered them to put their hands up if their lives were valuable. Corin looked confused and asked if he should raise his hands, and he lifted it. But in the process, he happened to hit the criminal right under the jaw, and with such force that he flew up and pierced the roof of the car with his head. His henchman, obviously of lower rank, looked on in fright at what was happening. The guy mockingly held his hand up and asked if it was necessary to raise it like that. This is how the defense of the South began. Being in good standing with the Academy's leaders, Corin visited the secret library in the Merkaba Academy Library. Corin got a secret grimoire and gained the skill of persistent warrior regeneration. The book said that he met a warrior in the middle of a bloody battlefield. His body was tied to a stone by his insides while he stood there. Then he asked the soldier if he should cut his throat to end the torment. But he replied that he would be very grateful if he gave him some water to quench his thirst. Out of respect for this man, he took water in his hands from the nearest river and helped him with his thirst. Then something amazing happened. The man was completely cured. After reading this story, Corinne, closing the game, said that it was not bad. He said that his castle in the south was still intact. Corin was surprised and happy at the same time. He continued that if he needed to go there, he should go to his office. Maybe he was still there. But in his past life, Corin hadn't found anything there. He explained that he had to find the rune mage himself, and then he added that he hoped he had the strength and courage of that warrior. With the courage of that boy, Corin should be able to do anything. He was a humble man, not a hero or a wise man who swore to save the world. He always has the option to escape. And then he told him that he had decided not to run away, and that he was proud of him. The Duke's spirit left Lark's body and was used by Corin again. As he was leaving, he thanked Corin for telling him about his wife and daughter. So, following the Duke's story, he went south. He took Mary with him because she was from the south. They got off the train at the intermediate stop of the Southern Plains. The head of the railroad approached them and thanked them for neutralizing the robbers. He said that if it wasn't for them, they would have been in huge trouble. Corin waved it off as nothing. The manager handed him a bag of money and asked him to take it. Corin said he shouldn't have, but he couldn't refuse their kindness either. In this way, Corin fulfilled one of the commandments and received 2 points and earned money. He was happy to think that people should do good. Corin said he was hungry and suggested we go out to eat. Maria replied that she often comes here and could recommend good places. He waved a bag of money and said he would buy whatever she wanted. This is the entry point to the Southern Plains. All the wagons that stop here go south to the city of Left, and then they had to travel by cart for at least 8 hours. Maria said they had reached the station. In his past life, he had already used this type of transportation several times. They are more convenient and faster than carts, but they are expensive. Even that bastard Park Si-hoo didn't like them. Corin asked if they wouldn't cost 30 silver coins each way, but Maria said they would not fly them. Her family would send something else for them. The boy was surprised, and not in vain. A passenger bird, the Hresvelgra, came to pick them up. They announced that it was from Left and that preparations were underway to board VIP guests. In the heroic legends of Archon, this is the boss's transportation. It costs as much as 12 wyverns. There was a commotion at the station. The dispatcher called out to Mac's controller and he told him what he heard. The daft dispatcher said that they would start preparing the landing site. He was told that they understood. Arrival was expected in 10 minutes, and they would slowly descend. One of the dispatchers asked what the Dunarefs were doing this month. The other answered that it was the Academy's vacation, and that meant the princess was coming back. The man said that the elevator would arrive soon, which meant that Lady Maria was returning to them. So we need to meet her properly. They soon arrived at the Dunaref estate. The bird landed with a kick of smoke. When they entered the house, all the servants bowed and congratulated Maria on the beginning of the holidays and her promotion to semi-personal rank. Corin didn't know why he hadn't noticed. Their destination was the city of Left, and to the east of it was the town of Diuna. He recalled that Maria had said her family were farmers. He asked how much land they had. Maria said she didn't know exactly, but it was about 2 million. He said that 2 million piñas was unbelievable, but she thought about it and said that there was a different value. The girl corrected herself and said with a smile that she was not drunk but 2 million hectares. The guy was amazed. After all, 2 million hectares is about 6 billion piñas. Along the way, he read the signs for Dunaref Salon, Dunaref Grocery Store, Dunaref Post Office, Dunaref Professional Association, Dunaref Farmers Association, Dunaref, and so on. He saw many more such signs on the way to the main residence. He asked Maria if they were joking and what a professional wrestling association was. Dunaref's grand residence was indeed grandly large. When they got out of the carriage, Corin asked Maria why she didn't tell him she was rich. She replied that her parents were rich, not her. Corin said that all rich people say that. The butler who met them at the entrance said that she would inherit everything. She was the first child in the family. Then he said he would take her luggage and asked who was with her. She replied that the guy's name was Corin, and they were studying at the same academy. It was as if he whispered to Corin that the family's sons-in-law had lived with them for generations. Of course, they provided a lot of support and a place in the business for the son-in-law's family, and their ladies had a lot of suitors. Corin did not listen to the butler's stories any longer and asked Maria where the castle he was talking about was. She said she had heard that someone had bought it recently, someone called Count Cassius. Last time, someone else had owned his castle too, and as Corin remembered, it was a trader from the archipelago at the edge of the south. He was a very unpleasant person. He told him that if he didn't catch a sea serpent, he wouldn't even think of coming here. To get his permission, he and Park Si-hoo fought a big sea serpent all day and night, and after they passed through this terrible challenge, they received permission to enter the castle. Corin wondered if he would have to go through all this again. But Maria said she had told the Count in advance so they would go together. She said that she thought he wanted to visit the Duke's castle, so she informed him in advance. He immediately agreed and told her to come at any time. He was having a celebration on Friday, so they would go there together. He thought that he could pass the quest so easily, even though he had completed it in his past life. Is Maria a god? On the way home, she suggested that Corin go shopping tomorrow to buy clothes for the Count's ball, since they had nothing better to do. He agreed. The guy wondered if shopping should be like this. The suit cost 3 golden necklaces and 6 golden shoes. Even everyday clothes cost 4 gold. And besides them, there were watches and other things, and they paid for them with a blank check. All these things were branded. This money would be enough to become a rich man in real estate in Suez. He wondered if she would make him sign a slave contract. Maria said they had come. Corin said she scared him and asked him to stop buying him things. They greeted her politely and asked if she needed a special item. She said she did. She took out a box and told Corin that it contained the same minerals used in Orisha's Odata. Previously, Corin could not get this item because it was not even available at the academy, an indestructible stone. Unlike purified silver, which immediately broke in the territory, this stone is not destroyed. Corin was excited and asked where she got it. It is not sold anywhere. He is more excited about this gift than any other he has received today. It is a special stone that was used for the hidden part of Garand Arden's sword. Maria asked if he covered the spear with a layer of this stone, even in the territory he was talking about. Would he be able to use his weapon without any problems? Corin answered that he would. Then she said that it was her last gift. She added that she was happy to see him happy. The guy thanked her again. They were to have dinner together, so Corin put on a suit. Maria called out to him to come in. Maria's relatives were already waiting for him at an incredibly beautiful table set up for a holiday. There is a tradition that when you come to a friend's house, you have to have dinner with his family. Maria's mother noticed that he was nice and invited her to sit down. Corin noticed that her mother was smiling warmly, but next to her is a serious man. Her father said that he needed to ask her one thing before they sat down to eat. And depending on the answer, he will decide whether he can sit at their table or not. Mardunaref asked Corin with a stern expression if he was a virgin. His wife and daughter immediately attacked him for asking such a question. Her mother said that he was not listening to Mard and was sitting down to eat. But he stood his ground. If he wanted to be their son-in-law, he had to be a virgin. Corin realized that dinner would not go smoothly. Mardunaref said that his daughter was busy. Maria said she would marry her father. Maria immediately attacked her father. He shouted that he was hurt and asked why she was so strong. He noticed that she looked like her mother now. The girl nervously told him to stop talking. She got really angry with her father and pulled him out of the table. He asked her why she was doing this, because he was just trying to protect her. But she told him again to stop talking. Maria's mom apologized to Corin. He said that everything was fine and laughed. To change the subject, he said it was very cozy here. The woman said that she had read about him in Maria's letters and really wanted to meet him. The Duchess rose and curtsied with a bow, saying that she was very grateful to him for helping her daughter. Corin was embarrassed and said he was not comfortable with her bowing to him. He said he just did what he could. And besides, Maria deserves to be happy. The woman was impressed by the boy's words. She said that when she read Maria's letters, she thought she was looking through rose-colored glasses. But as expected from her son, she stumbled over it. Mard intervened and said that gratitude is one thing, but he only gives permission to hold hands once, and even more importantly, he must remain a virgin. They both attacked him. Mrs. Dunaref said that she allows everything. Unlike her father, she holds free views. Maria screamed what she was talking about. This situation made Corin laugh. He thought that Maria's family was quite funny. The next day, as planned, they arrived at the Duke's castle. Count Cassius was meeting the guests. When he saw Maria, he immediately rushed to meet her. He greeted her and said he was very happy to see her. She came as promised, and their Blandria family is very happy to welcome her here. Corin could not believe that he was seeing the same person. It was the same man who would not have let him into the castle if he had not killed the snake. As they approached the entrance, their arrival was announced. The butler announced loudly that Lady Mary and Sir Corin Locke were entering the hall. Then they entered the hall and golden confetti fell on them. Maria looked incredible that day. In his new tuxedo, the guy proudly followed her, but he was really proud of himself. If he had not saved this girl, he would never have seen her like this today. The people of the South would have lost their favorite princess. One of the ladies present was surprised to see Mary. Another said that it meant the rumors were true. A member of the Dunaref family had come here. A third added that it meant that Count Blandry was something of a man. It would not be an exaggeration if he said that in the South, the influence of the Dunaref family is absolute. It is much better to ask Maria to go out than to hunt a sea serpent. Corinne suggested that she enjoy the evening before going to the office, and she happily agreed. He and Maria have already brought their equipment. When the ball is in full swing, they will talk to the Duke, take their things, and go to the study. At the ball, a guy approached Maria and introduced himself as Harley from the Rondinum family. Harley said he had always admired her. He politely asked her to give him his first dance. He was immediately joined by other men who begged to give them at least part of the dance. Maria was overwhelmed by the number and pressure of the young people and lost her bearings. She did not want to offend any of them and did not know what to say to them. She was rescued from her embarrassment by Corin, who noticed her embarrassment and quickly approached her. Like the others, he extended his hand and invited her in. The men immediately wondered who this guy was. Corin thought they were energetic, but lacked manners. Corin took her hand and brought it to his lips. He kissed it gently and rose from his knee. He looked her in the eye and asked if she would dance his first dance with him. He knew that it was basic etiquette to have a first dance with your partner. He was once scolded for this. He was told that if he saw a beautiful girl in front of him, he should kiss her hand and ask her to dance. Maria was so impressed by Corin's gallant act that a noticeable blush appeared on her cheeks. She gave her consent. Music started playing in the hall. While dancing, Corin noticed that she was popular. He added that he had allowed himself too much and apologized for it. She replied that she was a little embarrassed, but she liked it. He felt as if he had abandoned his savior, who had given him the right to come here, so he could not help but return the favor. He received many favors in the South, but it was dangerous. Even he is a little embarrassed by this. Maria's dress was gorgeous, but quite revealing. Any man could have lost his head. He felt a sharp pain from the heel on his foot. Maria had stepped on his foot. The girl was embarrassed and immediately apologized. She said that she was not very good at dancing. As expected, he endured and said that everything was fine. Saying that he would rather drive, the guy pulled her closer to him. He whispered to her to put her left foot on his. They would dance like this, and it would not matter if his shoes got dirty. Perhaps their dance will seem a little awkward, but you don't need to worry about the views of others. And for now, she should only look at him, her partner. She just needs to enjoy the dance. And then he told her to put her foot on his and repeat his movements. She has to look at his eyes to see the direction of his feet and try to understand when they are going forward and when they are going backward. After a few seconds, he praised her and told her that she was a fast learner. Everything is just like he learned in his past life. The trembling eyes have to meet another gaze and find stability. When their eyes meet, they both laugh, without even knowing which one started first. The music did not stop, and they continued to dance. They shared a moment that was like a dream. As soon as the song ended and Corin let go of her hand, men approached her again. One after another, they asked her to dance. Maria apologized and said that she was a little tired and wanted to rest for a while. Corin then asked if he could take the lady to his box. She replied that she would be very grateful. The men were burning with envy as they watched the couple leave the dance hall. But the women present did not take their eyes off the couple. One asked if they had seen it. Another said she was standing with one foot on his foot. And it was so romantic. The woman noted that the guy's care was cool and the dance was impressive, and she asked if they noticed how Maria was smiling, and she is sure that most likely they did. When they found the door to the office, it was locked, but Corin found the key and opened it. Maria was surprised by the size of Duke Sabanzia's office and asked Corin what he was looking for here. He replied that it didn't matter what. He just said to look for traces of the Duke. The boy walked over to the bookshelf. He took out a book with the history of Duke Sabanzia. In the game, there were traces of his wife Luna and daughter Cecilia that the player has to find in the Duke's quest. Usually, if you give it to Duke Sabanzia, the side quest will end. But in this game and in his past life, he was not told to look in the study. He wondered why the Duke had called him here. He wasn't sure, but he needed to look around. They searched until almost dawn, and then sat down to rest, tired. Maria said she couldn't find it, and Corin said it was not easy. Then she said that in her opinion, there must have been a hidden space. After that, she said with a sigh that she was hungry. He asked if she hadn't eaten in the banquet hall. Maria replied that she hadn't had time to do so because they had left right away. Maria blushed at the thought. Her eyes said it all. This is a sign that appeared during the development of their relationship. Sitting in his arms, she said that she had only just noticed how beautiful his jawline and collarbone were, but Corin said he was sweating, so she should wait. Maria assured him that everything was fine and warned him that she was about to start, and she aimed for his artery. Corin, as always, put his neck around her. She clung to him tightly and did not let go. The boy held her tightly in his arms. The girl abruptly pulled away from him and sighed. He asked if she was done, and she said yes. And then she asked him if it hurt him. He said that it was not. He said that perhaps it was because he was in the middle of a warrior's regeneration, so he didn't feel anything at all. She asked if that was true, and then quickly added that she didn't feel anything either. And then Corin had an epiphany. The warrior's persistent regeneration. He definitely received the dust of the soul. Duke Sabancia's grimoire had abilities and spells, and also a body and a soul. Corin asked Maria if she could call Dioka here. She was surprised by his request. She concentrated and said his name. A few seconds later, her creation appeared before them. He voiced his thoughts out loud. If Mary can call him so easily, it means that his body is close to the astral before it materializes. Dioku whimpered, and he told him to be patient. The dog whimpered, and it was understandable because his body was breaking down, and Corin understood why he didn't like it. Corin thought it was great. He is disappearing. He just can't see him, so he can't see the spirits yet. Feeling a chill go down his spine, Corin turned around. His suspicions were not in vain. Grabbing his spear, Corin jumped up and shouted to Mary to get ready. Looking at what was happening, he wondered why the Duke hadn't told him right away that this would happen. In the middle of the grimoire, Sabancia's soul was sealed, but when he could not go to the other world and suffered from bloodlust, he separated his body and soul. So where did his body go? The answer is simple. It is now right in front of him. The Duke asked how a random person came to him with the remains of his soul. When his body was fully manifested, he took a step toward Corin and asked him menacingly what brought the boy to his castle. Corin hesitantly asked if he was the Duke of Sabancia. He confirmed and asked the boy who he was. He said his name was Corin Locke and he was a distant colleague. The man hummed. He said he looked good and seemed normal. The boy noticed that his reaction was better than in the library. The Duke asked him if he had seen his soul. He said that he had, and he was curious. If his soul and body were separated, how could he be normal? But the Duke ordered him to stop. Here he would ask questions, and he would only have to answer. With a huff, Corin said that he thought things were going too smoothly for them. So it wasn't just a gift. A great general who ruled the South 800 years ago, Sabancia Duke. He was said to be the strongest of his time, and even as the strongest in history. When he attacked him, he said that he came after meeting his soul, and then he asked if he had killed it. He replied that of course not. He calmed her down and let her get up, and he thought that this time he would bring him something other than a grimoire. The Duke said that if his soul had brought the boy here, he would not have brought a vampire with him. Did he think the boy would fall for his lies? Corin asked what he was talking about, and how can a body move without a soul? Sabancia replied that he had the body of an invincible vampire, and that's why he needed to lock his soul in this castle, so that he would not become a beast like the one he had brought before him. Corin shouted that Maria is not a beast. She controls her vampire power. He had to believe him. He stuck his spear into the floor. He looked at the boy and asked if he should believe him. The Duke explained that in order to get rid of his bloodlust, he had dulled his feelings and emotions over the past 800 years. When the Duke returned to his human form and took his hand away from Corin's face, he was dumbfounded. His mouth was sewn shut. Even in this way, he fought against bloodthirstiness. As he approached, Sabancia continued that there was only one sensation left, and that is the taste of blood. A vampire cannot resist his hunger. He was like that too. And now he wants him to believe him? And then he added that he doesn't believe in things he can't verify. And if he is going to stop him, it means that he is putting his life on the line. Corin gritted his teeth. He hadn't expected this and thought he shouldn't have brought Maria. The one whose body Sabancia had taken had been locked up for a long time. And because of his hatred for vampires, he completely destroyed him. If he was the strongest in his time, it means that now he is a semi-special rank. He would fight the six-step technique with all his might. So he used Sura's spell, just as he had done with Permac. The steps of the evil true essence of the serpent's heaven and the attack of the poisonous dragon's head followed. The boy fought him desperately with strong techniques, but did not even wound the Duke. Sabancia raised his sword up and told him to look. Before him was the power of the universe. When he was young, he had received this power when he had slain a dragon. He was holding the last demonic sword, the Dragon Slayer. Corin realized that he had made a mistake. He was stronger than a monster of a special rank. The Duke turned to Maria, who was watching them, and said that she was a miserable beast. He asked if she had any hope of living as a human being. Does she not consider herself a beast? If not, How confident is she that she has coped with her nature? And in the end, she will always thirst for the blood of her lover and will destroy those who care about her. And then, after telling her to get out of here, he attacked the girl. Maria jumped away. She looked at Sabanzia Duke in fright and said that she was not a beast. Dioku rushed to the defense of his mistress. He flew at the Duke from behind and was about to attack him. But he reacted and cast a trigram spell on him that bound him. The general noticed that he was as fast as he thought, even faster than he was in his best years. But he has no strategy. He's just a stupid beast that relies on his strength alone. Trying to save her creation, Mary screamed at Diok to leave. But he was pierced by the sealing sword of Romania. This sword seals divine beings. Before this sword, his eternal life is irrelevant. Maria rushed to him. Sabanzia told her to hurry to her death. He would end her miserable life. He added that the beast would always be a beast. She screamed that it was not true. She stopped when Corinne told her that everything was fine and that she hadn't changed a bit. He interrupted her and said that he was repeating again that she had to disappear. It would be better for both of them. After these words, she saw Corinne collapse to the floor at her feet. Panic gripped her. She knelt down in front of his body to make sure he was alive. Looking at her despair, Sabanzia Duke began to laugh. The laugh was quite ironic. Maria tried to bring Corin back to life and called his name. The boy's wound was bleeding. The still warm, fresh blood quickly spread into a large puddle near his body. The girl smelled its intoxicating aroma and froze over it with a sigh. The laughter was still coming from behind her. Sabanzia watched Maria's reaction and saw her freeze at the smell of blood. He stopped laughing and raised his sword. The Duke said that just as he thought, vampires should not live. Even when her lover is on the brink of death, she still can't quell her bloodlust. He waited for her to pounce on Corin and tear him apart. He saw that she was already leaning over his face. But Maria did not bite him. Tears were streaming down her cheeks. The girl did not bite but kissed her lover. Moreover, she used her blood as an elixir. Mary gave her blood to the boy. Something happened that Duke Sabanzia Duke did not believe in and considered impossible. In this situation, she overcame her limitations. She should have had no rationality left to restrain her hunger. Maria cried incessantly and begged Corny to come too. She didn't care about anything but this boy. The Duke recognized that he had failed. He knelt down in the face of his desires. He watched as the one he called a beast shed tears and begged her lover to open his eyes. Sabanzia did not laugh anymore. He said that he should not have judged them. He went over to them and raised his sword. The sword flew in front of Maria's face and stuck in Corin's chest. The girl screamed. She asked the Duke to stop. He had already done enough. Maria asked how far he wanted to go. Maria begged not to take Corin away from her. She did not look like a beast. She was just a person who wanted to save her beloved. When the Duke drew his sword, a bright light swirled around them, enveloping them as if in a cocoon. The girl continued to beg the Duke to stop and cried bitterly, but suddenly she felt a hand on her shoulder. He said her name quietly and told her that he was here and everything was fine. Maria looked at the boy with wide eyes of surprise. She immediately rushed to him and asked how he was doing. Corin touched the sword scar on his body. Then he looked at the Duke and asked why he had saved him. Not understanding what he was talking about, Mary looked at the Duke with a question in her eyes. He silently threw his sword on the floor. The young people did not understand what was happening. After that, he told Corin that he had given him his aura core. Now he understood why his soul had brought the boy here. Sabanzia Duke said that he sees the qualities of a hero in Corin. He is not stingy and has his own principles and pride, which those who chase power definitely do not have. And he could change what was beyond his power. He has the right to change the world. What he could not protect 800 years ago, he was able to protect. And he asks him to correct the mistakes he has been making all this time. After calling Corin a hero once again, he disappeared. Stunned by what had happened, they remained sitting in the same place. Corin did not expect to receive the core of the aura of the great General Sabanzia Duke as a gift. Maria hugged Corin tightly. She said that she was so scared. She thought he was really dead and was very scared. Through her sobs, she asked him to promise that he would never die without her permission. The guy thought that everything seemed to have ended well and that such a reward would be enough. He hugged Maria and made a promise. Corin hoped that now that it was over, the soul and body that had been in pain for 800 years would find eternal peace. He thought that not only did he increase the rank of his aura, but now he had a second core. And he even has a special ability. But he found it strange that in the game and in his past life, Sabanzia Duke did not give the player such power. And it would have been very nice if he had been kind from the very beginning and not made him suffer. Corinne looked at Maria's clothes, which she had taken off because they were wet with blood. He would have to wash them, but they would take a long time to dry. A maid came into the room. She didn't expect to see anyone there and apologized, adding that she didn't know they would have guests. She found them in a rather delicate state, and seeing her look, Corinne began to explain that everything was not as she thought. The maid listened to Corinne's explanation, but things really looked different. She blushed with shame. Then she quickly said she was sorry and wished me a good time. Then she ran out, slamming the door. Looking at Maria dozing on his lap, Corinne thought that things had not gone according to plan. Maria's father heard these rumors and shouted that he would kill the bastard. It took 20 days for this misunderstanding to be cleared up. All these days he had to hide in the mountains to train his new corps. It's good that somehow people learned the truth, because he almost became the first enemy of the South. Maria said that when they returned to the academy, the second semester would begin. Preparations for the festival will begin. And then I asked him how the hotel business she had invested in was doing. He replied that everything was fine. He will get several times more than she invested. A large number of tourists will increase the value of the entire industry. And after he increases it and sells it, he will get a lot of money. He was happy to be invincible. And the festival is the best thing there is, and they will definitely get rich. His joy was interrupted by the wind and leaves flying in his face. He did not understand what had happened. A typhoon was approaching the city of Merkaba, but in my past life there was no typhoon. Maria noted that the typhoon is very strong. It will cause problems with the start of the festival. She told Corinne that it's normal to fail at least once when you plan something big. And then leaning over him and digging her nails into his shoulder, she asked if they should make a deal. If he can't pay her back, he will have to fulfill her one wish. Corinne thought Maria was making a suspicious offer, but he can't let this happen, and there must be a way out. On the way to the special dormitory of the Merkaba Academy, they were caught in a heavy rainstorm brought by the typhoon. There they met with the head of the academy, Ariu Kasar, who was waiting for them. He said it must have been difficult to return because of the typhoon. Corinne asked his teacher where Madame Josephine was. He handed him a towel and told him that she was returning with Varan. They were at the Zion church during the vacation. Ariu Kasar offered them to stay the night. Corinne asked if it was okay, and he said that he was no longer an outsider. He added that he was thinking about letting Corinne live here when the second semester starts. The boy realized that to some extent it was necessary to keep an eye on him. Madame Josephine and Master Aaron will keep an eye on him because they can't fully trust him yet. He asked what caused the typhoon, and Maria said that it was very strong and had probably damaged the city. She asked if everything would be okay. He replied that the city was not particularly affected. It is unlikely to be at the epicenter of the typhoon, but the suburbs will suffer more. Maria said that if the typhoon moves, it will pass through the city. The head of the academy replied that it would not move because it was not a natural phenomenon. The typhoon was caused by a monster. The story begins on an important sea route in the southern archipelago that runs upstream of the Ugina Strait. At some point, the emperor of the ocean, the sea serpent, got into the Ugina Strait. He was raging and did not care about the economy of people. He began to sink merchant ships that passed through his territory. A man who wanted to become a hero decided to fight a sea monster. The father asked his son if he had to go. He answered his father that yes, this is a first-ranked monster, and if he defeats it, he will become a first-ranked knight. This boy was Levent Blandria. He said that if this happened, he would be able to claim the girl's attention again. The guy was always in love with her. He even dared to ask her to give him his first dance. But his chosen one chose an upstart and a rogue with the first rank. So when he defeats the monster and gets the first rank, he will be able to take Maria Dunarev back from that upstart. He decided that he would defeat the sea serpent and bring peace back to the strait. And so the fervent heart of one man started a fierce battle that lasted 6 days and 5 nights. They rejoiced at the serpent's escape and victory over him. Levent shouted that he was dedicating this victory to Lady Mary. But the victory was partial. In fact, they failed to catch the beast, and it simply escaped. As a result, they made him even angrier, and he took many more innocent lives. The kite swam to the island where the typhoon bats Alwan lived. To breed, they become the center of a typhoon to protect themselves from enemies. They are nicknamed golden bats because their blood is flesh, and bones are elixirs that even monsters want. And the wounded sea serpent could not just pass by their nest. Then the female Alvana made a decision. For the sake of the cub in her belly, she decided to leave the nest. She flew north as far as her wings would allow her to fly. So she chose a safe place to bring her offspring into the world. And who would have thought that Corin's land would become a roosting place for the typhoon bat? This species is extremely rare. In summer, they were not even visible on the continent as they thrived on small stone islands. Soaking in the rain, Corin thought it must be a butterfly's wing flap that he had done again, and it turned into a typhoon. The construction team said they were evacuating the place. Corin begged them to stay because they had only a little time left. But the construction workers said that the typhoon was too strong and that if they stayed, they would die. Their foreman told Corin that he should also give up. He added that sometimes in life this happens. If the typhoon continues, the festival will not take place, and if it intensifies, its hotels will also be closed. He bought the land for 280 gold pieces. He invested another 330 gold pieces in materials and labor for the builders. And he had to invest another 220 coins to finish the construction, and among them, only 110 coins were his. All the money was borrowed. If his business failed, he would have to pay back 720 gold coins. He realized that he was in big trouble. Later, the academy held an emergency meeting to discuss the typhoon. The head of the academy, Eriu Kassar, invited several professors and some students to the meeting. He said that the topic of the meeting was the Alvan bat. Haman Welsh, a full-time professor at the Knights faculty, huffed when he heard about the bat. Professor Dana Arian, a professor at the magic department, asked if they would need to tame him. It occurred to her that this way she could recover the funding they had lost because of the iron boar incident. Haman said that of course they would pacify him, but another professor said he was against it. Edgar Linto, a professor at the Faculty of Magic, argued that the typhoon would pass in a month and they had no reason to risk it. In response, Professor Lorala Mass, a professor at the Faculty of Alchemy, asked what evidence he had for this assumption. He replied that the breeding season of Alvans lasts from June to September, and they are known for repeating their short pregnancy cycles. Even taking into account other details, the typhoon will disappear in a month. This answer satisfied her, and she said that she would vote not to interfere. Ochgen Rentry, a new professor at the Knights faculty, says that he thinks it is important to try to stop him at least once. Otherwise, they will not only delay the return of students, but also disrupt the course of the festival. Moreover, outsiders may think that the academy is sitting on the sidelines. One of the participants noted that the academy is an educational institution, and monsters should be dealt with by the appropriate associations. A heated discussion ensued, and Corin listened with his head down and thinking about his own. He stood up abruptly and addressed the professors. He said that he might not have enough knowledge, but he asked them to listen to him. The guy started his speech by saying that they swore that they would be brave and do good and justice, and that they would defend the weak and defeat evil no matter what. They are the defenders of humanity, and of course they need to conquer this monster. Edgar Linto interrupted him and said that they understood his passion, but it would be better not to interfere. Corin immediately got upset and asked how he could say that. He said that he did not see the victims who lost their homes to the typhoon and now find no place to live. Corin mentally begged him to agree, otherwise he would leave with the bag. Corin shouted that they do not notice those who are forced to live on the streets, those who have lost their jobs. They don't see people who have lost their homes. People's lives cannot be valued by money. Even Edgar Linto was moved by his words. He was so sincere and seemed like a model knight to everyone. After calming down a bit, Corin added that he didn't need knighthood or an oath of a guardian. He just wants to save people. Corin started talking and repeated that he wanted to save the hotel, but quickly corrected himself. Many of them were also inspired by Corin's words. They called him a young but dedicated knight. They called his speech touching. Someone asked why he mentioned the hotel at the end and was told that it was because people live there too. Ochgen Rentry proposed to form a detachment immediately, and he swears by the name of the sentinel that he will protect the people. Eriu Kassar announced that it seemed they had decided. Corin rejoiced that thanks to his skillful acting, all the professors and students agreed. Quickly enough, they assembled a squad to subdue the monster that had set out for the typhoon. He has already spoken to the aid group. All they needed was the right moment. When Corin sighed heavily, Ogun said that he was so moved. He asked him if he really wanted to save people so sincerely. The boy replied that he was relieved. Corin thought that of course he sincerely wanted to do so. After all, he owed 720 gold coins. His life was at stake. The plan was simple. Catch the golden bat Alvin, who lives in the typhoon. The support team had to make a crack in the typhoon. And if they succeed, their squad will enter it and defeat Alvin the bat there. It would be nice if everything went as planned, but there were already many monsters in the typhoon. These monsters got stuck inside the hurricane when they were trying to eat a bat, and they've been hungry for a long time, and that's why they're mad. But Corin wasn't too worried. In their squad was Professor Heyman, a semi-first-rank knight who in his youth was called the Strong Hand. There is also a knight of the semi-first rank, Professor Ogun. He wields a 2-meter axe as if it were an ordinary wand. Professor Edgar, a first-ranked wizard and leader of the squad, showed outstanding talent. He looked like he was smoking a cigar, but it was a wand he used as a weapon. And most importantly, a second-year student. He is a knight of the first rank like Corin. He is a member of a wild tribe on the northern island. They call him the Mad Warrior Berjacker. It would be strange if they couldn't defeat a bunch of monsters with such a team. During the battle, Corin noticed that he was tall and asked if he was half a giant. He told him to focus on his work and the monsters behind him. Corin continued that he was not as bad as he seemed. The main thing for Corin was to catch Alvin. He needed to get into the center of the hurricane before it caused too much damage to his hotels. Corin was very happy when he heard that they would soon reach the center of the typhoon. They were heading there together. Edgar stopped abruptly, as did everyone else who was running after him. He said he had never seen anything like it before. Inside the big typhoon was a smaller one. Edgar speculated that she must have seen them coming and created another hurricane in the middle of this one with her last bit of strength. Haman was surprised that Alvana was so developed. Edgar said it was only possible because of her maternal instincts. She's a beast, but she's still incredible. Edgar then asked Professor Ogun if they could fight through it. He replied that it was only possible if they endured wounds all over their bodies. After this answer, Edgar pulled out a gun. He said that there would also be many casualties on their side, so it was not worth risking even more, and he offered to give it to the support team. The professor raised his gun and fired. It was a loaded flare. Noticing a bright light, Maria told Professor Diney that a request for help had been made from there. She replied that she would check it out and at the same time test her strength, which she had not shown for a long time. Looking at what was happening, someone from the squad asked Edgar if it was dangerous. The latter said out loud that Professor Dana probably wanted to kill them all. Edgar ordered everyone to stand behind him. He was going to create a shield in front of them, and he added that they only had to get rid of the typhoon. But Dana decided to use her strength and use red lightning to defeat the golden bat. Lightning struck and there was a big explosion. Piles of stones fell from all sides. Professor Heyman began to swear and said that this is the reason why he doesn't like magicians. They are all trying to kill the knights. Edgar said that such a blow would definitely make the typhoon disappear. When the fog from the explosion settled a bit, they saw that the typhoon was still there. Edgar said in a surprised voice that even a semi-first-rank monster would have a hard time surviving such a blow. Then Haman remarked that it was strange. Right before their eyes, Alvin began to grow. The professor noticed that something was happening. Without taking his eyes off the female, Alvana Corin said that this is evolution. It's evolving. The development of a demon is a unique phenomenon that occurs during the accumulation of experience. This is not just a stage where the alpha leader of the pack becomes stronger, but it is a stage at which the source of the entire species is ennobled. Alvin has completely absorbed Professor Dana's lightning bolt. They can no longer consider her a weak monster. Now this Alvin has become the king of storm clouds, and for him, they are not rivals. Haman asked if the support squad could do something. Edgar replied that even if they gave a request for them, Alvin would only get stronger, and he said to look at the result of Professor Dana's help. They argued and tried to find a way out of the situation. Corin coughed and said it was time for him to make a move. He launched an attack, but it didn't work. And then he realized something. Martial arts only work when you are on your feet. In the air, they are powerless. Corin was angry that he could do nothing. He mentally begged to be given the opportunity to do something. He shouted at Berjack to do something. The latter, holding on to his sword to keep from being sucked into the whirlpool, shouted what else he wanted from him. Also, holding onto his spear, Corin thought that 720 gold coins were at stake. So he had to think of something. Bargacker heard Corin calling him again and asked what the hell he wanted from him. Saying that he wanted his head, Corin bent right down on it. Just because he's in the air doesn't mean he hasn't got something to step on. Pushing away from his head, Corin thanked him for the favor and was able to bend down. Thinking that he should not give up, he used the knight's back and made another jump. So jumping from professor to professor, he approached the goal. He shouted that he would finish the monster. It was a meeting between a man blinded by revenge and a monster who wants to protect his cub. A desperate battle has begun. The guy felt something with his foot and wanted to push off, but he felt that he was falling through. He stepped on a jellyfish and fell into it. Corin did not understand where it came from. But even here he did not lose hope and threw a spear in the direction of his enemy. But the attempt was unsuccessful. The spear didn't even make it to the ground. It was blown away by a strong wind and struck by lightning. Corin realized again that all martial arts need the ground. Nothing will work in the air. He thought that this would be the end of him, and then he laughed hysterically and said that now it was over. Then tears came to his eyes and he thought that he shouldn't have invested that money. It would have been better to buy something tasty with it. He began to say goodbye to his life. A loud sound was heard and silhouettes appeared in the middle of a smaller typhoon. Someone had clearly been fighting with Alvin, but it didn't occur to Corin who it could be. Through the typhoon, the boy could only see silhouettes struggling desperately. Suddenly, he saw a strong flash and then a big explosion. Corin covered himself from the bright flash, trying to understand the situation. After the explosion, the shockwave scattered the entire unit. They were hit, but there was no need to hold on any longer. Professor Ochkin Rentry was surprised to ask who managed to stop the typhoon. The silhouettes of two people began to appear through the fog of dust, walking toward them. He quickly recognized the silhouettes, because he knew the two women well. Corin's mind said that even though he had passed through the valley of the shadow, he would fear no evil, for God was with him. When Varin and Professor Josephine approached, she asked Corin what he was doing. He knelt down as if praying. He thought that before he was buried by a debt of 720 gold coins, a rescue squad had come to him. The typhoon that raised the golden bat in the suburbs caused only minor damage. Thanks to the early neutralization of the problem, the city, except for the highway, was not badly affected. And despite the fact that there were some casualties due to strong winds and rain, they will soon resume. The academy is financed by taxes. Therefore, heroic symbolism is very important. That is why the guards created by the academy work as volunteers. Maria greeted the guests with a sweet smile and offered them something to eat. She told them that the menu included potatoes and onion soup. One of the tourists, having eaten several dishes, asked for one more potato. But not everyone was as friendly as Maria. The braggart, who clearly did not like the work, barked at him to eat what he was given. Corin said she was too angry and asked if she knew when people started creating civilization. Warren told him not to talk like a teacher. He continued that he had only heard about it. But it is believed that civilization emerged after someone's broken leg was fixed. If you break a leg, it is obvious that you will not survive in the wild. But a bone that was broken and healed means that that person was helped until he was cured. That's why when someone comes to us because of difficulties, we need to help them. He added that this is what the beginning of civilization means. Quarren asked, "Is it all because of people's weakness?" And then she added that it made no sense to her. No one would help her. She turned and looked at him when she heard him say that he could help her. Corinne then asked Varan if it would mean anything to her. But she replied that a weak person should not wag his tongue, and she turned the other way again. Varan thought she was a half-living person. She was created with the help of a living person who was closer to the monster. But if he knew her past and if he knew who she was, would he have been able to turn his back on her? And then she called him a fool out loud. Suddenly she heard her again. She was ordering her body back. Quarren told her to shut up and added that it was her body. She knew for sure that the body was not hers, and she would never get it back. She wondered if Corinne would help this version of her. People say that the city of Merkaba, where the academy is located, is the safest place in the world. But the truth is a little different. In this city, in addition to the main streets, there are many back alleys, and there the Black Star faction leads its lawless life. Their main source of income is slaves and alcohol smuggling. Nevertheless, to strengthen their position in the city, they engage in special business. An example is dealing with so-called bad customers. Corin called the tavern bartender a charlatan. He accused him of the poor quality of the alcohol, and then he demanded that the manager of the establishment be called. 3 big guys came in and asked who was making a scene in their establishment. It was the same guys with the services. The Black Star faction sells smuggled alcohol to these taverns, and at the same time they get paid for protection. There is no better place to meet them. The chief said that the boy was an academy student and asked what the miner was doing here, but the boy seemed very drunk and did not answer. The man told the boy that if he drank enough, he should just leave. In return, he would pay for it today. But the boy took another drink. Corin stood up and said that he had just in time to start pouring the contents of the mug over his head. Then he asked if he was the tavern manager. The dumb guys who came with the man wanted to attack Corin, but the man stopped them. He said he had met many people like Corin, kids who boast because they became guards. They all go into battle without fear because they think they are the best. After he had expressed his opinion, he turned to his henchmen and ordered them to teach the boy a lesson. They immediately hurried to fulfill the order. Wiping his wet hair, he said that these guys are mad hunting dogs that are rampaging in the north. They used to be famous slave hunters. They were called the Mad Red Dogs. And then he asked how such a jerk could not know how scary a tiger is. But Corin didn't listen to him. He just assessed the situation. His Mad Red Dogs have already started to receive powerful blows to the jaw. A real fierce fight broke out in the tavern. So fierce that its sounds could be heard even in the yard. Their leader just watched as one by one his formidable mad dogs fell from his sight. The fight quickly ended and only he and Corin were left standing. The man asked who he really was. Corin turned his head in his direction and gave him a pleased look. The guy called himself the one who catches mad dogs. Calling their leader a bastard, Corin gave him a good beating. So he killed all the gang members, and the Black Star faction was gone. Moreover, his goal was not only to destroy the gang, he had another reason to take them on, to free those they bought and sold as slaves. He wanted to save half the people. When he entered the room, he was shocked. They were really treated like animals and kept in cages. In this world, half of the people are ostracized because they are different from ordinary people. That's why they often become outcasts. The guy opened all the cages and told them not to be afraid of him and to come out. They looked at him in surprise and were afraid to take a step forward. He reassured them. Corin said that if they went outside, the Dunaref family carriage would be waiting for them. Those who come out first can go that way. They looked at each other with fear. Some were crying, not believing they could leave. Corin entered the back of the room. He thought that his presence might relax them a little. Now he had to move on to the main task. He asked the girl if there was a brother and sister named Ren and Ron. The girl pointed to the cage where they were kept. Corin asked if he should look there, and she pointed in that direction again. When he approached her, he was surprised. He did not expect them to be small. There were two very young children in the cage. The girl hissed in defense of her brother. Corin thought this was very strange. After all, when they met in their past lives, they were in their 20s. He had heard that their bodies develop according to their minds. He thought it was a bit much, but since he was already here, he had to see it through. He sat down and greeted them. The girl was desperately defending her brother and asking him not to hit her. Corin realized that it was Ren's older sister. He had heard that werewolves awaken at birth. That's why they are sold at a young age. Now her behavior is different. She used to be a strong and rude woman. How can such a girl become like that in a year? In a past life, they were villains who served as werewolves in the Catholic Church. Fundamentalists who advocate radical discrimination against demons in an attempt to win public favor have done horrible things to werewolf slaves. This led to a political confrontation between the first and second princesses. This pair of serious enemies was killed by Park Si-hoo. Opening the door of the cage, Corin said that they were not what he had imagined. He suggested they leave. He rescued those who were unlucky and those who became mid-level bosses. But she pushed his hand away and shouted at him to go away and not to touch them. But Corinne did not back down and told them to listen to him. The guy grabbed her arm and she started to pull away. He told her to stop doing it or she would get hurt. Corin hugged the children and told them that everything was fine. They were safe now and no one would hurt them again. Children who have never received protection from adults and have only been punished by them will always be on the lookout. And this is a real tragedy. When they calmed down a bit, he asked them their names. Wiping away their tears, they replied that their names were Ren and Ron. Then he said his name was Corin Locke. They asked if he was a guard, and he confirmed. They rushed to the boy again and hugged him. Corin thought that they finally relaxed a little. For a while, he persuaded them. He wondered if he would really have to give them to the guards. A bar worker, Lena, who was only a waitress but was actually the manager of the informant guild, asked what her boss was thinking. Corin reflected on the fact that he expected to meet two bosses, not children. He wanted to use their skills to keep the enemies of this episode at bay. He told her to take them to his hotel and feed them. She asked if he had been a philanthropist before. He told her to think what she wanted. With a heavy sigh, Corin propped up his head, which was filled with thoughts. He would probably have to save Huaran on his own. In the eastern part of the city, Merkaba is a landing site for flying animals. The huge white bird landed and its passengers began to descend from it. 3 people came down from the bird. From their appearance, the officer assumed that they were from the east and asked to see their documents. The older one took out his ID and showed it. The employee saw that they had IDs from Boromei Academy. The man introduced himself as Senior Professor Kang Ryun. He said that these children were his students. The boy said his name was Jin Hyuk and added that he was pleased to meet her. The girl said she was the president of the student council and her name was Kang Yuhua. The worker said they were welcome to the kingdom of Elas. He showed them the direction and said that they had prepared a carriage for them. He told them to go in that direction. A beautiful carriage was already waiting for them, and they noted the good hospitality here. She threatened him with her sword and noticed that their teacher had not yet sat down. He told Yuhua that she knew he was not that strong. She asked him if that was a proper way to talk to a first-rank knight and heard the phrase, "Who would say?" in response. He quickly interrupted their argument and told them to sit down, and he suggested that they end this meaningless conversation. Jin Hyuk asked his master if he was sure it was here, and he confirmed it. He said he was sure that the local director had it. He said that the emperor had guaranteed it. When he saw them catch fire, he told them to hide their desire to destroy. Now they need to forget about it. The guy said he could not forget it. That terrible day remains in his memory. Everything around it was on fire, and it was standing on a mountain of human bones. How can they forget about that damn thing? It can't be forgotten. A month after the typhoon incident, the academy was all ears because of the upcoming festival. In fact, the festival is more like an exchange war. It is an event where students from 4 academies from different regions compete for the championship. Jaeger asked if they shouldn't assemble a team quickly. Lark objected and said that first they needed to choose individual doubles and group matches. Everyone asked Corin how they would compete. Corin asked what the size were about and said they were already made a team. Then Arisha asked, what about the group matches? He started to tell her that there was a random division of participants, so he didn't know, and he added that he hoped he would be thrown into the same squad as her. She kept up and asked if the couples were also chosen at random. He said that everything would be announced soon, and if they have the second rank and above, they will be able to participate. The girl sighed sadly and said that he would use her as a slave again, and she would have to work during the merry festival. Arisha asked why he wouldn't take Maria to the competition, since she was the strongest. Corin suggested that she would probably participate in the singles competition. There was a commotion in the hall. Everyone started discussing their guests. Someone said that judging by their clothes, they were from the east. Corinne was interested in this information. Everyone was discussing their outfits. At the time, the boy thought that they had already arrived. These were the characters from the 3rd part of the game called Heavenly Yaksha. The oldest was the eternal Taoist Kang Ryun. The second hero of this episode was the warhound Sajin Hyuk, and a girl named Kang Yuhua, a swordmaster, was also in this company. She said that the transfer of one of their students to Boromach Academy was unacceptable, but he continued that this was their legitimate request as full-fledged relatives of this child. He continued that a terrible tragedy happened a year ago, and unfortunately his niece was at the center of it. In the midst of the chaos while their castle was turning to ashes, they took his niece. They found out about her whereabouts, so they understandably want her back. Professor Josephine said that Huaran was a special child, and they should know that. She thought it was strange that he requested a meeting right after he arrived as a referee for a group match because of Huaran. Kang Ryung said that they should know that there is a beast in Hwarang's body, and he has to take her away from that beast. But she noticed that Hwaran's body was alive only because of this child, and that was the will of Chairman Eryu and the student's father, Kang Yu. He snorted back that they would sort it out. And then he asked if they thought they could socialize this animal. The professor replied that the girl had finished her first semester at the academy without any problems. Then Kang Ryun said that he would like them to prove it. Bishop Li Jinyang, who was sent from the Catholic Church, sarcastically asked whether the evil demon had become part of society. He added that perhaps this was all part of her plan. In response to this remark, Madame Josephine said that she hoped the bishop would not say such things, but he emphasized that they were true believers and added that they did not believe that her words were enough to prove it. When she asked him what he meant by that, He said that he needed to release the creature during the festival. If it kills many young sheep, its true face will be revealed. Surprised by this statement, Josephine asked if they wanted her to send Quarren to the festival. She believed that even if their speculations were groundless, she was not sure that she could convince them with logic. After all, when it comes to faith, she could be burned at the stake as a witch. But this can also be a good opportunity. If they show that demons can be socialized and behave reasonably, it will play into their hands in the future. After weighing the situation, she agreed and said that she would invite Varen to participate in the singles matches. After that, she turned to Professor Kang Ryun and told him that Hwaran would decide where to stay. Kang Ryun listened to Josephine's opinion with a frown that she didn't know what it was like on the eastern continent. But here the legal guardians of Hwaran were the head of the Academy Ero Shi and the first saint of the Cathedral Xion. After she had expressed her opinion, Josephine said that she considered their conversation over and that Professor Kang Ryun could leave. He hummed and said that he understood. He then thanked her for her attention. When she was finally alone, she breathed a sigh of relief and lifted the cup of tea to her lips to smell the flavor. Josephine thought it was incredible. Everything had happened just as the guy had said. Recently, the guy said that Valtazar's supporters would come here under the guise of festival participants. She was furious as soon as she heard about it. Josephine rushed to question Corin. He said he only knew that something had happened here, but he didn't know the details. He did have a hunch, though. The guy said he suspected the Catholic Church and Borimak. One of them, or even both, could be involved. In fact, the correct answer is both of them. Each had their own interest in it, but they acted together. The fading Catholic Church is making increasingly desperate attempts to expand its influence, and the spiritual magician Borimaka and several of his students are taking part in this. This is a very important incident that will determine the fate of the named characters and makes a decisive turn for the main storyline. It will also be decisive for the course of the entire kingdom of El Las. Corinne asked Madame Josephine to look after the Catholic Church. He said that hotels were being built on the outskirts of the city and suggested that Borome students could stay there. It would be easier to look after them. Professor Josephine asked Corinne quietly and hesitantly if she could trust him. He thought that she still thought he was a student of Belshazzar. Corinne started to unbutton his shirt and said that she didn't have to be suspicious of him all the time. This is certainly the right approach, but his goals will not change regardless of her actions. That he made an unbreakable oath to save the world. And then he showed his runes on his body. She paused, and it was obvious that she was thinking. If she knew the oath of the Shadow Warrior, her suspicions should be lessened. Then she told him that the hotels in the suburbs were built with students' investments, but the guy brushed it off and said it had nothing to do with him. But Josephine stood her ground and said that she had information that the owner of the hotel and the one who received the investment was him. But Corinne also did not back down and said that he had nothing to do with it. The professor continued to press and said that she had heard that Maria had recently moved her ingredients here and opened a kiosk. He was getting nervous, but again said it had nothing to do with him. Having received 100 long-term guests who have daily needs for food, transportation, and many other things, he immediately came up with projects that would definitely make a profit. Corin believed that sometimes people need a little help, so don't be so stubborn. And so the days before the festival flew by in preparation. The time has come for the preparatory rounds for the festival's group matches. When they arrived at the venue for the preparatory round, Yahor asked his friend excitedly if they would survive. There were a lot of people who wanted to prove themselves, but only 16 people will pass this test. Jaeger asked why so many people came here. Lark added that it seems that even the seniors are participating, and Corin thought that only Varen was missing among the famous characters. Apparently, Quarren would only participate in the singles competition. Then he began to search the crowd for Arisha. She tried to squeeze through and waved to her friends that she was there. When the time came, the professor came out and said that he was happy to welcome everyone to the competition. The professor said that his name was Kang Ryun, and he would be evaluating the group tests. He explained that this is a preparatory round after which the winners will compete in a group match. He said that those who tear off their blindfolds will be eliminated, so they should be careful. Lark was scratching his head, assuming that there would be a high level of difficulty. Kang Ryun said that the topic of this exam is the most important duty of a guardian. When the storm began to rise around him, he added that the main thing for a guard is to save civilians. It was not an ordinary storm, but the result of a spell that was supposed to prepare the ground for the test. Walls began to appear on the square where the students were standing until a maze was formed. Frightened, Jaeger exclaimed that this was nonsense, and Lark told him that it was not. He said that Kang Ryun was the best formation mage in the eastern continent. Jaeger noted that this was a big deal and asked what it meant to save civilians. Lark replied hesitantly that he must have been talking about them and pointed to the dummies. The rules state that when they touch them, they will start to follow their orders. If they bring a civilian to the target, they get a point for one. Losing them means -2 points each. The boys approached the mannequins and Jaeger asked if he touched the doll, it would come to life. Lark confirmed it, and then Jaeger touched one and said it was even fun. Corin thought they were as happy as children, but he knew it was only the beginning. Someone shouted to them to be careful because a long hound appeared behind them. Arisha jumped up and dealt with this monster with just one punch. Her team rejoiced that they were so lucky to have her with them. She was praised for finishing off the monster in a flash. She immediately became proud and told them to just put down and follow her. This is not the first time she has performed civilian protection tasks. Showing their skills in defending civilians on the lands invaded by monsters, they have to move as many civilians as possible to a safe zone. And Arisha felt that she was doing a good job. A member of her squad spotted another one and said that if they took him, they would already have 10 civilians. She replied that they should look for a safe place. The guy said he would send his family man to scout. This is a labyrinth of 8 gates, so one of them must be nearby. Suddenly they felt the ground shake under their feet. They listened, and the boy asked if it was the sound of drums. Arisha replied that it sounded like it was behind them. But they were wrong. It was the sound of dozens of feet running in their direction. Their leader said that if they peacefully gave up their lives, they would release their weapons. At first, Arisha thought they had come on some kind of chariot. But when she looked closely, she realized that they had made a table on wheels out of tied-up dolls. At the top of it sat Lark and Jaeger, who shouted at them to bend the knee before the Mandrake's gang. Jaeger strummed his harp and was told that he could not strum the harp like a guitar. After that, the guy called Yehor Yager and started laughing. He thought that they wanted more than 1,000 students to get points by protecting a limited number of civilians. But he was not going to do such nonsense. Arisha screamed in anger when she saw the leader and called him by name. The man demonstratively said that he did not know any Corin, and he emphasized that when she addresses him, she should call him the Almighty Eternal. And then he shouted that he was the Almighty Eternal Losh. In his opinion, this was the easiest way to get rid of the others. It all started with a team of 3 people. Yehor shouted that we should keep it up and called Corin the boss. He absorbed the students he came across. The task was to unite and pass the preparatory round. And since only 16 people could go further, they tried to take on as many opponents as possible. So they were not looking for a safe zone. They gathered as many civilians as possible and used them as a shield. Some of the students wanted to bring them down with magic, but then civilians could get hurt, and they would lose a lot of points. They were angry and asked how to attack them if they did this. Stolen civilians became an excellent defense. The trick was that you got 1 point for saving a civilian, but if you destroyed him, you lost 2 points. So most people were afraid to take risks, but there were those who opposed it. They wanted to pull them away from civilians and fight in close combat. Then Lark intervened and said that he had been holding back for a long time and now asked for permission to let off steam, and Corin did not object. Lark went on a rampage and threw magical fireballs at his opponents. He was warned that there were also civilians among them, but he replied that they had a lot of them too. He said he would just take theirs and thus make up for the lost points. This was the difference between them and their opponents. They immediately increased their numbers and got most of the civilians. Others slowly united and sought safe zones as soon as they found civilians. And when about 30 people left, he met Arisha. He said he would give her the opportunity to join a traveling gang. As an induction, she needs to bring him the armbands of her colleagues. After that, he would give her the position of deputy boss. And he added that he needs her. They expand their power. Realizing that she might not dare, Corin announced that whoever brought Arisha's bandage would also be accepted into their ranks. They immediately targeted the girl. They said that instead of going against Corin's first rank, it would be better to attack the semi-first rank. Corin knew that in peacetime they behave in a civilized manner, but when their security was threatened, they all acted like rats backed into a corner. Then they eat each other without any thought. Arisha quickly defeated all those who attacked her. As a new member of the gang and deputy boss, Arisha said that if it came down to it, she wouldn't hold back either. Meanwhile, others are also forming gangs, such as the best sophomore representative Maria Dunarev. Maria's squad, which was formed on the basis of friendship, was excellent at recruiting civilians. They were confident that their friendship would cope with all challenges. But of course, that was before they met their Mandrake gang. Maria recognized Corin, but Isabella told her not to worry. Although they have fewer people, they have higher ranks. Corinne was sure she wouldn't hit him. She just couldn't bring herself to. Isabella did not realize at the time that 2 years of friendship could not outweigh her feelings for Corin. And Maria's choice was obvious. The girl shouted his gangster name and decided to join. The friendship that had to withstand all the challenges could not resist Mary's love. They all stood watching Maria quickly deal with everyone. The Jaeger praised her and told her to reduce them to ashes. After dealing with the girls, Mary raised her staff to the mountain and shouted his bandit nickname. The professors were watching everything that was happening in the maze. Kang Ryun was stunned by what the boy was doing. He turned to Josephine and asked who the student was. She replied that she did not know exactly. She thought he was a brilliant strategist, but at the same time an object of hatred. Josephine said that they didn't seem to have such a student and that he might be from another academy, so she quickly dismissed him. Corin Locke's squad was despised, but they finished the group match with an incredible result. After receiving the award in the preparatory doubles match, they met in battle with the Chen sisters, the Borame twins, who were the second-ranked guards. Corin ordered Arisha to use a body blow, but she indignantly asked what kind of blow he was talking about. Arisha started to get angry with Corin. She thought he had taken her on as a partner to use her. Using her signature territory cut, Arisha also quickly dealt with them. The guy said that they had a great preparatory doubles match. The girl was angry and shouted that maybe he hadn't noticed, but she was fighting. Sejin Hyuk said he wanted to see her because she was the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, but that she was nothing special. Kang Yuhua replied that she had the impression that the girl lacked the basics. But she wondered who the guy with the spear was with her. Jin asked if she had felt his power as well. She confirmed and said that she had heard that he was recently ranked 5th. They thought that the strongest rivals would be 2 people. This is the mad warrior Berjacker and the vampire Maria Dunarev. But this guy dodged the Chen twins' attack like it was nothing. And the Chen sisters cannot be called weak. They are among the strongest warriors in Boramez. Jean said that he could feel the man's strength in his breathing, his instincts, and his eyes. And more than that, his experience. So now Corin Locke is the strongest knight of the 1st rank. He said that he would not like to meet him in the group stage. People like him think best in such battles. And he added that he hoped he would not interfere when they got into that formation. Varen thought that maybe it was because everyone was at the festival, so she felt even more empty than usual. It was quiet in a city that was always noisy. This silence reminded her of the day she became a yaksha. A voice in her head told her to kill everyone she saw. She felt that she was being followed and wanted to attack. Varen listened to her feelings and realized what it was. It was a familiar feeling. She felt his strong desire to finish. He exhaled and said it was amazing. Most people can't even feel it and fall over. The girl glanced at him from under her breath. He had such a strong desire to destroy that she mistook it for a real blow. I had the impression that he was saying directly that he would finish her off. Quarren turned and asked him if he knew her. He denied it and said they had never met. But in his mind, he repeated that they had never met before and called her sister. Sejin Hyuk apologized and said that he had realized and just wanted to make a joke. His face looked familiar, but she didn't remember it. She thought it didn't really matter. She told him to be careful and turned around to leave. He followed her and said that he would attack again when he had a good look at the enemy. Kang Yuhua approached and said that it was a rash attempt and there was no need to reveal herself in such a place. But he said that this proved that the teacher's 8 gates technique was effective against this monster. The steel monster is a masterpiece of spiritual mages. To seal this monster and save the wounds, you need to use the 8 gates of complete destruction technique. The girl reminded him that his teacher had said that to provoke a yaksha, you need to wait for the right moment, so he had to hold his breath and wait. The boy clenched his fists. He said that when their plan is realized, he will finish this monster. Kang Yuhua said that once they get the Hua monster out of Ron, he can do whatever he wants with it. So Ji-hyuk told her not to worry. He doesn't plan to go far either. He's just going to finish her off. The city of Nazrea, which was the center of the kingdom of El-Las, was the venue for the second round of the team challenge. The guests and participants of the festival had fun in coffee shops while waiting for the festival to start. But Corin was not happy about it. He did not expect this. He didn't think that in this episode they would be so far away from the school. He was stunned to hear from Madame Josephine that Professor Kang Ryun had changed the venue of the team competition. Professor Josephine told Corin that the supplies brought from Barame had been stolen by bandits. Then she asked him menacingly if he had done it. He indignantly replied that it was impossible and that he had not stolen it. But in fact he stole. But he stole things that belonged to the Catholic Church. The items that Kang Ryun smuggled through the Catholic Church were to be used for the 8 gates of total destruction that were to be secretly installed to contain Hwarang. In the end, it's an original performance to buy time and get the missing contraband back. Cunning little rats, but some of them still have a good head. Arisha said that the city of Nazrea is quite ordinary, unlike the rumors that circulate about it. Then she asked Corin if he would like to eat. She wanted to order, but he said that she hadn't read the instructions carefully. You can't eat anything here. Kang Ryun walked into the same cafe and looked around at the people there and hummed. He counted all the members of the teams from the academies and realized that everyone had already arrived. Kang Ryun thought that since everyone was there, he could start. He started counting down to 58 minutes. Then 58 minutes gave way to 59 minutes. Then 59 minutes and 30 seconds. This was followed by another 59 minutes. And then 50 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2. Arisha asked in fright what was happening. Corin grabbed the spear. The professor finished the countdown and said that they were about to begin and cast a magic spell. Corin attacked the guy at the next table and finished him off. Arisha screamed at him for doing such a thing. But he was not the only one. Maria was fighting with someone from the neighboring company. A real massacre began in the coffee shop. Blood spatter flew in all directions. In a few minutes, everything quieted down, and everyone started wiping their weapons from blood. Shocked, Arisha asked what they were doing. She was told to look at the bodies. They were immediately decomposing. Corin wondered why Kang Ryun had chosen this particular place. After an incident that happened 300 years ago, the same thing keeps happening in this city. During the day, everyone lives an ordinary life. At night, the entire population of the city becomes zombies. This city of Nazrea is not ordinary at all. Kang Ryun said that they were definitely able to identify the situation. Then, they will start a team competition. He explained that each team, divided in the following way, should return the moonstone. The allotted time starts from that moment and ends on the morning of the 3rd day. But you can give up halfway through. The team members, who were announced in the city, had only a brief description and a backpack with basic necessities. They let the 4-person team out of the hotel and onto the street, which was swarming with the undead. Only 4 teams will go on to the next stage. Corin knew that in order to save Varan, they had to reach the 3rd stage. Until then, all that remains is to participate in this absurd festival. The plan was simple. The really dangerous guys were in the city center. The goal was to attack the outskirts of the city where the difficulty level was medium. And his skill with a spear will be enough to clear the way. They had to get to a tall tower with a spire and climb to its roof. And then from the top, they had to aim only at the sparkling undead that had swallowed the moonstone. Then they will score points in peace. Lark asked Corin what this special sparkling undead was. He replied that it was the boss of the site. They have to catch him because quality is more important than quantity. And if Lark uses the magic of flight on them, they will take care of everything themselves. Lark boasted that such a team could be trusted, and he decided to use the magic of binoculars to look for him. The boy was surprised to hear that the ghostly Titan and the others were so close, since he hadn't cast the spell yet. Corin was seriously scared and shouted that they had to run away quickly. Lark asked why. Was he really that dangerous? The guy replied that he was very dangerous because he was the boss of the central platform, and he ordered me to immediately use the magic of flight. But when Corin saw Lark's condition, he was surprised. Was it really a geist? This is a phenomenon in which an object is possessed by a spirit. It was announced that Lark Bergman was eliminated. If they receive a certain amount of shock, they will be eliminated and moved. He shouted how he could leave now. But what about his magic of flight, which he really needed? The ghostly Titan was determined to destroy them. He swung his giant hammer. With one powerful blow, he managed to damage the tower and it began to fall. Corin shouted that they started to climb up. He shouted for them to run in the opposite direction of the fall. Jaeger asked in panic why something like this was happening to him all the time. But the tower collapsed too quickly, and they and the stones flew down. When everything around was quiet, and no monsters were heard nearby, the stones began to move. Corin lifted a heavy block from the battered wall and asked if everyone was okay. Arisha said that really, anything goes when they are together. Corinne replied that she thought she had a funny friend. With a sigh, Corin said that in any case, they had failed the first day. Lark had left too quickly, and a strange ghost was following them. First, they had to hold out until sunrise. Jaeger started to ask what to do next, and suddenly felt something on his shoulder. It was a giant paw with claws. The monster grabbed him by the shoulders and carried him in its paws. Corin was surprised, for it was the screamer of the abyss. Before he could recover from this, Arisha called out to him and screamed in fright. Corin thought that, given the atmosphere, it was to be expected that he would appear. The king of the undead himself stood before them. He was a terrible rider on a horse like the one in the story. Corin began to suspect that the ghostly titan of the abyssal screamer and the king of the undead were not here by chance. The three bosses of Nazrea are here, and each of them has the first rank or even higher. Arisha told Corin in a trembling voice that she thought they were going to die. He replied that she was going to go crazy. He hoped to avoid elimination if possible, but he would have to drop out of the team competition somehow. Suddenly, the boys saw a bright flash in the sky. The light quickly grew brighter and moved toward them. The bright light reached them and made an impenetrable veil in front of them and the monsters. And to top it all off, Corin saw that the spear was radiating a bright, blinding light. A girl in a dark cloak with a hood covering her face grabbed the spear and said they had to go there. Groaning, Arisha asked if they were hurt and added that she did not know what had happened to Yehor. Corin said that before answering her questions, they had to get out of there. They ran for several blocks until they stopped in a quieter place away from the center. The woman who rescued them asked if they were okay and added that she was glad they were not hurt. An agitated Corin said that he was grateful for the help, but that her use of a spear raised questions. She replied that it was she who wanted to ask him about it. Taking off her hood, she asked how he had mastered her technique. When she stood in front of him, he realized why her voice sounded familiar. He recognized her quiet footwork and blue eyes as clear as water. This was his teacher. She looked at him and said that he seemed to be her student from the distant future. Stunned, Corin could barely say her name. It was she, Manhwa. In his past life, it was around the time of winter break in his sophomore year. Park Si-hoo told Corin to hurry up. Corin replied that this was Park Si-hoo's problem. He asked why he always disrespected his elders. And why did he call him so suddenly? Park Si-hoo knocked on the door and Corin panicked. It was the door of the head of the academy. He opened the door and reminded him that Corin said he wanted to become stronger. He said he would introduce him to a teacher who would make him that way. Then he saw her in the office. She said that he must be Corinne Locke. On that day, thanks to his relationship with Park Si-hoo, Corin met her for the first time. Aaron cast a spell with runes on the house and said that should be enough. Most undead will not be able to enter this room. Arisha thanked her and offered to share the chocolate. She replied that she was grateful for the offer. But you shouldn't eat food from another time here. Here, time stopped 300 years ago. If you eat food that is 300 years old, two things can happen. The food will begin to correspond to the time that has passed, or the person who ate the food will be stuck in the past. This is the reaction of this world. Corin has not tested it, but there must be some effect. He noticed that Arisha's appetite was good. Corin asked Aaron what she was doing here. She sighed and asked if he hadn't called her master. Arisha was interested in the fact that she was Corin's teacher from the past. She asked if she had been in this city since that incident 300 years ago. This is where Corin got confused. Time has not moved forward here for 300 years. Everything here has to repeat itself from that incident. And he wondered why and how she kept her perfect mind. She seemed to read his mind and said that she had made friends with the old lady with the braid. Nazrea is a poisonous town that gives rise to the undead, and it foretold the birth of an invincible king. And he will soon be born in the city center. Arisha asked, frightened about the invincible king. Corin said that meant they had to leave. She asked him what he was up to, and, before he could answer, said that it was her duty. But he said she needed an assistant and gave her a sly look. Manhwa hummed and smiled. She said Corinne was very perceptive. From the very beginning, she could not refuse this quest. After all, this is the main quest of the Nazrea field, where they have to help an unknown heroine prevent the birth of the invincible king of Nazrea. And of course, he has no reason to refuse to complete this quest either. Arisha saw her old friends coming towards them. In order to weaken the power of the invincible king, you need to defeat 3 undead. Corrin entered the fight with the ghostly titan, and he began to repel his heavy blows. Eren joined him, and they started fighting back to back. They performed the swift wind tiger techniques in a coordinated manner. It was followed by the great magic of the spear hurricane. The guy performed a combination and hit the giant sword of the ghostly titan. After Corrin disarmed the titan, Eren dealt him a powerful blow. Then Corrin shouted that it was now up to Arisha and her sword. Arisha had been ready for a long time and was just waiting for Corrin's command to join the battle. She quickly completed the task and left the battlefield. The monster's legs shook. The monster's decapitated body slammed to the ground with a bang, raising smoke. Corrin took the moonstone out of it and noticed that it was huge. They were down to 1 man. Corrin didn't expect the difficulty level to drop so much. He thought that maybe Manhwa was different from the others. She praised them and said it was a great job, and she suggested that they finish for the day. Eren said that the sun will be coming up soon, so she suggests we come back here tomorrow night. When you come to an outdoor challenge, you usually sleep at night after setting up your camp. But in Nazria, it's the opposite. This is a battlefield where night is dangerous and day is safe. Eren asked if Arisha had fallen asleep, and Corrin said that she was sleeping peacefully like a baby. Then she said that he also needed to go to bed because children need to go to bed early. He asked sadly if he was a child to her. She replied that of course he was a child, what else? And then she added that she seemed to have taught him everything. She could see that he was sad for some reason. Corrin began to list the 6 steps of Spear Mastery Infinity Base. He said that she had taught him all of this, and it was amazing. She agreed that it was amazing that she had chosen her successor. It was also amazing that a child like him. Listening to her, Corrin thought that, to be honest, she had chosen Belshazzar to succeed him. But she regretted that choice for the next 80 years. There is no need to put an extra burden on a person who is stuck in time 300 years ago. She touched his cheek and asked him what he was afraid of. Eren said that she was very lucky that her student loved her. He asked what she was talking about. She went on to say that her future didn't look very bright. She addressed him as a student and asked if he knew who she was. Of course he knew. She was an adult who had confronted a great evil on her own. Then she sent him away saying that someone needed to buy time. He asked why it should be her. His teacher replied that she was an adult, and as an adult she had a duty to protect him. After all, the protection of children comes first. Manhwa was the teacher who led him, taught him, and changed him. She sent him away with the words that everything would be fine. She was a person who sacrificed herself to protect him. Corrin was tormented by the thought that if he had realized who Park Si-Hu really was earlier, he would have been able to save her. He had failed many times, even knowing the future, and every time he tried to fix it. He tried to change events and as a result saw the damage that only one bat could do, and even though he participated in the festival to save Quarren, somehow he ended up here. He even met the master here in the city that stopped in time 300 years ago. This was not part of his plans. When unpredictable changes happen, everything can go downhill. Corrin couldn't stop thinking about the possibility that he might fail this time, and these thoughts kept him awake. Eren pinched his nose and told him he was going to fall through. Corrin squealed in pain and asked what she was doing. She replied that only a fool thinks about the mistakes of another person. A wise man thinks about his own mistakes, and she would not be wrong to say that he falls into the second category. He asked if she could say the same thing even when she didn't always succeed. She replied that she was a loser who had failed many times and would continue to make mistakes. But at least she was not mistaken in making him her successor. And then she added that she was the Queen of Heaven blessing his future. But for now, he needs to rest and get some sleep. Everything will be fine. Corrin still wondered if everything would be okay and if he would be able to save them. Singles matches started at the Merkaba versus Borama festival. The audience watched the battle on the field in amazement. No matter how many times the knight tried to attack Varan, the sword kept bouncing off her. He was getting nervous, not understanding what was happening. She stood on the field, frozen, and remembered Josephine's words about not taking herself too seriously. Most people are much weaker than her, so she should treat them like young branches. The guy shouted for her to at least move. When he struck her with his sword, he was surprised that he didn't cut even a hair. But she wanted to fulfill Josephine's request and held back. She said that most people wanted to find fault with her, so she asked her to meet them halfway and try to make sure that the festival went off without a hitch. The knight gave up and said he had lost. Varin said that Corin's lessons were more enjoyable than that. The girl asked Madame Josephine how much weaker he was than Corin, and she said that she understood. The professor explained to Quarren that there would be no one as strong as Corinne at the festival. She had learned this lesson and would not repeat it. She practiced every day and memorized it with her body. Quarren clenched her fist and used the 8-pole dragon crushing strike technique. Frightened, the girl's opponent froze in place, realizing that he would not be able to withstand such a blow. The guy could not stand on his feet and fell to his knees. His weapon was broken. He barely managed to say in a trembling voice that she was a monster. But Quarren had heard this so often that it didn't even make her angry. It was just a little stranger now than before. It made the pit in her stomach stir a little. It's time for the 8th round, Group C final match. In this fight, the opponent will be a student from Boramak. He greeted her and said that they had met again. He gave her that feeling again. Each of his punches was very fast and very strong. Jin Hyuk was a strong man. Other students who watched were excited about the change in the arena. Someone noticed that his strength was different from the previous ones. He chose a complex combination of techniques and struck a powerful blow to Quarren. All this is useless against a yaksha with absolute defense. She asked him in a calm voice if he was done. Quarren advised him to just give up, so as not to waste his time and energy. He called her a cursed monster. And then he asked sarcastically what the point of this game was. It was too late to show tolerance and mercy. She asked what he was talking about. Jin Hyuk shouted that she had shown such mercy when she destroyed his entire family, and then he promised he would finish her off. In his workshop in Nazrea, he cursed and complained about how it all happened. There was no way that his calculations were wrong. The dark wizard Herolgus sensed something was wrong. In his opinion, it was the most appropriate moment. An opportunity comparable to a miracle. He didn't know if the ritual was working. Maybe he hadn't activated the magic circle yet. He didn't remember if he had done it yesterday. But why was everything so quiet in the city? He wondered how it happened and why. Who had prevented him from doing this? Going over them in his head, he realized who had interrupted him. It was the woman with the spear, the blue-eyed woman with silver hair who was a rune mage. He knew for sure that the witch was the culprit. But then how is this possible? How could 3 days continue to repeat themselves for several hundred years? It is a magic circle engraved on the city using the power of the moon. Pure magic is filled with more pure and powerful power than any other great magic in history. So it didn't take long to find a foreign pattern in the magic circle. The language of the beginning, a special sign that began to be forgotten a little bit 300 years ago. This sign was special. It was one of the 8 original runes. She said hello to him. Geralt shouted that he had guessed and now knew her secret. Geralt kept shouting that it was her. She repeated the time. She did it all. She told him that he had to stay true to his role and dealt him a powerful blow. The second night in Nazrea began. Arisha pointed to the monster, and Corin said they would proceed as usual. So they defeated the Screamer of the Abyss and the King of the Undead. Although they did not fight at the level of students, they were still undead of the first rank. And the reason why it's so easy for them to hunt in a city full of the undead is due to the help of Arendanwa. It seemed as if she had hunted here thousands of times. Her leadership was skillful, and her operations were perfect. So the evening of the 3rd day came. She said that in the end they were brought before Herolgus. It was necessary to prevent the birth of an invincible king. 300 years ago, Geralt was a dark wizard who provoked an incident with divine magic in Nazrea. He was also a monster who wanted to become the king of the undead. Arisha asked if it was surely the eternal king Herolgus. Aaron asked what was wrong with Arisha. She looked at him again and said that he was kind of nondescript. Corinne suggested that maybe it was because he hadn't quite turned into a lychee yet. Aaron said it was possible. The soul was not removed, and the wisdom of the mage is still with him. The guy said that the girls stood aside and he would deal with him, and then he rushed towards him. Arisha shouted after him that he may not look good, but he definitely has a high rank. It's just like Arisha said. Lich is a king of the undead born of great consciousness. He is more powerful than Maria Dunaref. It would be fair to give him a special rank. Corin ran up to him and greeted him by name. The guy immediately struck him with a fatal arrow. He flew away and fell. Lying down, he asked what kind of power it was. Corin bent over him and said that he could see that he was not joking. After that, Geralg was angry that the boy dared to get off him and recited the spell of apocalypse. Everything around us began to collapse. The wind tore off roofs and stones flew in all directions. Starting to worry, Orisha called out to Corin and asked if he was okay. The king of the undead, pleased with himself, burst into hysterical laughter. The guy said that of course he had a lot of strength and cool techniques, but he didn't intend to play anymore and made a few more attacks. He said that by abusing such serious techniques as that, he was going to see what was happening ahead. It's quite easy to hunt when you're dealing with an enemy that relies too much on force. The Eternal King is one of the bosses you can play with under certain conditions. In addition, Nazrea is a city where everything repeats itself. That's why he's caught this scoundrel 1,000 times. Orisha praised Corin and said that he had done so well and that she was still a long way off. He replied that who knows, maybe she was even faster than he was. Corin looked around and asked Orisha why she was alone, but she replied in surprise that she did not know. A second ago, they were standing together. Then Corin said he would go to Aaron, and he asked Orisha to stop the undead if they came closer. She agreed. When he found her, he told her that the view from here was not the best one to admire. He asked her what she thought about it. She replied that it was nothing special. He remarked that it was probably not the first time the king of the undead had appeared. She sighed and said that he had noticed. Aaron sighed again and said it was the 36,539th time. Time in Nazrea resets every 3 days. The dark wizard Geralg used the lunar eclipse to turn the entire city into the undead. 300 years, 3 months, and 27 days ago. For her, the sudden appearance and disappearance of all these undead was repeated 6,539 times. Corinne guessed that the reason why all this is happening again during these 3 days while she is catching Herolgus is her. Aaron said he was right. It was she who made this city what it is. If 1,200,000 undead managed to get out of the city, the entire continent or even the entire world would be destroyed. So she used the original rune and interfered with Hercules' magic circle. The boy again began to voice a guess that if you turn so many undead like that, it could lead to. Before he could finish, he heard a voice calling him fast. It was the voice of someone who collects souls after death. He appeared and told Corin that he had been watching him. After all, Corin Locke was the one who had deceived him. The purpose of the one who collects souls was to purify these souls for further rebirth. That's why the undead, who are constantly resurrected, are very unpleasant creatures for him. And here it has been happening for 300 years in a row. The master said he came here because she had been repeating these 3 days. He came to destroy the rune, but she managed to negotiate and made a deal with him. The undead turn others into the undead. Therefore, if they all leave the city, the whole world will become the same, and no soul can be purified anymore. Because the collector of souls had to choose between losing the opportunity to purify 1,200,000 souls or the opportunity to purify the whole world. He made a choice. He offered to sign a contract. There were 3 conditions. The first condition was that he would watch the days repeat themselves. The second condition will be that every time Aaron Danwa defeats King Geralg, his memories will be updated. And the third condition was that the Aaron who was leaving the city and the Aaron Danua who was repeating the cycle would be separated. After that, everything was repeated again and again. But then it got more complicated. After 20,000 times, Geralg began to realize that these 3 days were repeating themselves. Corin interrupted her story and shouted how many more times she could repeat them. How much longer would her mental health last, and how long would she be able to defeat Hercules? He asked how much longer she would continue this nonsense. Aaron replied that as long as she could. Then Aaron added that she partially knew why he came here. He wants to save someone, and he's going to save a lot more people, so he has to go. Sacrifices are needed to save the world. Aaron Danwa is not even known as an individual outside of this city. No one will thank her or remember her for it. And yet she continues to sacrifice herself. Corinne knows her story of constant sacrifice. He lived a future in which she risked her life to save children she didn't know. She has always been like that, and he respects that version of her. She heard him refer to collecting souls. Aaron turned around and asked what he was going to do. The guy offered him to make a deal with him. He replied that it was a very interesting offer and called Corin a cheater. He said that the one who had deceived him now wanted to make a deal. Then he hummed and said he was listening. Corin told him to destroy the deal he made with Aaron Danua and immediately give him the treasure of the underworld, and he wants it in at least 10 copies. Then the one who collected the souls asked what price Corinne would pay for what he asked. Corin answered that he would cleanse the city of Nazria of the undead in 6 months. He replied that it was impossible. Corin said that it was not for him to judge, just let him weigh his offer on the scales. When they did, Corin asked if his deal was equivalent, but the one who collects souls said that it was not enough. For the purification of 1,200,000 souls, what Corin would receive would not be enough. Then he told him to choose one number. Only this would give him a chance. The boy knew that under the numbers were 10 higher epic items. He said he was ready to make a choice. Erin hysterically screamed at Corin, asking him what he had done. He replied that she was waiting for him after all. Corin told her that if he could do it and clear the city of the undead in 6 months, her deal would be cancelled. She screamed that he was crazy. She shouted that if he did not fulfill the terms of the agreement, not even his soul would remain. It would not be purified or reborn. Corin quietly replied that he had learned this from her. At first, he thought everything that happened was a game, but in the most difficult moments, when he was most afraid, he met a real adult hero for the first time in his life. A hero he could not protect, the hero on whose shoulders he laid the defense of himself. The guy took her by the shoulders and said that this time he wanted to save her, and he will not fall. He is no longer a weakling who will not even try. And even if it's something as big as saving the world, he's just paying back a debt. After a while in the city of Nazrea, the life that had been repeating itself for 300 years repeated itself again. The city remains a hellish pandemonium. The whole mechanism worked like clockwork. And she led this miserable existence for 300 years for no particular reason, just because she is a real hero. She is the last example of dignity on these lands, a paradise that has disappeared on the other side. She is the queen of the shadow realm. Erendanwa knew she was a special person, and she accepted the life of a hero as her direct responsibility. As a hero, she had long been accustomed to the fact that she was the only one who had to save everyone. And while living this life, she literally turned a blind eye to herself. That was until recently. This time he wanted to save her to pay off a debt. This young man reminded her of what she had long forgotten. He said he would be on her side. She repeated his name in her mind. He is the first person who appreciates her. The one who collects souls huffed. The hero loved someone for the first time in his life, and that's not a bad thing. He was satisfied with the version of his friend with whom he had spent 300 years. It still seemed strange for him not to think about it. Despite the fact that he was offered only one number, he made that choice. His choice was the Soul Gatherer's sphere, which always hits the target, separates the soul and body, and ignores the defense. When it is used as a weapon, it demonstrates the effect of the scythe of the Soul Collector. But it is effective only in the hands of the Soul Collector. For humans, its effectiveness is standard, and for Corin Locke, who cannot sense souls, this was the worst choice. Nevertheless, the scales were equalized. This meant that the rewards in the end were worthy of what Corin was about to do. The Collector of Souls was very curious about what the warrior of the Silver Spear could change. At the entrance to the city of Nazrea, at the Kana Hotel, Professor Kang Ryun was waiting for the competition to end. He said that everything is coming to an end. There are only 8 teams and 32 people between Borhem and Merkaba. Only half of them, 4 teams, can advance to the next group stage. Team Golova from Boramash Academy, Kang Yun Hua and her teammates received 558 points. Team A from Merkaba, led by Maria Dunarev. They scored 449 points. There were still 2 teams with a small number of points, but Mandrake's bandits still haven't returned. They were strong in group competitions, but not in singles, so the guys didn't have high hopes. Kang Ryung overheard 2 students discussing the results. One said that Merkaba's only hope was for Team A with Maria and Team C with Corin. The other one said that 2 of his team had been kicked out on the first day, so there was little hope. He rolled his eyes with satisfaction. So, 2 teams from Bormach and 1 from Merkaba will make it to the final. The bell on the door rang, and after wishing everyone good morning and apologizing for being almost late, they entered the hall. Arisha said they arrived at 5:59, and that was very late, but Corin reassured her that they had made it. After Kang Ryung remarked that they were almost late, Arisha and Corin started arguing. He stopped them and told them that they had to count the points now, although he thought they didn't have a chance. After asking whether the stone should be placed on the measuring device and receiving a favorable answer, Arisha barely lifted the stone onto it. The device showed that the stone was worth 250 points. Participants from other teams were surprised that those two managed to get so many points. Kang Ryun started to announce that Team C would get third place with 250 points, and Korin interrupted him. The guy said that was not all. The guy laying out the stones began to list the moonstone of the ghostly Titan, the moonstone of the White King, the moonstone of the Screamer of the Abyss, and the last one was the moonstone of the invincible King Jaroj. Everyone present, including Professor Kang Ryun, was speechless when they looked at the scoreboard. The scoreboard showed that the moonstones were worth 1,768 points. Korin's team took first place. They were riding in a carriage and discussing their adventures during the test. Arisha asked Korin if he was going back there. He confirmed that he was. He thought that maybe Arisha realized that he was going back to save Aaron. She said that she and Maria could go with him. And then she added that she didn't know what he was up to, but they would try to help. So he doesn't need to keep his head down. He makes her feel sad. Korin thought he was an idiot for making her worry. So he thanked her and suggested that she rest for a while because he was very tired. He was tormented by the thought that he had to find a way to use the power he had received from the Soul Collector. He did not receive the treasure of the afterlife as he had planned. But if he tries, the Soul Collector's realm can become a hidden card for the third part. He remembered Quarren and her words that it was pointless. Not a single person helped her. The sphere should become a hidden card to help a selfish child. When he arrived at the academy, he heard from Madame Josephine that the Varan had been arrested. A girl named Ran was loved by everyone around her. She was happy to see her father and sister. She was an unhappy child who did not even leave the house alone because of the chronic disease Qi Tai Yin blockade. This is a congenital disease that was mentioned in legends. Abundant yin energy suppresses yang energy, a destructive curse that disrupts bodily harmony. Ran was born with this curse. Her father, Kang Yu, tried every possible way to heal his daughter, but nothing helped her blockage. A happy and harmonious family. If only there weren't two troubles that disrupted this happiness. Their first trouble was the chronic illness of a sweet girl, Ran blockade Qi Tai Yin. And the second trouble was that a father would do anything to save his daughter. Kang Yu was a brilliant necromancer of that time. He was looking for something with strong yang energy to break through the yin energy. But the barrier of the Qi Tai Yin blockade cannot be overcome by human effort alone. So he started looking in a different direction. If it was not possible to compensate for the yin energy with the yang energy, then it would be possible to do so by spending a part of the yin energy. Thus, a creature of yin energy was born. A sinful creature that was suitable for a necromancer accompanying lost souls to their homes. Kang Yu converted his own daughter to Jiangxi while the girl was still alive. Jiangxi Hua was born at that moment. Sajin Hyuk shouted that he would finish her off. He vowed to do it. Kang Ryung's voice told Hua to kill all the people on Earth. Not a single living soul must be left on it. The guy told her that she was a monster without a drop of humanity in her. The way she tries to pretend to be a human being is so vile that it makes him sick. He continued that who cares about this body? She's not Ran. She is a monster who stole her body. Hwaran stopped him and told him that it was her body. The voice screamed that the monster must die. She tore off her father's limbs and finished him off. The royal family will try to get even with her. She began to suffocate. The voice kept telling her that she was finished. Something like her was not supposed to be born, and this is not her body, so she had to give it back. Hwaran grabbed her head and screamed that it was her body. She released so much energy that it rolled across the room. The explosion threw her opponent far outside the competition arena. To keep her power in check, they decided to bind Varan with enchanted chains. The guards approached her, and Quarren kept muttering that she had a right to this body and would not lose it. To some extent, Korin expected this, but not so quickly. He asked if it was because of the seals. Josephine noticed that Corinne seems to know everything. Hwaran has the chains of Zion and the talisman of the East. She is limited by these two seals, but in the battle with Jin, the talisman burned. Bishop Li Jingyang used this as a reason to criticize Hwaran's display of cruelty. Eventually, thanks to the leadership of Professor Kang Ryun, Hwaran was sent to the East. It was decided to create a new mascot. Korin asked indignantly that they had made such a difficult decision just because the bottom of the seals had burned. Apparently, she intends to show that the Academy is to blame for Quarren's failure to maintain stability. Chairman Aryu Kassar asked Korin how much he knew. The boy thought that now the master had noticed it. The fact that this incident shows that the Catholic Church and Professor Boromea Kang Ryun are planning something. The guy said that he was sure that they didn't want to give Quarren Boromea away like that, so they have to leave it to him. Although they don't believe him to the end, they will have to now. Quarren said that he needed everyone to achieve the result he wanted, without the absence of at least one. Heavenly Yaksha is the boss of the third part of the heroic legends of Archon. She is a bit different from the other bosses that have appeared so far. It focuses on the character you draw, and at that moment you have to make a decision. To save Hua or Ran. Honestly, the easiest and most effective way would be to follow in Park Sai-hoo's footsteps and pick one, no matter which one. He is not interested in such a game at all, and he is determined to save everyone. This was the main quest, according to which if Hua dies, he loses. And if Ran died, he would also lose. Quarren was chained to the stone walls of the prison. She kept repeating that it was her body. Kang Ryu said she was wrong. She is the owner of the body that Kang Ran absorbed, and he is her uncle. She hissed back that she would not give it back because it was hers. He sighed and said that Hua would not understand. He asked her if she really wanted to take this body completely for herself. That voice told Hua to kill all the people on the earth. Not a single living soul must be left on it. A poisonous Smee smiles as he holds a sweet poisoned apple in front of a child. Ran asked her not to do it. But the voice didn't reach her, and it hadn't from the beginning. Kang Ryun told her that if she wanted him to, he would give her the body. After returning from the group assignment, they were given some free time. It belongs to all the students who returned from Nazarea, and it has something prepared for when Boromach starts to act. So Quarren decided to take a break for a while. While he and Maria were walking around the fair, he asked how things were going at the kiosk they had set up in front of the hotel. She replied that she had received the total bill yesterday. He wondered how much profit they made. The girl replied that they needed to talk about it. The products were delivered by the Dunaref family, and they sold them in 3 ways, adding a little sauce. So, of course, they made a profit. Quarren was very happy about this and exclaimed that this was the end of the day. This is how you make money off of tourists from Borham. Maria saw a shooting gallery with mana stones. Quarren was glad that he had come here this year. The worker said that these mana stones were found to be unsuitable in the States, so he slightly improved them here. He asked if she noticed how soft they were. Maria asked if the stones were supposed to be like that. He said that usually not. These stones absorb mana, so their characteristics can be easily changed. That's why they are often used for magical equipment. Then Quarren said that if he was that soft, he would easily break. He took the stone and said he would throw it. The tricks he had learned while practicing javelin and stone throwing now put him in a very favorable position. Therefore, his chances of success are 100%. The guy hit the center of the target. He scored 95 points. The higher the accuracy, the narrower the area where the mana stones hit the festival. The lower the accuracy, the wider the area. Quarren came to 0 accuracy. This helped him to increase the hit distance to 100 meters. Then he offered to buy all the mana stones for double the price. The employee of the shooting gallery asked what he needed them for. But he just smiled slyly. He needed it for a special skill that only players use. He came to the festival only for that. He said out loud that if he left it to Fergus the blacksmith, it would be fine. And then he laughed. Maria said he was laughing like a villain. After that, he asked Maria to give him a schedule for delivering food to their kiosk. She asked what he was up to this time. Quarren continued to smile predatory and said that it was time for him to return. The carriage was speeding down the street. Kang Ryong told Kang Yuhua to act. Kang Yuhua began to put an object in Hwarang's mouth. She said it was a wooden tile made of peach tree. It is the natural enemy of Jiangxi. Hwarang was rolling around in pain on the carriage floor. Kang Ryong warned her not to do anything stupid until they arrived. Sejin Hyuk asked if that would be enough. The peach sign would only cause a fever, but Kang Yuhua assured him that it would be enough. She reminded them that their goal was to expel this creature from Ran's body. Hwaran squeaked out, "What are they talking about?" Then the girl replied that it was just as she said. Her uncle would take her out of her sister Ran's body. A Hua who loses her physical shell will die or become an evil spirit. Hwaran again said that it was her body, but the girl said it was not, and she knew it. The coachman who was driving the carriage in which they were traveling was looking at the city in a casual way. Suddenly, he heard the sound of drums. From the neighboring street, some strange vehicle was flying at them, with a guy standing on it and beating drums. At high speed, he rammed the carriage and smashed it over. Kang Ryong asked if Jin and Kang Yu were okay. They said they were fine. So Jin Hyuk asked if it was an attack, and who could have done it. He said he was not sure, but when he saw the sphere of blood, he said that they must be strong. The blood sphere enveloped her in a cocoon. Jin Hyuk asked what kind of formation it was. The bandits told the boss that everything was going well and asked what to do next. He laughed and told them to take everything they could make money on. One of them snickered and said they hit the jackpot. There's a pretty girl here. The leader of the gang told his boys to take her away too. She thought he was taking the divine lake for himself. A man ran into the professor's office and told him that 5 minutes ago there had been a kidnapping. Some bandits attacked a carriage carrying honored guests from Boramach. He said that there were reports that bandits had kidnapped a student, Kvaran. Madame Josephine had not sworn for 35 years before she heard about Kvaran. The gang that attacked the guests and kidnapped the girl fled on horseback. Kvaran asked him what he was doing. He replied that he had heard that she had done some bad things while he was away, so he came to save her. She sighed and said it was useless. The guy said that if she came to him, he would not be able to see her condition. She said he had nothing to do with it. He replied that as long as they lived under the same roof, he was still bound. He was relieved that he was not late. If Kang Ryung had kidnapped her, her soul would have been forcibly separated from her body, and then either Hua or Ran would disappear. When they arrived at the place as planned, he suggested that they leave as many traces as possible to gain time. After receiving the money, the bandit said it was a great deal. The guy wished them all the best, and asked not to make him look for them next time. Varan coughed and bent over. Korin noticed that she did not look well and asked her what was wrong. She replied that she was forced to swallow something. Korin wondered if they had tricked her into eating that tree. It would only give Hwaran a fever, but she would suffer for a few days. The guy said that in that case he would carry her. She told him to let her go because she could run on her own, but he repeated that it was enough to pretend because he saw that it was hard for her to walk. And she is quite lightweight, so you shouldn't worry about it. Varan said it was not comfortable and asked me to let her go. Then Corinne said she could put this service on his account. The guests from the Bormach Academy were still in the realm of blood, which was clearly created by a vampire. Maria said that would probably be enough to stop them for an hour, as Corinne had asked her to do. In the sphere, they had to fight the monsters that Mary sent at them. Kang Ryong called out to Kang Yu and told her to follow the bandits and Hwarang. She managed to get around the sphere and gave chase. Maria had no choice but to detain at least those two. Maria was surprised that she had managed to break through the sphere. She mentally asked Corin to be careful. Corin could see that the condition of the locusts was deteriorating. On top of that, the rain was playing a role. He thought that they had come far enough that they could find a place to rest. But suddenly, he saw through the curtain of rain the silhouette of a girl who was probably chasing them. The girl said it was very slow. She thought they had already gone much further from here. With that, she threw a knife in their direction. He realized that since the girl had already caught up with them, she must have escaped the sphere. The thrown knife stuck in the boy's shoulder. Hwaran asked if he was okay, and Corin replied that he was fine, because Kang Yu doesn't poison his knives. Corin gently lowered the girl to the ground and sat her under a tree and told her to wait here. She asked what he was going to do. He deflected her blow and said that they would have to fight. The girl replied that she thought he would run away, but Corin said that he was not the kind of person who would do something like that. During the battle, she said he had done something stupid. She asked him if he thought there was a chance he would win. She struck a powerful blow and threw Corin several meters away. As Corin had expected attacks of such power from someone like her, the amount of her aura was really impressive. Kang Yu Hua is a master swordsman. She is the strongest knight of Boramach. She is also called a sword fairy, who has a lot of aura. And the fact that she is visible to the naked eye proves it. Attacking him again, she told him not to give in, but to fight her with all his might. She noticed that he must also have an aura core. It was not easy for Corin to get it. His aura core is a secret weapon that he must keep secret until the very end. The aura core he received for helping Duke Sabanzia ascend. To be honest, it was now a yoke for him since he could not fully control it. The rival said that since he did not want to reveal his true power, she would force him to do so. In a moment, there was a bright flash where she was standing. Corin realized that she was about to use the dragon assassin's sword technique and strike a true dragon. But the guy was also not confused and applied the techniques of the intentions of the snake of disaster slithering snake. He dropped to a knee to catch his breath. Korin noted that it was powerful and quite close. When he got up, he looked up at her and asked if she hadn't overworked herself. In her opinion, it was a fatal move that should have ended the fight, but the guy didn't have a scratch on him. Who is this guy, really? Kang Yuhua asked why he was going to such lengths to protect her. He said he didn't know what she was talking about and just kidnapped her. She said that was nonsense and told him that she was the girl's older cousin. She emphasized that he was not a man, but a monster, a vicious and cruel yaksha, and she was sure he had heard about the tragedy of the Moonlight Castle. Korin said he was sure someone else was to blame. Only the dirty work was dumped on the less powerful. He asked her if she knew that the dojo here was weak. Everyone is literally obsessed with the idea of competing with other dojos. Immediately afterward, the branch on which she was standing was cut off by a swift break without light. Upon landing, Kang Yuhua hissed a question to Arisha Arden about whether she was really going to confront her so openly. She immediately shouted that she was the master of the Arden dojo, Arisha Arden, here to confront the sword master Barema, the fencer Kang Yuhua. Korin thought that these fencers really had a different mindset. She asked for a duel in a place like this. It's unbelievable. Arisha continued that she had respected her all along, and now asked her to teach her. Repelling Arisha's attack, she asked, what kind of nonsense was this? Did she think she would fall for it? The girl looked around and shouted that the kidnapper, whom she did not know at all, could get away with it. He thanked him and said that since it happened, he wished them both good luck. He picked up Huarong and ran away quickly. Kang Yu yelled at him to stop immediately. Wringing out his wet clothes, Korin exhaled and said he wasn't sure if they had picked a good or bad day for this. The heavy rain helped with the escape a bit, as it suppresses the sensations of the knights and soldiers chasing the kidnapper. Perhaps even the search process itself will be postponed. The downside is that the kidnapped hostage is in a terrible condition. Korin asked how she was feeling. He touched her forehead and realized that she had a high fever. He wondered if he would have to use it. Korin took out a bottle of elixir and told her to drink it. It should help her. He thought that it was a shame to waste the elixir, since it was a premium gift from Maria. Opening her eyes, she asked where they were. Korin replied that it was quite spacious. He said that this was the den of an owl bear. He said that when there are no suitable caves nearby, these guys dig up large trees and make a nest out of them. This girl didn't look good. Korin thought that the elixir must have taken some time to work. The guy stood up and said that he would not go through with it. She asked where he was going. He said he was going to catch a bear. He thought that if he covered her with a bear skin, she would recover faster. But he felt someone grab his clothes and stop him. Korin looked around. It was Quarren. She barely got down on her knees and asked him in a trembling voice not to leave. Quarren was curled up in the owlbear's nest and dreaming of memories. The first thing she heard was a greeting for her daughter. The first person Hua saw when she opened her eyes was her master, who was crying, bent over her. Kang Yu called her daughter. He called her Ran. Jiang Shi, barely born, realized that this was the name she was addressed by. The first word she spoke was father. She did not even understand its meaning. But this word made the master very happy, and he hugged her tightly. Perhaps it was at that moment that Hua instinctively realized that she needed to behave like Ran. Because if her father found out the truth, he would most likely leave her immediately. She was afraid he would want to find Ran. And she often imagined a future in which she would have to give up this body, but it didn't take long for her fake life to end after a tiny incident. Then he took his hand away from her and said that she was not his daughter. The first time she saw blood was when she had to kill a sea monster that appeared in the city. Her father told her to kill the monster on the orders of the Lord. He then said that Jiang Shi was so easily able to finish off a first-class monster, and her parents' brother came to heal her. Then he told me with a predatory smile that it was an excellent job, and it was he who gave her the name Hua. A look full of greed. The denial of her father, who realizes that this is not his daughter. Her identity revealed for the first time. From the moment they wanted the lord of the castle, the imperial family of ascetics continuously ordered her to kill monsters, demons, and even people. Those who had become pieces of coal in the fragments of her memory, which she seemed to have been abandoned, addressed her as if she were Hua, who had taken this body and destroyed the weak original. This is how the heavenly Yaksha was born into this world. Since Havaran stopped Korin and he did not go for the skin of the owl bear, he decided to warm her and dry her clothes with the help of the owl rune. Korin tried to cover her with his cloak, but she pulled away. He asked if she was a child of darkness. He told her to lie down in the sun and cover herself to keep warm. She pushed him away and said that she didn't need it all, but he insisted that if they gave it to her, she should take it and not be outraged that she was cold. And then he added that the sun would soon set, so she should sleep, and he would wake her up at dawn. Varan asked him abruptly what he wanted from her. Everyone she had met before wanted something from her. He asked her if she remembered their first meeting. He recalled that she had told him that he was not the owner of this body and called him a thief with no rights. And since then, his answer has not changed at all. There is no sin in being born. The girl got angry and said that these were irresponsible words. It is dangerous to say such nonsense when letting a monster go free. Josephine and the chairman are well aware of this. Or does he think that she will stop being a monster because of his stupid words? The world is not going to change. Corin slowly drawled that who knows. He has no idea if the world would change if she stopped being a monster. He smiled and said that he just wanted to save all his loved ones. Mentally, he added that he wanted to save everyone who was unlucky in life. He is the only player who can save them. Then he asked her if it was not enough. Quarren looked at Corin Locke in confusion. Quarren quietly admitted that she was scared. This is not her body, and never was. That's why everyone around her is telling her to give it back. She knows she has to do it. But if she does, what will happen to her? She asked him to answer her. Should she get him back? He looked at her with understanding eyes full of pity and told her that she had to do it. The girl sighed heavily and said sadly that he thought so too. But he interrupted her sadness by saying that she had something to tell him. He said that, for example, he could offer the owner to live in the same house if she paid the rent. Quarren asked what he meant by that. Outraged, Quarren hissed that such dialogues are conducted between people. Then she asked him if he knew who she was. He replied that it didn't matter. Corin said that there are enough people who have done things worse than monsters and evil people who pretend to be heroes while secretly destroying others. It's your decisions and actions that matter. So its nature is not important at all. She hasn't decided anything yet. Until then, he will help her, so she doesn't need to worry about the little things. And she also needs to sleep. And then he added that in any case he was already investing. It was decided from the very beginning. She could not give in to Ran. But she couldn't tell the guy honestly, because if she did, she would lose the only hand that was extended to her. Her heart ached. Varan could neither grab nor push that hand away. The next day, when the morning rays touched the forest, they set off. She asked where they were going. He just said that he thought it should be somewhere around here. Corin wondered why everything was so burnt. He said that it looked like they could only use one piece. Quarren asked what it was. He explained that it was a rubber tree that had been struck by lightning. They could use it for something. He said that since they had come to this forest, they would need this rubber wood. The guy said that since she was a Jiangshi, she had a few weaknesses despite her overflow of energy. This wood is filled with a lot of yang energy. It is usually used to scare away ghosts. But if you use wood, then its yin and yang energies will gradually create a balance. Its Jiangshi traits will be instantly neutralized. Quarren asked what this meant. He explained that if she ate it, she would lose control of her body. She abruptly threw the piece of wood to the ground and asked him in a frightened voice why he had given it to her. Hua has to decide. She can't use everything and reap all the benefits without taking responsibility. Corinne knows what people become when they take a step on the path of greed, and he didn't want her to become like that. He wanted Varan to make a decision and take responsibility. He put the piece in her hand again and told her that she knew perfectly well. Their conversation was interrupted and she did not answer. A guy appeared behind them, asking why they had come so far. Sejin Hyuk called her a monster and said that she was holding up well. She even found someone to team up with. Corinne pushed Quarren behind her back and told him to step back. She asked him what he was going to do, and he said he had options. No matter how far they run, he or Kang Yu-hua will follow them. That's why we need to end this. They fought in a battle. Jean used a sophisticated tactic and threw a punch, but Corin managed to deflect it. The guy asked Corin if it was impressive. He added that it was also the work of this monster. He replied that he had some, so he could use alchemy without the circle. I challenged him to demonstrate if this was true. The fight continued. Corin tried to push the boy to show what he could do. Sejin Hyuk was surprised at his incredible punching speed, maybe even on par with his sisters, or even faster. Corin asked him if his attacks were too thoughtless and left a lot of openings. After these words, he would strike at the unprotected areas, and he would try to block them. Suddenly, Corin froze when a voice said that enough of the childish games were over. It was Kang Ryun who said that there was no need to resist. This is a talisman with the formation of 8 arrays. He said that these are the signals that control his thoughts and muscles, as well as the flow of his inner strength. Nothing else would be under his control. The guy really couldn't move. He called Kang Ryun a bastard and yelled at Hwarang to run away, but he just huffed at that and headed in the direction of Hwarang, who was scared and huddled in a tree. Kang Ryun put the talisman on Hwarang's head. She screamed that she didn't want it, but soon her screaming subsided. A few seconds later, the already submissive and obedient Hwarang stood with her head down in front of them. They asked him the meaning of the talisman he was putting on her. Kang Ryong replied that it would seal Hwa's consciousness. Her unconscious soul will be lost forever after being thoroughly destroyed. Kang Yuhua cheerfully said that in the end they would be able to save Ran. Korin yelled and called Kang Ryun a bastard. But he told Korin that he would pay for his empty dreams. Leaving him there, the professor said that he would now become food for monsters. He could only scream. What happened to Arisha? They can't lose Korin like this. When they left and were no longer visible or audible nearby, Korin burst into hysterical laughter. Everything was going exactly according to plan. The magic did its job. The boy could not escape and a pack of werewolves surrounded him. A pack of werewolves was already approaching several of the werewolves that had already surrounded Korin. To get to the boy, they began to tear up the magic signs around him. The boy still did not move and sat with his head down, ignoring the monsters. Korin asked if Kang Ryun had already left. He began to stretch his body, saying how stiff his body was, but it was worth it. They laughed, and one of the werewolves said that he was a very fine actor, while the other added that he was even overdoing it a bit. When they laughed, Corinne asked Ran Ta-Ren what happened to his request. They turned back into half-humans and said that Lena said she would take care of it. Ran asked Korin what he had asked for. He replied that it was nothing special, and then he added that he didn't know if they had heard of corruption in the security industry. Kang Yuhua asked if he had already found the thieves who had stolen their goods, or at least something that looked like them. The bishop asked me to wait a bit. They don't have as much influence as the character Yuhua and her friends. She asked if that was why he seemed to have gotten so much attention for saying such a thing. He rolled his eyes and thought that these bastards dared, and in the old days they would not have even opened their mouths to the bishop with such claims. But they have to hold on. The cult has refused them, so they need their power. And he politely replied that they were like shadows and not the type to show themselves easily. He managed to track down a group of traders who could offer replacement items. They have been doing business with the Eastern continent for quite some time. They will deliver the goods today. She asked what kind of group they were. The bishop said they called themselves the Mandrake Traders. Yuhua said that name sounded familiar. And then came the day of the final match in the group task. Everyone was waiting for the winners. Kang Ryun asked about the product. He was told that it was here, and he said that it was nice. He said she was in good condition. Hwarang sat submissively in the wooden box in which she was placed. Hwarang still held tightly to the piece of rubber tree wood Korin had given her. Members of the teams that had reached the final competition were invited to enter the arena. Kang Yuhua's team head and Bedro's team from Borham Academy, as well as 2 teams from the Merkaba Academy, A and D, but Team D has a disqualified participant. The professor explained that since their leader, Corinne Locke, had gone missing and did not show up for the competition, this group would most likely be eliminated. But he apologized and told them to wait because someone else had come with them. Corin's spear was visible from a distance. He encouraged the team, saying that this was a moment of victory. They would run after him and shine like an eternal flame. Korin insisted that he would personally escort them to the gates of Valhalla. Yuhua said that the madman had survived after all. He kept shouting that everyone who was ready to show themselves. His team shouted that he was an eternal loser. The guy turned to the professor and said that all the players were there so he could announce the start. Kang Ryong thought he was very annoying, but he couldn't deny his unique nature. He announced the start of the test. The test conditions are simple. 8 doors will constantly change, sending those who enter them into a formation. The one who finds the right path and reaches the center to find the golden dragon sign will win this match. The transformation of the 8 gates is complete annihilation. It is the transformation of particles of one form of matter into another. Participants said that the maze was difficult. The established formation changes the location of the match, and the participants are forced to separate. He said that he did not know what Corin Locke was up to, and that he would not succeed. The process of completing the creation of the poison has begun and cannot be stopped. The match was supposed to be broadcast on screens above the maze, but for some reason they didn't work. The professor asked why all the cameras were not working. The man replied that he thought the amount of mana emitted by the formation had somehow interfered with the video transmission. The professor was angry and asked him to fix it. When everyone was busy, Kang Ryun said it was time to start the ceremony of separating Hua from Ran. Kang Ryong sent Yu Hua and Jin to defend the turtle's position from the north. As long as they protect the black turtle, it doesn't matter if they destroy the rest. She turned to her uncle and asked him to take care of her sister Ran. He told her not to worry. Korin told the team to find a way into the formation. Everyone was going through the options, and he thought they were very diligent. Since ancient times, it has always been the black turtle that has controlled the north, which protects the emperor in the center. Due to the fact that it stands behind the emperor, it is where it can protect him and suddenly attack. They arrived at the place and kept watch, following their uncle's orders. Jin Hyuk noticed the approach and told his sister, "Therefore, when targeting a formation with a 4-symbol base, the first thing you should do is attack the black turtle." He remarked that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and called him a pathetic steel wizard. He replied that he knew that since he had come here without thinking. Kang Yu-hwa thought about how Korin had gotten through the deception of the 8 gates and come straight to the northern gate. So they had already seen through her uncle's trick. But it couldn't be. There are as many as 356 alternatives to the 8-gate transformation formation, including stone soldiers, fog, and maze paths. Even the most brilliant mage will not be able to escape from their falling into this trap. Korin said he could hear the gears turning. He must have bought a new one recently. He was following the tracking rune on the item. Without stopping the fight, Jin Hyuk asked him how he found out about the subject. Jin thought that the items they needed for the formation were stolen by a gang of bandits, and because of this, they had no choice but to buy new ones from the Mandrake merchants. He said that this was impossible, but Korin confirmed his guess that it was he who had stolen them and sold them to them. Then he explained with a smile that Mandrake's bandits and Mandrake's traders were both his creations. Kang Yu-hwa shouted that it wouldn't change anything anyway. She asked if they thought the two of them could defeat her. Korin told Arisha that she had to take revenge, because last time she lost to Kang Yu-hwa. Arisha immediately said indignantly that she lost because he told her to give in, and she was pretending so hard. Jin Hyuk mockingly asked her how she heard what she was being subjected to. She told her brother to shut up. She gave the command to Jin to attack with full force. He said he wanted to do the same, and they ran at the opponents. Clutching his spear, Korin said that he still had work to do, so he suggested that Arisha also give it her best shot. It was a battle of the best techniques and tricks. Jin used the intention of the rotational axis to destroy the battle. His sister used the dragon sword technique of the 7th form dragon light magic slash. The techniques and methods chosen by Korin were the supreme essence of the evil serpent that rose into the sky and the poisonous dragon. Arisha's technique was unchanged by the first style of the Arden sword cut territory. The result of this battle was the mutilated metal body of Jin Hyuk. He lost a leg. Kang Yu-hwa was left without a sword. Arisha Arden's cut of the territory divided it into parts. But they got ready to fight again. They could not just lose and give up. Kwaran had to be destroyed. Korin and Arisha also stood their ground. They had to save and protect Kwaran. It could have been a battle to the end, but Korin said he would show mercy. He threw a spear at the turtle sculpture and it began to collapse. They were surprised by his action, but even more surprised when they saw the contents of the sculpture. A strange monster with the fangs of a tiger, the horns of a ram, and the face of a boar. It was Taoti of the 4 risks. In complete opposition to the 4 symbols that signify order and protection, these are evil creatures that represent destruction and chaos. Kang Yu-hwa asked how Taoti could be on the shell of a black turtle. She wondered if it was Korin Locke, but her necromancer uncle couldn't help but notice. Korin turned to them and said that they probably think that this ceremony of complete destruction is being performed to get Hua out of Ran's body, but it does the opposite. This ceremony is not held to take Hua away from Ran. Kang Ryong hasn't been interested in Ran since the beginning. Kang Ryong said she hated her uncle very much. He said that for a great good, you have to make small sacrifices. He always wanted only Hua. This ceremony of the necromancer Kang Ryun was supposed to completely destroy Ran and give Hua full control over her body. 3 years. Some may consider this time a long time, others a short time, But when Hua saw his brother Kang Yu's creation, he was amazed at its power. His naive brother, who only wanted to save his daughter, never realized that in the end, control of Hua would be in his hands. As a result, he became the main culprit in the tragedy of the Moonlight Castle and lost his limbs to the hands of the Imperial Army. So kind of him. Not only did he die taking on the role of the culprit in his place, but he also gave birth to the heavenly Yaksha Hua. The only thing he could not foresee was that Kang Yu would contact the head of the Merkaba Academy to protect Huaren. Even his best spellcaster and senior professor, Bormach, has no influence on the second continent. And when he was in despair, this man found him. Tatas Valtazar, the legendary star spearman, a figure of 80 years ago. He asked him for only one thing, to go wild and kill as many people as possible and destroy the abode of the chairman. You need to make sure that she has no choice but to leave the castle. It was an incredibly lucrative offer. If he could only get the consequences of life, what's the problem with destroying one city? Soon, the holy relic of Eastern Protestants, the chains of Xi'an that restrained its immense inner power, will be finally destroyed. And the soul of Ran, which held Huaren in her human form, will be completely destroyed. Then he will finally feed it to her. The pill of 10,000 pieces of flesh given to him by Valtazar Huaren will pass into the consequences of life. She will wake up as a true Yaksha. Saying that he didn't think it would work, the guy came into the room and interrupted his thoughts. Korin said that if everything went according to plan, it would be no fun at all. He asked him irritably if he was Korin Locke again. Yuhua told her uncle that Korin had told them something incredible, and he had to explain it to them. Is this ceremony really supposed to destroy Ran? Why does he use 4 objects from the columns instead of 4 symbols? The tragedy of the Moonlight Castle was not due to her loss of control, but to his orders. Kang Ryun cursed through his teeth that they were idiots. They couldn't follow a simple order. They must be useless. But they needn't worry. He waved his fan and recited the incantation of the law of fresh blood. The professor said that in 10 minutes all the living things in the middle of the formation would melt and become one, and he will use them to create a transition pill for the Yaksha. The golden bat Alvin was at most a second-ranked monster. After he sacrificed his life for the sake of the transition, even teams that were half or all first-ranked knights could not cope with him. So what happens after the monster of special rank Huaren crosses over? It will be impossible to stop her. Korin emphasized that he should remember that the rot of corruption has grown too deep into the defense industry, and there is nothing to be done about it. After Korin hit the floor with his spear, his magical drawings began to dissolve. Kang Ryun panicked and shouted that his law of fresh blood had disappeared. Korin said he was going to tell you a curious fact. He asked them if they remembered the items that Kang Ryun's uncle had received with the help of the Catholic Church. Who do they think stole them? And then there were traders who offered to quickly replace the sales. Who did they think represented them? Korin asked questions. Who provided all these objects? Who engraved the runes on them? And then he said that he did it all. The guy asked him what he thought would happen now that Maria would destroy them. And then he answered that of course there will be no Huaren transition. Kang Ryung shouted furiously that he was a bastard. Opening his fan again, the furious Kang Ryun shouted that it was not over yet. With the help of a spell, he broke Xi'an's chains and broke the seal on Ran. He abandoned the idea of Hua's transition and broke the seal on it with all his remaining strength. Kang Ryun gritted his teeth, saying that if he killed them all, he could hold the ceremony whenever he wanted. When he woke up Huaren and she sat up, he gave the order to kill them all. Farin instantly jumped to her feet. She was ready to follow orders. Sejin Hyuk exclaimed in surprise that he was really controlling her. So he was also responsible for the tragedy of the Moonlight Castle. His sister told him to calm down. The guy indignantly asked why he should calm down. They should catch and question the bastard. She replied that his prosthetic leg was broken and she had lost her sword. There was nothing they could do now. Therefore, they have to give this case to those people. Besides, there is something for them to do as well. Korin told Orisha to step back, because compared to this, the king of the Iron Mountain is just nothing. He's going to try to buy time, and she has to finish cutting the territory. They collided and an explosion occurred, which raised the smoke that hid them. Orisha could only watch in awe and shock at what she was seeing with her own eyes. His fight was like a dance. He was fulfilling his promise to save the world, so the status was applied. The core of the aura turned on to the maximum. He was igniting the atmosphere like a meteor. She thought that if she fought Korin in this state, she wouldn't last 30 seconds, and there probably wouldn't be anyone who would dare challenge him. But she was deeply mistaken. For the celestial Yaksha Havaran, these moments were like being in a light sauna. Only 1 minute and 20 seconds had passed since the battle began, and even though his fierce attack was burning everything around him, his opponent, like a real catastrophe, did not even flinch. Korin barely had time to repel her powerful attacks and dodge them, but she was not strong enough to hurt Varan or even slow her down. She suddenly struck again, and he did not have time to react because it was made with frantic speed. He thought that this could not go on. Something had to change. The amount of her power, the amount of aura she has left, and the body she has given us from nature are all on a completely different level. Just trying to keep up with her movements, he destroys his body from the inside and outside. He hadn't even recovered yet, and she was already attacking him again. Korin felt that he was already at the limit of his strength. He didn't even have any regeneration left. He thought he was going to disappear after one single blow, leaving nothing behind. But suddenly, right between them, there was a cut in the territory that Korin did not expect. Arisha landed in front of him. He shouted that she should be somewhere else right now. She cut him off and said she remembered the plan, but she thought he was going to die. She took dozens of steps in the middle of the territory. Now her body is feeling the strain even more than when she received Varan's blow. Korin targeted them again. Now Arisha was another target. Korin, worried about Arisha, cursed. He knew that she would not be able to withstand Huaran's attack. Even stones were scattered around from the blow that Korin struck. Looking around, Korin wondered where her target had gone. Korin scolded Arisha for forgetting about herself and asked why she was so eager. She barely said that her body was moving faster than her thoughts. Taking out a bottle of elixir, he ordered Arisha to open her mouth. He explained that it was a special elixir that he took for emergencies. If he didn't cure Arisha now, she could remain paralyzed or die of blood loss. The guy looked at the injured Arisha with sympathy. She said that she really thought she was dead. In another situation, he would have just waited for Maria to destroy the objects. And then, at the moment of opening, he would take advantage of the division of Arisha's territory to inflict 100% damage and use his secret card. Korin had been harboring this plan since his return from Nazrea, but two things had changed. The first is Varan, whose seal has been removed, unlocking her incredible power. And the second is the injury Arisha received while she was trying to save him. And although he was able to recover, Arisha, who unknowingly took many steps in the middle of the territory, is unlikely to be able to fight. Wondering if he could hold out until Maria destroyed the items, he sighed heavily. Arisha realized this and asked him to forgive her. But he could not blame Arisha for breaking his plan. After receiving such a blow, he would most likely die regardless of regeneration. So Korin asked her what she was apologizing for. He thanked her for saving him. He took her in his arms and carried her to safety. When they arrived, she asked if he was okay. Korin said that he was not. He used all the aura of his core as well as the rest of his body. In the battles with Sajin Hyuk and then Hwarang, he used too much aura. Korin didn't know if he should use the Duke of Sabanzia's aura core. He could only force himself to do so, but his body could barely withstand the power contained in that core. Even now, with the support of the team, he wasn't sure he could handle it. But Arisha told him something. Arisha asked him if he had noticed that Varan had not used her right hand all this time, because she was constantly holding something in it. It was a choice she had to make on her own. She still carries this heavy burden. Then Korin smiled and wondered if Havaran was still there. Korin's silhouette appeared through the thick fog of dust from the destroyed walls. He stopped in front of Quarren and said that he simply had no other choice. After that, he called her by name and asked if she was still there. Everything had already been decided, so he just had to let this power in. He closed his eyes and felt it. The art of swordplay of the Duke of Sabanzia that he had seen in his castle. His demonic energy was undoubtedly transmitted to him. Duke Sabanzia was a great hero 800 years ago, and from now on, he will resurrect this legend. Korin asked the demonic entity Varan that it had been waiting a long time, hadn't it? He began his attack with the first demon spear of the dark secret technique. Hwaran ran in his direction with her demonic chi energy. It was a clash of pure physical strength. It was not just a fight between him and Varan. In fact, it was a battle between two myths, represented by the celestial Yaksha and the Duke of Sabanzia. Kang Ryun shouted that this was impossible. It's not possible at all. How could someone like him survive a battle with a celestial Yaksha? Then he shouted at Kawaran what she was waiting for and ordered her to finish him off immediately. The first puts the aura value at about 1,000 units to strike, so he needs to use the techniques of the mystical demonic spear and the sinister serpent. This will correspond to that meaning. Even though Hwarin has 100,000 auras at a time, she can only use 1,000. If he can use the same amount of power and resist her, he will be an equal opponent for her. His body only needs to withstand it. After all, through the use of Duke Sabanzia's aura, it is literally destroyed. Gradually, the pain in his whole body will become so severe that he will not be able to hold the spear. Then, he will begin to lose control of parts of his body, and then it will not be able to function at all. But he will not retreat and will not stop. He simply cannot stop, because she still doesn't use her right hand and holds him. With effort, he applied the techniques of Dark Secret 8 Trigama Extreme Fists. The distance between them narrowed to a minimum, and he looked into her eyes. There was nothing there. There was only one step left in which his life was at stake. Put his right foot forward and lean on it like a rock. Then he needs to bring his left hand up for a powerful punch, a half-step movement that combines breath awareness and muscle awareness. He could have struck only once, and he did not miss this moment. Korin landed with a shaky landing and exhaled. Then he laughed. He had managed to do it. He managed to break through Kwarin's impenetrable defense. However, that was not the end of it. After all, he could not completely defeat Kwarin, and his death was approaching. Kang Ryun could not contain his joy. He shouted that of course there was nothing a guy like him could do. The professor ordered Kwarin to kill the boy. She stopped right in front of him. The guy raised his head and looked her in the eye. Kwaran squeaked out that it was him. At the same moment, Xion's chains flew into the air and began to be repaired. The chains again bound Hwarin's body and strength. Korin thought he had succeeded. The reason he delayed until this moment paid off, even if he had to endure some more miserable couple of seconds. Maria Kang Yu Hua and Sajin Hyuk, who left this place, destroyed all the objects of this formation. Professor Kang Ryun could not believe what he was seeing and shouted that this could be possible. At that moment, Professor Josephine put her magic sword to his throat and ordered him not to move. Korin huffed and said that now Professor Kang Ryun would be finished. He had one more thing to do. He approached Varana, who was sitting submissively on the ground, and saying how could he use something so disgusting on her, he tore the magic mark from her head. But she remained in a trance for some time, and Korin waited patiently for her to come to. Her consciousness began to break through the obsessive fog in her head a little at a time. When Hwarin came to, she saw Korin Locke standing in front of her. Varin asked him why he saved her. After all, he said he would not help her until she made a choice. He corrected her and told her that he would not let her make a decision until she was proud of it. Something she wouldn't regret. She clenched her fists. She had to get back at him and prove that she wasn't a monster. Prove that, just as he said, she was not created by birth but by decision. The girl opened the fist of her right hand, in which she constantly held a piece of rubber wood. The piece of wood in her hand collapsed due to her superhuman grip and turned to dust. Varin was confused about what to do. Nothing makes sense now. Even if she made the decision, the outcome might not be what she wanted. But right now, she wanted to justify Korin's trust. But Korin laughed and said that she was so strong that she even destroyed a tree. He added that there are many other methods. He leaned over to her and said that he was thanking her for justifying his faith. She said that she was a monster and had hurt him, killed many people and stolen Rand's body. Can she be forgiven despite this? Korin hugged her and said he wasn't sure, but they could check it out together. Kang Ryun's transcendence ceremony was a failure, and he was imprisoned. Master Aaron and Madame Josephine dealt with everything and covered up the incident from outsiders. The fact that Senior Professor Boramaka did something like this is a big problem, but the ceremony in which Kwarin also participated will only draw even more attention to it. Those who feared Kwarin will condemn her even more, and others will want to gain her power. The professor said that they are planning to make it look like Professor Kang Ryun was the first to return and suffered an accident. This has already been discussed with the head of the Borham Academy, and it is a great favor to them. He asked if she had already applied for compensation. She replied that the chairman tried to avoid the question, but they know how it works. The man said that the chairman was too soft. Adam Josephine said that they are in a position where they cannot trust anyone thoughtlessly. And then I praised Korin and told him it was a great job. He said he just did what he had to do. Korin said that one day they would be able to trust each other. She adjusted her glasses out of habit and said that would be great and wished Korin a speedy recovery. As she opened the door to leave, she reminded Corin that the festival was not over yet. When Josephine came out, the door didn't even have time to close. It was stopped by a fragile woman's hand. A moment later, Maria, hugging Corin, joyfully exclaimed that he had finally regained consciousness. Maria started asking him how he was feeling and if he was in any pain. He had lost his fingernails, and it must be unpleasant. Corin replied that this was why his hands looked so empty under the bandages. She puzzled him by saying that it was simply not possible with him. He always overworks himself, and always after such incidents he ends up in the hospital injured. He asked her why she was crying and added that it was painful for him to watch. Maria replied that she was crying because she wanted him to realize that he shouldn't do that. Corinne asked if she herself was not in pain because they had to destroy all those stone soldiers and objects by themselves. Maria replied that Kang Yuhua and Sa Jin-hyuk had destroyed one of them. Then he realized why they had left. Thanks to their help, he was not late and barely survived. Maria asked him angrily why he was looking at her like that. Corin told her not to start. At heart, they were both good people, just in a difficult situation. Jin-hyuk, who wanted to avenge his family, and Kang Yuhua, who wanted to save her cousin. They were desperate and had their reasons. The real villain was Kang Ryun, who exploited their despair. You can't direct hatred at the wrong people. Maria said that he always behaved so maturely even though she was older than him. He said she could call him Appa. Maria got angry again and said that he was always like that. They returned to the same topic again. And sometimes she thinks that he is obsessed with this appeal, and she would like him not to get hurt. And then she added sadly that he would probably continue to get into such situations. Corin couldn't deny it. He is the one who will have to save the world. And although he is no match for the player, but only a miserable imitation of him, who only relies on his spear skills, his body will suffer. Maria was disappointed to see that he didn't even try to justify himself. She said that he seemed to live in another world that he would never see. The girl said that she would fight with him. Her words confused him a bit. She continued that just like this time, she would always be there to help him, and no matter who they face, she will be on his side. The guy was very grateful to Maria for her words and smiled sweetly at her in return. From now on, he will come face to face with these evil and false beliefs and the greatest enemies who want to destroy the world. How will he save the world by fighting against them? The answer is always simple: only together. Maria said that she was thinking of leaving earlier as far as the moment with the guards was concerned. Soon the harvest season will start, and with it the holidays and vacations. If they don't do it now, everyone will leave. Corin said she was right and thanked her for reminding him. She said that he would be the leader and she would be the deputy, and she asked who else they would take. At that moment, Arisha was brought to them. The girl was almost all in plaster. Corin laughed and said she looked like a mummy. She asked him whose fault he thought it was. He really knew that she had gone so far just to save him. When she remarked, he said he was sorry and thanked her for saving him. Arisha blushed at his words and said that she accepted his apology. Thanks to Maria's elixir, her bones have survived, but even with the best medical treatment, she will need at least 2 weeks to recover. The festival will last for another week, and she will not attend the closing ceremony. Corin said that he would be discharged soon, but she needed to rest a little longer. Arisha said sadly that she also wanted to go to the fire. He said that they still have the winter ball, but she said that was different. She is right. Although he had many different experiences in his past life, this is the first time for Arisha. To cheer her up, Cory said that he would buy her a Jeskier dress for the winter ball. She was excited and asked if it was a very expensive brand. He replied that her appa had enough money. Arisha noticed that they were the same age, and remembering that he owned a hotel, she asked him how much he earned. He replied that he had made enough to buy a dress for his investor. Maria was almost boiling with jealousy. She asked Corny in an angry tone if they could talk about the other members of the guard squad. Cornyn looked around and asked cheerfully when she was behind him. Arisha Arden is one of them, and also Lena Claire. Maria asked if it was a girl again. He replied that she was beautiful, with a beautiful mind. She jealously repeated that she was also beautiful. Then he said Ren and Ron, and she asked who they were. Corin said they were twin beastmen. Ren is a girl and Ron is a boy. He said that he wanted to take Yulia as well, but she is a questionable person, although they are close enough that he thinks she will join them. While recording, Maria asked if this girl was a druid and if they were close. He replied that it was enough to exchange jokes and have lunch together from time to time. And then I told her about Varan. She would definitely agree, so she could write it down right away. Arisha noticed that Maria broke her pencil in her hands in anger. Corin went on to say that Madame Josephine had given her permission, so everything would be fine. He looked at Maria and saw that she looked strange. She called his name in a heavy voice. He asked in surprise what was wrong. She asked if he wanted her to go crazy. Everyone was afraid of Hua. They were afraid of her and blamed her. They said that Hua should never have been born and humiliated her by calling her a monster. This time it was Corin who got hurt because of her. She almost killed people like that time. Quarren remembered him telling her that he would not help her until she made a choice. Strength was her only virtue. It was the only way to justify how she took control of the body by pushing back the original, so she couldn't be weak. She couldn't rely on anyone for help. She thought about what he had said about making a decision she would be proud of, one she wouldn't regret, and that they had to figure it out together. Varan wondered what she should do. This warmth hurt her. His care and warmth hurt more than a knife. The girl cried and mentally said that she hated Corin Locke. He had hurt her. Hua has been alone since she was born. She lived her life as a tool in the hands of others. That's why she didn't let anyone get close to her. It was like that before, but not now. The girl was burning with emotional pain. Varan heard someone calling her name. She looked up and saw a hand in the window. She said that it was obvious that he was getting better. Corin jokingly asked if she was worried about him. She replied dryly that she was not. Corin started to say that all this time, but she cut him off and told him to hurry up. The guy huffed, not understanding what she was talking about. But she seemed to understand and said she was talking about Ran, and she asked if there was another way to get her back. So he was right about Quarren being good, and he was not mistaken about her. Quarren grabbed his hand and told him to wait. Then she shouted the word fish. When she held his hand, she was shaking. She said hesitantly that she was very hungry for fish. He saw that she was very scared. He stroked her hair and told her that everything was fine and he would buy her some fish. Corin told her he was ready to begin. She stood still at the top of the tree, clenching her fists. She was very nervous and trembling. Of course, she was very scared. Corin's spear was equipped with a soul collector's sphere. It always hits the target and separates the soul from the body. It also ignores the defense force, a terribly powerful soul collector that existed only as a data value. Of course, when it is used by a human and not a soul collector, the accuracy drops rapidly so that it is practically useless. He kept thinking about what if he left her. But there is a condition that he does not perceive spirits. Therefore, the accuracy in this case drops to 0. The spear missed the target and got stuck under a tree. The guy warned her to watch carefully. Now he was going to use a little magic. He had an unused mana stone from the festival that he had bought at the time. The lower the accuracy of this thing, the greater the range of spread, so there's no way to win in mini-games with it. The propagation effect for this system has a maximum range of 100 meters when the accuracy is at a minimum value of about 1. But what happens to the spread range when it is applied using 0 precision? The range of the spread will move to infinity, ignoring the fact that he cannot perceive spirits, and its effect is activated. In other words, the attack will not come from him, but from a thrown mana stone. When Corin saw that the bat started to fall, he quickly ran over and managed to catch it. Corin told her that he had used some mana. Then he asked her how she felt and if she was conscious. The girl moaned and greeted him quietly, but she still did not open her eyes. A few seconds later, she opened her eyes and looked at Karina and greeted him again, calling him Appa. Carrying her in his arms, he recalled Mary's words that he was obsessed with this appeal. He finally avoided the title of uncle. He thought Ran made the best first impression. She asked him if he liked it that much. He said that he was told he looked older. She said that made sense and added that I think Huaran always called him Appa. Corin realized that she had seen everything. Havaran had been in this body for 3 years. All this time she was locked inside, forced to watch. The guy said she lost her body for 3 years. Then he asked if she hated her for it. The girl started running around him and was happy that she could run. She said that this was the first time since she became ill that she could walk and run. Ran said it was probably all thanks to Hua. She was using the energy she had stored in her body. Corin said that she hadn't gotten used to her body yet, so she shouldn't be stressed. She said that at first she rejected her. She screamed at her to give her body back, but her voice never reached her. Hua only talked to herself. But she knew that by talking to herself, she was not trying to turn away from her, but was trying to deal with her own feelings of guilt. and she knows perfectly well how to deal with feelings of fear and despair. After all, they shared the same body. That's why she doesn't resist her anymore, because Hua was brave and decided to give her back her body. This is what acceptance and forgiveness looked like. The girl whose body was taken away from her for 3 long years easily accepted Hua into her arms. Corin said that these thoughts were very mature. Ran was surprised. Her time was up in her 14th year, but Hua was only 3 years old. She had finally found the little sister she had always dreamed of. Corin thought that in a way she was right. They were like sisters sharing a body. She asked if she was in danger again. Would Op save her like he did the last time? He replied that he would at any time. She said that she thought he would answer that way, and then she added that it was so wonderful. The girl called out to him again, calling him Appa, and she said that she also likes sushi. Ran said they had almost the same tastes in food, music, and books, and then she came closer and whispered that they even liked boys. After that, she jokingly said that if he became her husband, she would legally have 2 wives. Corin asked what she was doing. She told him to give her an answer to this offer right now. Corin pushed her away and said that she could not mock him like that. She said that it was not a joke. In her hometown, people of that age were already doing what they needed to do. He replied that she should also ask Hua about the relationship since they were in the same body. After these words, she thanked him and kissed the embarrassed boy on the cheek. Suddenly, she sharply pushed him away and asked what he was talking about. Angry, Hua began to make excuses that she was talking nonsense. Corin asked if it was true. The boy realized that they were changing without any difficulty. She went and argued out loud with Ran. Suddenly, she turned to Corin and asked if he was coming. Seeing that he didn't understand, she said that dinner would be at 7 in the usual place. He agreed. Corinne breathed a sigh of relief and thought that this was probably her way of apologizing. Over food. A child is a child. The Catholic Church invested an incredibly large amount of money in the Merkaba festival. He thought that at the end of it, they would be able to get rid of the Protestant princess. But in the end, he failed all his plans and lost. They took such a big risk, but that guy screwed it up. He didn't know who this guy was or how he was able to unravel all their plans. The guy was just following Li Jinyang's orders and gathered 100 members of a cross-attack squad, and he led them through this century-old tunnel to get rid of the Huaran threat. The guy said that it was only 100 members of the cross-attack unit. If they wanted to risk everything, they should have sent the Knights of the Chapel. He asked him what kind of support he had for allowing himself to behave like that. Does he think that after such actions he will be able to survive? But he did not hear the answer, or rather, he felt it. Corin struck him with his spear and he fell from the impact. Madame Josephine said she would have dealt with him, but Corinne said it was all right. He just wanted to try out his new technique. She asked him if he meant the same throw that had defeated all those people in one go. She said that in any case, he is not in the best condition now, but he did a good job. Now they will take them under arrest. Corin warned them to take the suicide capsule out of their mouths immediately. Josephine had a lot of questions. How did he know about this underground route that the Catholic Church created 100 years ago? And why he asked to pay more attention to the church in the first place? For now, she was happy to have such an ally in twisting Knights unconscious. With the ease of someone born with strength and a body that could not be injured, all the vital functions of the girl's body were slowed down. In other words, we can say that Havaran was quite lazy. The wound in her head was telling her to wake up. Ran kept grumbling that if she was awake, they could go out to eat. Hua told her to shut up. When Hua realized she was hearing something other than her sister's voice in her head, she sat up. They both hummed. Hua said she didn't get up because she was told to, but because she was curious. She left the bedroom and started walking down the stairs. Corinne was sleeping on the living room floor. Ran was happy to see that it was her own Corin Appa. Hua wondered why he was sleeping here. Ran immediately offered to wake him up. Hua asked her why. She replied that if he slept like that, he would get a broken jaw. She started to hurry Hua up. She didn't stop talking and then asked Hua if Appa Corin liked her too. Hua said she didn't know. He does what he wants. He does things for her that she didn't ask for. He always tries hard and she doesn't understand him. Then Ran asked if that meant she didn't like him. She said no, so Ran asked again if Hua liked him. The girl replied that she hated him. Hua touched his face. Behind her, she heard Maria's voice saying that she had woken up early today. Varan replied that it was noisy. Maria said there was nothing to be done, and then she ordered Diok to take Corin to bed, and she added that we can't have Corin depriving Hwarang of sleep. She added that if Hwaran was still sleepy, he could go back to bed and followed Diok. But Hwaran asked if it would be better to leave Corin on the couch. Maria looked around and replied that it was quite cold and there was no blanket, so he might get cold. Hwaran had no more arguments to oppose Maria, and it was indeed chilly in the hall. With a smile, Maria said that she had cooked potatoes. She and Corin will eat together later, so Varan could eat it all by herself. Although the festival was not yet over, classes at the academy continued, but he had heard it all in his past life. That is why Corin decided to focus on something else. He listed his abilities as constant regeneration of the warrior, tolerance for pain, understanding of space, triple core, and release of demonic chi. Now he has exceeded Orisha's initial abilities, and now his aura core is at the initial high stage. In other words, an ordinary knight would have received only the first core at this point. But he has a core obtained from a white-silver mandrake and a core of demonic nature that he received from Duke Sabancia. That is, when other knights are working to get the first core, he has already received 3. Orisha said that she received the core around the same time. The large number of steps in the middle of the territory also helped Orisha develop a large aura, so her level also increased to the original high stage. She grew up at least 6 months earlier than she should have. In terms of releasing demonic chi, this is an incredible ability. It draws out and accumulates inner strength under high pressure. It can release up to 20% of aura and mana at a time. This is an incredibly large amount. Corin thought that with this, he could do something similar to what Duke Sabancia did with his last demonic sword. Could he cut through the sky and slash dragons with his spear? The boy was looking at his notebook intently, but thinking about his own. The professor said that she would check their notes 5 minutes before the end of class. The students in the classroom stirred. Do they have to hand in their notes? Why did she suddenly decide to do this? She must have been angry because no one was listening to the lecture. So things are bad. The Professor Lurala he had known for 4 years would most likely remain friendly to them, but would give them a punishment like cleaning the classroom. The problem is that this room is an exclusive classroom of the alchemy faculty, so there is a lot of dirt from chemical reactions. While the others were arguing about who should write off whom, Corin was thinking that it was the last pair, and he really wanted to enjoy the festival. He needed to write something to show his notes, so he reached out to his neighbor at the table, but instead of a notebook, he touched someone's hand. Yeher was sitting on Corin's left, and Quarren was supposed to be sitting on his right, and he accidentally touched her hand. Realizing what had happened, Corin pushed his hand back to his side of the table, but the girl quickly grabbed his hand and squeezed it without letting go. The guy immediately felt hot. He looked at her in fright and realized it was Ran. Without letting go of his hand, the pleased girl confirmed his guess. Ran asked with a smile if her appa wanted to take a look at her notes. Still shocked, Corin said yes. He just wanted to look at her notes. She told him to turn the page and start there. And then she asked him to have lunch with her. He said yes, her appa would treat her to something delicious. The classmates started discussing Corin's relationship with Hwaran. Someone asked if he had always been close to Hwaran. He was told that he was the only one who talked to her, but they weren't the only ones who were watching them. When they left, Corin asked about Hwa. Ran said that she was falling asleep in the pair, so she changed them. She didn't think she'd wake up anytime soon. Then Corin asked if she had met them. Ran asked if he meant Sajin Hyuk and Kang Yuhua. These people play an important role in this incident. Of course, they were used, but it would be extremely wrong not to take responsibility for this. Ran told me that Kang Ryung's uncle was to be secretly executed. The imperial family will deal with all this. And after his death, her cousin Kang Yuhua would become the lord of the Kang family. She added with regret that they probably suffered a lot because of her. Corin was surprised that Kang Yuhua would become the family lord. Ran said that her sister would be in charge of everything from small household chores to marriages. She looked at Corin and happily informed him that she had received the permit. Then she called him her husband and asked what they would do next. He almost grabbed his head and laughed hysterically. He wondered when Hua would wake up. Appa is already having a hard time withstanding Ran's onslaught. Furious, Maria screamed at him to tell her everything without missing a single detail. Deoku diligently reported to his owner about everything he had seen and even demonstrated. Maria squeaked out that she understood. Maria continued cooking with him in mind. She and Corin hadn't met and weren't a couple, of course. But her actions are fully justified. Although she acts more in the direction of food than attachment, It is clear that this strange ritual has a special meaning. The restless Dioku said that he had heard her call him Appa. Then she called him a husband, and that he would have 2 wives. The girl was out of her mind with jealousy. She could not let this happen. She decided to take special measures. She wondered whether she should go to collect potatoes and diamonds or just tell him everything straight up. But how straight should it be? Maria was burning with the feelings that overwhelmed her. Out of ignorance, she asked Deok whether he understood what it was like to feel sympathy for a man. Maria invited Corin to lunch. She told him that she had spent a lot of time preparing it for him. He asked what it was. She said that this dish was often prepared by their ranch workers. It is Maria's special soup made from bull's blood. She added that she hoped he would like it. Corin said with delight that he loved ox-blood soup and asked her how she knew. Corin thought that such a soup was just wonderful in this world. The girl said that during cooking, it thickened the blood, so she wasn't sure if he would like it. He said it was a must. The soft pieces of meat make it especially tasty. The guy exclaimed that it was delicious, but it was not only delicious. It was a special blood elixir with special ingredients. That's why his strength increased by 30 points. He suddenly stopped eating and asked if she had used calf or pig's blood in this soup. Corin gained superhuman strength. She grew 200 times stronger. Corin ran to Maria and told her that he loved her. She thought it was good that she had done as Deoku had told her. In the professor's office, we also had a difficult conversation. She said that this was the story of one of her friends. She said that when she was with one man, her heart beat faster. Josephine asked if this was true. The girl said yes. She went on to say that she felt so relaxed that she was floating in the clouds. And if he hugs her, her heartbeat accelerates. Sometimes it throbs so much that she doesn't know what to do. Josephine realized that this was supposed to be a love story. So this girl, in addition to being an incredible half-human, is also experiencing her first love. The professor guessed that this guy was Corinne Locke. He had paradoxical luck with women, and Hwaran hadn't been in contact with any other guy besides him. This hardworking and mature new student was literally born to be a playboy. This is so evident that even the second-year girls have already complained and called him a cunning cheater. A guy with the same amount of experience with girls is like starting a game on hard mode for a beginner like Hwaran. Josephine asked if the guy her friend is in love with is always surrounded by other girls or not. Then she should listen to it carefully. The opportunity doesn't come around often. A guy who is constantly surrounded by women will not make the first move. They're already sticking to him. About 100 years ago, an aspiring witch read a popular novel. It was called 101 Ways to Make a Man Fall in Love. At that time, it was the most popular book among girls. Josephine began to teach Hwaran that her actions should be direct, sensual, and purposeful. Otherwise, love cannot be achieved. It has to get rid of everyone who gets in its way. The unfortunate part was that a girl who was entering adulthood came to a 117-year-old unmarried witch who only read novels from a century ago for advice. Both Hwa and Ran had no experience, so they had no choice but to accept this advice. Then Varan said that she would probably leave, and Josephine said that she would also be back before dinner. She added that she hoped she would make it. She immediately decided to go to Corin's house, but she saw that Dioku was sitting in front of the house, waiting for his mistress. But even worse, she saw silhouettes in the window. She could see Maria sitting in Corin's arms. She thought he was talking about a future together, that he would help her, that he would be there for her. Varan knew. She knew that she was not the only one to whom this guy was kind. This kindness extended to the vampire's girlfriend. She knew everything, but still felt pain. Perhaps she behaved selfishly, thinking she was special. But why did her heart hurt, just looking at them together? And this look was certainly not directed from the older to the younger. Ran told Hwa to leave the rest to her. She'll get rid of anyone who gets in her way. At dinner, Arisha said that this chocolate mousse was great. Corin asked if she had tasted it in the East. She replied that they were in the countryside. Arisha told me that there was no shop with sweets in her village, so they made them themselves in the kitchen at home. Corin thought that she must have lived in the middle of nowhere if they didn't even have a candy store. He had been to the East several times during quests, but they were not connected to the main plot, so he suggested a vacation. He just wanted to go eat some dessert, but on the way, he met so many people who all wanted to go with him. Girls from all sides served him desserts and invited him to try them. When he chose the pancake offered by Hwaran, Maria was immediately visibly upset. Hwarin asked if she could have some of that strawberry cake. She answered through gritted teeth that she could. Then she turned to Korin and called him Appa and asked him to serve her because she couldn't reach him. He agreed and reached for the cake Maria was still holding and broke off a small piece with a fork. When he returned to Hwarin, he saw that she had opened the cake and was waiting for him to feed her. Korin said that she probably wanted him to feed her. He added that she was still like a child. But he did not have time to bring the fork to her mouth. The whole piece of cake suddenly smeared all over her face. Maria, wiping her hands, asked if she liked the cake. She added that it was quite popular. She replied that it was very tasty and called Maria Uni, which meant older sister. Then Maria asked if she wanted more and also called her Danson, which meant little sister. This atmosphere was driving Corinne crazy. Farhan said she had heard that she had a potato farm and asked again, calling Maria Uni, if they made potato cakes. She replied that yes, they bake them in the oven, but in a frying pan. She gasped and asked if something like that could be called a cake. Maria replied that if it was called a cake, it was a cake. And then she asked with a smile if she was sure she didn't want some more strawberry. Varan said she was sure. Yehor wondered what the atmosphere was like here. He looked at Korin and mentally asked what he had already done. Korin understood the question in Jaeger's eyes. He gave him a confused look, mentally saying that he didn't know either. And it is very frightening. Korin stood up and said that he was sorry, but he had to go to the restroom. The boys also stood up and said they were also burning up. The guy asked if the girls had just had a fight. Jaeger said that, in his opinion, he was the worst choice, and Lark supported him. The girls immediately pounced on Arisha with questions about her life in the village and how nice and environmentally friendly it must be. But Arisha thought about how hard it was for her. They smile, of course, but you can tell it's not sincere. Maria said that this winter Corinne will go south with her again. She has several hotels with thermal waters. He needs to have a good rest and wash away all the fatigue. Hwarin said that she would ask Op to go with her to the Xian chapel. If he went there, he would be blessed by the saint. Wouldn't a blessing be better than the moldy smell of the thermal waters? Arisha barely broke into their argument and asked if they hadn't heard that Corinne was coming to visit her this winter. Even in the restroom, the boys heard the noise the girls made when they heard about Corin's trip to Arisha. Corin felt that someone was trying very hard to finish someone off. She told me in a trembling voice that Corin said he had business in the west, and he wanted to watch the solar eclipse with her. The girls were hovering over Arisha, and she wondered if he hadn't told them about it. A few days ago, she said that the spirit came from the western forest. Corin was surprised that it came from so far away. It is said that the druids of the spirits they love always move with them, but it is a rare case to go that far. The druid Yule said that the other druids had already told them about Uskias and Phineas. Findias is the place where one of the 4 greatest treasures of Klaus Solus is hidden, and the druid who guards it is called Uskias. In the game, these treasures existed only as items that could not be obtained, and according to the canonical story, they were all collected by Tatez Valtazar and his subjects. Park Sihu could not even defeat them. It was definitely necessary to become stronger, but it would have been better to weaken the enemy. If he could steal at least one of the treasures, in general, he would not have known where to look for it. But now, thanks to his victory over Permak Daman, he received the map of the 4 treasures of the son of Findias. The information he received went straight to his head. This requires a solar eclipse. When the sun's power is maximally weakened, he will be able to get Klaus Solus. There has been only one eclipse in the last 3 years of the game. On February 8th, during the winter break, Corin then asked if Phinidius and Uskias were in the western part of the kingdom. Ewell said that they were more precisely located beyond its borders in the territory of the King of Monsters. It's a hidden location, but he is sure that Ewell, who has become stronger, will be able to find it. Everything went exactly according to plan. He decided that during this vacation he would find Phinidius in the west and be the first to get Klaus Solus. He will ruin the plans of Valtazar and his minions. Maria asked if they were traveling together. He replied that he was not sure of Duke Sabanzia's abilities, so he wanted to take a good fencer with him. That is why he is leaving. Corin asked why she was looking at him like that. She asked him if he would be leaving right after the vacation started. Then she held out the jewelry in her hand and told him to take it. The girl said she was from a family of dukes. This thing should help him get into most places. He said it was a very valuable thing. Then he asked if she was sure she wanted to give it to someone like him. Lowering her head, Maria replied that he was not like that. Corin asked what she meant. Maria said that Corin was not a nobody to her. A touched Corin said that, as he had said, there could be dangerous enemies there, so he could use her help. She almost jumped for joy. Maria said she would be happy to help him. She told him to go first and wait until she was ready. Immediately after that, he was instructed not to get hurt, not to buy potatoes from strangers, and to eat the ones she gave him. He emphasized that he was not a child. Then he said he was going to leave, but she caught him by the arm. Maria asked if they could do this before he left. Corin told her to drink as much as she wanted. For some time, she will have to make do with blood from bags. Maria thanked him and said she would do it one day. Corin just gave a soft laugh. The day before he left, Corin wondered why he felt so tired when he got out of the shower. He was only able to leave Maria's room after midnight. He thought he needed a good night's sleep. But to his surprise, there was a surprise waiting for him in bed. Warren said that he had taken a long shower. Corinne said why should he care how long it took him to shower, and asked what she was doing here. She said she was sleeping here. Corin said that she could not say that. But the girl said she didn't care. Last time they slept together. He said they had no choice then, and it was all because of the rain. Corin thought that it was not worth wasting energy when there was so little of it. Everything would be fine if Professor Josephine didn't find them. And what he should do the next time she wanted to sleep together again. She also remembered the incident with the rain. And then he decided he didn't care. Let it be. He started to take off his robe, but was suddenly hit in the head with a pillow thrown at him by Quarren. The girl asked him why he was taking off his clothes. Corin replied that he usually sleeps without clothes on. Quarren was about to throw another pillow at him. He said he was joking, but he wouldn't sleep in that either. He would just change into his pajamas. Then she asked him not to do it here. Corin wondered why he should go elsewhere. Shouldn't she have turned away? The guy suggested that she take a pillow. She replied that she slept well enough as it was. Then he said they could do this, and held out his hand. Quarren said she was determined. Corin said she could stay awake like that if she didn't want to. She said again that she did not say that. She asked him to be careful at the event. He asked if she was worried. Varen replied that when he was wounded, her heart hurt. Corin huffed in surprise. The girl said that he continues to fight, just like he did for her. When they locked eyes, she said she would protect him, but she asked him to be careful. Corin exhaled. He repeated that the main thing was not to get hurt, so he could have a little bit. Warren asked him to stop being so nitpicky. He told her to wait a bit longer. He would be heading west soon. The girl said she was calm now. Corin thought that Warren's words gave him much more willpower. The next day they met at a coffee shop. He asked Arisha if it was her. He began to read out that the Sword Emperor Garand had left the 5th Sword Pavilion to his granddaughter. The battle for success is becoming increasingly fierce. Arisha choked on her coffee when she heard this. Wiping the coffee off her face, Arisha said she didn't even know. Corin said it was obvious. He thought her situation would improve now. She replied that she probably would. Moving on to the main topic, he asked if they had brought things and equipment for snowy places. Arisha answered that she had packed a coat and food, and Yuel said that nature protects her, so she doesn't need anything. Corin laughed and said they were both still new. They asked him what was wrong. He said that they would be going straight west on the Viersny. He asked if they understood what that meant. They asked in a chorus what. The guy replied that it meant they would soon be in big trouble. And so it was. Arisha shouted to Corin that she was physically unable to open her eyes and begged for help. Yuel also resented the fact that nature did not protect her so much, and Corin needed to be more specific. Corin huffed that they were newbies. Being 1 kilometer above the ground, regardless of the weather, you need warm clothes and goggles. He added that they should remember this life lesson. So, listening to the girls' complaints, they reached the western region of Taklakan. Waving her arms, Arisha called out to Corin. She shouted for him to look down, but he did not hear what she was saying, and she pointed down even more intensely. Below them, a herd of elephants ran out of the forest. They were running fast across the countryside. Arisha shouted that there was a city in the direction they were running, and at this rate, they will destroy it. The guy thought that in principle, they were not limited in time. Therefore, they can help and save the town. To stop the herd, Corin told Yuel to plant roots in their path. Then he asked Arisha if she would take care of the rest. The roots sprouted and quickly braided a wall in front of the pack. The other plant began to wrap around the elephants themselves. Arisha jumped from her wyvern and attacked them with her sword. But Elephant blocked her blows. Yuel pointed out that they were tearing up the roots. and they wouldn't last long either. Corin told her to focus on what was ahead. Corin wanted to say something else, but something else caught his attention. A group of soldiers on horseback was approaching them. They broke into the herd of elephants and dealt with them. They were Arden's monster hunters. Corin was surprised to see them here. She said arrogantly that Arisha was as pathetic as ever, and not even able to finish off those slow pigs. Arisha's older sister, Lunya, came down from her horse and stopped in front of her. Yule asked who the girl next to Arisha was. Corin answered that it was Luna Arden. Lunya said that if you take on something that is not yet within her power, you can only do more damage than would have happened without her intervention. Corinne wondered if she was warning her because of the news in the paper. With the words, "Here, take this," Lunya threw something small into Arisha's hands, and she caught it. After that, Lunya called out to Corin and threw something to him as well. The boy quickly caught it with one hand. When he opened his fist, he saw that she had thrown him a honey caramel. Arisha quickly threw her favorite treat into her mouth and told her sister that she had scared her. Luna warned her to be more careful in the future. She shouldn't just rush into things. She turned to Corin and told him that she had heard that he had received the first rank. He confirmed it. Without even turning around, she said that it was a great job and he should keep it up. Corin thought she was as cold as ever. Maybe she was just that kind of person. Lunya told Corin that there was something more important, and then asked him if he would like to marry her. Yule and Arisha almost went crazy when they heard Lunya's proposal. But Corinne was stunned by this question from Lunya Arden. Owning a large amount of land and being the largest family in the south, the Dunarefs control most of the trade routes. In comparison, the western regions not only border on the lands of heretics, but also face the depths of nature. They are forced to defend themselves against monsters from uninhabited lands. Despite such conditions, the event maintains its reputation, undoubtedly thanks to a single family, to the defenders of the Ardennes deserts. When they arrived in the Ardennes, they were met by a large number of soldiers who bowed their heads to Luna. Lunia said that her sister's friends had come to visit them and ordered them to prepare a room. She told Arisha to go with her. Arisha was always afraid, even though she loved her older sister. Corinne and Yule were playing a game, and the boy won. She noticed that the game was difficult and asked him how he was so good at it. He replied that he had played it many times. Worried about being overheard, Yule whispered to Corinne whether he thought Arisha would be okay. She added that she thought it was something serious. He replied that everything would be fine because they were family. She asked if she could be punished for attacking those elephants. Corinne said that she was not that kind of person. The door suddenly opened and a woman entered the room and said the name of Corin Locke. The boy answered that it was him. She told him that Miss Luna Arden had asked him to call him. Corin was surprised. When Corin came in, Lunya invited him to sit down and told him that they had a lot to talk about. He asked if she would not punish him. She asked what they were talking about, and he said it was nothing. Lunya poured Corin a cup of hot tea. She started the conversation by saying that he was about to turn 18. He confirmed and said that he and her sister were the same age. Then Lunya said she was just curious and asked if he was already married. Corin choked up and said no. She asked if he was not married yet, if he might be interested in marrying her. Corin asked if she was serious. She replied that she did not look like a joker. Absolutely seriously, she said that he was a perfect family, not only looking at the development towards martial arts, but also in the outlook, and his face fits her type. Corinne said he didn't think she would care about such things, but she said that she was a girl after all, and she is choosing a man whose face and body she will see under the cover of night. He asked why she was suggesting all this. Luna said it was because of him. She said that when Arisha defeated her, that stupid old sword emperor appeared. He appointed Arisha as the master of the 5th Sword Pavilion. His words angered those who supported her. She said that Corinne, more than anyone else, should understand this, because he came up with the plan himself. Her position became more precarious, and she received a large number of letters from various fencers offering to restore her honor. Corin noted that a marriage of convenience is a good political move. Lunia said she didn't like it. She did not want to become a product on the marriage market. Corin then asked if that was why she wanted to make him a fake proposal. And to this direct question, Lunya Arden answered with a smile that this was the case. Arisha is the Arden's illegitimate child, but even so, there were many gifts waiting for her on her return, all because she was appointed a possible heiress at such a young age. She asked if she had heard the news. Her father had appointed her as the future master of the 5th Sword Pavilion. The girl said she had heard. She was going to deny it, but the woman said that her father's words were the law and that no one gave her the right to deny it. Lunya Arden's mother and wife, Jada Arden, responded to Arisha's explanation with such stern words. Undoubtedly, this is all because of the family head's past. No one can deny what Garand Arden wants. Sophia said that as the master of the fifth pavilion of the sword, she must protect humanity and the honor of their family. With this symbol of the pavilion master, she has to choose the people who will serve in the pavilion and establish their roles. Arisha picked up the sword and agreed. She simply could not refuse. The manner of obedience instilled in her from an early age remains unchanged to this day, even though she knows that these people will never accept her. She came out and saw Lunya talking to Corin. He said that it was a good offer for him as well. Luna warned him not to plan anything for tomorrow because they were going on a date. Arisha thought that her easy smile and her well-pitched voice and that sudden phrase were all in Luna's style. Of course, there are some important reasons for this, but it's still based on her attraction to him. She realized during the intermediate tests that Corinne liked Luna. As a fencer, she respects his military strength, but she also wants space. If she didn't like Corin as a man, she would never have asked him to marry her. Arisha said with a smile that this was a good thing. Arisha liked them both. Lunya, her half-blood sister, played the role of a mother to her in her childhood. Although it may seem that they are not on the best of terms, she only wants the best for her. He helped her talent blossom by believing in her and saved her from her sister's followers. These two are perfect for each other, and they are both people very dear to her, and the fact that they are getting married is a good thing. Lunya asked her mother what it was. She gave her a sheet of paper and told her that it was a list of heirs from famous families and experienced fencers in the western regions. Most of those who supported her were from her mother's family. She couldn't just ignore it. So she decided to give in to her whim, but his face told her everything. Objectively, he is a good person. But another thing that was more important was his incredible thirst for power. Her grandfather, Garand Arden, will choose the next head of the family. Corin Locke has enough talent to reach the territory that he prefers to remain silent in response to all other opinions. How deep are her emotions? Is it friendship or is it something more? Such concern for her sister's feelings. Lunya shook out the pipe, saying that it was her younger sister and belonged to her. She has the right to do so, but it is not proper for this warrior. Jenny turned to her and asked if it was a secret meeting with Corinne Locke. She denied it. She said that it was a careful attempt to propose to him. Then she asked if he had any problems with it. She replied that compared to the ones Ms. Sophia had chosen, it was nothing. He was the reason why they lost. Even at such a young age, he surpassed Lena and entered the territory. The fencer concluded that he was qualified to be her partner. Lunya replied that now she could see that she knew a lot about men. Jenny asked if she was going to go on a date dressed like that. Luna asked what was wrong with her. Corin stopped in front of the building and said that I think she said they were supposed to meet somewhere here. Corin blushed at the sight of Lunya. He couldn't even imagine her looking like that. Lunya asked why he was looking at her like that. Maybe she had something on her face? He answered hesitantly that there was not. She took him by the arm and offered to leave. He just stared at her. The scout reported to the master of the fifth pavilion that they had found monsters on the border. Arisha replied that this was great and ordered them to go there as soon as possible. There was a wonderful performance at the opera, and the hall was filled with music and singing. Arisha entered the territory and defeated the giant monster in one fell swoop. She exhaled when she felt the monster's blood splatter on her face. The girl rushed right into the pack of monsters and mercilessly cut them down with her sword. At the same time, Corinne and Lunya were enjoying the actors playing and singing on their first date. As the master of the fifth pavilion, Arisha was defending her land. The blood of monsters rained down on her. Everyone applauded the artists. The performance ended with a standing ovation and shouts of bravo. After finishing all the monsters, Arisha said that they had done a great job today. Lunya asked him if he liked it. He said yes. The advertisement about the angelic voice did not lie. She said he didn't understand and asked him again if he liked it. He said it was a good experience. She said that in her opinion it was not bad, and most importantly, that he felt good. She added that it was not a bad day for her either. Then she sat down and kissed his hand. Corinne picked her up and asked if it was not the boy's job to kiss the girl's hand. She replied that it was a bad habit after talking to some girls and that next time she would let him do it. Arisha heard that Lunya had asked him to meet again tomorrow. She had a lot of ideas. He agreed and said goodnight. Lunya noticed Arisha standing behind them covered in blood. She asked her if she had just returned from an expedition. She asked if she had gone on a date with Corin. Luna said they had a nice time in the city. She gripped the sword's hilt tightly and said that she understood and that they must have had a lot of fun. The sister looked at Orisha carefully, then she hummed and smiled with interest. Luna noticed that she even wore a traditional dress. She added that she did not remember wearing it since that day 7 years ago. After that, she said she was going to change. She would wait for Orisha at the training ground. They were going to have a competition. Usually, she tried to refuse to do so to avoid a fight. She wasn't sure why her sister had suggested this, but today she couldn't say no. She said it was so unexpected that she accepted her offer. She added that she usually refuses such offers. Luna told her sister that no one was watching them, so she had to do her best. According to the rules, we started with an introduction. The first style of the Arden sword is the great student Luna Arden, she answered. Arden's first sword style is that of a first-class fencer, Orisha Arden. After the introductions, the ball can begin, and Luna was the first to attack Orisha. Orisha was no longer that frightened girl, so she pulled herself together and repelled her sister's attack. Luna used the techniques of the fierce tiger and the golden pheasant. Next, the first form of the second style. She asked Orisha if she remembered. Then she told her to try to keep up with her. A horizontal wave of darkness and then light. They are both in the territory now. Orisha's eyes should have seen the attack coming, but her reflexes could not keep up. However, if she can read Luna's attacks, she can predict them. For example, an instant hit to the promotion of soaring sky fan to falling lightning. And she not only managed to react, but even counterattacked Luna. Luna told her sister in her usual manner that she had lost her breath and punched her so hard that she flew away. She noted that her insight has been refined to an incredible level through repeated efforts. Afterwards, she said that it was better than before, and now it is noticeable that she did not beat around the bush all this time. The girl stood up and said that she was. Luna said she thought her heart had changed because of him. Then she asked Orisha if she knew what they had in common. She asked what it was. Luna said that they don't waste their efforts. Their approach is the same in every step. And there is no need to use these beautiful moves against humans. Only a difference in distance of less than the length of one finger can bridge this fatal gap. She told Orisha that next time she should dodge. Orisha thought she could read Luna's attacks. Her older sister attacked again, and Orisha wondered how she would be able to dodge such an attack. Orisha was right to be worried. She was unable to dodge a sophisticated attack and lost. She thought that she had narrowed the gap at least a little bit, so that after that battle she could proudly and honorably be called a fencer. But it turned out to be a pathetic arrogance. The victory was only due to her luck. There was an insurmountable difference in strength between her and Luna. Luna told her to keep practicing. If she didn't, she would be forced to watch her and his backs for the rest of her life. After the fight with her sister, Orisha felt very disappointed in herself and her abilities. A few days later, while pouring tea, she said that Luna hadn't gotten married this year. But she had heard that she had been seeing a young man lately. Luna sipped her tea and said that their paths had crossed by chance. She said that even if it's not an affair, she can continue to communicate after the engagement. A man is just a tool to increase the family's fame. Sophia Arden was a master of the sword that was once the greatest in the West. But after her husband's infidelities, the ideals of married life became quite distorted. She told Luna that she should marry the most advantageous man. Luna told her not to worry. She guarantees he is a good warrior, better than any she had ever offered. Sophia asked if he was that strong. She replied that Corin reached the territory at only 18 years old. His warrior talent is comparable to that of his grandfather. Her mother asked why she was talking about talent. Luna replied that it was not just raw power, but something more. It is a true talent for victory. That's what she's talking about. And then she added that he was also handsome, which surprised Sophia Arden. She said Corinne was her type, and besides, she likes to get what her little sister wants. Sophia said it was unethical. This was the first time Sophia rethought her views on marriage. After 9 days of arriving at the Arden home, the New Year's celebration began. Corin noticed that the traditional costumes of the village resembled those of Korea. And when the festival was coming to an end, Yule came up to him and told him that she had found him. Their initial goal of traveling west was to find one of the treasures of the Findius. The lands of the Druids of Findius are rich in a variety of natural wonders of mountains and monsters. It was located beyond the border ruled by the Ardennes, so they reached the western border. In the forest, she asked if they would like to have some snacks. Corinne thanked her for walking them. Luna noticed how convenient it is to have a druid guide who can see spirits. With one of these, they will definitely not get lost in this forest. Corin said it was all thanks to Lunya. By the way, thanks to her company, they were able to cross the border together without any problems. She said no need to thank me. She doesn't know what he is looking for abroad, but they are all still quite young, and she is his fiancée, so she has to protect them. Any ordinary guard would be a yoke in this valley. Given that there are no Mary and no Varan here, Luna is an incredible force. Arisha called out to her sister and advised her not to make any quick statements like, "I'm a bride." She asked why. Arisha argued that people might think the wrong thing. Lunya replied that she didn't care what people thought. She had the courage to say that she really didn't need to worry about Corin, and in her opinion, it's not fair to limit his potential personal life like this. In fact, pleased with her younger sister's jealousy, Lunya asked if she really thought so. Yule said it was right up ahead. Now they should go through here and be there. But when they stepped into Yuel's wake, the space split into parts. Corin understood everything. As expected from a place guarded by a sage-level druid. They were separated. The spell is designed to watch everyone who enters the barrier. Does it look like the Eight Gates formation from last time? Apparently, it's something like a test. They want to see if the druid's companions are worthy of coming here. But it's a standard trap. He said he would deal with every monster and illusion. The boy grabbed his spear and waited for the attack. Someone appeared on the lawn behind him and simply called out to Corin. A cold chill ran through Corin's body. He recognized the voice. Park Si-hoo greeted him and called him brother. Then he added that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Corin thought that was too cruel. Corin rushed to attack Park Si-hoo and shouted that he was a fake. Not only did he say that it was true, but he also said that Corin was a fake. He said that he was the real hero of this world, unlike him. He is the rightful protagonist of this world. Corin noticed that he was gesturing to his spear. Park Si-hoo may be a villain, but that doesn't negate his incredible power. It's not a mistake to call him a god. He was even stronger than Corin is now. Like a fog floating by, he said that Corin must be very proud to have been able to finish him off. But now he has to save the world, and he asked if Corin was sure he had the strength. And then he reminded me that even he had failed in spite of everything. And who is he? What can he achieve with his flawed system? Will he be able to overcome Tatez Valtazar? Corin answered that he could. He would steal one of the 4 treasures to weaken him. That's why he came here. He is trying his best to keep the happy ending. He said it was a lie. If he really wanted a happy ending, he would have chosen it. Corin said that would have jeopardized his innocence. He again said, what difference does it make? He asked if he wasn't enjoying it. Park Si-hoo said that he sacrifices too much for others. He should only think about it. All the time he spends on NPCs should be spent on something bigger. And if he spent that time searching for items, he would be much stronger now. And he should know that he is not playing efficiently. He whispered in his ear that he had sacrificed hundreds of thousands of people to get here. This is how a player becomes stronger. By sacrificing others. Park Si-hoo said that Corin should let all the necessary people die and calmly save the world with him. Corin said that was correct. He started the game again and wouldn't lie that he didn't regret any lost items or events. And now he sees this miserable picture only because these disgusting desires still remained in his heart. Maria Dunaref, Arisha, Arden Hua, and Ran are the people he saved. He saves the world to create a place where the people he saves can live in peace. And it will be the world that he will save. After these words, Park Si-hoo's image began to crumble. Corin didn't even think he would be scared by the vision, but it helped him regain his focus. He has no regrets. Even if given another chance, he would make the same choice. The guy heard a familiar voice again, but this time it was a woman's and turned around. Corin pointed out that Yule was a druid, so it didn't affect her. Then he asked how Luna managed to get out so quickly. She replied that a creature who looked like her grandfather was trying to talk nonsense. That is why she finished him off. He also asked about Arisha, because she is very vulnerable to such things. The druid said that she should wake up soon. They heard someone say that they had passed through the fog quite easily and called them interesting guests. There was a black panther on the hill. Corin was surprised that the panther could talk, but he also added that it did not look like a monster. The panther spoke again and apologized for her mistake. A glow of magic appeared around her. An old druid appeared on the spot where the panther had stood and greeted Yule and her friends. It was Uskias, the guardian of Findius. He told them that he would take them to Findius. They came to the place where one of the 4 treasures of Klaus Solas was hidden. Corin asked Yule if all these people were druids. She confirmed and said they were all like her. He said it was a very nice place and asked if he could buy real estate here. She asked if he was sure about it because the locals call it the Green Belt. He said that this is never a bad thing. The guard said that he had heard that a young druid was looking for this place to ward off spirits. Old Uskia sat down on his throne and asked the guests what brought them here. Corin replied that it was one of the treasures left to Dean by the sun sword of Claw Solus. The druid huffed thoughtfully and said that it meant they were looking for him too. The guy said that he was here as the first spear of the Queen of Heaven, Erin Danua. He was not lying. He is the rightful successor of his master. Even after regression, this fact remains unchanged. But the word also confused Corin the most. So someone had already asked about the treasure. I heard some coughing and a silhouette appeared in the doorway and said that he smelled a strong odor of blood. He asked Corin if he was the guy who killed Permac Daman, and he added that he hadn't expected it at all, and then he asked if he knew him. It was a monster under the leadership of Marius the Shadow King. He was called the Monster King of the Sky Dunes. Dunn leaned over Corin and asked if he was saying that he was the Queen's puppy. He emphasized that there is only one throne. He also added that when the time of shadows comes, his queen will be torn apart by monsters, and not a single piece will be left. Uskia said they both want to find Klaus Solus, but he has no right to give it to one of them. All he can do is check who is worthy to receive it. Corin thought about it. So the druid is neutral, but this is not good because he does not know the conditions of the test. They are in the same boat, but in his past life, Waltazar received all 4 treasures. The druid ordered them both to wait in their rooms. They would inform them of the inspection after a small gathering. The guy thought that if the events went along the canonical route, this asshole would pass the test. Dunskies again called Corin the boy who killed Permac and said he would be waiting for him. That night, Arisha Arden had a strange dream. It was about a happy family. 2 people she truly respects took an oath and exchanged their love. 12 nieces and nephews call Arisha their aunt. Her sister is a loyal person, and Corinne will definitely not upset his wife. So it's a happy choice for everyone. Then why is she so sad? Why? She groaned and Corin asked if she was awake. She didn't answer, so he thought she was having a dream. He said that every day is important here, and he hopes that she will wake up tomorrow. Arisha reached out and grabbed hold of Corin's shirt. He said happily that she was finally awake. But in a moment he was in bed under her. Corin was surprised and called her name. The girl put her finger to his mouth and told him to be quiet. After that, she called him a half-brother. But his surprise became even greater when she allegedly began to take something off his finger. She leaned into his ear and whispered that her sister was not at home today. Arisha hugged him and then fell asleep on his shoulder. Corin was confused and did not understand what was happening. In the morning, the druid said that he would announce the second task. Arisha was surprised and asked why the second one, and when the first one was. He replied that they may not have realized it, but they had already accomplished the first task. It was to assess how far they would go with their actions. It was a test of the level of unwavering confidence to maintain one's own sense of justice. Uskia said that they all passed it and performed quite well. Arisha recalled the events of her dream and was terrified. She said out loud that she didn't think she had done anything special, but Corin winked and told her not to underestimate herself. He told her to be more confident. She tested her beliefs. Lunya patted Arisha's head and told her that whatever her actions were, she should follow them. She added that people's strength comes from the core of their faith. Yule advised Arisha to take a break if she was tired. She replied that she was fine and that a sinner like her had no right to do so. During the second task, each of their druids will be there to help. Uskias told them that the task was to find a tree with mistletoe and create a staff from it. Then he announced that the task had begun and they had until dawn. Before the competition, they signed an agreement that the participants would accept the results of the task and not attack each other for 60 days. Corin asked Uskas to sign this agreement. That's because the intervention of the druid Dumnorix would be a real thorn in the side. Unlike the other druids who are neutral, Dumnorix supports Balthazar. And despite the fact that Yule specializes in this, he is a wise man. Even with the condition not to attack each other, there is a big gap between them. Yule said that the case was not important. For some reason, the spirits are not responding to her. Corin said that he knew that. They are helping Dumnorix. Lunya said it would be hard for them. Behind me, I heard Arisha's voice calling out to Corin. She said she had found mistletoe. The guy sighed and said that it was just a frame tree. Everything that happens is a real gamble. Mistletoe does not usually grow on oaks. Finding an oak tree in a giant forest is not the easiest task in general, and the one with mistletoe on it is even more impossible. Even if they were guided by spirits, the task would be difficult. But they are all on Dumnorix's side. Lunya asked if she could just find mistletoe and attach it to the oak tree. She could cut it off. Yulia said that would lose the whole point. At dawn the next day, the druid Uskias announced that the task was over, and they had to bring their staffs. Dunsky said that he thought he would have the thickest and hardest staff. Why is theirs thicker and harder? Luna told him to shut up and that it sounded strange. She added that he shouldn't ask questions. Arisha was able to find some mistletoe flowers and attach them to the oak tree. Then they used Uel's magic to germinate them. In most cases, the plant would have died. However, with the use of a potion from the west, everything seemed to work. Uska said that everyone seems to have successfully completed the second task. They all pass, so now it's time to announce the last task. In the northern part of the forest, there is a magic rowan tree with pink berries. They are supposed to bring him these fruits. Of course, Korin realized that the task would not be so easy, but he did not think it would be so difficult. He said his name was Sharwan, and those who seek the fruit must prove to him that they are worthy. Celestial Titan, a named creature from the heroic legends of Arcana that belongs to the same race as the Celestial Titan protecting the son of Phineas. Even the king of the dunes monsters, Skies, noticed that he was gigantic, and Lunya said that trying to overcome it would be difficult. Korin told her not to even try. Whether they win or lose this way, they will not get Claw Solace. The point of this task is not to start a meaningless battle with this giant. The first and second tasks had similar themes. Sharwan said he would test their knowledge. He would give them a riddle and they would have to solve it. Korin said that monsters from legends always liked riddles and asked if she had never heard of it. Yule said no. Dune danced with joy and said that he loved riddles and would be able to solve it. Celestial Titans love treasures and riddles. This is based on the idea that everything else would simply collapse from their power too easily. Korin said that he also agreed. Then Sharvan said that with their permission, he would tell them about the rules. The first person to guess the riddle wins. For the sake of fairness, only 2 people from each side will take part in the task. But they cannot take druids, because they often solve these riddles with them. Dune Skies was happy and kept saying that he loved these riddles, so Korin would have to do his best. Lunya immediately said that she didn't seem like the type of person who was interested in riddles. But since Arisha said that she had solved riddles from magazines, she would join him in this task. When the participants came closer, Sharvan said they could start. He said it grows in the morning but becomes smaller at noon. In the afternoon, it grows again and disappears at night. Korin thought he could have solved the riddle if he had more time. But Dunsky said in a few seconds that he had the answer, and it was a shadow. Arisha asked Korin if he thought the monster had answered correctly. Korin had forgotten, because he always had a strange impression of him. It was a special trait of Sky's. Sharwan announced that the answer was correct and began to ask the next riddle. It exists, but you can't see it. However, even the strongest warrior cannot defeat it. It will move towards you, but will stop forever when you pass it. Clearly demonstrating that he was bored and easy, Skies again immediately replied that it was time. Then the Titan made another riddle. It can be a joyful comedy and sometimes a tragedy. All living beings are the main characters in this play. He again immediately exclaimed that it was life. Life can be both tragedy and comedy in one bottle. It was not a singing battle. It was as if they were fighting against thousands if not millions of people at the same time. In a panic, Korin shouted to Arisha to do something because he thought she read a lot of these magazines. She said she only subscribed to the ones for teenage girls. The fourth riddle was this. For her, it is good, but others do not understand it. To some, it may seem cruel. To others, it may seem salvation. It was difficult for Korin to understand this riddle. He wondered if he had always had such a weak imagination. Arisha said she could answer. Sharman said she should answer. For her, it was beautiful, but others do not understand this. It may seem cruel to some, but to others it is salvation. Shyly, Arisha answered uncertainly that she thought it was an affair. Everyone present was surprised by this answer. Sherman just huffed thoughtfully. Arisha was trembling with anticipation of Sharman's answer. He said it was an interesting answer, and he would accept it as the right one. She immediately began to apologize and asked him to tell her that she had made a mistake. Korin asked her what she was thinking. Arisha asked for a chance to explain. Despite the fact that they broke their winning streak, possibly due to the luck of the newcomers, after Skies solved the next 2 riddles, they had no choice but to accept defeat. Skies walked away laughing and praising his beautiful berries. He kept saying that he had done a great job. He was happy to have won. But it was a complete failure for them. Arisha moaned about what they should do. Was it really over for them? Yulia said the task probably doesn't end there. It's just that they won't have one of the items that will help them in the next stage. Arisha was immediately relieved. She said that druids do not give up after the first defeat, but suddenly she stopped talking as if she felt something. Lunya stopped Arisha and immediately asked if Yule had sensed an enemy anywhere near them. The druid girl answered that she did not, and again plunged into her feelings. Yule said that she could not feel any spirit nearby, no matter how hard she tried to establish a connection. Corin said that if you think about it, there are no monsters either. They had only seen a few on the way here. All the spirits and monsters were gone. But this place was considered a mountain of monsters. The absence of both species in a forest like this means only one of two things. Either someone killed them all or scared them very much. Duke Skies asked his druid guide that perhaps they had gone too far. Dumnorix stopped and recited the special spell Oslovrementata. And after reciting the spell, the old druid struck his staff several times. They found themselves in the center of a magic circle from which magic poured green light. A building appeared in front of them. It looked very ancient. Suddenly, the green light changed to red. The whistle of a sword cutting through the air was heard. Corin shouted to all of his men to step back because he could see the territory. The energy began to gather in one point and was about to explode. Yule just froze in one place and did not react to Corin's words. The guy jumped up and quickly took the frightened girl away from the blast wave. A terrible creature appeared at the sight of the flash. Luna screamed that it was a humanoid monster. Corin asked Yuel to keep her away from the area. Looking at the monster, he wondered how this monster could have appeared here. When Duke Skies saw the monster, he laughed, and instead of his legs, snakes appeared from under his long cloak. But the humanoid monster quickly swung his swords and cut off the heads of all the snakes. Lunya seemed to recognize him. She looked at him closely, and then said that he was dishonorable. He was a majestic swordsman from the heroic legends of Archon, also known as the Demon of the Sword. Beyond the territories of Arden are the lands of demons, a place in which mountain monsters and demons consider themselves rulers of the forest and maintain a fragile balance. But it was broken by one single man with a sword. It was Harold Arden. He declared then to the monster that this sword was his. He did not call half men because they succumbed to their animal instincts. However, in rare exceptions, it happens that a monster can take on a human form. The Emperor of the Sword who found this creation laughed and sarcastically remarked that the monster wielded a sword. Thus began a one-sided relationship between teacher and student, even though only the teacher knew about it. But on the 8th day, Harold Arden gave this monster a name. After getting rid of his snakes, Duke Skies muttered what was wrong with this monster. A sword demon who possessed the Arden sword style. His name is known only to him and the old man who gave it to him. But in the future, it will become much more famous. He will become a famous swordsman in the heroic legends of Archon and eventually join Valthazar. But judging by the way he had attacked Dumnorix and Skies, who were on Valthazar's side, he hadn't chosen that path yet. And while that was a relief, Corin still felt tense. Corin saw the monster turn in their direction. Could they be next? Corin thought about how he could repel the attack. Luna was ready for this. She called the yogi a miserable monster and had already approached him from the side. Luna used Arden's style of rapid break to attack the monster. There is a connection between intertwined swords and distorted hearts. After a few attacks, which they both launched and deflected, Lunya asked him where he learned this style. He did not answer and continued to attack her. Lunya barely managed to dodge him. The fight became tougher. He used not only both his hands but also his feet as sharp swords. It was a demon that seemed to be wielding countless swords at the same time. And he faced an opponent who skillfully controlled the distance with a single sword. The winner was determined by the ability to break through the difference between them. Lunia's extensive experience in fighting monsters played into their hands quite well. When Luna pinned the monster down, the water barely gave the command to finish. Corinne and Arisha were waiting for this signal, so as soon as they heard it, they immediately attacked the monster from the other side. Corin went on the attack with the two-faced vicious serpent technique of the dragon wood punch technique. Arisha used the third-degree iron destroyer technique. But to their great surprise, the monster was able to dodge all their attacks and was not injured. They were able to surround him, and Corin decided that he could not miss this chance. But even here, they were not lucky. The monster made a cut in the territory, and a monster with 8 arms appeared. One move in the territory is already difficult. One move hasn't even been made yet, and he's already struck 8 times. Even with all their strength, they were able to block only 5 of them. And the 3 remaining attacks were probably aimed directly at Luna. Although Luna could see and feel the territories, she was still slow there. Corin thought that Luna would not survive at this rate. But something else started to happen. It was a new technique, and Orisha had to learn it only before the end of the game. The final defensive skill of a fencer, a protective aura that Luna has activated. Luna did not wait and used the first style of the Arden Sword to falsely divide the territory. The monster was amazed and bewildered. Luna Arden managed to wound it. She joined Orisha and Corin and asked if she had hit any vital organs. She said that he was very dangerous and should be killed. Corin said that he agreed with her. However, the last sword skill he would definitely learn could pierce anything. It was as good as 1,000 hands. Corin thought they should end it here and now. The monster laughed at their efforts. But his laughter was interrupted by Duke Skies, who appeared out of nowhere behind him and said hello. The monster's reaction was instantaneous. He cut him to pieces with his swords. The pieces of Skies melted, and many crystals were visible in them. Those crystals turned into an equally countless number of snakes that began to attack the monster. The monster just laughed at this attempted attack. With its 8-armed speed, it would quickly deal with them. He felt something grabbing him. It was the roots of plants that were entangling his legs. They were the king's subordinates, and they were able to shock even the demon of the sword. The monster fought off hundreds of snakes at once and cut down the roots that grabbed his limbs to restrain him. Eventually, he felt that the number of attacks was too great and he was forced to retreat. The King of the Dunes monsters, Skies and Dumnarix, are creatures with an almost infinite supply of vital energy and strength. These were terrible monsters, and they will have to face these enemies. In the evening, they reached the settlement and went to rest. Yuel apologized for not being able to help. Orisha told her not to worry about it. In that situation, she had nothing to do and was not badly hurt. Luna noticed that the monster used the Arden sword style in combat. Orisha asked if he had read the fencing manual. Luna told her not to talk nonsense. The only way to learn this is through 1,000 battles. She voiced her guess that only one person could have done this. And at that moment, they heard a familiar voice. The man said that his granddaughter seemed to have understood everything. Her grandfather, and at the same time the Emperor of the Sword, Garand Arden, entered the room. Luna asked him without further ado if he was crazy to teach the monster how to use a sword. He replied that he just wanted to have fun in his old age, but he didn't teach him, he just showed him the territory. With these words, he took a step, and they found themselves in a completely different territory. Garen said that he used not a human sword but a monster sword to enter the territory. Isn't that disturbing? Listening to her grandfather talk about it, Luna said he was crazy. Despite this, Garand Arden continued that he might see the next stage of fencing. Luna said that he had gone completely mad. But Orisha, recalling her defeats, asked Garand Arden to teach her how to use a sword. He agreed. The talent was fascinated by the sword, and this is the beginning of the awakening to this madness. When the guard Uskias called them to him, Corin told them that they could not get the fruit. He asked if that meant they couldn't take part in the last test. He replied that, of course. He said that without fruit, they had no chance against Skies and Dumnarix. Corin said that a druid cannot behave like that. They lost only because of the obstacles in the middle. He asked if he was thinking of giving them some benefit, but he just said that he would announce the last task. He announced that they were to sprout the staff they had created in the first test to the very heavens and fight the giant guarding the sun. There were 3 weeks left before the solar eclipse. During this time, they need to grow the tree to the sky. They are woven from the same dough. The nature of these creatures depends on this to a large extent. This is why she understands the genius and demonic nature of the sword demon, and she is afraid that they are stronger than her. Orisha failed with each attack. Harold Arden told his granddaughter that her fundamentals were as bad as ever. But he added that the fact that she had asked him to teach her this showed that he had raised his student well. Orisha asked if by his student he meant the monster, and why he hadn't killed it. He answered that he could not. After all, that monster was a genius who was destined to reach the heavenly sword. Orisha was surprised to hear about the heavenly sword and said she had never heard of it. Her grandfather told Orisha that it was natural that she hadn't heard of it because he had invented it. Orisha shouted that she was done mocking and started attacking Harold Arden. Harold, preparing to repel the attack, continued that those who reach that level should be able to cut the heavens and even the whole world. He then added that this is the kind of swordplay he wants to see. Hearing these words, Orisha said that he was indeed a crazy old man, just as Lunya had said. Then he noticed that she was becoming more and more like her older sister every day. Maria spent almost all her vacations in the kingdom of El-Las in the southern castle. While getting dressed, Maria asked her mother if she could leave. She said she didn't see any problems. In 4 days, the vacation was to end. Corin left her the coordinates. He asked us to join him for the eclipse of the sun on February 8th. If she flies by Vernier, she will have enough time, but she was very worried. Seeing that Maria was getting ready, her father shouted where she was going. He said that she should spend the holidays with her family. Maria, as usual, did not listen to her father and said that she would make her other family there. Maria's mother restrained her husband and said that it was time for their girl to meet a boy, and then she added that they should make Diak a brother or sister. Then Maria said she would take the wyvern, but then she corrected herself and said that she would rather fly a Cresvelga. Perhaps it was the instinct of a superior vampire, but Maria was tormented by a premonition. She felt that another enemy had appeared. In the great church on the first holy land, Zeruem was told that a new nun named Quarren had come. She said she could come in. Quarren and Professor Josephine entered the prayer hall. They visited Saint Estelle Hadash El-Ras, who had just finished her prayer. Saying that it was really Quarren, she rushed to hug her. Quarren told her to let go. El-Ras said she had heard that she had gotten into trouble during the festival. She asked if she was okay now, but looking at her, she noticed that she was unharmed. Quarren asked the saint to remove the seal. El-Ras asked her why she needed to do this. She did not tell her, but simply told her to do it. Sviataya looked carefully into the girl's eyes and said uncertainly that she was Ran. Ran greeted me and said that she was of the same opinion and that they needed strength. She asked what for. The girl replied with a smile that she wanted to become a good wife for her future husband. El-Ras huffed thoughtfully, but she put her hand on the girl's head and did it. Quarren asked if the seal was removed, and she replied that it was until the last lock. She thanked her and said she would leave then. Madame Josephine told her that from this place to the eastern border, it was 24,000 kilometers, and she offered her a viverna. But Varin said that she was definitely faster than her and could not arrive there later than that girl. Josephine shouted that it would take her 3 weeks and why she was jumping out the window in the first place. Haverin shouted back that she only needed 2 days. The saint noticed that it was very interesting. Maria Dunaref, Lunya Arden Arisha, who overcame her, and Huaren, who changed, and whose character was unbearable, and Corinne Locke, who is connected to almost every incident. 4 days after that, Corin said that this old sword emperor was not restraining himself at all. He said that at this rate, she would die of blood loss before she even reached the tree. Arisha shouted that it would happen right now, but Corin said it was too soon. They looked at the staff they had sprouted. Corin said that he thought it could grow that tall. And then, with hope in his voice, he asked if he was right. Their staff was sitting still, unlike Sky's, and looked pathetic in comparison. Arisha replied that it did not look good. Corin told her not to worry. They will get through this somehow. It always did. It was the same when he stopped Permacus and the giant boar, or when he faced an unpredictable demonic man. Arisha wondered how he had achieved such willpower. Even in the face of an insurmountable obstacle, he seems to hope for the best. She asked him what he wanted to achieve. Corin was about to answer, but the druid noticed that he was working hard despite the time. The druid addressed him as Corin Locke of the Queen's First Spear and said that he wanted to talk to him. Corin asked him what he was talking about. Dumnorix asked in response why they, the humans, wanted to stop the onset of utopia. The guy replied that it was obvious. Many people will die, but he should know that anyway. And then he added that druids are supposed to put nature first, and asked why he had taken that side. The druid asked Corin if he hadn't realized this by now. Dumnorix said that after several hundred years of living, he came to one conclusion. To protect nature, you need to destroy people. Arisha thought that he did not feel human at all and looked dry, as if he were a plant. He was angry with the whole world. He took Arisha by the shoulder and told her to look at this creature carefully. And then he said he wanted to kill all the bastards like him. He smiled and asked if he had gone so far as to oppose them. Dumnorix added that he doubted their honesty. But looking at their progress, it is clear that nothing will work. The druid pointed to their staffs and asked if they could not see the difference. Then he said that he had lived centuries with nature. No magic could cover the difference in their height. He went on to say that nature and logic and efficiency and logic are not their problem. They always think they know more than anyone else. When it was necessary to throw a golden mandrake into the lake in the game, many people believed that it would be a good way to become stronger. But people like him who were bored with the standard gameplay experimented even with the use of similar items. Korin was sure that he was the only one who used golden mandrake to create this. The method he used to grow Orisha's billet into a giant staff was successful thanks to a few drops. The guy thought that he doubted that he had seen anything like this in his centuries of living with nature. He created this golden elixir with his own hands. The one and only hidden item is the golden mandrake fertilizer. It promotes the growth of magical plants and creates a mana recovery zone. Korin turned to the druid and said that he calls first-time players beginners. He doesn't know exactly how many years he lived on Earth, but when you go through several lives, you realize that you can always learn something. And then he called him a beginner and told him to watch carefully because he was about to create magic. After watering with fertilizer, the staff began to grow very quickly and became coarse and strong. Korin never imagined that his fertilizer would work so well, and thanks to it, they got the job done 3 times faster. Looking at the result of their work, Uskias said that he did not know how they did it, but they did a great job. And now, when they go to heaven, he will give them advice as a druid of Phineas. To get Klaus Solus, they must not miss the moment when the sun is waning. And as someone who lives on these lands, he wants to give them one last wish. The druid took his hand. After that, he said that from now on everything was in his hands. And then, bowing his head, he quietly asked them to stop and called Korin a young hero. Orisha called out to Korin and said she would tell her sister. After all, they were about to leave. He replied that he would not. Korin explained that the climb would take more than a day or 2, so they needed to prepare. First, they will pick up clothes and prepare food and start climbing in a week. The last battlefield before Klaus Solus receives one of the 4 treasures above the heavens, and they only have a week. Korin thought that Dumnorix should prepare carefully because Korin had assembled the strongest team. A helicopter had already appeared in the sky above them, delivering Maria Dunarev. At the same time as Maria, Korin arrived at the specified place and covered the distance on her own. A week passed, and it was time to get up. Yule said that no one else seemed to be coming. Korin wondered what they were doing so busy since none of them could come. The old guard druid Uskias asked if they had found her at the barrier. He noticed that the girl was not like that when he first saw her. Looking at the other one, he said that she had great strength. Her mana and aura are just incredible. He wondered what she saw in her subconscious. It was in this state for several days. At this rate, the entire space could be endangered. Uskias said that he would personally enter their minds and lead them out. When asked if he needed help, he denied it and explained that he would split his consciousness into 2 parts and bring them both out. In their subconscious, they had children even before they graduated from the academy. She noticed how quickly everything was developing and couldn't believe how much they resembled their father. It was a wedding. The groom was announced and he came out very dressed. She thought he was so handsome. After he came out, they announced that they were to meet the bride. Mary was surprised to hear about the bride. But it was not she who played the role of the bride, but Huaran. And to top it all off, she called him Appa again. Maria watched Corinne and Huaran get married. They looked so happy. But Maria was unhappy. A year of their married life passed quickly. They had a child and the boy was an exact copy of his father. Maria was torn by heartache. She screamed that this child should have been hers. Korin was so sensitive. He put so much effort into preparing for the anniversary. But his clothes are the same as at the wedding. But Mary would have prepared better clothes for him. Clothes, food, land, gold mines, treasure, power, she could give him everything. He would not have to do anything else. Just meet her at home with a smile. If he did just that for her, she would give him all of herself. She thought she had accepted this loss. No, she will never accept this defeat. Korin will grow old over time. After all, he is from a race that lives only 100 years. And Maria is a supreme vampire, which means she's invincible. So she'll turn Korin into a vampire and bind him to her. She doesn't care if their relationship becomes that of mother and child or master and servant. He will be hers alone. She can let him live these 100 years, and then she will take him away. Maria will pick up Korin when all traces of the woman disappear, and then he will open his eyes and become her Korin Locke again, but in a divine body. But the main thing is that she needs to be sure that her Korin is happy. Then she will feel happy herself. That day they got married and danced their first wedding dance. Quarren lost. It was the first loss in her life. Corin married Maria. She gave her heart when she touched her husband's hand, and now she is forced to look at his life with someone else. Quarren asked Ran what she was doing. She said she was watching. Then she asked what she wanted to do. She said she wasn't sure. She never planned to lose. My husband is my sweetheart. My love. My sweetheart. She wanted to call him all these words, to feel normal love, to have normal dates, and to start a family together. She said why not, she can help. Ran wants to do it. Corin was happy to see her. He said they hadn't seen each other for a long time and asked how she was doing. She immediately attacked him and said that he should just try to get away. He asked her what she was doing, and she said it was his fault. Varen looked at the bite marks on his collarbone. Then she said he was looking at someone else and not at her. And it was all his fault. She aimed to bite him in the same place that Maria had bitten him, and she did bite him, leaving her mark on top of that on his collarbone. She gave him all her first feelings, so his first time will be hers. Two people in love fell asleep at dawn holding hands together. Soon the stork brought them a little baby that they would also love. Varen had won. Tears of joy flowed down her cheeks as she celebrated her victory. The dream ended happily for each of them, so the girls woke up with smiles. The old druid Uskias introduced himself to the girls and told them that if they wanted to meet Corin Locke, they were too late. He said that Corinne and her team started to take to the skies 4 days ago. When Uskias was about to leave, the girls asked him how he knew they were looking for Corin Locke. He replied that he was a druid sage, and it was just his intuition. That day, Uskias swore that he would never tell anyone about the embarrassed thoughts of the two, or, more accurately, 3 girls. The higher they went, the colder it got. The girls told Corin that there was nothing here. Sneakily drawing runes, Corin told them to wait a little longer. They would be there soon. According to the canon, Valtazar's army receives 4 treasures: the Spear of Light, Horias, Areadbar, the Sword of Light, Finidias, Clau Solas, the Magic Cauldron, Murias, Undri, the Stone of Fate, Falia, Lea Fail. Chasing the servants of Valtazar in the game story, you could get to Gorias and Marias, but of course, there were no treasures there anymore. But he remembered one message from the game. Marias's magic cauldron is deep in the darkness, and he really is in a deep pit full of snakes. Therefore, the druid's words about Claw Solus reach the heavens and receive the sun could also be some kind of obvious clue. Suddenly, everything became agitated. The girls called out to Corin and shouted that the clouds were falling and they were about to fall too. Corin replied that it was not the clouds falling, but the tree had not yet stopped growing, and he told them to hold on tight. When the stem stopped, they saw a stunning picture. There was a real huge castle floating among the clouds. They approached the entrance to the castle. Corin noticed that the walls were about 50 meters high and in good condition. Lunia said that this should not be enough. Arisha was surprised and asked why. Her sister replied that it was because the castle was a celestial giant's, but obviously not a normal giant's. Then Yuel reminded us that Uskia said that there must be a giant guarding the sun, and she added that no matter what was guarding this place, you can't go through the main passage. The fruit they could not get was supposed to help them get inside. But Corin said they would knock and ask about everything, which scared Yulia. Corin stepped back a step and shouted with all his might for him to get out. A moment later, they heard metal scraping against the gate to the castle they were standing in front of. Slowly, a gap in the gate began to appear and a bright light poured through it. Arisha turned to Corin in fear, but he immediately told her that they would win. Her pupils dilated in fear when she heard a voice coming from outside the gate. His giant hand appeared from the gate, and the giant asked who was there. When the gate opened and they saw each other, the giant said it was just a man. Frightened, Arisha shouted that they were at least first rank, and then she asked Corin if he planned to fight them. The giant leaned over to Corin and ordered him to answer whether he had the key. Corin immediately told the giant the truth, that they did not have the key. He got angry and said that if he didn't have the key, he would become a human chop. The guy told him to wait, and then he said that they were the predecessors who had been accepted by the great hero Uskias. He said that soon their master would bring raspberry fruit from the rowan tree. Then the giant asked Corin if this was true. He should tell him the name of his master. Corin replied that he was also a great hero, and his name was Dun Sky. Since they did not receive the fruit, Corin decided to take advantage of those who did. He went on to say that the great dune sky had the recognition of the celestial giant Sharman and the sage Phinidius Uskias. The guy pointed to Yule and added that they even had a druid with them to convey the sage's message. The giant looked at Yule and repeated what he said about the confessions of Sharman and Uskias. Still smiling, Corinne pressed Yule through his teeth to try to prove it. There was only one plant next to them, and that was the one they had climbed up. Looking at it, Yule thought of only one thing. Yule used an ancient rune spell that Corin had once taught her. That's how Walkerman came out of the stem, the giant hummed. He said that they knew about the fruit of the rowan tree and that their druid could use Walkerman. And he doesn't mind that she represents Uskias here. But they don't have the key. Corin summarized that he understood that without the key, they could not get the sun. But their hero said that it would be polite to announce their arrival to the big giants first. The giant replied that it was the right thing to do. Then the giant said that he would take them to visit him, but they would not get the sun. Corin replied that it would be as he said. The boy was happy that he had succeeded. He whispered to the girls that it was easy. Lunya asked if this was his plan. He replied that it was not. And the plan will start right now. They're going to rob this place. Yule and Luna stayed behind to keep watch. Corin and Arisha went to the giant's treasury. It was strange to admit it, but stealing had been a part of his life in his previous attempt. Park Si-hoo had a cheat skill in inventory, so at all levels they always looked for treasure first. Arisha asked Corin how he knew where to look for the treasure. He answered that treasures are always hidden in the same pattern. But the hardest part will be finding the Sword of the Sun here. Arisha noted that the open ceiling was beautiful, and surprisingly, they did not meet any guards on the way. Corin answered that Claw Solus has to absorb sunlight every day, so you can only get it at the moment of a solar eclipse when its power is weakened. Arisha asked if they couldn't just pick him up at night and how they would find him in such a place. Corin said that he didn't think there would be no guards here, although in his opinion, there are no guards here because it is impossible to find the sword. Arisha slowly said that she understood why there were no guards. She asked what the chicken was doing here. It's too small to eat giants. The guy noticed someone approaching and told Arisha to hide. She panicked and asked where. A giant walked into the treasury and called the chicken cute, laughing. He began to catch it. Arisha and Corin hid in a pile of gold. The girl prayed that the chicken would not notice them. But the chicken looked directly at them and stopped in front of them. The chicken began to turn its head from side to side, looking at the intruders. Realizing that she was right and that strangers were hiding there, the hen frowned and began to crow. She did not stop talking and then laid a golden egg. Corin said in confusion that it was not a goose, and he added that all this gold came out of her ass. Arisha replied that he was being strange. The giant caught a chicken and called it his sweetheart. Then he told her to come with her daddy. Corin said that if they had stolen that chicken, they wouldn't have to think about money for the rest of their lives. Arisha told him to keep it together. They didn't come here for the gold, they came here for the sword. When the giant left, Arisha exhaled and said that it could have ended badly. She looked at Corin and remembered her dream. Why did she remember it now? Arisha hesitantly asked Corin what he thought of her sister Lunya. He said that Lunya was a good person, and he was attracted to her. She's cool. She is capable of many things, kind and beautiful. Any man would say that. With a sigh, she said she understood. Corin said we should continue the search. There is an eclipse in 2 days, and it will last only a couple of hours. If they don't get it within this time, Skies will go through all the stages as required and get it. Arisha turned to Corin and said she didn't understand something. He told her to get off him first. It enjoys the sun during the day and disappears from view at night. However, it becomes weak on the day of a solar eclipse. She looked at the sky and said that there should not have been a full moon that night. The sun of Klaus Solus was flying in the sky around the island, mistaken for the moon. When they returned from the treasury, Arisha said that during the day it looks like the sun, and at night it looks like the moon, and it's just right above them. The distance to it is not as far as to the real sun and moon, but it stays there because of the barrier around the island. But it is not so close that you can reach it with your hand. Yule asked if there was any way to get it. Corin answered that not yet. They still have 2 days before the eclipse, so they need to quietly find a way. 2 days passed quickly, but they still hadn't found a way to reach the sky. Soon, Dune Scythe and Dumnorix will get here, so they wasted their head start. Corin heard one of the giants asking if he could eat at least the rest of the druid. The other told him they had to wait, so they held back diligently for the sake of their standards. The celestial giant Charmin inscribed this on their bloodline. They cannot attack druids. And to those who bring raspberry rowan fruit, give the sun to Klaus Solus. The giant said that as soon as they gave them the sun, they would be free. And when they are done with their duties, they will come down from the tree and feast on people. Another said he heard that Dun Sky had prepared a gift for them. He would bring lots of snakes and frogs. Corin thought they had come early for a reason. The time has come for the eclipse of the sun to begin. Part of it has already begun to hide. Skies said that Charmin is not here, so it must be hard for the celestial giants. But for some reason, he is so excited. The gate began to open, and he readily said that it was time for them to receive the Sword of the Sun. Dun Sky stopped. A shout came from outside the gate that they had stopped him immediately. Walkerman appeared at the gate. On his shoulders was a team familiar to Skies. He froze in his tracks when he heard them hailing him as their great master. Corin said that in the end their beautiful master arrived, and he said that they had followed his orders. The dumbfounded Dun Skies asked Corin what was going on here. Giants were already chasing them and shouting that they were thieves, and how dare they steal their treasure. The enraged giant ran up and shouted that he would finish them all right here and now. But he stopped abruptly. Corin fell to his knees in front of Skies and began to say loudly that he was the almighty Skies and a great hero, and he and his servant stole the treasure from those idiots just as he had ordered. And then he suggested that we finish these idiots off together. A wicked smile appeared on Corin's face. Then the druid Dumnorix voiced a guess that they had brazenly deceived them. The giant gave the order to finish them off, and then they will eat them all. They were hitting the corners with huge fists like sledgehammers, and the corners were scattered. Those who were not killed were caught and eaten alive. One of them exclaimed that Dooney had given them a whole banquet. The one in charge grabbed Skies and threw him into his mouth. The snakes started attacking him and pulling out. Old Dumnorix told them to go to hell. He saw Corin and his crew running away. Corin was determined. No one would stop him. If he didn't get Klaus Solus, he would turn it to dust. Laughing, Corin said that now let them fight. It would be even better if they both died. Lunia asked Corin if he was not ashamed at all. He replied that the invincible cult has no shame. Luna asked who the eternal foal was. Arisha replied that it was all a joke from Corin. Luna ordered Corin to wipe it off his face. Even though she is supposed to accept all sides of her fiancé, it's too much. Arisha asked, what if Dun Sky defeated all the giants and got Klaus Solus? He replied that it wouldn't matter. Corin said that as soon as they got to the ground, he would cut down all the trees. After he said that, Yule said he was very angry. But Corin didn't care and shouted that history is written by the winner. Of course, it would be great to get Klaus Solus. But if he goes down first and cuts down the vine tree, the two servants of the king will be trapped in the sky forever. That was his plan. But suddenly they noticed something ahead of them. It was a monster who wanted to hear the Song of Steel. He wanted a duel in which boiling blood would clash. The demon of the sword blocked their way home, and he will not let them pass without tasting blood. Luna stepped forward and said she would deal with him. She immediately turned on her protective aura skill. She prepared to repel the monster's attack, but it ignored her and passed by. In her mind, Luna wondered if he had really targeted the users of the territory first. He is the strongest swordsman in the heroic legends of Archon, who was later hired as a servant by the king. But now he is just a monster loosely connected to the end of the world. This means that in this battle he cannot count on the help of the commandments. Corin used the poison dragon exit technique to defend and block the attack. But the incomparable warrior monster with 8 swords in his hands passed Corin's defense. And then he quickly turned around again and struck the guy several more times. The latter was very powerful and Corin just flew off his feet. Seeing this, Arisha screamed and grabbed her sword to join the battle. But he shouted at her not to even think about approaching. And while they fight, she has to look only forward. The monster had already returned and was heading for Arisha. But Luna ordered her to stand aside. She drew her sword and asked the monster how he dared to ignore her. Immediately following the end of the territory are the actions of Luna Arden, Arden's sword-style false division of the territory. Outside of the territory, Luna's abilities are more powerful than Corin and Arisha combined. Even a sword demon would have a hard time with her. However, it only imitates the division of the territory. He himself could barely enter the territory twice in a row. But he again ignored Luna and attacked Arisha, passing her by. Luna thought that when this territory was over, she would use half of the steps she was allowed and would definitely deal with this monster. But her sister can only block 3 of his attacks, and the remaining 5 can be fatal. Thinking that this space would be over, she took her allowed half a step. But in a moment, part of her sword fell. He easily cut it. She was able to stand in front of her sister and withstand the rest of the demon's sword blows. Luna could barely say that she hated this damn territory and plunged the rest of her sword into the monster's side with the last of her strength. The sword demon howled in pain and, filled with anger, struck Luna with a powerful blow. Arisha immediately rushed to her sister's side to save her before he dealt her a fatal blow. But her older sister tried to get up and said they had to go, but Arisha asked her not to move. She told Arisha that once she started fighting, she shouldn't look back. After these words, Luna fainted. Her sister managed to catch her and screamed. She turned her gaze to the sword demon and thought that she did not know how she could defeat this monster. Ewell called Walkerman to help Arisha. He bent over the sword demon. The girl helped Luna up and told Arisha to run. Arisha pointed out that she had summoned Walkerman a second time and that you can't do that without a sacrifice. The demon attacked the giant Walkerman with the perfect techniques of Arden's first sword. Ewell could barely hold the magic of her creation because he drew his strength from her. The druid girl could not stand it and fell down exhausted right at Arisha's feet. Arisha fell into the abyss of fear. The monster overcame Luna and Corin, and they were stronger than her. She thought she wanted to run away. But despite this, she could not do it. Arsha attacked the sword demon herself. Corin saw this and cursed. Ewell asked him if he was okay. He said he was fine. He asked her to help Luna. He knew that he would recover over time, but they would not cope with the situation that way. Unexpectedly, he heard a familiar voice saying that he seemed to be badly wounded. It was Duke Skies. He was coming down with his monsters and giants. Skies grabbed Corin and said with a sly laugh that Corin was in no condition to worry about them right now. Ewell could only watch as he pawed at Corin and carried him away. The King of Monsters called Corin the boy who finished off Permac and said that he would now see his skills. But Corin thanked him. Thanks to him, support for the commandment display system was initialized. The boy's strength increased, and he called his spear to him with the power of thought. When he had it in his hand, he used the technique of the infinitely moving heavens and cut off the head of the serpent that was holding it. He stuck his spear into the stem and managed to stop his fall. The boy caught his breath. Skies said he was amazed that he thought of putting on a circus show. Corin said he thought they were not supposed to attack each other according to the agreement. He laughed and said that's why, and if you break the agreement, your head will explode. He also added that it could happen like this. Skies said that, to be honest, he didn't care who was the first to solve all the riddles and get the Sword of the Sun. Then he said with a smile that in any case he would finish him off and take him away. Corin, lowering his head and looking down, calmly replied that he knew that. His expression changed dramatically, and Corin said he thought the same thing. The King of the Monsters, Dune Scythe, was attacked by spears of blood, which he was not expecting. Maria asked Corin if he was okay. The girls showed up on time. Asking who had joined them and whether they were friends of Corin, Skies appeared. Corin stood in front of Skies and told the girls not to boast about him, but to quickly get upstairs. The monster's snakes wrapped around the boy's legs again. Skies asked him if he wanted to save his friends. Then he laughed again. Then he said he was very interested. Skies asked that as the Queen's spear, did he know that his king would gladly grant him any level of divinity he needed? So why did he rebel against them? The boy replied that Permacus, Dumnorix, Skies, and even Valthazar had all chosen the wrong method. Who would care about a god in an empty land? And the reason he wants to finish them off is simple: to save the world. Now Duke Skies was suitable for fulfilling all 3 commandments, and Corin's powers increased by a lot. The constant regeneration of the warrior increased by 120. The tolerance for pain and comprehension of the territory was added. Corin turned to the servants of the Monster King Dune Skies and shouted that he would witness his own victory. That night, the man called him a monster and said it was his sword. He could not understand the old man's thoughts. Why had he taught him to use a sword? The sword demon easily blocked and repelled the attacks of the little human girl. He wondered if the old man who taught him knew that he had learned more than that. This feeling intensified when he looked at his warg, the limits of the sword, the abilities of his body, and despite his incredible strength. The monster realized that he was nothing compared to him. He could not reach him. But he was able to climb the tree to heaven. He wondered why he was here. Arisha Arden got up again after his attack and went to meet him. The girl asked him curiously if he thought she wouldn't chop him up. He could not understand this situation and could not understand these feelings. After all, he is a predator. His opponent is a victim who can be torn to pieces at any time. Then why hasn't he finished her off yet? Why is she still attacking him? And the main question is, why is this little girl still laughing? The sharp division of the territory and the darkness. He heard her laughing again. Arisha Arden noted that the 8-armed monster has become slower. He had enough energy to get closer. This victim became faster. She quickly changed her methods while in the territory. Even when he attacked her with 8 swords at once, she never missed a single one. It was the first time he hadn't felt anything since the territory had been cut. Her movements seemed as if she already knew where he was attacking. She opened her spiritual eye. It was Arisha's form and Luna's style. Arisha rushed to attack the sword demon using the technique of false division of the lunar territory. She managed to wound him. The demon suddenly realized why he was here. It was Arisha's form again, but Korin's style, receiving the poison dragon's head charge. The monster realized that she was just like him. She is obsessed with the sword and has an incredible talent, and he came to destroy her. If he succeeds, he will reach the level of this old man. All the battles seemed boring to him, and everything was boring. Everything except her. Her birth, her life, her efforts. It was all prepared for him. Now he was sure of it. And now that he has only the desire to destroy her, he has reached his peak. Arden-style demon sword shape, the heavenly sword, the incomparable of 1,000 hands. His swords moved and divided the territory so quickly that no one would have time to blink. Even the heavenly giants who fought far away from them fell under his sword. He stopped, pleased with himself, thinking that he had risen to the highest level. But Arisha landed behind him. She didn't even turn around and walked away holding her swords. Arisha stopped behind him and caught her breath after the great division of the territory. The demon of the sword thought that there was something more than the desire to kill. She recalled the words of her sister, who told her to never turn back in battle, and of Korin, who told her to look only forward. Recalling her failures and falls, Arisha told herself that she would be able to step up, and she did. Arden-style Arisha's form is a celestial sword. In one fell swoop, she killed all the monsters. No one could ever reach this state. The sword demon was the greatest opponent of all time. But something even greater can be created with just one step forward. An instant miracle. The infinite destroyer of the territories. He had time to think that everything he had learned in swordplay was for this moment. For the sake of her one step forward. With that, the new Arisha took a deep breath. Sykes continued to attack Korin. The guy thought it was hard for him to even move. Korin shouted at Dune Sky that enough was enough, and then cut off the head of another of his countless snakes. He just laughed and told him that he looked tired. Dune Skies is called the king of monsters for a reason. He is not the only whole creature, and his death means nothing. He is a part of the darkness that knows no end. It consisted of countless snakes and frogs in this abyss. It also consisted of 3 dragons. It is one of the 4 secret treasures. Its endless number of snakes continued to chase and attack Korin. When he told him that he had caught the root, he replied that his sluggish monster soul would never defeat him. Korin's spear had a hidden soul-gatherer sphere. It always hits its target, separates the soul from the body, and ignores the defense force. The king of monsters shouted that Korin was a reaper of souls, but the fact is that he can continue. But does Korin have any mana left? Korin shouted back at him that he knew a lot, but he was not thinking straight. Dune Skies looked down at his feet and exclaimed that it couldn't be. An oak tree that has grown to the heavens and has been nurtured by the world's only fertilizer has roots that constantly draw in mana. He created it with his own hands, and his mana has no limits. But suddenly Korin's face changed. Skies called him the Queen's first spear. With a huff, the monster said he would accept it. He would not be able to defeat him now. The body of the huge dragon began to wrap itself around the stem of his tree. The king of the monsters hissed that it had been a long time since his army had been united. A large, distorted snake is one of the final forms of Dune Skies. Its name is the Falga serpent. The serpent hissed that the queen had imprisoned him in this form of shadow. She put him in a small pot. But now she has been sealed, and the throne is empty. Just as wolves attack sheep unprotected by a fence, he will attack what she swore to protect. Skies said that he would swallow his first queen's spear along with the flesh of the last goddess Manhwa. Korin told Skies that he had stopped talking. He reminded him that he had already said that he had created this land himself. He pushed off the spear and jumped up. The snake watched, not realizing what kind of acrobatics he was doing, but that jump activated the rune magic of resonance. He told Skies to look down before he was fried. He screamed that Korin had lost his mind. All the runes that he had diligently drawn on the trunk before he climbed it were activated at once only after gaining access to magic. It was a combination of the runes Kenaz Sovelo and Berkanan. Sky's snake body began to burn, and he hissed. Skies shouted to Korin whether he thought he could escape this sea of fire on his own. Korin said that he came here to fight him, and if so, he was ready to take the blow. He asked sarcastically, but not anymore. His snake body was already covered in fire. The sun had just gone into total eclipse. Korin began to climb up quickly with the help of jumps, one of the 4 treasures that can only be obtained during a solar eclipse, the Sword of the Sun by Klaus Solus. Now the one who uses its power will win, and the one who loses will die. Korin said that if he wants to live, he will fly. Skies shouted Korin's name in anger, and spreading his dragon wings began to rise up. A fierce struggle began. Korin was fast, and the giant dragon tried to keep up with him. So they went up to the castle on the island, a little man against a big dragon. He said he had lasted quite a long time for a pathetic man. Corey just suggested that we end it. The second of the final forms of the Dune Scythe is the legendary mythical dragon. But his attack in full force will reach even the legend. Korin activated his 3rd aura core. Korin went to attack the monster with the techniques of the first demon spear, Dark Secret. It's only a matter of time before he finishes Skies in this dragon form, but he managed to transform into his previous form and dodged the attack. Skies shouted at him to wait for him and went to attack the boy. He fought off his snakes again and cursed. His full force attack was so easily deflected. The King of Monsters asked if he knew about the conditions of germination of the raspberry fruit of the rowan tree. He answered that it germinates by absorbing negative energy. Shoots quickly sprouted from the berries and began to rise into the sky toward the sun. And such energy is released during a solar eclipse, and the shoots were magnetically attracted to it. The sprouted vines enveloped Klaus Solus and began to pull him down. Skies began to transform again. He had 3 angry dragons and 3 magic cows. The monster from the deepest and darkest point of the abyss is the culmination of all the monsters locked in the underworld, and the king of all cows, the Black Bull. And even more than that, he received a treasure, the Sword of the Sun, Klaus Solus. Who would have thought he would have to fight the sun twice? Korin said that he seemed to be unlucky. This time Skies didn't talk, but immediately attacked Korin, who, of course, couldn't resist such an attack. Hitting the wall of the castle, Korin again secretly drew the rune of the sun and fire on its wall. He immediately activated it, and the walls of the castle were engulfed in flames. Skies shouted if he had come up here earlier to prepare for this. Duke Skies sarcastically noted that he must have worked day and night. But all this is in vain, because all the flames bow before the sun. Korin grabbed his spear and cursed. He couldn't even buy himself some time. The giant bull with the Sword of the Sun has almost reached him. Korin jumped from place to place, trying to avoid his most likely fatal attack. Skies started to get even angrier if that was possible. He shouted if he was going to run for much longer. He replied that Skies was quite funny, a monster with a weapon. If it were possible to do that easily, the sword demon would not be special. The King of Monsters laughed. He said that these were loud words for someone who was at the end of his life. Korin had no choice but to enter the territory and try to carry out an attack there. But even so, he failed and lost his weapon in one single time. The guy felt that his 2 aura cores were already completely empty. A short spear that pierced even the indestructible Jiangshi, a self-destructive move that endangers his life. He decided to make an attempt to take the 8th miracle of the Black Secret, the ultimate fist. This blow was incredibly strong, and they both started to fall. A broken-off bullhorn fell on the stone floor with a loud thud and rolled away. Exhausted, Korin fell on the monster's head. He had no strength left to stand on his feet. The monster burst into laughter. This monster could not be killed even with all his strength. On the heavenly island in the castle, incredibly strong creatures were fighting from all sides. When fully grown, the giants of the Sky Castle become half-humans of at least the 1st rank. Maria told Quarren that they had to hurry. They still have to help Korin. Korin's team included 2 people of special rank, Maria Dunaref and Quarren. Quarren knew she had to hurry, but it was quite difficult. One of the celestial giants blocked her way, and it will not be easy to deal with him. To move on, they have to defeat many more giants with high ranks. There are only about 50 giants in the Sky Castle. Arisha performed a miracle, wiping out almost half of them with a single blow. But they were the weaker ones who were sent after Dune Skies. The captain of the giants, who apparently had a semi-special rank, remained on the heavenly island. At times when survival did not seem important, it was simply unrealistic to escape. And now they could no longer count on help. Skies began to rise. He threw Korin off his head and threw him under his feet. Then he simply stepped over him. The constant regeneration of the warrior reached its limit. Recovery was no longer as fast, and he could not feel a single drop of power in the aura core. His whole body became heavier, and his eyes were closing on their own. He thought he was going to die. Korin saw Park Si-hoo in front of him, who said that he had warned him. Players become stronger the more people they kill. He said that he had made it at least to the last battle. Then he asked what he would do now. After all, he was about to die at the hands of Balthazar's servant. Park Si-hoo asked if he understood. Everything he had done so far had been in vain. Korin looked up and said that he was wrong. He asked him why he hadn't realized it, even though he had played more than Korin, and he added that he just never saw it himself. Despite the fact that Maria Dunaref has become a vampire, her smile still brings people joy. And also Quarren, whose body was inhabited by children who had just begun to accept themselves and move forward, and two more sisters who are surpassing their own limits and achieving success step by step. Park Si-hoo laughed and said that he had already had his fun. Now he should just give up. After all, he had done everything he could. He gathered all his strength and got up. Then he struck Park Si-hoo and the illusion dissipated. Korin replied that if he had known about all this, he would not have been able to live so carefree. The monster was surprised to ask if he still had regenerative power. This restoration was due to the rune of regression. Korin threw the spear. Skies caught him and asked him if he was going to do it again, and if he wants to fight with spears so badly, he should try to catch him. The monster swung around and threw the spear with all its might in the direction of where the boy was standing. The spear hit Korin's shoulder. The monster grabbed the sword of the sun and threatened him that this was his end. He took a swing and was about to strike, but Korin grabbed the sword with his hands. But it was impossible to hold him. The sword burned his hands and he screamed. The forces were not equal, so Skies easily pierced the boy with the sword of the sun. And then, throwing his sword over his shoulders, he turned around and walked away, satisfied. But a sound behind him caught his attention. The monster stopped. Skies looked back and saw the boy standing like a shadow among the smoke and fire. The monster walked back to him and picked him up by the hair. He asked him irritably if he was still alive. He was furious and threw the boy up with all his might so that he rose several tens of meters above him. He shouted that if he burned him to the last cell, he would not be able to recover. The king of the dunes, Skies, began to take on his dragon form. Korin put out his hand to summon the weapon. Skies asked if he really wanted to hold that spear until the very end. Skies shouted at him to finally stop and say goodbye to his life in the breath of the flames. But the jet of flame spiraled into a sphere. Sykes shouted what was happening to his flame. It seemed to be consumed by something. It occurred to him that only the sword of Klaus Solus could do that, but he had to have it. But the sword was in Korin's hands and absorbed the flames. The monster looked closely and saw that the sword was marked with a rune of regression. Dune Skies thought that maybe when he grabbed hold of it with his hands, he had managed to inflict it. Korin laughed, and he shouted that that snake was a frog and a bull and now a dragon again. But in any case, Dun Sky is the king's servant, and then he asked who he thought he was. Skies screamed that he was a fucking clown. He opened his mouth and let out flames to burn the guy. In the last game, he and Park Si-hoo made it to the final boss. This means that the servants of the King of the Four Treasures have somehow been defeated. The king's servants were killed, and what happened to the four treasures? He is the queen's first spear and the only person in this time who knows about the true power of Klaus Solus. The winner of the Klaus Solus in the minigame was Korin Locke. The boy threw it into his mouth. Klaus Solus has chosen its user. The son of Klaus Solus has accepted him as its great warrior. Korin also received the light of the Agatram sun. As long as the sun is in the sky, he will be blessed. The dragon continued to burn him mercilessly with fire in an attempt to destroy the boy. But his silhouette did not disappear in that fire, but rather glowed brighter and brighter. It seemed that he was getting closer. It was really coming. Korin came down and said he would use the sun a second time. Skies regained his giant bull form. Out of his mind with rage, he was about to attack Korin. Korin noticed his intention and dodged. He slammed his fist into the stone with all his might. The guy activated the Kanaz and Owl runes. He drew them when he arrived here a few days earlier. Flames broke out in place of the runes and surrounded them. Skies screamed that he was a bastard and that it belonged to him. And then he rushed toward Korin again. Klaus Solus concentrates all the heat and flames in the vicinity. The flames formed by rune magic are gathered in a single place, in the spear of Corrin Lock. When Skies approached, all the concentrated energy of the sun and fire burst out of him and hit him in a jet. The monster screamed in pain. His bull incarnation was shattered, but his voice was still there. A strong wind came up. The wind swirled into a vortex and began to grow. In it, the particles of the Monster King could be seen. Corrin thumped his spear into the ground and told the fleeing Skies to calmly increase his ranks and then challenge him. The guy exclaimed that nothing would stop him until he saved the world. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, the girls continued to fight off the celestial giants. Corrin was strong and fast. She struck out and quickly dodged attacks in return. Maria also used the Crimson Bow blood technique to fight giants. Arrows and spears of blood pierced the giants. The same fate befell the one who was chasing after Varin. She called to Varin to join her as soon as possible. They had to hurry. When she reached her, Maria asked Varin if she felt it too. Something is happening on Corrin's side. And then Maria added that she was so angry that there were so many of these giants here. Maria told Huaran that she and Dayoku would try to clear a path for her. One of the giants called his captain and pointed to the sky. Everyone immediately raised their heads. The giants realized it was Claw Solus, and it was heading straight for them. Corrin descended to the ground in front of the giants, holding an aspect of the sun in his hands. The celestial giants had no choice but to submit. The power of the sun sealed them here. Hua looked at Corrin with surprised eyes, while Ran noticed that Maria, who was standing next to them, was no longer there. Maria threw her arms around Corrin. He noticed that although she was not a simple vampire, the sun could be uncomfortable at this distance. He asked if they were okay. She said she didn't care, and asked him why he was so badly injured. And then she said that one day he would make her worry until she lost her pulse. Varan interrupted the conversation and said that he had so many wounds. Corrin touched her head and said that she had some. A blush appeared on Huaran's face. He smiled at her and told her that he had a lot of wounds, but that he was fine now. Although he looked a little different, he was the Corrin they loved. Suddenly, his hair color changed again and became the same as it usually was. The celestial giants noticed this and realized that they had been fooled again, and it was the same guy again. Their captain shouted for them to finish him off, and that it was time to end it all. Corrin shouted that he didn't think the sun's effect would end so quickly, and they needed to run as fast as possible. Running away, Varin screamed that she knew about it, but these bastards have extremely large steps. The captain of the giants shouted that he was going to finish them off, and then go down to Earth and finish off all the other people. The boy looked up and saw that a giant hand was already hovering over him. He shouted to the girls that they would be caught. But suddenly, in an instant, something cut off the hand of the celestial giant that was hovering over Corrin. The captain of the giants roared in pain and turned around to see who dared to do this. A joyful smile appeared on the guy's face, and he asked if he hadn't been delayed too long. The old man laughed and said that unfortunately, he was a little late. It was hard for him to climb such a tall tree with his body. Harold Arden told Corrin to move forward, and he would have fun with these giants of the guard. Corrin looked back and wished Harold good luck, who remained to cover their departure. The old swordsman said that the sword demon was not yet finished, but they had finished it, and he said with regret that he had missed such a spectacle. But at last a swordsman was born who could reach his level, and he met him in a world above the highest mountains. And for him, this is true satisfaction. Garand Arden came along at the right time. On the way down, Corrin asked if the girls would do him another favor when they came down. They asked what kind of favor he was talking about. Without the help of old Harold Arden, it would have been difficult for them to escape, and this debt will have to be repaid. He suggested that they cut down the tree. The girls were surprised at his request. His fingers began to shake with anger when he recalled that he had almost died at the hands of a sword demon Harold had raised. Corrin remembered a proverb, that it is never too late to repay debts, even if it takes several decades. So today would be the day of revenge. Maria listened carefully to Corrin's argument that Harold is not much of a help to people. That's why he suggests leaving him on the heavenly island for a year or two. The girls said that if he thought so, they agreed with him and would help him do it. To cut down the rough stem, Maria used the magic of blood and created a giant blade from it. They hit the part of the tree they had already passed, and the top part of it just flew off. Harold Arden heard a loud crack and looked around in confusion. He saw the top of the tree break off and fly down, but the trunk was still visible in front of the island. But a moment later, he heard another crunch and the tree trunk disappeared from his eyes. When Arisha opened her eyes, she felt a severe pain that went through her body. Despite the pain, she got up and left the room to take a walk. Corinne noticed that she was already awake. She sighed. When Arisha came up and sat down next to him, he asked her how her body was. She said it hurt, but she could move. But her heart was a mess. She was hoping to enjoy a more normal student life when she entered the academy, having fun at night, sleeping through classes, thinking about what to eat for lunch. But it feels far from something so mundane. Arisha said she was drawn to the sword, but she corrected herself and said that she could not do anything about her desire to cut with a sword. Corinne replied that there was nothing wrong with that. It's her morals and choices that matter. Even if she is enchanted by the sword, she will not point it at everyone she meets. This world is full of strange people making strange choices. But she wants to live an ordinary life even with this power. And then he added that this was why she could be proud of herself. She leaned her head against his shoulder and asked him to promise her. Since she is so strange, he has to stay by her side and take care of her. She doesn't know when she might go off the rails, so he has to help her continue to enjoy the ordinary things. For example, going out into the city on weekends to eat delicious food, go to the theater and shopping, and also eat dessert in a nice cafe and go for long walks, and other things like that. Corinne agreed, and she smiled sweetly and said that it was wonderful. And so the saga of the Heavenly Island ended. But in reality, things didn't end so well. Corinne invited the girls to have lunch together at a restaurant. During the conversation, Corinne said that he had completely forgotten to tell them that he was getting married soon. The girls froze in place. It seemed as if time had stopped for a moment. They unanimously asked him what he had just said about marriage. At this time, Lunia came into the room and greeted them, calling them her fiancé's partners. She said that she planned to get engaged to her fiancé in a week. And then she added that if the heiress of the Dunaref family and the nun of the great church of Zion became her bridesmaids, Arden would be happy to invite them. Corinne saw that they were shocked, but he decided that he would continue the joke for another 5 minutes and then admit that he was joking. He said that was when he felt Lunia's passionate love. She added that even at such a young age, his attitude attracted her. And then Lunia said that they were under the moon that night and huffed meaningfully. Maria stood up and said she was leaving. She remembered her dream that she had promised him that she would give him these 100 years of human life. The guy asked what was wrong with her, but suddenly he heard someone sobbing. Wiping her tears and sobbing, Corinne said she congratulated them and wished them happiness. Disturbed by this, Corinne began to make excuses that it was all just a joke. But the girl did not listen to his explanations. Varen ran out of the restaurant sobbing loudly. Corinne sighed and asked how he was going to clean it all up. Luna laughed and said that her fiancé was a sinful man. The guy looked for the girls until the evening but did not find them. He thought he would have to apologize to them as soon as he saw them. But what if they escape again? The physical abilities of a celestial yaksha are beyond his reach. When Corinne closed the door behind him, he felt someone standing behind him. He turned and saw that it was Ran. Corinne immediately told him that he had something to tell him. Saying that she didn't want to talk to him, Ran pulled down her dress and it fell to the floor. The guy was alarmed by her intention and retreated into the wall. Ran pushed him back onto the bed. Then she announced that she was sleeping here tonight. Corinne knew exactly who came to see him that evening. It was Ran, not Hua. Even though she spoke boldly, she was still a child. Ran just wanted to hold hands while she slept. Corinne slept until the morning, thinking that this was probably the best thing ever. He woke up and saw her standing in front of the window. Corinne noticed that she was up early. Hua stood in front of the window and looked out, and then she said she didn't see anyone. Corinne asked who it was, and Hua said that she didn't see the stork, and then she asked why he didn't come. The guy said that storks are not found here. We should have stayed a little further north. There would be plenty of them near the northern kingdom. Then he offered her something to eat. At breakfast, Hua remarked that it was a fake engagement. Corinne said that he wanted to surprise her but hadn't thought it through. He asked her to tell Ran about it. He remarked that she was quite good at filleting fish, and she said it was because he was always busy. She handed him a piece of fish and told him to take it with him the next time he was in the same situation. And then she put that piece of fish with rice in his face and told him to eat it. Corinne listened to her and ate the fish. Then he thanked her and said that they had a deal. Now, Corinne needed to find Maria. It seems that Arden's servants did not know where she was either, so he went to Dioku to track her down. But he was defiantly unwilling to talk, so Corinne promised that when they returned, he would get him the best quality cow if he told him where his mother was. But Dioku showed him a check from Dunaref for a tidy sum. Korin thought it was more money than he had, even though he was risking his life. After much begging, Dioku finally told him where to find Maria. When Maria found out, she looked quite embarrassed, and for some time she hid under her blanket. She stuck her head out and mumbled that she believed every word he said. She had no doubts about him, and that she would believe him even if he said he was a god or that a comet was going to hit them tomorrow. After that, she finally came out from under the blanket and asked him not to deceive her again. But in her mind, Maria said that no matter what, he would be hers in 100 years. So all the girls who liked Korin found out that his engagement to Luna was fake. Thanks to this, they realized that his dates were just a picture for society and were able to calm their hearts. All but one of them. Arisha watched Korin and the girls hanging around him from behind. In her mind, she wondered what she was doing here. That strange feeling hasn't left her since the beginning of the semester. Or perhaps it was due to the breakage of her sword or serial battles. Is it possible because of his promise to stay with her? What is their relationship with Korin? Arisha saw Lunya lean over and touch Korin's face with the clear intention of kissing him. Corinne was surprised and she explained that people were watching them, and she asked why not show them a cute skit. He noticed that she had strong arms. She replied that they were not the best hands for a woman. Then Korin asked why she was saying that. He really likes her hands. Lunya replied that although he was slow in some moments, he knew how to communicate with girls. Korin was surprised and asked if he had missed something. Then she abruptly stood up and said that everything was fine. She added that she would leave first. He was surprised by this sudden change and asked if she didn't like their last date. She replied that she did not. The date was so good that she didn't even refuse to actually take it back. On the day of the wedding, almost all the residents of the Arden estate gathered to see the newlyweds. Lunya received compliments from all sides. He also told her that she was beautiful. Lunya replied that he knew exactly what the girls wanted to hear, and he said that he was being completely sincere. It was announced to everyone that the wedding ceremony of Korin Locke and Arisha Arden was about to begin. Suddenly, Arisha's voice was heard shouting that they should wait. Arisha came out on the red carpet that the newlyweds were using and shouted that she was against this wedding. Lunya recalled the first time she picked up Arisha. Back then, they called her a dirty bastard child, but she objected and said she was a sweet child. Her little sister was born weighing only 2 kilograms and 300 grams. One day she came and said she had grown up, and now she is over 100 centimeters tall. Then she said that one day she would become a strong knight like Luna. The next time she told her sister she was going to the academy. Her round eyes always shone, but she grew up to be a child who looked at the floor more often than at her. Lunya smiled. Had only 6 months really passed at the academy? The once shy child, unable to make decisions on her own, has grown a lot. Had she really made up her mind? Surprised by her behavior, Korin shouted at her what she was doing, but she just told him to follow her. Lunya's mother shouted to the girls from the 5 swords to run after them, but the girls thought it was very cute. Lunya very theatrically grabbed her head and told her mother that she was so shocked. Then her mom quickly came over and asked Lunya if she was okay. A giant Hresvelg eagle had already flown to the square. Arisha pulled Korin toward it. Korin exclaimed, "What the hell was that?" Huarin held out her hand for him to grab and shouted that he had to go. Arisha looked back for a moment to see what her older sister Lunya was doing. She hugged her mother but did not cry. She gave her sister a satisfied look. The younger sister understood this look and nodded to her sister. The Hrevelg flapped its wings and took off. Varin, who was holding the rope herself, held them both by the hand. Lunya sighed and told her mother that after this, she would not be able to meet men again for some time. That's how the modest wedding of the prestigious Eastern Arden family eventually fell apart. Korin asked the girls what was going on. He tried to take off his jacket and a small piece of paper fell out. He read Luna's note that she was going to officially pick up her fiancé. Arisha huffed that her sister knew everything. Korin said it looked like it. The girls asked him where they were going next, and Korin thought he had made some good allies. Then Korin said they would continue in the same spirit. They still have a lot of work to do. Thus, their vacation in the Eastern lands came to an end. She asked herself how many repetitions had already passed. It seemed like the 4th night. He asked her why she was smiling now. She used the spell of the Kenese rune against the undead, and replied that, why shouldn't she? The collector of souls noticed that the king's army was getting stronger and stronger, and it was reaching its limit. Then he said that if he couldn't keep his promise and cleanse the city of the undead, he would be finished. I asked her if she was worried that there was so little time left, and then he answered his own question that, on the contrary, she seemed happy. Danua confirmed her joy and added that this means Corinne will be back soon.